Hokage Unlimited enhancement every 60 days, Chapter 1 to 20. 001-86400 Enhancements. Let's continue to explain the main points of transformation in this class, please listen carefully. Transformation, E-level ninjutsu, changing body appearance, camouflage and lurking ninjutsu. The seal is very simple, there is only one yin seal, check the carat flow is. In a certain classroom of the ninja school, listening to Iruka Uno's explanation of ninjutsu, Long Yi regained his senses after a long while. He really traveled through and entered the world of Naruto. Become a 12-year-old, about to graduate from a ninja school, a commoner named Takagi Ryuya. For the vast majority of people, crossing over is not a blessing. But the matter has come to this point, and the dragon can only accept it. The flow of waste wood. After sorting out his memory, Long couldn't help but be stunned. His academic performance was extremely poor, and he was often tied with Naruto Uzumaki for the bottom of the class. He was a famous crane tail. Now that the dragon has also crossed over, he has graduated from a famous university, so cultural classes should not be a problem. But in ninjutsu, I'm afraid it still won't work. In addition to theory, the practice and application of chakra is more important than physical talent. The dragon also belongs to the soul where, the body is still the original body, and the physical talent naturally has not improved. It's miserable. Thinking of this, Long also had a headache. You know, as a Vortex clan, Naruto's physical talent is not bad. The reason why he can't practice ninjutsu is because of the influence of the nine-tailed chakra in his body. In the future, if this problem is solved, instead of reducing points, it will become a big help. Also is the tail of the Wanian crane. What about Long Yi, what should he do? Open black lens bracket system binding is successful. Close black lens bracket. Just as Long also frowned, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System. Long Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yes, as a traverser, how could there be no golden fingers? The system has been bound, and his counterattack life is about to begin. Long Yi classmate. Long also was happy, Iruka on the podium spoke. Laughing so happily, do you have any insights into the transformation technique? I remember that you still haven't been able to fully master the transformation technique. Ha ha. Hearing this, the classmates in the class looked at Long Yi and burst into laughter. Long also smiled embarrassingly and sat down in his seat. I was so excited just now that I forgot I was still in class. Focus, students, let's continue teaching. Iruka has a gentle personality, and doesn't blame Long Yi anymore, and continues to explain the transformation technique. Long also sat quietly, seemingly listening carefully, but was actually checking the system. Open black lens bracket infinite strengthening system close black lens bracket. Every 60 days, you can get an unlimited chance to strengthen. Every 6 enhancements, including a gold enhancement, can directly strengthen the body organs. The remaining 5 enhancements are ordinary enhancements, which can only strengthen the acquired skills. This way. The system is simple and explained very clearly. Long also nodded slightly, then opened his personal panel. Open black lens bracket Takagi Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, ninja student. Organs, unfortified. Skills, clone jutsu E-level ninjutsu, substitute jutsu E-level ninjutsu, millennium kill E-level taijutsu. The panels are simple and shabby. As a student of the ninja school, the only ninjutsu he learned is the 3-body technique. As the tail of the crane, as Iruka said, the dragon didn't even fully learn the 3-body technique, and he was still short of the transformation technique. As for basic fighting skills, and other ninja knowledge, they are not skills, so they are not listed. Millennium kill. At the same time, seeing one of the skills, Long was stunned again. Isn't this Kakashi's stunt, known as, the secret art of Konoha's hidden body art? With yin-yin seals in both hands, he inserted into the weak part of the enemy's chakra, the anus, with lightning speed. Sorting out the memory, it turned out that it was a coincidence that I saw Kakashi perform this technique. Long couldn't help sweating furiously, and he didn't learn it seriously, but this kind of lewd move can be seen at a glance. Infinite reinforcement. Regardless of this for the time being, Long also took a deep breath and returned his attention to the system again. There is a chance to strengthen every 60 days. As a starting point, the dragon can now be strengthened once. Every 6 times of strengthening, including a gold strengthening, can directly strengthen a certain organ, and the dragon has not yet used it. Not for now. The dragon also thought about it, and temporarily does not need to strengthen it with precious gold. After all, he has just bound the system, and he dare not say that he has fully understood the rules of the system. Whether there are hidden dangers, he is not sure. Which one is it? Ordinary strengthening can only strengthen skills, and the dragon also puts his eyes on the skill column. 1,000 years to kill. After a little thought, a decision was made to strengthen this, Millennium Kill. Regarding the system, Long also has a certain amount of vigilance. This is the first time to strengthen it, and the rites should be a test. Since it's a trial, naturally you can't use good materials. What if the skill enhancement fails? The predecessor was bored and learned a trick to kill for 1,000 years, which was just used for testing. This kind of rubbish skill, if it is discarded, it will be discarded, so I don't feel bad. This infinite enhancement, target, skill, Millennium Kill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket as the host confirmed. Close black lens bracket. After Long Yi made a decision, the system prompt also sounded. Okay. There is nothing to hesitate, and the dragon also directly issued an order. Unlimited enhancement begins. Target, skill, Millennium Kill. Close black lens bracket. Millennium Kill strengthen +1. Millennium Kill strengthen +2. Millennium Kill strengthen +10, get the raid effect. Close black lens bracket. Millennium Kill strengthen +11. Millennium Kill enhanced +20, raid effect improved. Close black lens bracket. Millennium Kill strengthen +21. Millennium Kill strengthen +100, get hit effect. Close black lens bracket. Millennium Kill strengthen +101. Millennium Kill enhanced +1000, the hit is improved to a sure hit. Close black lens bracket. Millennium Kill strengthen +1001. Millennium Kill strengthen +2000, get the burning effect. Close black lens bracket. Millennium Kill enhanced +2001. Once the unlimited enhancement is turned on, it will last for a day. During the whole day, the system prompts kept ringing in my mind, causing the dragon to have a headache, so he simply turned on the shielding mode. The system is automatically strengthened, and there is no need for the dragon to bother, and then he will be as usual, and it will be a whole day in a flash. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. Until the next morning, a reminder sounded in my mind again. It's over. Long was also startled, and then opened the personal panel. Open black lens bracket. Hokage Ryuya. Close black lens bracket. Rank, ninja student. Organs, unfortified. Skills, clone jutsu E-level ninjutsu, substitute jutsu E-level ninjutsu. Millennium Kill strengthen +86400. Infinite enhancement, 1 enhancement per second, 86,400 seconds in a whole day, which is 86,400 enhancements. 002 Perverted Millennium Kill. This is. Click on a specific skill for detailed remarks. When he saw the strengthened Millennium Kill, Lu Ming was instantly dumbfounded. Raid. The distance of 100 meters will arrive in an instant. Must hit. If you don't make a move, it's already done, and if you make a move, you will hit the red heart. In addition to these 2 powerful special effects, there are also more than a dozen negative effects such as burning, paralysis, weakness, and bleeding. It's too perverted. That is to say, when the dragon also activates the skill, it will suddenly attack and hit the heart with one move. The enemy that is hit will have various negative effects such as burning, paralysis, and weakness. Even Tainan can only lie on the ground with his butt covered. This is simply a magic trick to defeat the enemy. Of course, this skill also has limitations. First, the enemy should turn his back to the dragon. After all, the target is that position. Second, the raid distance is up to 100 meters. But even so, it's very perverted. Infinite reinforcement. After returning to his senses for a while, Long couldn't help but feel excited, as expected of the system. At the same time, I regret it. I knew that the system was so powerful, but I still tried it out, and I wasted a chance to strengthen it. However, once every 60 days, you can wait 2 months. Moreover, with the perverted effect of Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86,400 feet, this strengthening cannot be considered a waste. Excellent. Thinking of this, Long was also excited again. He has no physical talent and poor learning ability, so what can he do? With the system in hand, no matter how weak or simple a skill is, he can strengthen it into a magical skill. After completely trusting the system, Long couldn't help but start thinking. After 60 days, the next time he strengthens, what will he strengthen? Is it normal strengthening or gold strengthening? I've been thinking about it all morning, and I don't have the heart to listen to the class at all. It wasn't until the afternoon when the teacher brought the whole class to the playground for an actual combat exercise that Long Yi regained his mind. I'll announce the rules first. After everyone stood up, Teacher Uruka explained. Each person holds 1 point. If you beat others, you can get the points of the opponent. The time is 1 hour, and the person with the highest points wins. Everyone behave well. For the winner, the teacher will give a surprise reward. Uruka-sensei, what is the reward? Yeah, let's reveal it in advance so that we can have motivation. That's it, all right. Facing the questions from the students, especially the girls in the class, Uruka nodded and said with a look of helplessness. The students who won this time can learn an additional C-level ninjutsu from the teacher. C-class ninjutsu. C-class. Great, it must be me who won. Hearing this, the students instantly exploded with excitement on their faces. Uzumaki Naruto, in particular, has begun to declare loudly to others. The 3 body arts taught by the ninja school are all E-level. And C-rank ninjutsu is a skill that only Chuunin can learn. I have to say, this reward is really tempting. Is it a big melee fight for points? In contrast, there are several students in the class, such as Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, and Ryuya, who are thinking about the rules of the game. The rules seem simple, but to put it bluntly, within 1 hour, try to beat others to gain points while protecting yourself. But you must know that this is the entire class, a big melee of nearly 40 people. In this empty playground, it is easier said than done to win. The most correct way is to win over some classmates and establish an offensive and defensive alliance. In this way, the student's ability to interact is tested. A strong alliance, in addition to the number of people, also has the ability to cooperate. Moreover, only one person wins in the end. Allies are also enemies. How to handle this relationship is also a great test. It really is the world of ninjas. Thinking of this, Long also had a headache. As expected of the cruel ninja world, even the children in the school have to face such a complicated situation. It's too much trouble. With Nara Shikamaru's IQ, he can see the rules at a glance. But he was naturally afraid of trouble, so he simply gave up. So he didn't bother to establish any alliance. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha, who also wanted to understand, and Shino Oil Girl, have begun to wander among their classmates to build alliances. Not bad. Uruka, who was standing on the sidelines, was actually observing the reactions of the students, and when he saw Sasuke and the others, he couldn't help but nodded. Long Yi, who had also finished the analysis, also wanted to quickly win over the alliance, but no one paid any attention to him at all. Just imagine, who will join hands with the tail of the crane to add a burden for no reason? Nima. Looking at Sasuke, the alliance has been established, and almost all the girls in the class have assembled. Long also rolled his eyes. He was also very handsome. How could the difference be so big? Okay, the drill officially begins. After more than 10 minutes, Baruka shouted and started the countdown at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. Following the order, the students who were still rambunctious just now became nervous in an instant. Based on previously established alliances, immediately assemble together and occupy various vantage points on the playground. This. Long also glanced around. They were all in groups of 3 or 5, and he was alone, standing in the middle of the playground. It is to take the initiative to attack, quickly grab points, and establish an early advantage. Or play steadily, stick to the main, and wait for other teams to consume each other. Different teams have different strategies. Grab this point first. At this time, a certain attacking team took a fancy to Long Yi. Following the captain's order, the 4 quickly flanked towards the dragon from 4 directions. There is only one person, and it is the tail of the crane that is not threatening, which is simply a point delivered to the door. Looking at the menacing 4 men, Long also blinked his glasses, whoever provoke him. With Long Yi's previous strength, he was no match for 1-on-1, let alone 1-on-4. As for the enhanced version of the Millennium Kill, the 4 of them all rushed forward, not with their backs, and did not meet the conditions for activation. Starting conditions. Thinking of this, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Long Yi's mind. These 4 faced him, but there were others on the field, and there were many who turned their backs on him. These 4 are incompetent, so why not take the initiative to attack the others and use the surprise effect of the Millennium Kill to distance themselves from the 4 who rushed up? Just do it. The 4 of them were already rushing up, and Long couldn't even think about it. He caught a target and made a surprise attack. Whoosh. The next moment, the dragon also disappeared instantly from the place. This is. The 4 people who were about to rush up looked at the empty place and were instantly dumbfounded. People. Puff. Tilde. At this moment, there was a strange muffled sound, followed by a scream. In addition to excruciating pain, the cry contained endless shame. Everyone was startled, and subconsciously looked at the sound. I saw that the dragon was also in a half-squatting position, and his hands were sealed with yin-yin. In front of him, Hinata was already lying on the ground. 003 The name of the great devil. Millennium killing has side effects: burning, stinging, numbness, weakness, and bleeding. Unbearable pain, and most importantly, humiliation in public. Hinata's face flushed instantly. She couldn't bear it any longer, and simply passed out. What just happened? Long Yi, he to Hinata. For a time, no matter the 4 people who just raided, or the others, were dumbfounded. After all, only Long was alone, and as a potential target, everyone was actually staring at him. Although Long Yi was fast just now, many people still saw the whole process. Too much. To do something like that to Hina. The next moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and stared at Long Yi angrily. As a girl, Hinata is a cute girl. She is usually soft and weak, and her popularity in the class is still very high. Long also maintained the action just now. His face was expressionless, but he was actually pretending to be calm. The situation was urgent just now. He didn't even think about it at all. He locked a target and rushed up. He never expected that he would poke his goddess Hinata. Long Yi's actions just now. Compared with the anger of most people, a few people, including Ruruka outside the arena, couldn't help but be surprised, and looked at Long Yi cautiously. The distance of more than 70 meters is coming in an instant, and the speed far exceeds that of many instant masters. How could a student who has not graduated, especially the existence of Wanian Crane Tail, have such a powerful instant ability? Of course, Long Yi's last move, especially for a girl, was to. Iruka shook his head again and again, he didn't know what to say. What's more terrible is that this kind of thing happened to the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. As a teacher, how could he explain it to the head of the family? Destroy the dragon. Avenge Hinata. At this time, the angry students let out a roar. Whether it was Long Yi's behavior just now, or the threat of Long Yi's strength revealed, he instantly became the target of public criticism. Raid. In the face of the indignant classmates, Long did not react at all. The next moment, the Millennium Kill was launched again. It's still the strategy just now. Rather than being killed by other students, it's better for him to take the initiative to attack others. Puff. The next moment, as Long Yi disappeared and reappeared, after a muffled sound, an ecstasy sound resounded through the playground. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Inuzuka was already lying on the ground. This is. Another person encountered a poisonous hand. In addition to the accident, the students couldn't help but panic. Whoosh. At this time, Long Yi's figure disappeared again, and he officially extended his sinful fingers to all the students in the class. Since it is already a public enemy, the only way is to defeat everyone. The most important thing is that Long also poked the goddess Hinata in his mind. How can he let others go? Hinata wouldn't feel so ashamed only by poking everyone, and by poking other girls as well. Although the enhanced version of Millennium Kill is powerful, it has two limitations. Once it is seen through, it is easy to be targeted. Therefore, the dragon also launched skills one after another to knock down the most people in the shortest time, without giving them time to think. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Next, I saw that the dragon also disappeared and appeared one after another, like a swift ghost, leaving only afterimages on the playground. And every time he appeared, someone screamed and fell to the ground. In order to avoid the ability to be seen through, while the dragon also hides the trajectory of action, he prioritizes solving some difficult characters, such as Sasuke Uchiha. As a high-cold male god, he was actually stabbed with a chrysanthemum, and the character was broken. Sasuke lay on the ground, embarrassed and angry, and then passed out. Takagi-san. That's a girl. Stay here. God. Iruka off the field, as a teacher, must not only observe the performance of the students, but also prevent accidents from happening. Iruka was a little overwhelmed when he watched Long Yi take one shot one after another, killing 1,000 years with one move, and knocking down one classmate after another. The students who were attacked were not life-threatening, and the injuries were not too serious, probably not too serious. According to common sense, he should not stop. However, Long Yi's methods, and he didn't even hold back against female classmates, even he, a bystander, couldn't help but blushed. Puff. It doesn't matter if Iruka hesitates like this, the dragon is also very fast, and in a blink of an eye the last classmate, Naruto Uzumaki, was finally attacked by him. Naruto Uzumaki, who was originally high in fighting spirit, turned around and fled after seeing the last classmate fall down. But he didn't know that turning his back on Long Yi gave him a chance instead. After bringing down Naruto, Long also swept his gaze across the audience. Sasuke, Shino, Shikamaru. These geniuses and famous families all lay silently on the ground. Sakura, Ino, these arrogant beauties clutched their buttocks in pain, or passed out, or cried silently. Long was also expressionless, like an emotional killer, wiped his forefinger that had already smelled, and then walked towards Iruka outside the arena. Takagi-san, please calm down, what do you want to do? Seeing Long Yi coming over, Iruka tensed up instantly, her face full of tension. Iruka-sensei. Long also stopped and asked. Did I win? So that's what happened. Iruka breathed a sigh of relief instantly, glanced at the tragic playground, closed his eyes in grief and indignation, and said solemnly. You won. That's fine. The dragon also nodded, and then left. Students, I'm sorry for the teacher. After Long Yi left, Iruka was full of self-blame, and he should have stopped it long ago. Facing the more than 30 classmates lying on the playground, he bowed deeply. Nima, what did I do? Leaving the playground, and then directly out of the school, Long also tensed up, so mad that he wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill him. He actually killed all his classmates with 1,000 years, and also wrapped the girls like Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. Running all the way home, hiding in the room, and covering his head with a pillow, Long was still full of madness. For the next 2 days, Long didn't go to school either. Thinking about what he's done, it's really embarrassing. At this time, Ryuya's evil deeds also spread from the ninja school to the entire Konoha hidden village. Because of its horror, it is called the Great Demon King. And because of its shameless methods, it was prefixed with dirty. From today onwards, Takagi Ryuya's title of the Great Demon King begins to spread to the world. 004 Fire Escape. The Art of Fireball. The teacher wants to test your chakra attributes first. Behind the ninja school, on the empty river beach, Iruka said with a smile, and took out a piece of chakra paper. In the previous exercise, although the dragon was despicable, he did win. According to the agreement, Iruka will teach him AC rank ninjutsu as a reward. However, the chakras of different attributes can perform different ninjutsu. So before that, let's test Long Yi's chakra attributes. Good. Long also nodded, what kind of chakra attribute he was. He was also curious, and then took the chakra paper. The so-called chakra paper is a special tool for testing the properties of chakra. In addition to the special yin and yang, the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth will affect the chakra paper. Then, under the guidance of Iruka, the dragon also gathered the chakras onto the paper. Call. The next moment, only a light sound was heard, and the chakra paper instantly burned. It's a fire attribute, it's really helpful. Seeing this scene, Iruka smiled and felt relieved. Fire attribute. Long Yi pondered slightly, one of the 2 major attack attributes tied with the wind. Compared with the sharp wind tunnel, fire escape ninjutsu has burning, explosion and other damage. Overall, not bad. Fire attribute. Then I'll teach you the technique of fire escape, howling fireball. At this time, Iruka spoke again. The technique of the fireball, sea level, concentrates the chakra in the throat, spews a huge fireball from the mouth, and blows the enemy into a ninjutsu. It was originally a family ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and it is also the basic ninjutsu for its good use of fire escape. But because of its power and practicality, it quickly spread. As a Chuunin, Iruka has 3 attributes of water, fire, and yin chakra, and is also good at the art of fireball. Because the dragon also has the same attributes as him, he can directly teach ninjutsu without having to ask others, so he will feel relieved. The art of flamboyant fireballs. As a senior Naruto fan, Long is of course familiar with this ninjutsu, so he couldn't help but pouted. In the original work, the appearance rate of the fireball technique can definitely be ranked in the top 3, and it is estimated that it is less than the shadow avatar technique. But looking at the entire original work, how fireball has 0 record, and has never hit anyone. Such an embarrassing record is like a curse of mystery surrounding this ninjutsu. What, is there a problem? Seeing Long Yi's expression, Iruka was a little puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing. Long also came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. Although the record of how fireball technique is embarrassing, its power and practicality are indeed outstanding among many C-rank ninjutsu. It is for this reason that so many people learn and use it, and it has such a high appearance rate. All in all, this is a good ninjutsu. I'll ask Iruka-sensei from now on. Thinking of this, Long also had a serious expression and bowed deeply to Iruka. Hee, you are my student, you don't have to be so polite. Iruka was a little embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, then coughed twice, putting on a serious expression. Then let's start now. Next, Iruka officially taught Longyi how the fireball technique. From the seal, to the flow of chakra, to the specific details, and the control of difficulties, Iruka explained it in detail first. Fire escape. The art of fireball. After the narration, Iruka demonstrated. With a loud shout, I saw flames spew out of his mouth, forming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which flew out dozens of meters. Seeing this scene, the dragon couldn't help but widen his eyes. Unlike watching anime, only by witnessing it with his own eyes can he feel the horror of ninjutsu more deeply. At the same time, there was another burst of excitement. The technique of the fireball is not weak. Takagi-san, come try it. After the demonstration, Iruka said something, and then looked at Longyi with a smile. Yes. Long also nodded, first recalling Iruka's explanation, and then starting to try. En seal, si, wei, shen, hai, wu, yin. There are only 6 mudras, not very complicated. However, due to the limited talent of the dragon, and the first practice, the speed of forming the seal is really slow. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Fortunately, the handprint was successfully completed, and the dragon also shouted loudly, put the right hand pinching on his lips, and then there was no more, and the dragon shouted loudly, but nothing came out. Quote. The dragon was also silent for a moment, and he didn't expect to spew flames at one time, even if there was a small smoke ring. I remember Uchiha Itachi in the original book, just read it once, and immediately learned this ninjutsu, and its power is not inferior to others. Sure enough, it is necessary to throw things away, and people are more dead than people. Hehe, it's okay. When the teacher learned this ninjutsu, he failed the first time. Longyi's performance seemed to be completely expected. Iruka smiled and reassured. Long also nodded and continued to practice. Iruka watched from the side. If there was anything wrong or inappropriate, he would correct and answer it in time. Time passed quickly, and it was an afternoon in a flash. After an afternoon of hard work, Longyi's fireball technique has not made any progress. This is C-rank ninjutsu after all, so don't be too discouraged, Takagi-san. Iruka reassured, but seemed so unconvinced. This is a C-rank ninjutsu, but after practicing for a full afternoon, not even a single smoke ring came out, which is a bit too much. As for Longyi's learning ability, Iruka, as a teacher, is clear, and I am afraid that he is stronger than Shaoli, who couldn't learn ninjutsu at all. But even if he was mentally prepared, Longyi's performance at this time still gave him a headache. Hehe, it's getting late, Takagi-san, let's get here first today. Good. Long also nodded, his expression unresponsive. But in fact, at this time, my heart has been crazy. According to memory, I know that my talent is poor, but until today, when I learned ninjutsu for the first time, I didn't know that I was so terrible. The more advanced the ninjutsu, the more difficult it is to cultivate. This C-level fireball technique is far from comparable to the E-level 3 body technique. Of course, the power is not the same. Come on, work hard. I believe that God rewards hard work. If you can't practice in 1 day, you will only need 2 days. If you can't practice in 1 month, you will only need 2 months. If you can't practice in 1 year, it will take several years. The heart is firm, but the dragon is relaxed. In the days that followed, Iruka instructed Longyi for 2 more days, but Longyi still made no progress. The theory has been explained thoroughly, and then it is up to the dragon to practice by himself. In addition to taking classes, Longyi spends all his time practicing how fireball. After 2 months, he was finally able to blow out a fist-sized, slightly warm smoke ring. Excellent. At last there was progress. Although the process was difficult, Long couldn't help but be excited. At the same time, 60 days have passed, and the dragon has once again obtained an opportunity to strengthen infinitely. 005 Gold Enhancement. Ear. Every 60 days, every 6 enhancements include 1 golden enhancement. So this time, the dragon can either choose normal strengthening to continue strengthening a certain skill, or choose gold strengthening to directly strengthen a certain organ. Open black lens bracket Hokage Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank. Ninja student. Organs. Unfortified. Skills. Clone Jutsu E-level Ninjutsu, Substitute Jutsu E-level Ninjutsu. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86400. Now the skills can be strengthened, only the clone and stand-in techniques are left. With 86,400 enhancements, even E-level Trash Ninjutsu can be turned into a magical skill. But you must understand that it is also 86,400 times of strengthening. The higher the skill level, the greater the initial power, and the more terrifying power after the strengthening. For example, it is like 2 to the 86,400th power, and 3 to the 86,400th power, the final results are very different. Strengthening E-level ninjutsu is a bit of a loss. In contrast, gold strengthening, which directly strengthens organs, is different. Blacksmithing also needs to be hard and strong, and it is helpful to all skills. For example, the same trick, Nova Whirlwind, used by Kai and Shaoli, is not at the same level at all. Obviously, strengthening organs are more valuable, as can be seen from the term, golden strengthening, and the fact that there is only one chance in 6 times. Golden enhancement. Since there is no suitable skill enhancement right now, it is better to directly perform gold enhancement. Although according to the plot of the original work, Konoha at this time is extremely calm, but after all, this is the world of ninjas, full of unknown dangers, and it is always right to improve the strength as soon as possible. Reinforce what? After confirming, Long also frowned slightly. There are so many organs in the body, which parts should be strengthened? Eyes. Throughout the original work, one of the major features of Naruto World is the pupil technique. White eyes, writing wheel eyes, samsara eyes, Tenseizen eyes, pure eyes. With a pair of different eyes, not only has the strength greatly increased, but even the temperament of the whole person has become arrogant. Don't. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help shaking his head. In this world, all kinds of eyes have been flooded. He will strengthen the eye of the sky. Is it interesting? The little bit of rebellion in his heart that has not yet completely disappeared made Long not want to follow the crowd. Ears. Since it does not strengthen vision, then hearing. Immediately afterwards, Long also officially made a decision. Strengthen the ears. This golden enhancement, the target, the ear. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket as the host confirmed. Close black lens bracket. Okay. The system prompt sounded, and the dragon did not hesitate to give the order directly. Golden enhancement begins. Target, ears. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ears strengthen +1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ears strengthen +2 close black lens bracket. ... Ears strengthen +10, hearing improvement. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ears strengthen +11 close black lens bracket. ... Ear enhancement +100, hearing improved again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ears strengthening +101 close black lens bracket. ... Next, as before, the system prompts began to ring continuously. The strengthening will last for a whole day, and Long also blocks the news again to save the noise. Fire escape. The art of fireball. After class, Long also came to the beach and continued to practice ninjutsu. Puff. Like a fart, a smoke ring spews out of the mouth. But it seems to be bigger than before. Not bad. As long as there is progress, the dragon is also excited and continues to practice. At the same time, I can't help but look forward to the day when I can spew flames. What kind of earth-shattering power will be achieved as AC rank ninjutsu when the skill of the fireball is perfected and strengthened infinitely? Peace. After thinking about it, he was distracted, and Long also quickly forcibly gathered his mind and concentrated on practicing. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. Unconsciously, a day passed, and the system prompt sounded again. Is it just hearing improvement? Different from skill enhancement, you can only know the specific effect by checking and performing it after completion. In the process of organ strengthening, as the organs continue to strengthen, the dragon has already felt it himself. This time to strengthen his ears, his most direct feeling is that his hearing has become extremely developed. However, he couldn't tell exactly how far it was, and he still had to check the system in detail. A radius of 10 miles. 1,000 miles. Opened the personal panel, and just started to check. Long couldn't help but change his face. The first is the range. Under normal conditions, within a radius of 10 miles, any disturbances cannot be concealed from Long Yi's ears. If you concentrate and screen qualitatively, Long Yi's hearing can extend as far as 1,000 miles. This range is a bit terrifying, it's just a breeze. In addition to range, hearing acuity is also greatly improved. Not only bells and whistles, but even ultrasonic and infrasound waves that are beyond the scope of human hearing, dragons can also hear. The sound. The next moment, Long also closed his eyes and listened to his surroundings. And through various sound feedback, the scene within a radius of 10 miles, as small as a speck of dust, is instantly and clearly presented in my mind. Strong. Long also opened his eyes again, his face full of excitement. This is where the ears are, it's just radar. For ninjas who are often on the battlefield, reconnaissance is extremely important. This is also why the Konoha Hyuga clan, as the Eye of the Eye, is feared by other countries. In terms of reconnaissance ability alone, Long Yi's radar ears have surpassed Hyuga's eyes. The voice of the heart. The increase in hearing to such a terrifying level has greatly exceeded the expectations of the dragon. In addition, the ear actually produced a special ability, which surprised the dragon again. In the case of high concentration and not being disturbed, the dragon can even hear the voice of others. This is simply mind reading. Although listening to the voice of the heart requires a high degree of concentration, and it is very easy to be disturbed. But even so, it's very insane. As expected of infinite enhancement. As expected of golden enhancement. After a while, after checking, Long also couldn't help being excited. It seems that this ear strengthening is an extremely correct choice. Open black lens bracket. Hokage Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank. Ninja student. Organ. Ear. Skills. Clone Jutsu E-level ninjutsu, substitute jutsu E-level ninjutsu. Millennium kill strengthen plus 86400. Looking at the personal panel, one of the organs has been strengthened, and the ear has appeared. Just in time. Calculate the time, the graduation date is approaching. Once you graduate from ninja school, you will become a real ninja. As a ninja, you will face all kinds of dangers. The strengthening of the ear this time, with the radar ear that can see everything, greatly increases the chance of the dragon to save his life in the future tasks. I have to say, it was really timely. 006 The Book of Seals. Time flies, and in a flash, it is more than a month, the graduation season. Like the original plot, the graduation exam is a clone technique. Long also transformed into 2 complete clones and successfully passed the exam. On the other hand, like the original plot, Naruto's clone failed and was judged to be unqualified. It's on. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who walked out of the classroom in despair, Long Yi was excited for a while, and the official plot finally began. Come on. Although he was sitting in the classroom, with his radar ears, Naruto's every move was under Long Yi's control. At this time, a person came to Naruto, it was Mizuki. Mizuki, like Iruka, is also a teacher at Konoha Ninja School, but this person is not right, and hides great ambitions. He has long been eyeing Naruto, who is not recognized by others, and by virtue of the failure of Naruto's exam, he bewitched Naruto to steal the Book of Seals that recorded various forbidden techniques. Naruto has a simple mind. In order to be able to learn powerful ninjutsu and graduate smoothly, that night, he went to steal as expected. Time to act. Naruto went to steal the book, and Long also left the house and went straight to the place where Mizuki and Naruto agreed to meet. The Book of Seals records various forbidden techniques. The so-called forbidden art is powerful ninjutsu. It was originally kept in the residence of the 3 generations of Hokage, and it was difficult for even the Jonin to touch it. The reappearance of the sealed book this time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could the dragon miss it? In fact, in order to seize this opportunity, Long has already planned carefully, and has been preparing for several months. And the first part of the plan is to become friends with Naruto. Because of his status as a demon fox, Naruto was ostracized by the villagers, and he had no friends at all. Facing Long Yi, who was approaching actively, he was a little wary at first because the chrysanthemum was still in pain. But with Naruto Daijo's character, Long also expressed a little friendliness, and he forgot everything. After several months of getting along, Naruto now regards Long also as a brother of life and death. In the words of this world, a deep bond has been planted between them. That being the case, it should be no problem to share the sealed book. Get it? Long also arrived here, and Naruto has used seduction to bring down the 3 generations of Hokage, successfully obtained the Book of Seals, and then rushed here. Just a mere seduction technique brought down the top combat power of the ninja world. Long also strongly suspects that the 3 generations of Hokage deliberately released water in this place, in order to help Naruto, and at the same time find Mizuki. I have to say that as a person in power, the 3 generations of Hokage are really an old fox. Fire escape. The art of fireball. While thinking about it, the dragon also pretended to refine. After all, there must be a reason for him to come here in the middle of the night, right? On a side note, after months of hard work, the dragon was finally able to breathe out flames, albeit only the size of a lollipop. Come on. While cultivating, the radar ear monitors Naruto, and thus constantly adjusts the position so that he can be encountered by Naruto. Dragon 2. The next moment, with a shout, like a dragon also calculating, Naruto rushed from a distance. Seeing that the dragon is also here, his face is full of doubts. Why are you here? Naruto. Long also saw Naruto, pretended to be surprised, and then reacted. Oh, I'm practicing ninjutsu taught by Iruka-sensei. I'm so stupid that I can't do it in the daytime alone, so I have to work harder at night. Humph. Iruka-sensei is partial. Apparently, Naruto was still angry because Iruka didn't let him pass the test. It's so late, why are you here? Long also spoke again, and then seemed to have just seen it, pointing to the Book of Seals behind Naruto. What are you carrying? Hey. When he mentioned the Book of Seals, Naruto instantly forgot his anger, smiled mysteriously, and then waved to Changlong. This is a good thing, just right, let's practice together. Good stuff. Long also looked dazed, but he was secretly overjoyed, everything went well. Meanwhile, the Hokage office. A coincidence. He had already performed spells on Naruto, watched through the crystal ball, and looked at Ryuya, who was reading the Book of Seals with Naruto, and the 3rd Hokage couldn't help frowning. His original intention was to show Naruto the Book of Seals, but he didn't expect that there would be an extra dragon halfway along the way. At this time, appearing here, all this is too coincidental. But the dragon is obviously here for a long time. As a teenager who just graduated from the ninja school, it is possible that Mizuki bewitched Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, and will Naruto hide here? Takagi Ryu also. Even the 3 generations of Hokage can't be sure for a while. In this case, we are not ready to take action for the time being. But Takagi Ryu is also the name, he remembered. It's too late, I have to go home. After a while, the dragon in the woods also stood up. See you tomorrow. Naruto nodded, and then announced confidently. I can learn this powerful ninjutsu right away, and it will definitely surprise you until tomorrow. I believe. Long also smiled, then turned to leave. Estimated time, Mizuki and Iruka are coming soon. His goal has been achieved, but he doesn't want to get involved in the battle. The Book of Seals records a large number of advanced ninjutsu. With Long Yi's aptitude, it would be exhausting to learn an E-rank ninjutsu, not to mention these forbidden techniques. With self-knowledge, he didn't expect to practice any ninjutsu tonight. His real purpose is memory. At that time, he chose two from a large number of forbidden techniques in the book, and he had completely memorized the seal and the cultivation method. With Long Yi's aptitude, the sea-level fireball technique, he has practiced for several months without any progress, not to mention these two advanced forbidden techniques. But the dragon is not in a hurry, there is time, just practice slowly. He believes that one day, he will be able to practice these two forbidden arts. Just imagine how the forbidden technique, which was originally powerful and terrifying, would reach after being strengthened 86,400 times. Just thinking about it makes me excited, but on the surface, the dragon doesn't show anything. After all, he couldn't be sure whether the 3 generations of Hokage were monitoring him now. He has to continue acting, even if he can't dispel the suspicion of the 3 generations of Hokage, at least let him not do anything to him. Go away. At this time, in the Hokage office, looking at Long Yi who was leaving, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but sighed in relief. The sealed book was leaked to the 2nd person, beyond his expectations. But fortunately, the dragon does not seem to practice the above ninjutsu. Next, the night was silent. Early the next morning, Long also got news that Mr. Mizuki betrayed the village and was imprisoned, and Naruto Uzumaki successfully graduated from the ninja school. Everything is as original. 007 Class 9. Why him? That filthy big devil. Chrysanthemum seems to be hurting again. Mom, what should I do? In the classroom, in addition to Ryuya, there are Miyamoto Tomohisa and Ishihara Coriander. After graduating from the ninja school, the 3 were assigned to the 9th class. The teacher in charge of the 9th class has not arrived yet. The 2 of them sat far away, occasionally peeking at Long Yi from the corner of their eyes full of fear and worry. The dragons are also idle and bored, listening to their hearts and playing. In fact, even if you don't listen, you can probably guess. Although they are 2 background board characters, as a classmate, Long also knows a little about them. Both of them were from civilian backgrounds, and their graduation grades were in the middle. Among them, Tomohisa Miyamoto has ordinary appearance, ordinary ability, and ordinary personality. The whole is ordinary and cannot be ordinary. It is simply the average value of human beings. In contrast, Ishihara Coriander's academic performance is average, but she looks very cute, and she feels like a sister next door. It's just that the character is too timid, easy to be shy, and lacks self-confidence. These 2 teammates are a bit immobile. Next, we can only hope to the teacher in charge of them. Hello, sorry for being late. I'm, At this moment, a man walked into the classroom, officially the leader of the 9th class. Before the self-introduction started, I just had a cough. I'm your team leader teacher. My name is Moonlight Blast. Starting today, I will be in charge of the 9th class. You can call me G. Master Hayes. Quote. Looking at the Jonin in front of him, Long couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking that his last hope was gone. Severe dark circles under his eyes, pale face, and a sick look. In fact, as soon as Moonlight Blast entered the door, Long had already recognized him. Moonlight Blast, Konoha is especially good at ninja. The so-called special Jonin refers to a ninja who surpasses ordinary Chuunin by virtue of a certain special ability, but has not yet reached the level of Jonin in comprehensive ability. It's not a real Shangnin, but a special Shangnin, which is already weaker than other classes. The most important thing is the short-lived ghost Moonlight Blast. In the original plot, during the Chuunin exam, Feng Nin and Yin Nin attacked the Konoha clan, but because of the exposure, Moonlight Blast was killed by Maki. That is to say, if according to the original story, it won't be long before Long Yi and the others will have no teachers. The plot. But think about it again, since the dragon is also familiar with the plot, it is not difficult to save the Moonlight Wind. Moreover, as a very small number, Moonlight Blast, who is good at Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, plus its transcendence, blood limit, is actually not weak. In this way, it may not be a bad thing for Moonlight Blast as the team leader teacher. Follow me. Just as Long was thinking, Moonlight Blast said something, and then walked out of the classroom. Miyamoto Tomohisa and Ishihara Coriander quickly got up to follow, and Ryu also stood up from their seats. After leaving the classroom, the three of them came to the woods near the school, led by the Moonlight and Wind. Jingle. At this time, Moonlight Blast took out a bell from his pocket, showed it to the three, and said, "Tell you the news, you didn't really graduate. Today, only the one who stole the bell from me can truly become a ninja." What? Why so? Hearing this, Miyamoto Tomohisa and Ishihara Coriander were shocked, with surprise or worry on their faces. Grab the bell. Long couldn't help but startled and blinked. Isn't this the tradition of the 7th class? Then he looked at Moonlight Gale, and frowned, thinking that this guy didn't want to bring new people, so he deliberately made things difficult. Start now. At this time, Moonlight Blast opened his mouth again, and then hung the bell around his waist. Although it was hanging there, neither Miyamoto Tomohisa nor Ishihara Coriander dared to act. After all, that's Jonin. You two come here. At this time, Long also spoke, and waved at the two who were stomping. Long also called them suddenly, and the two were afraid for a while, but they looked at the Moonlight Wind and did not respond. There is no other way but to bite the bullet and walk over. You listen to me. He stopped the two of them by the shoulders and put their heads together. Regardless of the shivering Ishihara Coriander, Long also whispered. This test is actually a test of teamwork. As long as we cooperate properly, even if we don't get the bell, we can all pass the test. Really? It would be great if that were the case. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but feel happy for a while, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course. Long also smiled and continued. What's more, we may not be able to grab the bell. Can you grab it? How is that possible? As long as you cooperate with me. Immediately afterwards, Long also told the two of his battle plan. It seems good. The seemingly nonchalant Moonlight Blast, in fact, has been observing Long Yi and the others. Seeing that the three of them did not act rashly, but began to discuss, they couldn't help nodding their heads. This time the test is about teamwork, so it seems that the three may be able to pass the test. Tread, step, step. Just as Moonlight hurriedly thought about it, the three of them had already discussed and started to act. I saw the three quickly spread out, running around the Moonlight Blast, forming a pinch attack. Just like that. The movements of the three have been completely seen through, and Moonlight Gale couldn't help but chuckle. With this level alone, it is impossible to pass his exam. Tread, tread, tread. At this time, Long Yi and the others suddenly stopped, forming a triangle, surrounded by the Moonlight and Wind. At this time, Moonlight Blast was ready to deal with the impact of the three of them together. Whoosh. But what Moonlight Blast didn't expect was that Tomohisa and Coriander didn't move, but Long Yi, whose figure instantly disappeared from the spot. So fast. Moonlight Gale was taken aback, he couldn't capture Long Yi's figure at all. Surprised, he was about to defend, but then he realized that the dragon was not coming at him. Puff. Ah tilde. The next moment, after a muffled sound, a scream sounded. I saw Long Yi, who killed 1,000 years with one blow, and directly brought down Tomohisa. To deal with companions. Moonlight Blast turned his head and saw it out of the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Isn't it teamwork? Whoosh. At this moment, the dragon also disappeared from the spot again. This time, it went straight to the Moonlight Blast. Puff. Ah tilde. The next moment, after another muffled sound, the screams of the Moonlight Blast resounded throughout the forest. Get it. He took off the bell from Moonlight Gale, who was lying on the ground, and the corner of Long Yi's mouth smiled lightly. His battle plan is very simple. First let Tomohisa turn his back on him, trigger the Millennium Kill, then reach behind the Moonlight Blast, and then launch the Millennium Kill on the Moonlight Blast. Jingle. The crisp sound of the bell rang, and the dragons won. 008 Replica of Tianchuli's Substitute Technique. Starting today, the 9th class is officially established. Sigh. In the open space, Moonlight Gale, who was just about to sit down, stood up instantly, hurting. Holding on to a big tree, he barely stood still, and then said with a slow sigh of relief. Starting today, I will be your instructor and the captain of the 9th class. As an instructor, I will teach you ninjutsu, and as a captain, I will lead you to perform tasks. Ninjutsu. Great. When he heard that he could teach them ninjutsu, Tomohisa, who was lying on the ground, danced with excitement, and then quickly asked. Master Kase, what kind of ninjutsu do you want to teach us? This is. Moonlight Blast thought for a while, then said. Now that you are already a genin, you can learn D-level ninjutsu, first of all, the Advanced 3-Body Technique. Advanced 3-Body Technique. Yes, compared to the transformation, clone, and avatar techniques taught by the ninja school, the difficulty is higher, and the same stronger telekinesis, immobilization, and invisibility. It sounds great. If you use it well, it's really powerful. Moonlight Blast smiled and added. In addition, I am good at Konoha-style swordsmanship. If you are interested, I can also teach you. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this, if it wasn't for Chrysanthemum's pain, Tomohisa would have jumped up long ago. In contrast, Coriander was much quieter, and lowered his head slightly. But from the corners of her mouth, she was also very happy. Excellent. Long has also been expressionless, but in fact, his heart has been excited. He has an infinite strengthening system, but as a commoner, he has no family heritage, and what he lacks the most right now is skills. This time, Moonlight Blast really helped a lot. In this way, the 9th class was officially established, and in the following days, under the leadership of the Moonlight Blast, the 9th class started activities. The so-called ninja is a profession that completes various tasks and gets paid. Ninja missions are divided into 5 levels S, A, B, C, and D. As a lower ninja, due to his weak strength, he can only perform the simplest C and D level missions. Since they just graduated from the ninja school, for safety reasons, at the suggestion of Moonlight Gale, the 9th class only accepts D-level tasks for the time being. They are all helping people find pets, pick up garbage, all kinds of extremely trivial tasks, like the task of a nanny. In this regard, the dragon has no objection. Even if the Moonlight Wind does not do this, he will take the initiative to request. After all, before developing well, of course, you must get up first. Since Long also has no opinion, Tomohisa and Coriander also have nothing to say. Between tasks, as an instructor, Moonlight Gale began to teach them ninjutsu, as well as various techniques used by chakra, such as tree climbing and water walking. At this time, Long Yi's super poor talent was revealed again. If it wasn't for his 1,000-year-old murderous power, I'm afraid he would have been ridiculed to death by Tomohisa. It's a busy day, but it's also very fulfilling. Time passed quickly, and it has been 60 days since the last infinite enhancement, and the dragon also got another opportunity to strengthen. Open black lens bracket Takagi Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Shamanin. Organ, ear. Skills, Clone Jutsu E-level Ninjutsu, Substitute Jutsu E-level Ninjutsu. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86400. Although Hurricane has taught a lot, due to the short time and limited talent of the dragon, he has not mastered other skills. Strengthen Substitute Technique. Long has already thought about the reinforcement object this time. This infinite enhancement, the goal, skill, substitute. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket as the host confirmed. Close black lens bracket. OK. Long did not hesitate at all, and clicked directly. Although it's still just a ninja, but after all, it's a ninja, and the danger is approaching. Therefore, the most important thing for Long Yi right now is to improve his life-saving ability. The reconnaissance ability of radar ears alone is not enough. Substitute, a ninjutsu that instantly swaps plants and animals with one's own position to evade attacks. This is Long Yi's only life-saving skill at present, and he has no other choice. Infinite enhancement begins. Target, skill, substitute. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket substitute technique enhancement plus 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket substitute technique enhancement plus 2 close black lens bracket. Substitute technique strengthen plus 10, speed increase. Close black lens bracket. Substitute technique enhancement plus 11. Substitute technique strengthen plus 100, the speed is increased to teleportation. Close black lens bracket. Substitute technique enhancement plus 101. Substitute technique enhancement plus 1000, range increased. Close black lens bracket. Substitute technique enhancement plus 1001. The system prompt began to sound, and the dragon also blocked again. There is no task today, so I just concentrate on my practice. Climbing trees, standing on water, these basic chakra skills, through hard work day and night, the dragon has finally mastered. However, because it is only a basic skill, not a ninjutsu, it is not included in the skill list. Next, the dragon can also continue to practice the skill of the fireball, and he can also practice the ninjutsu taught by the wind. C-rank ninjutsu, the technique of the fireball cannot be mastered in a day or two. Long also considered that, with his aptitude, it is better to start from the easy to the difficult. In addition to the D-level advanced 3-body art, Gale also taught Konoha Ryu swordsmanship. One of the moves is called, drawing the sword and cutting, which belongs to the E-level physical technique. The current Long Yi just lacks the means of attack. After all, on the battlefield, he can't keep poking people's chrysanthemums. Although draw sword is only E rank, he has an infinite strengthening system. After the confirmation, Long also began to concentrate on practicing drawing and slashing. The so-called sword drawn slash is a sword technique that instantly slashes the enemy by drawing a sword. Tirelessly drawing the knife and slashing repeatedly, unconsciously, it is a day. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. With the sound of the system prompt, the avatar technique has been strengthened. Long also stopped cultivating, opened the personal panel, and directly checked the information. This is. When he saw the skill introduction, even though he was mentally prepared, Long was still surprised. Within a radius of 1 mile, an independent, non-intelligent object with a mass of 1 to 100 kilograms can change its position at any time, unlimited times, and instantly. Fundamentally speaking, it is still a way of surrogacy. But as an E-level ninjutsu, the stand-in technique is based on the speed of the body technique alone, and it is swapped and replaced with the item. After strengthening, it becomes an instant replacement, a real teleportation. Moreover, since it is to manually replace the items, the range that can be reached is extremely limited, at most 10 meters. After strengthening, it is a radius of 1 mile, which is 500 meters. This is still an E-level stand-in technique, it is simply an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God Mutual Momentum. Other words, it is a replica of Tien Shou Li. Flying Thunder God Mutual Spinning Technique, A-level space-time ninjutsu, requires a combination of 2 Flying Thunder God casters. Heavenly Hand Strength, Uchiha Sasuke's unique ninjutsu with 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes. 009 The female ninja who suddenly appeared within a mile. As long as there are 1 to 100 kilograms of items, they can be constantly replaced and teleported. Just like the official evaluation of Heavenly Hand Power, jumping to the distance in an instant, the most extreme technique of shrinking the earth. Of course, there is no unsolvable ninjutsu. If it is a large-scale covering ninjutsu, as long as the range is more than 1 mile in a radius, the dragon will have nowhere to avoid. But then again, there are not many ninjutsu with such a wide range, and there are very few people who can use it. In a word, with the avatar technique and strengthening plus 86400, Long Yi's life-saving ability has been greatly improved. And for this ninjutsu, more and more variable combat plans can be formulated. In the days that followed, as usual, while doing all kinds of boring D-level tasks, they practiced drawing swords and slashing hard. As an E-level ninjutsu, the difficulty factor of drawing a knife is very low. Moreover, as a physical technique, there is no need to seal the seal, it is actually just a move, and it is much easier. After hard training day and night, it is not far from mastering this ninjutsu completely. Time flies, another month has passed. A lot of money. Since the establishment of the 9th class, they finally completed their first C-level task. Compared to trivial, nanny-style D-level missions, C-level missions are somewhat risky, but do not include ninja battles. The mission of Long Yi and the others this time was to send a confidential business document to the neighboring country of the river. Compared with the 7th class, the 9th class's first C-level mission did not have any setbacks, and after the mission was completed, the reward of 80,000 taels was successfully obtained. You must know that a D-level mission usually costs only 5 or 6,000 taels. I want to eat barbecue. It was the first time to get paid so much, and everyone decided to celebrate. Can't wait to return to Konoha, and directly found a store in the country of the river. I want 8 roasts. What? Isn't that enough? That's 80. Idiot, I mean too much, they are girls, 1 portion is enough. Youth is barbecue. Teacher, I'm burning. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a loud noise. I looked around and saw 3 men and 1 woman sitting at a table inside, also wearing Konoha forehead guards. It's such a coincidence. Moonlight Blast smiled and walked straight with everyone. It's them. Long was also unexpectedly surprised. He didn't expect to encounter the 3rd class here. The 3rd class, led by Konoha Jonin, known as the Blue Beast, Akai, the team members are Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tien. Xiaoli and the others are also under Nin, but they graduated a year earlier than Long Yi and they are seniors. Everyone is Konoha Ninja, and Moonlight Gale and Akai are still in the same class, and their relationship is usually very good. At this time in the country of the river, of course, it is a table fight. 10 more roasts. Add 20 here. 200. ... But I don't know why, the originally good barbecue dinner has turned into a big stomach competition. The original calm personality, Mr. Hayes, turned out to be like a child, getting into a fight with Akai, and kept calling the waiter to increase the amount of barbecued meat. It seems that, apart from Kakashi, even the most calm person will be infected by his enthusiasm as long as he is around Akai. Ah, it's so uncomfortable. I feel like my belly is about to burst. In the end, while the shopkeeper and other diners were stunned, a group of people walked out of the shop slowly with their big stomachs, and they ate too much. I haven't tasted the deliciousness of the barbecue at all, and I still feel uncomfortable now. The most important thing is that the barbecue is expensive, and this meal directly spent all the rewards for this mission. Humph. The other party was obviously not doing much better. After going out, the team members on both sides faced each other with cold eyes, as if they had a deep hatred for each other. Would you like to compare again? Since it's a ninja, Let's have a ninja duel. Tomoji took the initiative to challenge, and Xiaoli did not hesitate to challenge. Just now, it was a no-win situation, and both sides were injured, and they both held their breath and wanted to overwhelm each other. Class 9 is willing to accompany you. Juju is worthy of being a general of wisdom. Knowing that he can't do it alone, he moved out of the entire Class 9 directly, and then got close to Long Yi's ear. Boss, blast these bastards, chrysanthemums. For the honor of Class 9, I am willing to sacrifice my own chrysanthemums and cooperate with you to use the second stage raid tactics. Long Yi's expression was somber, as if he was thinking, but in fact he cursed MMP in his heart. He is not a madman. These kids. This is youth. Gale and Akai, who were walking in front, just smiled at the tension behind them. After all, as a ninja, competition is very common, and it is also a good way to improve your strength and increase your experience. And with them, nothing can go wrong. The showdown in 2 hours. Youth should be right away. Okay. The stomach is too stretched, it is difficult to move, let alone the test. So everyone had to decide to postpone the duel time. We must win. I'll let you taste my Konoha whirlwind. Of course, although I can't do it now, I can move my mouth. Juju and Xiaoli looked at each other, chatting while on the road. So noisy all the way, although noisy, it is not lonely. After walking for 2 hours, the barbecue in the stomach has not been fully digested, so everyone had to postpone the test time for another 2 hours. This mission is on the edge of the country of rivers, not far from the country of fire. At this point, everyone has returned to the land of fire. Blast. Just entering the country of fire, I suddenly saw a figure flashing across the border to enter. Although I didn't see it clearly, I was sure that it wasn't Konoha ninja. As Jonin, Akai and Kei's were keenly aware that the other party might have hostile intentions. The two exchanged glances and went after them directly. We must win. We can't lose. Stop arguing. Shut up. Juju and Xiaoli were still bickering, and Neji and Long Yi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke at the same time, scolding them loudly. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help looking at the two of them, only to see that the two of them frowned and their expressions were very serious. It's fighting. The next moment, the expressions of the two of them changed drastically at the same time, and then they ran in one direction. Only then did the others discover that Akai and Gale had long since disappeared, guessing what happened. Not daring to delay, I quickly followed Long Yi and Neji. After a while, the group came to a wilderness, and saw Akai and Gale fighting against a woman. And as the two of Shangnan, when they joined forces, they actually fell into a hard fight. 010 Millennium killing has been seen through. What is she? When he saw the appearance of the other party, Long also frowned instantly. Beautiful face, light blue-purple hair, lavender paper flowers on the head, lip nails and other signs, especially the signature ninjutsu that the body is constantly papered. Even if he didn't wear the red cloud and black trench coat, Long recognized at a glance that the other party was Xiaonan. Xiaonan, one of the founders of the Xiao organization, is also the only woman in it. Although she is a woman, but under the tutelage of Jiraiya, Xiaonan's strength should not be underestimated. From her alone, she suppressed Akai and Gale, which is enough to illustrate this point. Dance of Shiki paper. Of course, Emperor Kai, who almost kicked the finale, is definitely above Xiaonan in overall strength. Being suppressed at this time is entirely due to being restrained by Xiaonan's ninjutsu. Shiki paper dance, Konan's signature ninjutsu, injects chakra into paper, so that the body can be turned into paper at any time, thus completely immune to physical attacks. Akai is indeed strong, but precisely, what he relies on is physical art. Without knowing the secret of Xiaonan's ability, and without opening the 8 doors, it is strange that he is not suppressed by Xiaonan with ordinary physical skills alone. What bad luck this is. Look at Moonlight Blast. Konoha's swordsmanship is a master, but the so-called swordsmanship in the final analysis, is still the body of the three techniques of body, forbearance, and illusion, and it is still a physical attack. As for the others, Tomohisa and Coriander are negligible. Shaoli, Neji, and Tiantian are also physical attacks of physical techniques and equipment. No wonder Long also sighed unluckily, their two teams were completely restrained by Xiaonan alone. It also has to be said that the overall strength of Class 9 is too weak, while the ability of Class 3 is too single. Restrain. Thinking about it carefully, in fact, the paper dance is not without its shortcomings. In fact, the shortcomings are still obvious. The first is the oil. As long as the oil is splashed on Xiaonan's body, it can stop her from turning into paper. Another is ninjutsu. All kinds of ninjutsu, as long as it is an elemental attack, it can also cause damage to Xiaonan. The dragon also looked around. Where did the oil come from on the wilderness? As for the others, carry ninja tools with you, but there is no mention of bringing a bucket of oil. In this way, only ninjutsu is left. No. Dragon and the others don't know how to do ninjutsu with elemental damage, but Akai and Gale, as Jonin, even if they are experts in taijutsu, how can they spray a fireball or something like that? However, if Long also spoke directly to remind him, how would he explain it? After all, how could Long see through each other's abilities when they met for the first time, and how could he explain to Akai and the others afterwards? Did he admit that he was a transmigrator? Just when Long Yi was thinking about it, huge wings of paper had appeared behind Xiaonan, flying into the air and entering the so-called angel form. Paper rain. The next moment, with a light drink, countless pieces of paper on the wings shot out towards the people below. Obviously, the arrival of Long Yi and the others aroused Xiaonan's vigilance. He directly performed group attack ninjutsu, wanting to reduce the number of opponents first. Baguazong Huishan. Noba Whirlwind. Shuangshenglong. In the third class, although they are all genin, their strength is no longer as strong as the Chuunin. In the face of indiscriminate paper attacks, each has its own countermeasures. The ninth class is miserable. Dragon can also use the enhanced version of the double to dodge, but Tomohisa and Coriander have no self-protection ability at all. Jingle jingle. Fortunately, Gale reacted in time, and first released two shadow clones, using swordsmanship to block all the pieces of paper above the three of them. After a wave, Xiaonan was suspended in midair, looking down with a cold face. As for Akai and Gale, there was no movement for the time being. The battle was temporarily deadlocked, with both sides pondering strategies. In fact, if Akai opens the 8 doors, he doesn't have to open the dead door. It is estimated that with 5 or 6 doors, he will be able to destroy Xiaonan. Although Shikigami dance is immune to physical attacks, it must have its limits. But the ninja battle, a little negligence is a matter of life and death. Without knowing the details of the opponent, it is impossible for Akai to use his trump card now. The same is true for Long. In the absence of life-threatening circumstances, he does not want to expose too much, and it is impossible to directly tell Xiaonan's details. The ninth class. Dispatch. But being beaten passively is not the way to go. Long also thought for a while, and then gave a light drink, and then swish, shot 2 kunai at Xiaonan in midair. This kind of attack is of course impossible to hit, and Xiaonan easily dodged sideways. Tread, step, step. At this time, under Long Yi's shout, the ninth class had already started to act. Long Yi, Tomohisa, and Coriander, the three of them ran around Xiaonan quickly, and then shot a few kunai from time to time. I have to say, under the lewd power of Long Yi's 1,000-year-old killing, in the ninth class, his orders are sometimes better than the words of the wind. Children's tricks. At this level of attack, Xiaonan didn't pay attention to it at all, and he didn't even bother to dodge for a while. With Shiki's dance, ordinary kunai couldn't hurt her at all. It looks like the only way to open the door. Seeing the tickling attacks of Long Yi and the others, Akai frowned and prepared to use the 8 gates of Dunjia. In short, take down this suspicious ninja first. Don't be in a hurry. At this time, the wind suddenly stopped him, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Huh. Akai couldn't help but startled. Could it be that there was another deep meaning in it? Tread, tread, tread. At this moment, the three of Long Yi suddenly stood still. The next moment, the dragon also instantly disappeared from the spot. This is... Xiaonan's expression changed in an instant, and the movement was so fast that she could hardly see clearly. Puff. Ah tilde. The next moment, with a muffled sound, followed by a scream resounding through the sky. Looking again at this time, Tomohisa was already lying on the ground. And the dragon who suddenly disappeared was right next to Tomohisa. Oops. Long also looked serious, frowning and looking at Xiaonan. Just now, he wanted to deal with Xiaonan the same way he would deal with Galewind when he grabbed the bell, but unfortunately, Xiaonan is far from comparable to Gale. She was faster and turned around in time. In this way, without the back-to-back activation conditions, the dragon would not be able to complete the second stage attack, nor would he be able to kill Xiaonan for 1,000 years. So fast. In fact, Hayate had already guessed Long Yi's strategy, which was why he blocked Akai's shot. But he didn't expect that Xiaonan's reaction speed was so fast. What happened? He actually made his companion. So disgusting. And everyone in the third class was at a loss. Looking at Tomohisa lying on the ground again, his face was full of disgust. Is it a condition for starting ninjutsu just now? At this time, Xiaonan looked at Long Yi and suddenly spoke. Oops. Hearing this, Long Yi and the others changed their faces instantly, and the millennium killing was seen through. 011 The scars that Xiaonan can't erase. Sacrificing your teammates and launching ninjutsu, so as to get around behind me and meet the conditions for launching ninjutsu on me. Xiaonan kept his eyes on Long Yi, but his expression did not change. Very strange ninjutsu. It's amazing. Long also looked at Xiaonan and couldn't help frowning secretly. He only used the Millennium Kill once, and through his behavior and position, Xiaonan analyzed the key to the Millennium Kill. I have to say, Xiaonan is really amazing. To be able to do this, in addition to strong reasoning and analysis capabilities, it also requires a lot of practical experience to hone. Is that so? There is such a ninjutsu. Well, it's still disgusting. Hearing Xiaonan's explanation, the members of the third class suddenly realized. But looking at Tomohisa still lying on the ground, recalling the part where Long also poked, there is still a chill every day. Ninjas have various abilities and there are various restraint relationships. Therefore, the battle between ninjas is not just a simple confrontation, but an analysis of the opponent's ability, and then a corresponding battle is designated. Once the ability is seen through, it has already lost half. Especially compared with Xiaonan, Long Yi has a huge disparity in strength. Now that the Millennium Killing has been seen through, it is basically impossible for it to work again. Can you only use avatars? Long also thought in his heart, but looked at Xiao Li and the others not far away, and immediately rejected the idea. When he came to this world, the dragon had been strengthened 3 times in total, and he had 3 reliances. Radar ears are good at reconnaissance and are of little use in frontal combat. The enhanced version of the Millennium Kill has been seen through, so only the enhanced version of the avatar is left. But according to the time calculation, the Chuunin exam is not far away, and the 3 of the third class may become Long Yi's opponents. If he reveals his last whole card at this time, he will be at a huge disadvantage once he encounters a third class member in the Chuunin exam. Therefore, no matter what, you can't use the enhanced version of the substitute technique at this time. What if you see through it? After thinking for a while, Long also shouted suddenly, as if he was not convinced. Then, by himself, he continued to run around Xiaonan, trying to get behind her. Your ninjutsu is useless to me. Xiaonan's face was indifferent, his figure turned slightly in midair, and he kept facing Long Yi all the time. ... Seeing this scene, Hayate and Akai couldn't help frowning. Although Long Yi's ninjutsu is peculiar, it has been seen through, and as Xiaonan said, it is useless to her. But even so, Long was still stubborn in his actions, which made them feel a little distressed. Why? Even the three of them, looking at such a stubborn dragon, sighed slightly and shook their heads. It's really sad to be determined to do it even though it's useless. 8 gates Dunjia Shungman open. Unable to see the younger generation in his village being bullied like this, Akai was full of anger and immediately opened the first door. Whoosh! After opening the door, Akai was about to rush towards Xiaonan. And at this moment, one step ahead of him, Long Yi's figure suddenly disappeared again. Puff! Ah tilde. Then, after a muffled sound, there was another scream. Looking at the sound, Tomohisa, who had not yet got up, was stabbed again. The expression on his face is both painful and mixed with so little indescribable. I said so. Still using the old trick, Xiaonan hummed lightly and turned to Long Yi at the same time. Your ninjutsu is no longer good for me. Whoosh. But before she finished speaking, Long Yi's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot again. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Xiaonan opened his eyes instantly, his face full of surprise. She is clearly facing Long Yi, and it is impossible for Long to use ninjutsu against her. Puff. Ah tilde. At this moment, the voice just now sounded again, but this time it was not Tomohisa, but Coriander. Not good. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Coriander, who was just behind her, had already fallen to the ground, and Xiaonan's face changed drastically in an instant. Long Yi shifted again. At this time, she had turned her back on Long Yi. I know it's not good, but unfortunately, it's too late. Whoosh. Before Xiaonan could turn around again, Long Yi's figure had disappeared again. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86400. With a loud roar, the dragon also appeared behind Xiaonan, with Yin seal on both hands, aiming at the red mark in the center of the circle, poking it with all his strength. This is. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed greatly. This is not the second stage, but the third stage of Millennium Kill. Puff. The next moment, the familiar muffled sound rang out. Xiaonan, who has already been recruited, is full of resentment and shame. She never expected that Long would not only sacrifice his teammates one after another, but even his female teammates. Moreover, with such a wretched and vulgar move, he did not hesitate to deal with female teammates. If she hadn't underestimated Long Yi's lower limit, she would never have been able to get hit. I'm going to kill you. At the same time, Xiaonan, who was poked at the center of the circle, turned his resentment and shame into endless anger, and was about to kill Long Yi directly. What about being stabbed? Although shame, but it's just shame. With Shiki Paper Dance, she was completely immune to physical attacks. How could her only 2 fingers hurt her? Ah tilde tilde tilde. But the next moment, Xiaonan, who was about to shoot, suddenly let out an ecstatic whisper. Then his body suddenly softened and fell directly from the air. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86400, with more than a dozen negative effects such as burning, paralysis, weakness, bleeding, etc., it is no longer a simple physical attack. Success. Seeing that Xiaonan was shot down, everyone came back to their senses with excitement and joy on their faces. Especially Tomohisa, who was lying on the ground, sacrificed chrysanthemums one after another. It was too difficult for him. Whoa! At this moment, before everyone could cheer, Xiaonan's body suddenly turned into pieces of paper. Chi. Just in the middle of the swirling pieces of paper, I saw a detonating talisman, which had been ignited and was about to explode. Not good. This sudden accident caught everyone off guard. Even Akai, who opened the door to life, didn't have time to rescue Long. Long is also next to Xiaonan, and with his strength, he will definitely die. Boom. Before everyone could think about it, with a loud noise, the detonating talisman had exploded. The huge fire smoke engulfed the dragon in an instant. At the same time, somewhere in Reinin village, the clone was tilde. Sensing that her avatar was destroyed, Xiaonan didn't have time to react when a burning, numbness, and tingling pain came from below, which made her hum. Damn Konoha kid. I must kill you. After the avatar is destroyed, all influences are fed back to the main body. Knowing what happened, Xiaonan, who has always had a cold personality, was also instantly hysterical. In her life, Konoha gave her 2 scars that could not be erased. Once as a child, the Third Ninja War, Konoha destroyed her home. And this time, a Konoha kid exploded her chrysanthemum. 012 Chuunin exam. Hope it wasn't seen through. A few days later, after returning to Konoha successfully, Long also remembered the battle with Xiaonan. Unexpectedly, it was not Xiaonan's body, but a paper clone. But after thinking about it, it is also right. With Xiaonan's cautious personality, it is impossible to sneak into Konoha so rashly. But what was even more unexpected was that the detonating talisman was hidden in the paper avatar. At that time, the situation was too critical, and the dragon could only use the substitute technique. In order to hide his strength and cope with the upcoming Chuunin exam, Long also wanted to keep this trump card. It's a pity that people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations, and they were finally used in front of the third class. However, at that time, the incident happened suddenly, and the flames of the detonating talisman were obscured. Even if the third class noticed something was wrong, they might not be able to see the clue. Forget it. What has happened, no matter what the outcome, is irreversible. Long also sighed secretly. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to practice hard and learn more new skills. At present, the focus of cultivation is still the E-level body technique, drawing the sword and slashing. Day after day, day after day, day after day. It's finally done. This morning, after several months and repeated drawing of the sword nearly 1,000,000 times, Long Yi finally practiced drawing the sword. Open black lens bracket Takagi Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Shamanin. Organ, ear. Skills, Clone Jutsu E-level Ninjutsu, Draw Sword E-level Taijutsu. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86400. Substitute Strengthen plus 86400. At this time, looking at the personal panel, the item of drawing a knife and slashing has already appeared. There is still half a month before the next infinite enhancement, and the dragon has already decided at this time. If there is no other better option, strengthen the draw. After all, this skill is Long Yi's only serious attack skill at present. What will you practice next? After finally practicing drawing a sword, Long can finally breathe a sigh of relief, sit down and rest, while thinking about the next training plan. E-level transformation technique taught by the ninja school, the D-level instant body, immobilization, and invisibility techniques taught by Gale, and the C-level fireball technique taught by Iruka. Among them, the transformation technique is the easiest, but it belongs to the ninjutsu for reconnaissance and lurking, and it seems to be of little use in actual combat. And the dragon is also hard to imagine. Even if it is strengthened 86,400 times, what tricks can the transformation technique play? Can it gain the strength of the transformed object? It seems unlikely. The art of fireball. After some thought, Long also decided to continue to practice the technique of the fireball. After all, this is the most powerful ninjutsu that Ryuya can currently learn. Although he knew that with his aptitude, it would take a long time to train. It is precisely for this reason that the time should be divided into zeros and use of all kinds of free time to practice this technique. After confirming, Long also got up immediately and continued to practice. The practice of this ninjutsu was put on hold for a while, but what I didn't expect was that picking it up again brought more insights. Compared to the size of a lollipop before, he can now shoot a flame the size of a fist, which is a huge improvement. Long was also overjoyed, and practiced harder and harder. Time flies, and it's a few days in a flash. Finishing AD level mission today, Gale announced that the Chuunin exam will be held in Konoha. I have already explained the dangers involved. It is up to you to decide whether to participate or not. After an unreserved detailed introduction, Kaze looked at the three of them. The Chuunin exams gathered the two hidden villages of Konoha and Sandian, as well as many small ninja villages around them, and many ninjas. It is not only an assessment for promotion to Chuunin, but also a stage for countries to demonstrate their own force to deter other countries. It is for this reason that the Chuunin exam is extremely harsh, and it is very likely that you will die in it. In Hayate's view, among the three of Class 9, Long has also met the qualifications to take the exam, but Tomohisa and Coriander are obviously still far behind. If you sign up individually, it will be easier to handle, whoever can go. But the problem is that this exam needs to be registered collectively in the form of a team. Therefore, even the wind was tangled, and simply handed over the decision directly to themselves. I certainly can't. Coriander lacked self-confidence. After listening to the wind, she lowered her head and gave up completely in her heart. She was even thinking that the Chuunin exam is so dangerous, she might end up being a Chuunin for the rest of her life. I will die. Although Tomohisa is not so cowardly, as an average human being, when he hears that his life is in danger, he can't help but back away. We're in. Just as the two were muttering, Long also opened his mouth and made a direct statement. Huh. Tomojiu and Coriander were stunned for a moment, and they were instantly dumbfounded. Are you sure? Hayate looked serious and asked again. Of course. How can such a thing be a joke? Long also nodded, then stopped Tomojiu and Coriander by the shoulders, with a smile on his face. What do you say? Huh. Oh, yes. That's right. We're participating. We're sure to participate. Well. Obviously, Tomohisa and Coriander had already completely succumbed to Long Yi's lewd power. But since this is the case, the wind is not good to say anything more. In fact, he also had a little hope in his heart that Long could also bring these two. Even if you can't pass this exam in the end, at least experience it and accumulate experience to prepare for next year. Chuunin exam, huh? Long also had a smile on his face and a relaxed expression. In fact, he had already made up his mind. What is the easiest exam in the world? Of course, the exam that knows the answer in advance. As a transmigrator, Long also knew the content of this Chuunin exam. As early as a few months ago, Long had already made a detailed plan for this Chuunin exam. Although Juju and Coriander are both bronze, but the king is also carried by the dragon, this is stable. Then next, make up your mind. Now that he has decided to sign up, Hayate immediately decided to stop the mission for the next day and train with all his strength to prepare for the upcoming Chuunin exam. At this time, Gale is already thinking about the special training for Tomohisa and Coriander, and strives to bring their strength to a higher level during the exam. As for Long Yi, Gale Feng intuitively told him that he didn't seem to need his help for the time being. Next, the special training begins. Fire escape. The art of fireball. As the exam date approached, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Only Long Yi, as usual, continued to practice step by step. A few days later, a large number of other village ninjas appeared in Konoha, all of whom came to take the Chuunin exam. Among these people, Ryu also saw a few familiar figures: Gaara, Tamari, Konkuro from Sand Hidden, Tuz, Sak, and Jin from Otsunin village. She's here too. In addition, there is a flaming red-haired girl with glasses, which arouses Ryuya's interest. Recalling the plot carefully, yes, she did participate in the Chuunin exam this time. Interesting. Thinking of the relevant plot, Long couldn't help but chuckle. 013 mixing two games in a row. The grass ninja girl that Long Yi saved was the red-haired girl with glasses he saw from the village before, named Vortex Xianglin. In the original work, Xianglin is a member of Sasuke's Eagle Squad. Compared with the powerful Ghost Lantern Shueyu and Libra Shigego, the reason why Sasuke takes a fancy to it is precisely because of its powerful chakra perception and reconnaissance ability. And the peculiar physique that recovers from injuries by biting her. As the so-called three gangs of one hero, if you want to gain a foothold in this dangerous ninja world, in addition to your strong own strength, you also need helpers. And this time to save Xianglin, in order to subdue her. Now it seems that the dragon has successfully planted the seeds of love in Xianglin's heart, and the goal has been achieved. In fact, the reason why Xianglin in the original book loves Sasuke, even to death, is precisely because Sasuke saved her life in the Chuunin exam that year. It has to be said that Xianglin is not only a nympho, but also dedicated. Long Yi, you are finally back. When things were done, the dragon also returned. When they saw Long Yi who came back, Tomohisa and Coriander burst into tears with excitement, which was more kissable than seeing their own mother. Looking at the positions of the two, Long was also speechless for a moment. During the period of time he left, the two did not dare to move even half a step. As a trick, although the potential is almost, but I have to say, being obedient is also an advantage. Long couldn't help thinking, maybe he could train the two of them well and accept them as subordinates in the future. Let's go. These are all things to talk about later. Without thinking about it for the time being, the radar ears once again covered the entire forest. After redetermining the positions and dynamics of everyone, Long also greeted and led Tomohisa and Coriander to the tower in the center. The next journey, under the detection of radar ears, all went well. Arrive at the tower and submit the scrolls of heaven and earth, and Long Yi and the others will become the first team to pass the second round of assessment. Then next, make up your mind. The schedule stipulated that the second round of exams took 5 days, and Long Yi and the others only took less than 1 day, which meant that they had 4 days of buffer time before the third round of exams. Knowing that the three of them had successfully passed the second round of exams, Yugong Gale was delighted, and took Tomohisa and Coriander away directly, and continued to give them special training by the devil to prepare for the next exam. Although there are only 4 days, it's not fun to grind the gun after all. Fire escape. The art of fireball. On Long Yi's side, he still made arrangements by himself and continued to practice how fireball. 4 days went by in a flash, and the technique of the fireball made no progress. At the same time, with the deadline, the second round of exams ended. 27 teams before the exam, there are only 8 teams left. Now there's a provisional qualifier. We're only 24 people left, but in the examiner's view, it was still too many. Therefore, before the official third round of exams, a one-on-one qualifier will be held, and half of the people will be eliminated directly. As in the original book, the spy, Yao Shido, voluntarily gave up this exam because of his pain because he was worried that his true strength would be revealed in the competition. But even so, his abnormal performance attracted the attention of Kakashi and other Konoha Jonin. Result, there are only 23 people left, one-on-one, and 1 extra person will be promoted directly by me. When he saw that he had won the bye, Long was also dumbfounded. His luck was so good. However, looking at the eyes of the people around him, they are envious, jealous, and hateful, as if they are going to swallow Takagi alive, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The competition begins. Fortunately, at this time, the referee issued an order and the competition officially started. In the original book, the referee in this game should have been Moonlight Blast. But now, because Moonlight Blaze's team participated in the exam, for the sake of justice, the referee was replaced by Genma Shiranui, who is also a special joinin. Next, the one-on-one test begins. There are no rules, and one side falls down and loses combat effectiveness or admits defeat. The battle order and combination are basically unchanged. The addition of the 9th class only makes it slightly different. Originally, Sakura and Ino fought against each other, and they were both injured, and both were eliminated. It became Sakura to Tomohisa, Ino to Coriander, and as a result, the 9th class suffered a massive downsizing, and Sakura and Ino advanced to the third exam one after another. The competition is over. Finally, with twos defeating Choji Akamichi, the qualifiers officially ended. And 12 people advanced to the next game. In addition to the 9 people in the original book, there are Longya, Sakura, and Ino. According to the 3 generations of Hokage, in order to inform the results of the qualifying competition for the heads of countries, they were invited to watch the final exam. At the same time, it is also time for candidates to prepare. The real third exam will be held a month later. Immediately afterwards, 12 people drew lots on the spot to directly determine the grouping for the third test. The result is that the battle order and combination remain unchanged, except for the 3 extras, Sakura vs. Ino, and Ryuya vs. Twos. Seeing this result, Long couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that he is going to buy again? If the plot didn't change, Toth would challenge Gaara before the exam and get killed instantly. The third test adopts the elimination system until the champion is finally decided. In this way, in the first round of the third round of exams, Long also had no opponent and directly advanced to the next round. Who knows? However, if it really follows the original plot, and even the first round is not completed, great changes will occur. What will happen that day contains too many uncertain factors, even Long can't predict. In this case, he is too lazy to think about it. In short, he now has an extra month of buffer time. What are your plans for the next month? After the candidates were dismissed, the 9th class got together, and the wind asked Long Yi. Tomojiu and Coriander have been eliminated, so Gaifeng has time to help Long Yi cultivate. But Long Yi, who obviously shouldn't be very strong, always has unexpected actions, and there is a feeling that people can't see through. As for the guidance of Long Yi, the special Jonin of Hurricane, I have no confidence in it, so I ask this question first. Thank you teacher for your kindness. In the next month, I plan to practice on my own. That's it, that's fine. Gaofeng nodded. Not only was there no accident, but he felt a sense of relief. In fact, as a special Junin, there are still many things that dragons can learn from Hayate. And the reason why Long also made this decision is because of his own ideas. 1 month. If all goes well, this month should yield something. 014 The plot gradually changed. The grass ninja girl that Long Yi saved was the red-haired girl with glasses he saw from the village before, named Vortex Xianglin. In the original work, Xianglin is a member of Sasuke's Eagle Squad. Compared with the powerful Ghost Lantern Shueyu and Libra Shiguo, the reason why Sasuke is favored is precisely because of its powerful chakra perception and detection ability. And the peculiar physique that recovers from injuries by biting her. As the so-called 3 gangs of one hero, if you want to gain a foothold in this dangerous ninja world, in addition to your strong own strength, you also need helpers. And this time to save Xianglin, in order to subdue her. Now it seems that the dragon has successfully planted the seeds of love in Xianglin's heart, and the goal has been achieved. In fact, the reason why Xianglin in the original book loves Sasuke, even to death, is precisely because Sasuke saved her life in the Chuunin exam that year. It has to be said that Xianglin is not only a nympho, but also dedicated. Long Yi, you are finally back. When things were done, the dragon also returned. When they saw Long Yi who came back, Tomohisa and Coriander burst into tears with excitement, which was more kissable than seeing their own mother. Looking at the positions of the two, Long was also speechless for a moment. During the period of time he left, the two did not dare to move even half a step. As a trick, although the potential is almost, but I have to say, being obedient is also an advantage. Long couldn't help thinking, maybe he could train the two of them well and accept them as subordinates in the future. Let's go. These are all things to talk about later. Without thinking about it for the time being, the radar ears once again covered the entire forest. After redetermining the positions and dynamics of everyone, Long also greeted and led Tomohisa and Coriander to the tower in the center. The next journey, under the detection of radar ears, all went well. Arrive at the tower and submit the scrolls of heaven and earth, and Long Yi and the others will become the first team to pass the second round of assessment. Then next, make up your mind. The schedule stipulated that the second round of exams took 5 days, and Long Yi and the others only took less than 1 day, which meant that they had 4 days of buffer time before the third round of exams. Knowing that the 3 of them had successfully passed the second round of exams, Yugong Gale was delighted, and took Tomohisa and Coriander away directly, and continued to give them special training by the devil to prepare for the next exam. Although there are only 4 days, it's not fun to grind the gun after all. Fire escape. The art of fireball. On Long Yi's side, he still made arrangements by himself and continued to practice how fireball. 4 days went by in a flash, and the technique of the fireball made no progress. At the same time, with the deadline, the second round of exams ended. 27 teams before the exam, there are only 8 teams left. Now there's a provisional qualifier. We're only 24 people left, but in the examiner's view, it was still too many. Therefore, before the official third round of exams, a one-on-one qualifier will be held, and half of the people will be eliminated directly. As in the original book, the spy, Yao Shido, voluntarily gave up this exam because of his pain because he was worried that his true strength would be revealed in the competition. But even so, his abnormal performance attracted the attention of Kakashi and other Konoha Junin. Result, there are only 23 people left, one-on-one, and 1 extra person will be promoted directly by me. When he saw that he had won the bye, Long was also dumbfounded. His luck was so good. However, looking at the eyes of the people around him, they are envious, jealous, and hateful, as if they are going to swallow Takagi alive, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The competition begins. Fortunately, at this time, the referee issued an order and the competition officially started. In the original book, the referee in this game should have been Moonlight Blast. But now, because Moonlight Blaze's team participated in the exam, for the sake of justice, the referee was replaced by Genma Shiranui, who is also a special joinin. Next, the one-on-one test begins. There are no rules, and one side falls down and loses combat effectiveness or admits defeat. The battle order and combination are basically unchanged. The addition of the 9th class only makes it slightly different. Originally, Sakura and Ino fought against each other, and they were both injured, and both were eliminated. It became Sakura to Tomohisa, Ino to Coriander, and as a result, the 9th class suffered a massive downsizing, and Sakura and Ino advanced to the third exam one after another. The competition is over. Finally, with twos defeating Choji Akamichi, the qualifiers officially ended. And, 12 people advanced to the next game. In addition to the 9 people in the original book, there are Longya, Sakura, and Ino. According to the 3 generations of Hokage, in order to inform the results of the qualifying competition for the heads of countries, they were invited to watch the final exam. At the same time, it is also time for candidates to prepare. The real third exam will be held a month later. Immediately afterwards, 12 people drew lots on the spot to directly determine the grouping for the third test. The result is that the battle order and combination remain unchanged, except for the 3 extras, Sakura vs. Ino, and Ryuya vs. Twos. Seeing this result, Long couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that he is going to buy again? If the plot didn't change, Toth would challenge Gaara before the exam and get killed instantly. The third test adopts the elimination system until the champion is finally determined. In this way, in the first round of the third round of exams, Long also had no opponent and directly advanced to the next round. Who knows? However, if it really follows the original plot, and even the first round is not completed, great changes will occur. What will happen that day contains too many uncertain factors, even Long can't predict. In this case, he is too lazy to think about it. In short, he now has an extra month of buffer time. What are your plans for the next month? After the candidates were dismissed, the 9th class got together, and the wind asked Long Yi. Tomojiu and Coriander have been eliminated, so Gaifeng has time to help Long Yi cultivate. But Long Yi, who obviously shouldn't be very strong, always has unexpected actions, and there is a feeling that people can't see through. As for the guidance of Long Yi, the special Jonin of Hurricane, I have no confidence in it, so I asked this question first. Thank you teacher for your kindness. In the next month, I plan to practice on my own. That's it, that's fine. Gao Feng nodded. Not only was there no accident, but he felt a sense of relief. In fact, as a special Junin, there are still many things that dragons can learn from Hayate. And the reason why Long also made this decision is because of his own ideas. 1 month. If all goes well, this month should yield something. 015 Jiraiya debut. The time has finally come. At the same time as the preliminaries ended, the 60 days just passed, and the dragon also got an infinite chance to strengthen again. Strengthen drawing sword. The decision was made long ago, and the dragon also directly issued the order. This infinite enhancement, target, skill, draw sword. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket as the host confirmed. Close black lens bracket. Okay. Clicking one after another, even some can't wait. Infinite enhancement begins. Target, skill, draw sword. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket drawing / strengthen +1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket drawing / strengthen +2 close black lens bracket. ... Drawing sword strengthen +10, power increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket drawing / enhanced +11 close black lens bracket. ... Drawing / strengthen +100, speed increase. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket drawing / enhanced +101 close black lens bracket. ... Drawing / strengthen +1000, get the effect of charging. Close black lens bracket. Drawing / enhanced +1001. ... The system strengthening begins, which will last for a whole day. Long also chooses to block again, and then begins his plan. Ah, it's hot. I went straight to the hot spring bath in the village, and as soon as I entered the men's bath, I heard a scream. Long couldn't help but smile and found it. Then I looked at the sound, and I saw Naruto fell into the hot spring water, and was screaming and screaming. On the shore, Ebisu, who was wearing glasses, was smiling wickedly. After the preliminaries, Naruto and Sasuke from Class 7 also advanced. Because Kakashi wanted to teach Sasuke how to use the writing wheel and teach Chidori, he had no time to take care of Naruto, so he entrusted him to Ebisu. At this time, I have to say that Kakashi is a little biased. Although Naruto's weakest is the foundation, and Ebisu is also an expert in this area. Long also rejected Hayate's guidance. His so-called self-arrangement was actually to hitch a ride with Naruto again. Hey, Naruto, you are here too. After finding the person, Long also pretended to meet by chance and greeted him. Dragon 2. Climbing up from the water, Naruto couldn't help but wonder when he saw the dragon who suddenly appeared. Why are you here? Of course I'm here to take a hot spring, otherwise what else can I do? Long also smiled, and then asked a question. Aren't you? Haha, of course I'm not. Naruto was careless for a while, and said with a smile on his hips. I'm here to practice. Cultivation. Long also pretended to be puzzled and asked curiously. Cultivation in the hot spring, how to cultivate? It's just walking on the water. To chakra. Naruto, who is a little nervous, can't sense that the dragon is actually guiding him intentionally. And as his first close friend, Naruto was not wary of dragons, so he said it in detail. So it is. After listening to this, Long was also full of excitement. Since Naruto works so hard, how can I slack off? Let's practice together. Naruto nodded, his face full of joy. At the same time advancing to the third test, he and Long will definitely become opponents, but they are also friends. Friends compete with each other, work together to make progress together. Is there a more passionate story than this? It's done. Long also smiled, and he was happy that the hitchhiker had already entered the station. Ebisu had no obligation to guide the dragon who suddenly appeared. But since he's here, he won't drive him away, let him go anyway. Next, Naruto continued to practice standing on the water, and Ryu also practiced the fireball. With the power of the fireball technique, it is naturally not suitable to practice in the hot spring bath, but with the power of the dragon and the fireball, it doesn't matter if you can practice it in the bathroom. Next, the plot continues. Ebisu found out that the pervert was peeking at the woman's bath next door and wanted to uphold justice, but was killed by the pervert instead. Because the satyr killed Ebisu, and Naruto lost his instructor, he relied on the satyr. The satyr originally thought it was troublesome and was unwilling to deal with Naruto. As a result, Naruto used a seduction technique to get the satyr in an instant. In the end, the satyr took over Ebisu and guided Naruto's next cultivation. And this satyr is one of the 3 ninjas who was famous in World War II and whose strength is still higher than that of Kakashi. He has taught 4 generations of Hokage, Nagato, Konan and other shadow-level powerhouses, Jiraiya. And me. At this time, the dragon also came over. You knocked out Ebisu-sensei, so you came to guide me instead of him. Yes. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately nodded in agreement. In fact, Ebisu had no obligation to guide Ryuya, and Jiraiya knocked Ebisu out, so he had nothing to do with Ryuya. But I don't know how it is related. Moreover, on the surface, Ryu also cultivated with Naruto, as if they were both receiving guidance from Ebisu. As for Naruto, he didn't understand the relationship and rationale at all. Just thinking that the dragon is also his best friend, of course we have to practice together. Well. In fact, Jiraiya didn't appear by accident, he came to Naruto. As the orphan of the 4th Hokage, Naruto is like his grandson. But at this time, there was suddenly a dragon, which was unexpected to Jiraiya. But in the end, a sheep is driven, a group of sheep is released, it doesn't matter if there is one more person, and the dragon is also a ninja of Konoha. Jiraiya nodded and promised to teach Longye together. It's done. Long was also overjoyed when he got the answer. He finally got on the ride. Next, Jiraiya officially started guiding the 2 of them. The first is Naruto, practicing water walking, but it is actually a control problem of chakra. Jiraiya can see at a glance that the reason why Naruto can't control chakra is actually because of the problem with the 9-tails seal on his body, and Orochimaru did his tricks. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya also lifted the seal attached to Orochimaru. As a result, Naruto's chakra control ability was greatly increased, and he soon learned to walk on water. Seeing the excited Naruto, Jiraiya couldn't help thinking, next time he should teach Naruto how to use the 9-tailed chakra. Teacher Jiraiya, please come and guide me too. At this time, the dragon also spoke. Oh, sorry, I forgot about you for a while. Zilai smiled embarrassedly, and came over to guide Longye. Long is also practicing how fireball, and Jiraiya instructs him in this ninjutsu. At this time, I have to say that, as one of the 3 ninjas, he is also a master of fire escape, and the level of Jiraiya is far beyond what the wind can reach. Under the targeted guidance of Jiraiya, the dragon also opened up like a mess. Fire escape. The art of fireball. After several tests, the fireball that was originally the size of a fist has become the size of a basketball. And Jiraiya, looking at this so-called flamboyant fireball, couldn't help but look embarrassed. Ha. Immediately afterwards, Zilai also suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. This stupid talent is exactly the same as his childhood. For a time, he couldn't help but like this young man named Longye. Come back tomorrow and I'll teach you some awesome stuff. It was already late, and Jiraiya also said something, carrying the fainted Ebisu and leaving. Tomorrow. The corner of Long Yi's mouth smiled lightly, which is really exciting. Why not strengthen the brain? Who said the brain represents talent? No, it seems that I can't reply to book reviews, maybe I have to pay for it, so I will explain it here. The brain does not represent talent. As a traveler, the protagonist's IQ is not low. Cultivation talent is a comprehensive manifestation of the body, and it cannot be solved by strengthening any part of the body. Moreover, infinite reinforcement is not directional reinforcement. Whether it is an organ or a skill, it will only be enhanced and expanded on the original basis. Therefore, strengthening the brain is likely to strengthen the thinking ability, and it is not a direct talent that everyone imagines. To reiterate, strengthening is not directional, just like a reader's book review, saying that strengthening the hand, with the Millennium Kill, directly pierces the enemy chrysanthemum. Just imagine, what if the enhancement is not strength and strength, but flexibility? At the same time as the 1,000-year-old killing chrysanthemum, the 5 fingers flexibly caressed, tisk tisk, that feeling. 016 An uneasy night. At night, Naruto, who had exhausted his energy during the day, had already fallen asleep. And Long Yi, who also practiced for a day, quietly left the house. Somewhere in Konoha village, a lonely figure sitting on the ridge is Gaara of Sandian. After a while, another figure appeared on the roof ridge, but it was Tuz of Yinin village. Lord Orochimaru. No, Orochimaru, I will prove to you that my power is not only worthy of being a bait. Tuz clenched his fists, swore in his heart, and then attacked Gaara. As a subordinate of Orochimaru, Top's purpose of participating in the Chuunin exam this time was just as a bait to guide Sasuke. Tuz, who is proud of his character, is not willing to endure this humiliation. So he wants Orochimaru to prove that he is more valuable than Sasuke, and the way to prove it is to defeat Sasuke in the third exam. In order to directly fight against Sasuke, Tosa's method is very simple, killing Sasuke's original opponent Gaara in the third test, as well as his opponent Ryuya. In this way, the two of them who are freed up can logically become opponents. As for who to attack first, Tuz decided to give priority to Gaara, who seemed to be a bigger threat. Top's ability is sound waves, confident that his voice attack can be faster than Gaara's sand. But what he didn't know was that Gaara was far from simple. This is. Under the moonlight, when he saw Gaara turned into a huge monster, Tuz was instantly dumbfounded, his face full of horror. Boom. The next moment, poor Tuz was slapped to death by the one-tailed Gaara. And from the beginning to the end, the role of Tuz, just like the arrangement of Orochimaru, is just a bait. It's amazing. I didn't expect him to be like this. At the same time, in a corner of the village, as Orochimaru's spy planted in Konoha, watching this scene, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. There is another person opposite him, the leader of the Cheyenne village, Maki. At this time, the two met in secret, and when they were discussing the third exam, they jointly launched an attack on Konoha, an operation called Konoha Destruction Plan. Sound Ninja Village was founded by Orochimaru, who defected from Konoha, and came back this time to destroy Konoha. After a series of plans by Orochimaru, he succeeded in uniting the allies on the surface of Konoha, but in fact the village of Sandian, which is in urgent need of a war. There is such a thing. You must report to Hokage-sama immediately. It has been negotiated here, and in the dark corner, a figure lurks, it is Moonlight Blast. Recently, the situation in the village has continued. He was ordered to investigate. He did not expect to learn such important news. Here comes a mouse. At this moment, Maki suddenly moved, and went straight to the wind that just wanted to leave. When it was exposed, Gao Feng's face was dignified, so he could only do it, and without hesitation, he pulled out the long knife behind him. Noba Ryu Swordsmanship, Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. With a loud shout, Gale turned into 3 clones and launched a surprise attack on Maki at the same time. The main body of Gale, on the other hand, watched from the sidelines, seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack from the blind spot of Magi. Click. As the profound meaning of Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, even Maki could not escape the dance of the three suns and moons. Gale's long knife slashed directly into his shoulder. At such a young age, to be able to acquire such profound meaning, even Maki couldn't help but praise Gale's talent. But the next moment, Gale found that the knife he had slashed into Maki's shoulder could not be pulled out. At this time, Maki's fingertips condensed the wind blade, and he was about to slash at the wind. Not good. The wind was shocked, but it was too late to dodge. Clang. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed by Maki's side, clenching Kuu's backhand and stabbed Maki's eyes. As a Jonin, Maki reacted quickly, and also blocked this sneak attack with Kunwu. But because of this, the release of the wind blade was interrupted. Go. The sneak attacker missed a single hit and didn't entangle him, but grabbed Gale's waist and turned around to leave. Can't run. Maki's face sank, and the wind blade condensed again, and cut it directly. This is a powerful A-level ninjutsu that wants to kill both the wind and the sneak attack. Boom. But at the next moment, what Maki didn't expect was that what he hit turned out to be a stone. Substitute. Maji's face was surprised. Under such circumstances, he could still perform the avatar technique. Is this action too fast? Quote. At this time, looking at it again, there is no other person's figure. Maki frowned again, suddenly approached, and quickly disappeared. The strength of the other party should not be underestimated. Dragon 2. A moment later, somewhere in the village, the wind that was already safe was shocked when he saw the face of saving others. Now is not the time to talk about it. Long also had a serious expression, and directly interrupted what the wind had not said yet. You're right. The wind nodded, his expression extremely serious. Cheyenne and Ninja Village actually joined forces to attack Konoha. This matter must be notified to Hokage-sama immediately. After saying that, Gale jumped up and went straight to the third Hokage residence. Watching Gale leave, Long couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The teacher's life and death were at stake, and it was finally over. Meanwhile, Maki and Do are here. It's been exposed. So what? Facing the worried Maki, Kaoru smiled indifferently. Putting away the conspiracy and tricks, the essence of war is still the real strength. The kunai that has been shot, there is no reason to take it back. Whether to continue this mission, I will ask Master Feng. Maggie's face was expressionless, he didn't listen to the fudge, and then turned to leave. The corner of his mouth chuckled, the general situation has been decided, and it is impossible to change. Maki was undecided, but Hayate had already reported the news to Hokage. The stakes are very important, and the 3 generations of Hokage immediately convened the main Shengnin in the village, as well as other high-level officials, to discuss countermeasures. Back. Tonight is destined to be an uneasy night, but Long Yi's task has been completed and he goes home to sleep. The next night was silent, and the next morning, Long also got up and went to the hot spring again. According to what he said yesterday, Jiraiya will teach them some great things today. What it is, although Long Yi has already guessed, he is still full of expectations. After all, what he lacks most now is all kinds of ninjutsu skills. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded, and the sword was strengthened. 017 The power to sever the world. Excellent. Long Yi was overjoyed, and immediately opened the system to check the specific situation of strengthening. Knife and cut, E-level physical skills. A move that quickly draws the sword and slashes the enemy. This strengthening is mainly in 2 aspects. One is speed. When you hold the handle of the knife, you can instantly complete the drawing and slashing. In other words, when Long Yi's hand held the hilt, the blade was already cut. In other words, if the enemy wants to dodge, they can only choose before Ryuya holds the sword. Once the dragon also holds the knife, everything will rest. The second is power. which is mainly reflected in destructive power and attack distance. Under normal circumstances, the enhanced version of the sword can cut out a huge air blade in the shape of a crescent moon and a diameter of 3 meters from the blade. Its sharpness is enough to cut through steel in an instant. And the farthest distance of sword chi can reach 30 meters. So strong. Seeing this, Long was also surprised. In this way, as long as you hold the hilt in your hand, with a radius of 30 meters, you are always within Long Yi's attack range. Accumulate. Strengthened to this level, drawing a knife is terrible enough. In addition to this, a special ability called Power Storage has been strengthened. According to the introduction of the system, holding the handle of the knife and maintaining the ready posture of drawing the knife, you can accumulate power. The longer the charging time, the greater the power of the slash. There is no upper limit on how big it is to be marked by the system. According to the theory, the dragon can also divide the whole world in two as long as it accumulates power for a long enough time. Nima. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but utter a foul language, which was too outrageous. Of course, if you want to divide the world into two, the time it takes to accumulate power is probably not enough from the birth of the dragon to the death of old age. However, in some special cases, this ability is likely to exert unimaginably powerful effects. Amazing. After reading the introduction of Draw Sword, Long was also very happy. Starting today, he finally has his own strong attack skills. Open black lens bracket Hokage Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Shamanin. Organ, ear. Skill, Clone Jutsu E rank Ninjutsu. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86,400 E level physical skills. Substitute Jutsu Strengthen plus 86400 E class Ninjutsu. Draw Sword and Strengthen plus 86400 E level physical art. At the same time, Long Yi's personal panel changed again. Looking at the list of skills, there is only one E-level clone left for the unenhanced skills. Long also sighed secretly, strengthening every 60 days. If he has no skills to strengthen after a certain time, it would be too embarrassing. Go. Thinking of this, the dragon couldn't help but quicken his pace. Jiraiya also promised to teach them some powerful things, but I don't know what ninjutsu is. A few minutes later, Ryuya arrived at the hot spring bath, and neither Jiraiya nor Naruto had arrived yet. Obviously, he arrived too early. Since it hasn't arrived yet, the dragon simply calmed down and continued to practice the technique of the fireball. After half an hour, Naruto arrived. Didn't see Jiraiya, muttered a few words unhappily. Seeing that Long had also begun to practice, he cheered up and continued to practice his water walking. Nearly an hour later, the sun was already high, and in the voice of Naruto's complaints, Jiraiya finally came too late. Yo, boys, not bad. Seeing the two of them practicing on their own, Jiraiya couldn't help but nodded. Knowing that the two of them have been waiting for a long time, they said with a smile. Then next, start a new practice. Lustful immortal, what kind of cultivation? Great practice. Jiraiya also pretended to be mysterious, and then said solemnly. Naruto, next I'll teach you psychics. Spirituality. Naruto was startled, what is psychicism? Sure enough. On the other side of Long Yi, there is a secret way. It is like the original plot, and it is still this technique. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya began to explain and demonstrate spiritism to Naruto, and then took out the contract scroll and asked Naruto to sign his name on it with blood. In this way, after the contract is successfully signed, Naruto can summon contract creatures to fight through psychics. The characteristics of spiritualism: the greater the number of chakras, the stronger the summoned creatures. I have to say that this is the fastest technique for Naruto, who has 9-tailed chakra, to improve his strength in a short period of time. Quote. While Jiraiya was teaching Naruto, Ryu also continued to practice the fireball. But in fact, his radar ears could hear Jiraiya's explanation clearly. But unfortunately, ninjutsu does not know the seal, you can learn it by listening to a few explanations. Otherwise, Long Yi, who has radar ears, can learn all kinds of ninjutsu secretly. What's more, the key to psychics is to sign contracts with creatures. Without this blood pact, no creature would be summoned. Spirituality. At this time, Naruto had finished his studies and began to practice on his own. But unfortunately, a big toad was not summoned, but a newly hatched tadpole. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but complain, Naruto really has no talent in this regard. Teacher Jiraiya. At this time, Long couldn't help but speak. You won't forget me again. Ah, oh, how could that be, ah ha ha. Zilai was also startled, then raised his head and laughed. Long also had a black line. Obviously, he had forgotten him again. Brother Long Yi. Jiraiya came over and said solemnly. I also teach you a powerful ninjutsu. Is it psychic? Long was also full of excitement, and his resentment disappeared in an instant. Not psychic. But unfortunately, Jiraiya shook his head. Spirituality requires a contract. Miao Mushin, who signed a contract with me, rarely makes a contract with outsiders. This way. Long was also disappointed in an instant, and he generally understood in his heart. Miaomu Mountain, as a sacred place for immortals, would not be accepted by ordinary people. And the reason why he was able to sign a contract with Naruto, of course, was because of Naruto's identity. After all, he is the orphan of the fourth Hokage. The 4 generations of Hokage are the senior contractors of Miaomu Mountain. Contract psychic beasts are about inheritance. And Long Yi, the children of ordinary civilians, under normal circumstances, cannot be accepted by Miao Mushin. Don't be disappointed, I want to teach you this ninjutsu, but it's also C rank. Seeing that Long Yi was a little depressed, Zilai also comforted him. Spiritualism is indeed C rank ninjutsu, but its power is sometimes better than S rank ninjutsu. How can other C rank ninjutsu be compared? But having said that, Naruto finally channeled Toad Wenta because of the huge 9-tailed chakra in his body, which is really powerful for ordinary people to use. Then please, Teacher Jiraiya. Either way, something is better than nothing. And with Long Yi's aptitude, it is estimated that he can't learn ninjutsu that is too advanced. Another, he has an infinite strengthening system, even if it is C-level ninjutsu, it can be strengthened into a magical skill. Actually, the ninjutsu I'm going to teach you next is just right for you. Seeing Long also cheered up, Jiraiya nodded, and then said solemnly. This ninjutsu is called Toad Oil Bomb. 018 the first C-level skill. Toad Oil Bomb, C-level, converts chakra in the body into oil, and breathes out the ninjutsu to attack the enemy. Due to the high viscosity of the oil, the enemy will be covered with a film of oil when hit, which will affect the ability to move. Moreover, it can also be used in conjunction with fire escape ninjutsu, and it has a powerful burning ability after being ignited. Overall, this is a multifaceted ninjutsu that can both control and hurt. By daily accumulation. Compared with ordinary ninjutsu, it is released immediately after the operation is completed. The Toad Oil Bomb converts chakra into oil, which can be stored in the body. When it needs to be used, it can be spit out as long as it has a yin seal. In this way, even if Long Yi's talent is limited, he can only convert a little oil each time he casts it. It can also be accumulated over time to achieve a considerable amount, and it can be released at one time when fighting the enemy, so as to play an effect. As Jiraiya said, this is a ninjutsu just right for Ryuya. Excellent. When he learned this, Long couldn't help but feel excited. This means that even with his aptitude, he can master this C-rank ninjutsu. You know, up to now, the dragon has no C-level skills. Moreover, you can also strengthen this ninjutsu through the system, and strengthen the C-level ninjutsu 86,400 times. It is exciting to think about it. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Thinking of this, the excited Long Yi bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Compared to psychics, this ninjutsu really suits him better. Then let's start. Jiraiya smiled, and then began to instruct Longya to practice toad oil bombs. I have to say that even with such a simple ninjutsu, it takes some time to master with Long Yi's aptitude. In such a flash, it was 10 days. Toad bomb. After 10 days of hard work, Long was finally able to convert chakra into oil, and he couldn't wait to try it out of excitement. Puff. The next moment, an oil bomb the size of a lollipop spat out of Long Yi's mouth. It landed on the ground, leaving a fairly round mark. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is a toad oil bomb, or spit. Spirituality. Looking at Naruto, the original tadpole was still channeled, although it had 2 more hind legs. 10 days have passed, and the tadpoles have long legs, but Naruto is still unable to master the psychic arts. It won't be so coincidental. Konoha's 2 dumbest students are with me. Looking at Ryuya and Naruto, I muttered for a while. However, in contrast, Longya and Naruto were not depressed, but excited. After all, they have made great progress. After the excitement, the 2 became more and more emotional and continued to practice hard. Next, time passed day by day. Naruto still comes to Jiraiya every day to practice psychics. However, the dragon is no longer here, but stays at home and uses all the time to convert as much chakra into oil as possible. With such a fast time, 2 days before the 3rd exam, the amount of oil stored in Long Yi's body finally reached the upper limit. Twice. Long also estimated that with the amount of toad oil he could store, he could only use normal toad oil bombs twice. Excellent. But even so, the dragon was still happy for a while. After all, this is the first time he can really use C-rank ninjutsu. The oil has been full. The next 2 days, recharge your energy. In such a blink of an eye, the 3rd session of the Chuunin exam begins. The huge circular competition arena in Konoha Village, the surrounding stands can accommodate thousands of spectators, and the seats are full at this time. In addition, on the summit platform directly opposite, Hokage, Kazekage, as well as the daimyo and leaders of various countries are already seated. What a big battle. Entering the arena with other players, standing in the middle of the competition arena, looking at the surrounding scenes, Long couldn't help but be shocked. Although I have seen this scene in the anime, it is another feeling to experience it as a player. Sure enough. After calming down, Long also took a look. Apart from Sakura and Ino, there were no figures of Tuz and Sasuke among the players. Tuz has been killed by Gaara, and of course he won't appear again. And Sasuke, who is still cultivating with Kakashi, if according to the original plot, a handsome appearance will come at the last moment. First match. Start. Without wasting time, I didn't know who Oshwanjian gave a soft drink, and the competition officially began. The first game, Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Quote. Long Yi, who had returned to the auditorium, was not paying attention to the competition arena, but was observing the surroundings of the venue. After looking around, he frowned. All over the venue, guards have been arranged, but just like in the original book, there are only 8 Anbu. Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja united to prepare to attack Konoha in the 3rd match, and Moonlight Blast had already reported to the 3 generations of Hokage. That being the case, why didn't the guards be strengthened? Looks like I'm busy. In retrospect, even in the original plot, before the 3rd match, Konoha executives had already sensed the approaching danger, so they took measures. Now it seems that although the exact news has been obtained, Konoha's measures have not changed much. Thinking about it, in addition to the venue, there are also big names and leaders of various countries, as well as Konoha's children and civilians, all of whom need protection, and there are too many places that need combat power. Hope it's better. Long also took a deep breath. The next thing was no longer in his hands, so he simply watched the game with peace of mind. Everything, as the original plot development. In the first game, Naruto Uzumaki defeated Neji Hyuga. In the second game, Sasuke treated Gaara, because Sasuke didn't arrive for the time being, so it was postponed. In the third game, Kankuro voluntarily abstained from the oil girl Shino. Is it the same as the original? Seeing this scene, Long Yi frowned again. Kankuro abstained, indicating that he wanted to preserve his strength, and since he wanted to preserve his strength, it meant that Sand Ninja would still attack Konoha. In the fourth game, Temari vs. Shikamaru, Shikamaru successfully controlled Temari, but voluntarily conceded defeat at the last moment. In the fifth game, Sakura vs. Ino, Sakura wins. Long also thought that the result of this game would be the same as the qualifiers in the original book, and the two of them both retired from exhaustion. Who knew that Sakura planned a battle against the technique of turning the heart, and easily defeated Ino. It can be seen that during this month, Sakura also conducted special training. Compared to the original book at this time, she has become stronger. No. Thinking of this, Long Yi was startled again. Why hasn't Sasuke arrived yet? According to the original plot, after the Temari and Shikamaru competition is over, Sasuke should arrive. But now, Sakura and Ino have finished their comparison, and Sasuke is still late. What happened? Long Yi frowned more and more tightly. The butterfly effect had begun, and because of his existence, the development of things had begun to deviate from the original plot. In this way, everything will gradually get out of Long Yi's control and understanding, which is not a good thing for him. Next time, Takagi Ryu also loves me. At this moment, the referee suddenly shouted. 019 Long Yi vs. Gaara. Huh. Hearing this, the dragon in the stands was also completely dumbfounded. The audience at the scene, as well as the heads of countries on the summit stage, wanted to see Sasuke and Gaara the most. Naruto and Neji, Shikamaru and Temari, these two games are also exceptionally exciting, indeed unexpected. Let's not mention this for the time being. It is for this reason that Sasuke was late and did not disqualify, but postponed their game. But who knows, until now, Sasuke has not arrived yet. The game can neither be interrupted nor proceed to the next round. At this time, there are no contestants, only Gaara and Ryu are left. There is no other way, only the two of them can compete. Dragon 2. Shifeng said with a solemn expression. If it doesn't work, it's better to abstain. After all, the opponent is that kind of monster. Dragon can do it too. Coriander is right. Long also will definitely be able to get rid of Sa Yin's dark circles. In contrast, Coriander and Tomohisa are also quite confident in dragons. At this time, Gaara has already ended. I'll try my best. Returning to God, Long Yi sighed with a wry smile, then jumped over the railing and jumped directly from the stand. Just now, Long also reasoned. Since Sasuke is late, Gaara won't get hurt in the test. Gaara, who is not injured, will not lose control. If Gaara hadn't gotten out of control, he might have turned into a tail here. The tailed beast that suddenly appeared inside the village was undoubtedly a huge disaster. In order to avoid this disaster, Long had no choice but to replace Sasuke and hurt Gaara to bring things back to the original plot. Let's not look at the back of this crane. We're going to see Uchiha. Refund. With determination, Long also stood up to protect Konoha. But what I didn't expect was that as soon as he got off the stage, he was immediately ridiculed by the surrounding audience. There are still people calling for a refund. You are from Dian Club. A boring match. This kid will definitely be killed by Gaara. Apart from the unreasonable audience, the heads of countries on the summit stage were not optimistic about Long Yi at all. In fact, in every game of this exam, there are bets. And this time, the bet is not on who wins or who loses, but how long Dragon can last under Gaara's hands. Stick to 10 minutes, and the odds have reached 178. Looking at Gaara on the opposite side, he is withdrawn and has no nonsense. Long also concentrates and reads Gaara's heart, only the word, death. Obviously, Gaara didn't take Ryuya seriously at all. Instead, because of Sasuke's late arrival, he angered Ryuya, and he was already full of killing intent towards Ryuya. Okay. Long also sighed secretly. From top to bottom, he was completely flattered. The competition begins. The two sides were already in place, and Shiranui Xuanjian did not waste time, and then there was a light drink, and the competition officially began. Whoa! Gaara's ability is to control the sand, and when the competition starts, a stream of sand hits Ryuya. Puff! The speed of the sand was very fast, and the front section was as sharp as thorns. With a muffled sound, blood spattered, and the gathered sand directly penetrated Long Yi's chest. How come? Dragon also. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Hurricane, Tomohisa, and Coriander in the stands instantly changed greatly, full of panic and sadness. At this time, they remembered that the reason why Long Yi was able to create miracles one after another seemed to be because of that peculiar 1,000-year-old ninjutsu. But in a one-on-one situation, the enemy won't turn their back on you at all. And without the cooperation of Juju and Coriander, the dragon can't move the second and third stages. I should have stopped him. Gale was full of self-blame. He had clearly seen the appearance of Gaara's monster, but he still let the dragon go. This kid lost too fast. It's normal. Without self-knowledge, it's a pity that at such a young age, he lost his life in vain. Other spectators in the stands were also discussing for a while. It's a pity for Long Yi's death, but not surprised by the result. Hong. Just when everyone thought that the dragon was also dead, suddenly there was a muffled sound, and Long Yi's body, which fell from the air, suddenly turned into a piece of gravel. This is. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and they were all surprised. Substitute. No matter the ninja or the commoners, they are no strangers to this low-level ninjutsu. But they never imagined that under that kind of surprise, the dragon would be able to launch a substitute technique. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but wonder, where is the dragon at this time? There. Soon, Long Yi's figure appeared, 10 meters behind Gaara. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the dragon also raised his hand, and 3 kunai shot at Gaara from 3 directions. Why not the Millennium Kill? Thousands of years kill. Seeing this scene, others didn't feel anything wrong, but everyone in Class 9 was full of doubts and anxiety. It was clearly behind Gaara, and the conditions for launching the Millennium Kill were reached, so why didn't you use it? Boom, boom, boom. Gaara stood on the spot and didn't move. The sand in the gourd behind him could automatically defend and block the 3 kunai directly. Long also used the stand-in technique to reach behind Gaara. Of course he knew that the conditions for launching the Millennium Kill had been reached. The reason why it's useless is not because I'm worried that on such occasions, the open chrysanthemum will be ridiculed by others, but because it can't be activated. The attack speed of the Millennium Killer is indeed fast, but whether it can exceed the speed of Gaara Luashizi, the dragon is not sure. The most important thing is that Gaara has armor made of sand all over his body, and chrysanthemum is no exception, so he probably won't be able to get in. Whoosh. Of course, the dragon is not helpless. Just when everyone thought that his attack was ineffective, his figure disappeared again, and then appeared in the place where Kunwu was blocked. At this time, the dragon had also arrived in front of Gaara and kicked it at the same time. This is. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Especially those who have experienced the Third Ninja World War cannot help but think of a golden legend. Flying Thunder God Technique. The same teleportation, also through the kunai mark, is very similar to the 4th-generation Hokage's famous stunt Flying Thunder God Technique. That a genin, the famous tail of the crane, can actually master such a difficult S-rank space-time ninjutsu. No. But there are others, such as Hokage 3, who see that this is not Flying 4. First of all, the kunai shot by Ryuya does not have a spell engraving. And most importantly, the kunai just now disappeared the moment the dragon appeared. Could it be? The disappearing kunai. The three generations of Hokage suddenly saw that the disappeared kunai actually appeared in the position of the dragon just now. Substitute. After the three generations of Hokage who have gone through countless storms and waves, his face can't help changing. Could it be that this is still a substitute technique? Boom. At this moment, with a muffled sound, Long Yi kicked hard on Gaara's face and kicked him out. 020 Double Dragon. Scoff. Gaara, who was knocked into the air, was like a heavy stone, plowing out more than 10 meters with both feet on the ground. But looking again at this time, Gaara was not injured. Sand armor. Everyone suddenly remembered. Yes, Gaara was covered in armor made of sand. In the preliminaries, when Shaoli didn't open the 8 gates, so many storm-like attacks were still unable to completely defeat the sand armor. Sure enough. Looking at Gaara who was unscathed, Long couldn't help shaking his head. With his little strength, simple boxing and physical skills really can't hurt Gaara. That is to say, even if there is a super strong displacement of avatar and strengthening plus 86400, it is in vain to be unable to break Gaara. I'm going to kill you. At this time, Gaara raised his head and looked at Long Yi, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Originally, I didn't pay attention to Long Yi, but obviously, Long Yi's performance just now has aroused Gaara's interest. For those who are interested, of course, kill. Whoa. The next moment, a large amount of sand flew up, forming a volley of attacks that shot at Long Yi from multiple directions. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sand penetrated Long Yi again. Pong. But then, there was another soft sound, and the corpse turned into a stone again, still a double. It's avatars again. Seeing this scene, the audience in the ring was completely dumbfounded. In this case, it would be too perverted to be able to perform the avatar technique. The avatar technique has been developed to such an extent. On the summit stage, the three generations of Hokage with unblinking eyes showed a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. The future of Konoha is indeed full of vitality. Another funny kid. And Feng Ying next to him, with slightly narrowed eyes, was obviously also interested in Long. Damn. Being teased twice in a row by such a low-level ninjutsu, Gaara became more and more annoyed. When Long Yi's figure appeared, there was a loud shout. Sand gravel. Whoosh. Whizzing. Whoosh. The next moment, I saw countless fist-sized sand bullets formed in the air, like ferocious hailstones, with a whistling sound of breaking through the air, smashing densely towards Long Yi. It's over. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help sighing secretly. Although Long Yi's stand-in technique is powerful, it is only a stand-in technique after all, and the distance is extremely limited. In the face of this range-attacking ninjutsu, he can't escape at all. And the audience didn't realize that their initial ridicule towards Long Yi had turned into a recognition. And this recognition comes from the strength of Long Yi. Boom, boom, bang. The next moment, the sand bullet hit the ground, making a muffled sound. And at the place hit by the sand bullet, a deep pit with more than 10 insides appeared in an instant, which shows its power. Under the sand bullets, Long Yi's body instantly turned into a bloody mess. Alas. Thinking that Long Yi must die this time, there was another sigh in the audience. Pong. But at this moment, what surprised everyone again was that with a muffled sound, Long Yi's body turned into a stone again. How is this possible? Immediately afterwards, the audience exclaimed as Long Yi reappeared outside Shigray's range again. This is probably more than 200 meters. Is it still a substitute for such a long distance? As the basic ninjutsu of the ninja school, basically all ninjas can stand as a substitute. But they admit that no one can use the substitute technique to this extent. Tatata. Before everyone could return to their senses, Long also changed from passive dodge to active attack. Go straight to Gaara in a straight line. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time as the attack, the kunai in his hand kept shooting at Gaara. I'm going to kill you. Being fooled for the third time, Gaara, who was already irritable, was completely provoked, and raised his head and let out a hysterical roar. Although angry, Gaara did not lose her judgment. I just got kicked by the dragon, and I already know that the dragon can also teleport to the position of kunai. Clang clang. So this time, before kunai approached, he took the initiative to block it with sand. All the kunai were blocked and fell to the ground, but even so, the dragon continued to shoot out kunai. After getting close to Gaara, he even ran around him while constantly shooting out kunai. In the blink of an eye, the kunai that was blocked by Gaara's sand was falling almost everywhere. Tread. When the last kunai shot out, Long Yi suddenly stood still and reached out to hold the long sword behind him. Knife. At this time, everyone discovered that Long Yi was actually carrying a knife on his back. Laugh. And when Long Yi held the hilt in his right hand, the sound of air tearing sounded, and a huge invisible sword energy suddenly slashed out and went straight to Gaara. Draw the sword and strengthen +86400. Scoff. The next moment, a stream of sand flew up and blocked directly in front of Gaara. The sand in Gaara's gourd is the result of his mother's death, which will automatically protect Gaara. But unfortunately, such sturdy sand was split into two in an instant like a thin piece of paper. However, the sword energy was inexhaustible, and it still slashed towards Gaara. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Seeing the sand that had been chopped open, and sensing the attack of sword energy, Gaara's face changed dramatically, and he quickly turned to avoid it. Scoff. The next moment, the lost sword chi plowed through the ground, leaving a long trace. Quote. Seeing this scene, all the audience at the scene opened their mouths, all stunned. They never imagined that in addition to the enchanting avatar technique, Long Yi had such a powerful slash. Draw a knife and cut. Gai Feng was also dumbfounded. Is this really the drawing sword he taught Long Yi, the basic E-level swordsmanship? Unfortunately, the enhanced version of the sword-drawn slash can instantly draw the sword and slash, but unfortunately, the sword energy from the slash is not instantaneous, so it was avoided by the alert Gaara. However, to be able to easily cut through the sand that is harder than steel, I love Roy, and it makes the dragon feel much more comfortable. Whoosh. After the first shot was missed, the dragon did not hesitate, and his figure disappeared again. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Seeing Ryuya who had suddenly disappeared, Gaara widened his eyes, and a look of panic appeared on his face. The power of the slash just now was enough to threaten him. Gaara looked around nervously, he had to find Ryuya's position immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long Yi's figure reappeared, but then disappeared. The next moment, what surprised Gaara and the audience was that the dragon began to appear frequently in the audience. Substitute. At this time, only a few people were able to see through Long Yi's technique. One of them is the 3 generations of Hokage on the summit stage. In the end, it's still a substitute. It's just that the substitute object has been replaced by kunai, which is the kunai that is everywhere. At the moment of the stand-in, the dragon also switched positions with kunai, and at the same time put the picked-up kunwu into the replacement position. Because the speed was too fast, it was as if the kunai on the ground had not moved at all. That's why it appeared, the illusion that the dragon also flashed directly on the field. So it is. The 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help laughing. It turned out that the kunai shot just now was not intended to attack Gaara, but was deliberately spread on the ground to become the coordinates of Ryuya. Genius. Being able to use the avatar technique to such a superb level, even the 3 generations of Hokage, who is known as the ninja professor, can't help but admire that the dragon is also a genius of avatar technique. It is not difficult to predict that from today onwards, the name of Konoha, dragon also, will spread throughout the ninja world. Hokage Unlimited enhancement every 60 days, Chapter 21-40. 021 Cut, 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 cut. Frequent displacement, in order to create an attack gap. When Gaara's eyes could no longer capture Ryuya's movement, Ryuya made a decisive move. Draw the sword and strengthen plus 86400, the crescent-shaped sword energy with a diameter of 3 meters, from all directions, tearing the air, whistling straight to Gaara. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Gaara's terrified eyes widened when he sensed that several sword energies were almost indiscriminately attacking. Boom. The next moment, the competition venue instantly collapsed and turned into a sea of sand. At the same time, countless sands flew up, forming a barrier to block the slash of sword energy. Scoff. Laugh. But unfortunately, under the sharp sword energy, these thick sand walls were like fragile thin paper, which were chopped to pieces in an instant. At the same time, the sword energy was inexhaustible, still slashing towards Gaara in the middle. I love Luo. Seeing this scene, Temari and Konkuro in the stands couldn't help shouting worriedly. Gaara, who is regarded as a monster, is their brother after all. When you see that he is in danger, as a sister and brother, how can you not worry? Boom. The next moment, the sword chi arrived almost at the same time, met and collided in the center, making a loud roar, and at the same time aroused countless sand, gravel and dust. Quote. For a time, everyone's expressions froze, and their eyes stared at the field without blinking. Such a strong and stern attack, are you sure it is not a battle between the Jonin, but a Chuunin exam? At the same time, everyone eagerly wanted to know whether the attack just now had killed Gaara. This is. The heavy gravel fell quickly, and when they saw the scene on the field, everyone exclaimed again. I saw a piece of sand suspended in the air, like a cloud, and Gaara was half kneeling on top of that piece of sand. At the moment when the slash arrived, Gaara, who was unable to resist, held himself up in the air with sand, and managed to dodge this dangerous wave of attacks. As expected of Gaara. Looking at Gaara in midair, even Long couldn't help but sigh in admiration. And at this time, Gaara's evaluation of Long Yi is more than a simple admiration. Rustle. Sand. The next moment, Gaara slowly fell back to the ground, and at the same time, countless sands gathered towards him, wrapping him layer by layer. This is. When Gaara fell to the ground again, he was completely covered in sand, forming a huge sand ball. Everyone was startled again, the so-called Gaara of sand waterfall actually hid. Unable to resist Ryuya's slash, Gaara, who was insecure, chose to protect himself in this way. Of course, he is not simply hiding. In the sand ball, he can still manipulate the sand to attack. Under absolute defense, he considered himself invincible. Cut. In this regard, the dragon did not have any nonsense, and slashed it directly. Scoff. The sword chi cut into the sand ball more than 10 centimeters, but it finally collapsed. These are not ordinary sands, they are chakra soaked by Gaara day and night, and the hardness is extremely high. If you can't cut the sand ball, you can't hurt the Gaara inside. How can this be done? Seeing this, everyone on the scene, whether they were ordinary civilians or ninjas, couldn't help but frown, which made the dragon fight. In fact, Long also did not give up after a failed move. The right hand held the handle of the knife again, maintaining the ready posture of drawing the knife, but this time, it did not cut out directly, but made a series of shouts with a solemn expression. This is. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. What did Long also want to do? If you can't cut Gaara, use your aura to frighten him. Just under everyone's attention, the dragon also kept this posture and kept screaming in his mouth. But other than that, no one moves anything else. This time, not only other people, but also the third generation of Hokage, who is known as the Ninja Professor, is dumbfounded. Which song is this singing? He is familiar with all kinds of ninjutsu, and there is no shortage of sonic ones, but there is no such thing. It should be almost there. After more than 10 minutes, Long also thought about it in his heart. After accumulating power for such a long time, it should be able to split this sandball. Accumulating power can increase the power of slashing, but how much and what proportion to increase, Long also has no idea. Cut. All in all, cut his mother's knife first. The next moment, as Long Yi shouted loudly, a sword was cut out. Laugh. The next moment, I saw a sword chi, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, wrapped in a gust of wind, deeply plowed across the ground, and instantly swung out from Long Yi's blade. Boom. The next moment, the sword energy of more than 10 meters hit the sandball, and with a loud noise that pierced the eyes and ears, it directly divided the sandball into two. Quote. Seeing this scene, everyone on the scene, whether civilians or ninjas, were all dumbfounded. Gaara's absolute defense was cut off abruptly. Ah! At this moment, before everyone could recover, a hysterical roar suddenly came from the sandball that was divided into two, as if full of anger and panic. It's Gaara. Gaara didn't even die. Could it be that his position just now wasn't in the center? What is that? At the same time, a few sharp-eyed spectators seemed to see a terrifying monster from the gap where the sandball was cut open. Has it completely become possessed? In the audience, Konkuro, who knew the inside story, looked terrified. I don't know, he seems to be injured, it's never happened before and no one knows what will happen to him. Temari's face was also solemn, and he had already prepared for the worst in his heart. Damn, he's so messed up. As the leader of the team, Maki scolded in his heart, Gaara's loss of control will likely ruin this plan. At the same time, some ninjas who were good at perception felt a very disturbing chakra faintly from the split sandball. What happened inside? For a time, everyone stared at the sandball without blinking, and their faces were nervous. Whoa, whoa. After a while, the sandball slowly disintegrated, and Gaara's figure was revealed from inside. Obviously, Gaara just now was not in the middle of the sandball, or he avoided it at the critical moment. That's why Long Yi didn't cut him in half with the knife just now. But even so, he cut Gaara and covered his shoulder with his hand, and blood continued to flow out. Success. Seeing the injured Gaara, Long was also relieved in an instant. He had already done everything he had to do. Whether it can pull back the deviated plot line, then it can only be left to fate. 022 The attack begins. A leaf suddenly fell on the field. Call. The next moment, a whirlwind suddenly erupted on the field, which was mixed with countless leaves. And when the wind dissipated, two figures appeared. It was Kakashi and Sasuke. Sorry. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. We are late. Who is coming? With a smile on the corner of Chinbin's mouth, Shiranui Genma asked a question in cooperation. Uchiha. Sasuke was expressionless and called out his name coldly. Sasuke. Sasuke. It's Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke finally appearing, the venue was excited for a while. After all, before the game started, as the orphan of the Uchiha family, he was the most popular and the most anticipated character. Ah, so what? But then, everyone suddenly thought, what if Sasuke came? Recalling the battle of Ryuya just now, even the boy with Uchiha bloodline instantly became dull. The way we came out seemed too flashy. I know it's doing this on purpose, obviously. Kakashi smiled, seemingly embarrassed. But Sasuke, shouldn't he be disqualified from the competition? Don't worry, Sasuke's game has been postponed. Haha, that's great. Kakashi laughed twice, but in fact, he had expected this for a long time, otherwise they would not have dared to be late anyway. But Sasuke's opponent. Just when Kakashi was complacent, Genma Shiranui added another sentence. Taken away by someone else. Ah. Kakashi, who was proud just now, stumbled instantly, and at this time, he saw the situation on the field clearly. Takagi Ryuya versus Gaara. It turned out that Sasuke's opponent was taken away by Ryuya. Judging from the extent of the damage at the venue, the two sides may have fought a big battle. Quote. This is. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi saw Gaara, who was injured and out of control, and was shocked again. Could it be that Ryuya won? How is this possible? His opponent is Gaara. Even if Sasuke was given special training, he didn't hesitate to be late for the game. In fact, Kakashi didn't have full confidence that Sasuke could defeat Gaara. But just such a monster was even defeated by the dragon. Kakashi has also heard a bit about Ryuya. After all, he also brought this class of students, the tail of the crane that was side by side with Naruto. Is the tail end of the crane so full of surprises? Thinking of Naruto, and looking at Ryuya in front of him, Kakashi shook his head with a helpless smile. Quote. Looking at Sasuke again, although he didn't speak, his gloomy face was obviously extremely unhappy. He practiced hard for a month in order to defeat Gaara. But now, someone told him that his opponent was taken away. The most important thing is that the one who stole his opponent was the same chrysanthemum that once exploded him, the abominable tail of the crane. There were originally 2 crane tails in the class. For Naruto, he had already recognized it, but Long Yi, he would never forgive him. Float. At this moment, countless feathers suddenly appeared in the venue, scattered all over the auditorium. And among the fluttering feathers, the audience fell one by one and fell into a deep sleep. This is illusion. Konoha Junin in the stands, or Kakashi, Genma Shiranui and others off the field, their expressions changed instantly. Solution. Immediately after that, he performed ninjutsu and bounced off the illusion. Still, it started. When Long Yi saw this scene, his face sank, and he said something silently in his heart. Pong. At this moment, shockingly, a cloud of smoke erupted from the summit stage, which also changed. The 2 guards next to Feng Ying suddenly attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Anbu, who was in charge of the guards, had been paying close attention to the scene and immediately launched operations. A total of 2 groups of Anbu, one rushes to the K's shadow guard, and the other protects the leaders of other countries. Scoff. Laugh. A brief contact in midair instantly slashed Kage's 2 guards in half. But what people didn't expect was that the 2 people who were beheaded turned into 4 people. It turned out to be through disguise, 2 or 2 hiding in a piece of clothing. After the 4 of them appeared, they fell to the roof ridge above the summit platform, and each stood at a corner. And looking at it again at this time, at the same time as the smoke burst out, Kage actually hijacked Hokage, and was already standing in the middle of the roof. 4 purple flame formation. As the 4 formed seals at the same time, a layer of enchantment rose, trapping Hokage inside. A member of Anbu who rushed up, caught off guard and touched the barrier, and his body was immediately burned by the flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the sound of shinobi, who was lurking in Konoha, has all appeared and started to attack the inside of the venue. The Konoha ninja, who was the audience at the scene, also immediately launched a counterattack. Tread, tread, tread. At this time, Maki, Temari, Kankuro, and the 3 sand shinobi fell off the field, first protecting Gaara. Operation aborted. Take Gaara away temporarily. After checking, it was determined that Gaara was out of control and could not fight for the time being. Maki gave a gloomy face and gave an order. Temari and Kankuro nodded, and the 2 set up Gaara, jumped out of the venue, and fled outside the village. Maki, on the other hand, stayed where he was, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Sorry, the exam is over. At this time, Genma Shiranui, who was the referee, said something to Long also, and then rushed straight to Maki. Damn. Sasuke, who had just debuted, encountered such a sudden situation before he could take action, and he couldn't help but look annoyed. Whoosh. The next moment, no matter how many, he jumped up and went after Gaara. Gaara is his opponent, and he will never allow others to take it away. With Genma blocking Maki, Kakashi, who also immediately joined the battle, pulled away to deal with the other nebula. After rescuing Sakura, he told her to wake up Naruto, together with Parker, the ninja dog he had channeled out of, to chase after Sasuke, and the task was to bring Sasuke back. Take this guy. At this time, the dragon also suddenly appeared, dragging Shikamaru, who was still pretending to be asleep for fear of trouble. Good. Kakashi glanced at Shikamaru and nodded. Excellent. Watching Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Parker go to chase after Sasuke, Ryu also breathed a sigh of relief. The plot has been pulled back, and if there is no accident, they should be safe. 3 Hokage. Immediately afterwards, Long also looked at the 3 generations of Hokage trapped in the enchantment, and couldn't help frowning again. If everything is really like the original, in this battle, the 3 generations of Hokage will die heroically. 0234 Purple Flames. 4 Purple Flame Formation, a form of spirit ninjutsu, requires 4 people to activate. From the top and bottom, the space is completely closed. The enchantment is not only sturdy, but also has purple flames. If people touch it, they will be burned to death immediately. In the face of this kind of enchantment, it is generally only possible to defeat the caster from the inside. But at this time, it was the 4th of the 5 Yin-Ren who used the 4 Purple Flame Formation, with a special physique. They cast a layer of enchantment from the inside, making it difficult for the trapped 3 generations of Hokage to attack them. What's more, with the 3 generations of Hokage, there is also Orochimaru disguised as Kazekage. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is also a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. If it was more than 10 years ago, the 3 generations could defeat Orochimaru. But now, as his physical strength declines with age, he is probably no longer a match for Orochimaru. The reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Moreover, Orochimaru used the forbidden technique to summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage to this world. The next moment, under the control of Orochimaru, the 1st generation and the 2nd generation began to attack the 3rd generation. We'll just have to wait. Outside the barrier, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage and the 3 Anbu members who were in an extremely dangerous situation, there was nothing they could do. They can't break through the barrier from the outside, and all they can expect now is that the 3 generations of Hokage will open the barrier inside, and they will help immediately. 4 Purple Flame Formation. At this time, in the chaos of the venue, with the enhanced version of the Avatar technique, Ryuya, who was attacked by Tonin and Sand Nin, kept flashing past. Looking at Zhangqi's enchantment, he couldn't help thinking. Enhanced version of the substitute technique, even if it is strengthened 86,400 times, is still a substitute technique in essence. The so-called teleportation is just a high-speed movement, not a real shuttle. Therefore, if the substitute technique is used, the dragon cannot directly reach the inside of the enchantment. No matter how fast he is, he will still hit the enchantment and be burned to death. However, he still has 86,400 swordsmanship and strengthening. With the potential to sever the world, as long as the charging time is enough, it can completely sever this enchantment. Thus rescued the 3 generations of Hokage. No. But in this way, the following plot is bound to change. Moreover, as Hokage, the scenes of the 3 generations are far from comparable to the wind, and the plot is likely to be greatly changed. As a traverser, only in a familiar plot can you gain greater benefits. Long also fought against Gaara, and tried his best to hurt him, in order to pull back the plot line of the original work. The 3 generations of Hokage have high prestige in the village, and as a Hokage fan, Ryu also likes this kind and tough old man very much. But now, he is in the dangerous world of the ninja world, and he must put interests first in everything and cannot be emotional. Save. But after some thought, Long also suddenly made a decision to save the 3 generations of Hokage. Whoosh. The next moment, after a few jumps, they came directly outside the barrier, in front of the 3 Anbu. I can cut through this barrier. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. But I need time and I can't be disturbed during the time I'm preparing. You. The three Anbu couldn't help but be startled, and then they couldn't help thinking that the sword that dragon also cut open the Gaara sandball. Instantly shocked, without any hesitation, he said firmly, "Leave your back to us and make sure not a single fly is in it." Snapped. No doubt about Anbu, Long also took the posture of drawing the sword and slashing, holding the handle of the sword in his right hand, and then began to charge. Ah, 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 ah. Disperse. At the same time, the three Anbu exchanged glances, and immediately spread out, forming a triangle, protecting the dragon in the middle. What is he doing? In the venue, Kakashi, who was fighting against many sound ninjas, saw this scene and couldn't help but ask. Maybe we don't have to worry about Sandemu anymore. Akai glanced at it, and was instantly surprised. Kakashi was not there when Dragon was also playing against Gaara, but Akai saw the whole process clearly. Based on his experience, he had already guessed that the dragon also increased the power of the slash through the constant, so that it finally split Gaara's sandball. Although he still can't figure it out, what is the connection between the power of ninjutsu and, aha? But then again, Long also exploded Xiaonan Chrysanthemum before, and Akai still hasn't figured out the principle of the 1,000-year-old kill. In any case, Akai, who has already called the dragon a miracle boy, may also be able to break the barrier. Long Yi is still accumulating strength, and at this time, in the venue, as well as in Konoha village, and Naruto outside the village, they are all acting independently. Compared with the original book, Konoha was actually more prepared because Long also rescued the wind and reported the information in time. The instant the attack took place, someone was in charge of quickly transferring civilians and children to shelters under Shadow Rock. At the same time, a large number of ninjas are in charge of various places and carry out targeted defense. And the Hinata clan, the Nara clan, the Oil Girl clan, etc., many famous Konoha families, and a large number of elite ninjas, are responsible for the counterattack. In the face of the joint attack of Yin Nin and Sand Nin, although the scene was chaotic at this time, everything was still under control. Old man, you have to hold on. What's more, at this time in the village, there is also a lecherous immortal Jiraiya who is also one of the three ninjas. In the venue, the dragon was still accumulating energy. Bang bang bang. And the three Anbu, as said before, guarded around him and did not let an enemy pass by. Although the dragon was not disturbed, the situation of the three generations of Hokage in the enchantment has become more and more dangerous. After all, the three generations are getting older, and their physical strength is not as good as before. Not yet. Looking at Ryuya who was still accumulating power, the three Anbu secretly became anxious. But he didn't dare to ask, for fear of disturbing Long Yi. It should be almost. Wait a minute. As I said before, although accumulating power can increase the power of slashing, the dragon has no idea how much it can increase. If he slashes out with this knife and fails to sever the barrier, he may not have time to recharge. Instead of doing this, it's better to build up your strength for a while. If you don't make a move, it's okay, and if you make a move, it's foolproof. Shadow Clone Technique. After another period of time, the battle in the enchantment has heated up, and the three generations of Hokage suddenly split into two shadow clones. The three generations are already weak in physical strength. If they are divided into three parts, they will naturally be at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, even the three Anbu looked puzzled and anxious. Is time. But Long also knew that the three generations of Hokage would use his own life to seal the filth and reincarnate into the first and second Hokage, and Orochimaru. Cut. If you don't make a move at this time, when you wait, the dragon also shouts loudly, and the long sword is unsheathed. For the power of a knife is so terrifying. Rescue the three generations of Hokage. It is very likely that the plot will be greatly changed, thus detaching from the control of the dragon, and losing the advantage of foresight. But just imagine, the arrival of Long Yi and the hurricane he saved were not all changes to the plot. A butterfly in the Amazon rainforest of South America, with the occasional flap of its wings, could cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks from now. The butterfly effect, although small at the moment, is bound to get bigger and bigger over time. In other words, sooner or later the plot will be out of control. That being the case, clinging to pulling back the plot is ultimately futile. It is better to take advantage of the present to build more advantages and strengthen yourself. For example, save the 3 generations of Hokage and completely hug this thick leg. Cut. Long Yi's eyes were firm, and with a loud shout, the long sword was unsheathed and slashed, all in one go. Laugh. The next moment, a huge sword chi with a length of 200 or 300 meters, wrapped in the might of thunder, slashed straight towards the 4 purple flame array. Because the sword chi was so powerful, the sound of cutting the air made everyone's eardrums hurt. For a time, everyone subconsciously stopped and looked at the sound. Boom. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the sword chi first slashed to the summit platform, and the magnificent summit platform, like a piece of tofu, was instantly cut from the middle. This is. The next moment, the sword energy was inexhaustible, and it cut straight to the 4 purple flame formation. Scoff. Solid and with flames, the 4 purple flame formation, which is said to be indestructible from the outside, was instantly cut in half under the huge sword energy, just like the unfortunate summit platform. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Long Yi's sword was actually aimed at Orochimaru in the formation. But seeing the sword chi attacking him, Orochimaru's complexion changed drastically in an instant, and he hurriedly jumped to dodge. Boom, boom. The sword chi that was evaded by Orochimaru continued to move forward rapidly. With a series of deafening loud noises, all the buildings along the way were divided into 2. It wasn't until a moment later that the sword chi flew out for several miles before it suddenly collapsed. And looking at it again at this time, the entire Konoha hidden village, like a piece of cake, was neatly cut from the middle. In addition, the post-war statistics of losses, the damage caused by Long Yi's sword, surpassed the combined force of Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja. The power of a knife is so terrifying. No wonder he can take Sasuke's opponent. No wonder he can defeat that monster. Seeing this scene, Copy Ninja Kakashi muttered to himself, and instantly relieved. As expected of the boy I liked. This is youth. Konoha's blue beast, Akai, also stretched out a thumb at Yao Changlong. Careless. As a spy, Yao Shido was still hiding in the dark at this time, and he couldn't help but blame himself for not discovering such a threatening target before. Lord Hokage. On the other hand, at the moment when the 4 purple flame formation was cut open, the 3 Anbu members had already come to the 3rd Hokage to protect him while waiting to be shown. Damn brat. Just one last point, you can kill the 3 generations of Hokage. But because of Long Yi's sword, it ultimately fell short. Orochimaru's icy pupils stared at Long Yi with resentment. Then he took a deep breath and commanded his subordinates. The operation is over, let's go back. Yes. The group of 4 protected Orochimaru and immediately fled outside the village. Don't try to escape. Anbu immediately pursued, but unfortunately, was blocked by the opponent's strange ninjutsu. Little devil, I will come back to find you. When Orochimaru left, he looked down at Long Yi and said something with a sneer. Quote. Although his voice was small, Long Yi, who had radar ears, could hear it clearly, and then he couldn't help frowning. Being targeted by this poisonous snake will cause trouble in the future. Orochimaru has retreated and signaled the end of the operation. Yao Shido, other Yin Nin, and Sand Nin also began to find ways to evacuate and escape. Of course, most of them cannot be safely evacuated from Konoha. At the same time, outside Konoha village, there was a loud noise, and then it returned to calm. It is not difficult to guess that the battle between Naruto and the others has ended. If nothing else, it should be the same as the original, Naruto finally defeated the one-tailed Gaara. It's over. Looking at the dilapidated venue and the corpses everywhere, Long also let out a long sigh of relief. This crisis has finally passed. After a few hours, the battle came to an end. Next comes the aftermath, such as repairing damaged buildings, treating the wounded, and taking the dead. 2 days later, Konoha held a mass funeral to mourn the ninjas who died in this battle. Although it was well prepared, it was a war after all, and many ninjas fell forever. The weather was gloomy, and it soon started to rain. In front of the memorial monument, everyone put on black mourning clothes and observed a moment of silence for the deceased. I have seen this scene in the anime. At that time, Long Yi was quite sad because of the death of the third generation. But now, although the 3 generations did not die, many ninjas still died in battle. Although Long didn't even know these people, when he came to this world, as a ninja, his mood at this time was far heavier than when he was in front of the computer screen. Until this time, Long also realized the cruelty of this world. The real ninja world is not a hot-blooded anime mixed with humor, but a cruel world where death is always accompanied by death, and everyone has a deep pain and continues to move forward. Get stronger. Must get stronger. Only get stronger. Thinking of this, Long also forcibly cheered up. Although the plot has changed, many things are destined to happen. Such as Pain's attack, such as the Fourth Ninja World War. In the face of such a difficult and dangerous future, the dragon has no other way. Only by constantly becoming stronger, until he becomes the strongest, can he protect himself, his family, his companions and friends. Once again, with firm belief, Long also worked harder. After the funeral, change out of mourning clothes and start practicing immediately. He has a system in hand, but it is because of this that he needs to learn more and stronger skills. In fact, others, like the dragon, grew up in pain. Immediately after the funeral, he devoted himself to the reconstruction of the village and his own cultivation. In just a few days, Konoha village was full of vitality again, and it didn't look like it had just experienced a war. At the same time, the names of the 2 heroes also spread throughout Konoha, and then spread to the world. One is Naruto Uzumaki, who was persevering, working hard for his companions, defeating Gaara, and avoiding the ravages of tailed beasts. One is to smash through the 4 purple flame formations and save the 3 generations of Hokage. 025 advanced to Chuunin. Everything returned to normal, and a few days later, after discussions with the top management of Konoha, the results of the Chuunin exam were officially released. Although there was an accident in the middle, the exam was basically completed, so it was determined that the exam was still valid. Based on the performance of all the candidates, Konoha executives believed that a total of 2 people met the requirements for promotion to Chuunin. One is Nara Shikamaru. Whether it is the qualifiers against Neoninjin or the official match against Sand Shinobi Tamari, Shikamaru's calm analysis and layout, and his coordination and leadership skills show that he has the potential to become an excellent captain. You can advance to Chuunin. In addition to Shikamaru, another promotion is Takagi Ryuya. With the amazing use of the avatar technique and the amazing knife, with his powerful fighting ability, Long Yi is already a powerful ninja who can stand on his own, and he deserves to be promoted to Chuunin. Congratulations Long Yi. After the promotion, Long also changed into the green vest of the Chuunin, and the whole person seemed much more energetic. After learning the news, the 9th class specially found a barbecue shop to celebrate with him. Open black lens bracket Takagi Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Chuunin. Organ, ear. Skills. Clone Jutsu E-level Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Bomb, C-level Ninjutsu. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86,400 E-level Physical Skills. Substitute Jutsu Strengthen plus 86400 E-class Ninjutsu. Draw Sword and Strengthen plus 86400 E-level Physical Art. At the same time, looking at the personal panel, the level inside has changed to Chuunin. In addition, like the technique of the fireball, the toad oil bomb is also AC level ninjutsu. But the difference is that the fireball technique is used to face the enemy, while the toad oil bomb focuses on the conversion of chakra to oil. Therefore, although each time you cast a spell, you can only spray a little, but the toad oil bomb is already mastered, so it appears in the skill list. By the way, Long Yi, what are your plans for your next cultivation and what are your priorities? As an instructor and a visitor, Hayate asked a question. As a ninja, after leveling up, in addition to taking higher level tasks, you can also learn the corresponding ninjutsu. As a Chuunin, the village will provide some C-level ninjutsu learning. There are more ninjas to choose from, and more ninjas are available. At this time, ninjas tend to focus on something. It is also for this reason that, compared to the stereotype genin, Chuunin already has its own areas of expertise. What's the point? Just pick the simple ones and practice first. Long also smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. The technique of the fireball is also C rank. It has been half a year, and he has not learned it yet. Boom, boom, bang. A few days later, Long also received a physical technique that Chuunin could learn from the village and began to practice. Compared with ninjutsu, taijutsu does not require seals, and the flow of chakra is simpler, so it is easier to learn. Although it is taijutsu, its reputation does not need to be a little bit of ninjutsu. It is the common skills of Akai and Shaoli, and it is also the signature move of Konoha fluid technique, Konoha whirlwind. Konoha whirlwind, AC level physical technique, with a whirlwind-like leg attack, extremely fast and powerful destructive power. Noba whirlwind. Next, in the absence of tasks, the dragon also began to practice continuously. In such a flash, it was another half a month. It's time. 60 days since the last time he strengthened Draw Sword, and Long also got another chance to strengthen infinitely. Enhanced Toad Bombs. Without even thinking about it, I gave the order directly. After all, there were only 2 skills left in his skill list at this time. And the Toad Oil Bomb, as AC level ninjutsu, is of course the first choice. Unlimited enhancement begins. Target. Skill, Toad Oil Bomb. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Toad Oil Bomb enhancement +1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Toad Oil Bomb enhancement +2 close black lens bracket. ... Toad Oil Bomb enhanced +10, viscosity increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Toad Oil Bomb enhancement +11 close black lens bracket. ... Toad Oil Bomb enhanced +100, storage upper limit increased. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Toad Oil Bomb enhanced +101 close black lens bracket. ... The system prompts sounded one after another, and the dragon also habitually blocked, and continued to practice the Konoha whirlwind. Dragon 2. This morning, Long also practiced at the side of the village as usual, and with a shout, Naruto ran over. With Naruto, there was Jiraiya, but he didn't come. Do you want to leave the village? Seeing Naruto carrying a backpack, Long couldn't help but ask. Naruto nodded and said with a grin. Go find a mother-in-law with the lecherous fairy. Is that so? Long also nodded, already clear in his heart. They were looking for Tsunade, of course. In the original work, after the death of the 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha urgently needs a new Hokage to preside over the overall situation. It was decided through high-level deliberation that Jiraiya will serve as the 5th Hokage. But Zilla is also sloppy by nature and is not willing to take over. In exchange, he is willing to find Tsunade, who is also one of the 3 ninjas and has been away all year round, to serve as the 5th Hokage. When Jiraiya was leaving, he took Naruto, took him as a disciple, and taught him spiral pills on the road. Later, Spiral Maru became Naruto's signature ninjutsu and defeated one strong enemy after another. In this world, because of Ryuya, the 3 generations of Hokage have not sacrificed. But in the same way, when fighting against Orochimaru, the weakness of the 3 generations of Hokage's aging has become more and more obvious. Therefore, the 3 generations of Hokage took the initiative to propose, and the high-level Konoha recognized, and the new Hokage was elected as soon as possible. In fact, the position of Hokage has already been passed to the 4th generation. Because of the accidental sacrifice of the 4th generation, the 3rd generation had to re-emerge and temporarily replaced it for more than 10 years. Since Hokage is still selected, the candidates are naturally still those. So just like the original, Jiraiya also took Naruto on his way to find Tsunade. Be careful. If there is no accident, Naruto and the others will encounter Orochimaru again, and there will be a war between the 3 ninjas, and Long can't help but remind. Naruto nodded, waved goodbye to Ryuya, and ran back to Jiraiya. Spiral pills. Watching Naruto and Jiraiya leave, Long also envied. But he knew in his heart that spiral pill was a relic of the 4th Hokage, and it was impossible for him to pass it on to outsiders. So he was destined to miss this ride. Besides, as a grade A ninjutsu, he is afraid that he will not be able to learn it without 3 years and 5 years, just by virtue of Long Yi's aptitude. Of course, what makes Long Yi envy the most is that Naruto can worship Jiraiya as a teacher. The guidance of a good teacher is too important and rare. Noble whirlwind. Rather than envy others, it is better to work hard on your own. Long no longer thinks too much, and continues to practice Konoha whirlwind. The sun rose overhead, then slowly set in the west. Before you knew it was already dusk. Lord Hokage looking for me. Long Yi, who was about to go home after cultivating for a day, suddenly received a summons, and the 3 generations of Hokage summoned him. 026 Apprentice Hokage. What? Why, don't you want to? No, I'm just surprised. Long Yi hurriedly waved his hand, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage with a kind smile on his face. Just like an ordinary kind elder, Long Yi still couldn't believe that the 3 generations of Hokage wanted to accept him as a disciple. Not only because the dragon also saved him, but more importantly, because of the dragon's performance in the Chuunin exam. The lowest level substitute technique could be used to such an extent that he couldn't help but love talents. The 3 generations of Hokage have taught many students in their lifetimes, but their direct disciples are only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who are now the world-famous Sannin. But Orochimaru has gone the wrong way, and he is rambunctious, and Tsunade is addicted to gambling. The 3 people are full of pornography, gambling, and poison. No one can fully inherit his mantle, which makes the 3 generations very depressed. Moreover, with his understanding of Orochimaru, who has a dark heart, is absolutely impossible to let Long Yi go. It is also the responsibility of the 3 generations to accept the dragon as a disciple, to teach and cultivate until he can fight against Orochimaru. Therefore, the 3 generations finally decided to accept the dragon as a disciple. The disciples meet the master. Immediately after returning to his senses, Long also hurriedly saluted, as if he was afraid that the 3rd generation would go back on his words. This is the 3rd generation of Naruto. Even if you don't mention his identity, he has all attributes of chakra. He is known as a ninja professor who is proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu, and his strength is also at the top of the ninja world. Moreover, the 3 generations of Hokage are extremely good at cultivating disciples, and 1 or 2 can be known from Sannin. Of course, character doesn't count, only strength is mentioned here. To be able to worship the 3 generations of Hokage as a teacher is simply a great thing. How could Long also refuse? Speaking of which, before saving the 3 generations of Hokage, it was also to hold this thigh, and now this is a complete hold. I really didn't expect. Just now, Long Yi was still jealous of Naruto, and he was able to apprentice to Zillai. Now, he actually worships the 3 generations of Hokage as his teacher. Long couldn't help laughing to himself. Jiraiya was also a 3rd generation apprentice. When it came to him, Naruto wanted to call him Shishu. If it is discussed from the 4 generations of Hokage, it is even more interesting. Naruto wants to call him Grandpa Shi. Oh, good. There are 3 generations of Hokage here, but I didn't think so much. Looking at the well-behaved Long Yi, I like it more and more in my heart. At the current age of the 3rd generation, I am afraid that he will not accept other apprentices in this life, and Long is also his close disciple. My son and grandson, that's very distressing. It was getting late, and it was too late to teach Ryuya ninjutsu today, but you could check your body first. Regarding the information about Long Yi, the 3 generations of Hokage have already learned in detail. During the ninja school, the grades belong to the tail of the crane. During the ninja, although the performance is good, it is also low-level ninjutsu. It can be seen that Long Yi's aptitude is not good. Therefore, before instructing, the 3 generations of Hokage must first examine Ryuya's body to find out his crux. So it is. After using special ninjutsu, after some inspection, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but sigh. The practice of ninja is actually the manufacture and use of chakra. The source of chakra, one is the body energy condensed from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, one by one, the other is the spiritual energy that has been tempered and tempered. Dragon also has average physical energy, but his mental energy far exceeds that of ordinary people. A boy of 12 or 13 years old has such a tenacious spirit, which is far beyond the expectations of 3 generations. The number of chakras in Long Yi's body, as a Chuunin, has far exceeded the average level. So in the manufacture of chakra, there is no problem with dragons. His problem is the use of chakra. Using chakra as energy to perform ninjutsu requires going through a specific route, that is, the meridians throughout the body. The soft fist acupuncture of the Hyuga family uses a special technique to intercept the meridians through observation through the eyes, so as to achieve the effect of preventing the flow of chakra. The meridians in Long Yi's body are not only narrow, but also deformed to varying degrees. This is a congenital defect, just like a stunted limb. Meridians. After listening to the 3 generations of Hokage, Long couldn't help frowning. It turned out that his problem was here. At the same time, I can't help but wonder whether the meridians are considered organs or not. According to biology, should they belong to a system where multiple organs cooperate? If so, can it be strengthened through the system? But even taking a step back, the system can strengthen the meridians. Long Yi's meridians are deformed. Once the system is strengthened, will it become more biased? Don't be too disappointed. Seeing that the dragon didn't speak, and thought it was a blow, the 3 generations of Hokage said. Actually, it's not completely impossible. Can be cured. Long also widened his eyes instantly, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage excitedly. If you want to cure it all at once, even the strongest medical ninja Tsunade today can't do it. Sandai looked serious, then took out a small pill from the drawer and said with a smile. But our Sarutobi family's secret medicine is somewhat helpful for this disease. Secret medicine. Looking at the small pill in the hands of the 3rd Hokage, Longyu looked puzzled. The Sarutobi family, as one of the famous Konoha families, was able to gain a firm foothold mainly because of their full attribute chakra. But in fact, the full attribute chakra of the Sarutobi clan is not obtained from blood, but cultivated through medicine. Coincidentally, this drug that stimulates the properties of chakra also has a certain expansion and correction effect on the meridians. Great teacher. After listening to the 3 generations of Hokage, Long was also excited again. However, given the severity of your problem, it will take at least 10 years to completely correct it. To prevent the dragon from also expecting too much, the 3 generations of Hokage explained in advance. It doesn't matter even 20 years. Long also nodded, not the slightest frustration. As long as he takes the medicine, his meridians can be corrected little by little. As long as the meridians are gradually corrected, the speed of his ninjutsu practice will gradually increase. As long as there is improvement, Long has confidence in how long it will take. After finishing speaking, the 3 generations of Hokage first gave the pill to Long Yi. No feeling. Long also took it immediately, and there was nothing unusual in his body. Then I couldn't help laughing. Yes, this is not an elixir in fantasy novels, how can I react? According to what the 3rd generation said, the dragon should continue to take this secret medicine, 1 tablet per month. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd generation explained to Long Yi, who usually practiced by himself. But once he has free time, he will come to him for guidance. Thank you, teacher. As Hokage, he is usually busy with affairs, that is to say, the 3 generations of Hokage took out the precious rest time to teach him, and the dragon was also grateful. Next, with nothing else, Long also said goodbye and left. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. The next morning, the system prompt sounded, and the toad bomb was strengthened. 027 The figure of dawn. Open the system and check the specific effect. First, stickiness. Toad oil was originally extremely viscous. After being strengthened by the system, this feature was improved to the extreme. Unless you use a substance that specifically restrains oiliness, you can't get rid of it by physical means alone. Second, combustion performance. Toad oil can be burned, and the energy contained far exceeds that of ordinary oils. After the system is strengthened, this feature is also improved to the extreme. A drop of oil can burn for several years. Third, the storage limit. According to the normal size of the toad oil bomb, the dragon will also store the amount of its own equipment, at most 2 times. After the system is strengthened, the upper limit disappears. As long as the dragon is also made, no matter how much, it can be stored, even if it is an ocean of toad oil. Fourth, release the upper limit. No matter how much toad oil, a dragon can spit it out in 1 mouthful. That is to say, even if the dragon really stores a sea of oil, it can be released instantly. As expected of a C-level skill. After reading the introduction, Long couldn't help but get excited. In this way, as long as he stores a large amount of toad oil and releases it at one time, most enemies cannot escape. Coupled with the viscosity and burning properties of toad oil, it can cause restraint and powerful second-stage fire damage. At this time, I have to say that it is C-level ninjutsu. Whether it is power or coverage, it is far from comparable to E-level. Of course, this ninjutsu also has flaws, or more precisely, the flaws of Long Yi himself. That is, with the qualifications of Long Yi, the production speed of toad oil is too slow, let alone a sea of oil, it is the size of a lake. If his aptitude is not improved, I am afraid that he will not be able to make it in this life. Of course, under normal circumstances, how much toad oil is needed? Open black lens bracket Takagi Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Chuunin. Organ, ear. Skill, Clone Jutsu, E-rank ninjutsu. Millennium kill strengthen plus 86,400 E-level physical skills. Substitute jutsu strengthen plus 86400 E-class ninjutsu. Draw sword and strengthen plus 86400 E-level physical art. Toad oil bomb enhancement plus 86400 C-class ninjutsu. At the same time, looking at the personal panel, the skill bar has changed immediately. In the days that followed, almost all of the time was spent in tasks and cultivation. After being promoted to Chuunin, Long Yi still followed the 9th class on the mission. Since Class 9 already has a special Jonin and a Chuunin, the difficulty of the tasks that can be taken has been raised to B level. The B level mission already involves the battle between ninjas. Compared with the C level, the risk factor is greatly increased. Of course, to match it, the reward is also greatly increased, between 52,000 and 150,000 miles. As for cultivation, the dragon is currently focusing on the Noba Whirlwind, and occasionally practices the Hero Fireball technique. I don't know if it was the Sarutobi secret medicine that had the effect, or the psychological effect. Long also felt that the cultivation seemed to be easier. In addition, as the 3 generations of Hokage said, as long as he has time, he will find the dragon and teach him. The 3rd generation did not directly teach Ryuya a certain ninjutsu, but started from the basics, training his fighting skills, battlefield analysis, and other various adaptability. As a result, unconsciously, Long Yi's foundation has become more and more solid, and his overall strength is also rapidly improving. Every day is busy, but also very fulfilling. Time flies so fast, it's just over a month in the blink of an eye. Noba Whirlwind. At noon that day, Long Yi, who did not have a mission, practiced as usual. Boom. With a muffled sound, the tree that was kicked by the dragon shook violently, and a lot of leaves fell from Shushu. Judging from the current situation, in 10 days, this ninjutsu will be able to be practiced. In this way, you can use it until the next skill enhancement. Noba Whirlwind. Thinking of this joy for a while, Long couldn't help but practice harder. At this moment, Long Yi suddenly saw a figure entering the village from the entrance of the village. The Land of Fire has an advantageous geographical location and has many contacts with neighboring countries. And Konoha Hidden Village, as a ninja village in the Land of Fire, often has outsiders. As long as it's not an enemy and doesn't ask for trouble, Konoha ninja will not interfere. But the stranger who entered the village at this time immediately caught Long Yi's attention. The other party was wearing a hat and could not see his face. But the dark windbreaker, with the clouds of fire floating on it, is clearly the clothing of the Shao organization. During this period, Akatsuki had not yet begun to collect tailed beasts, so he did not become enemies with major powers, or even officially surfaced. Therefore, everyone is still very unfamiliar with Huianpao. But Long Yi, who is a traveler, is very clear in his heart that there is a danger hidden in this dress. Could it be? Recalling the plot, after Konoha was attacked, Shao did come. Konoha's betrayal of Uchiha Itachi, and Kurikan's betrayal of Ninja Kakigami, their group came to Konoha to investigate the situation of Naruto, or the Nine Tails. After all, the ultimate goal of Shao is to collect tailed beasts, and then use tailed beasts to conquer the world and bring the so-called permanent peace to the world. But there is only one person at this time, is it Itachi or Ghost Shark? Dragon also prefers Itachi. After all, Itachi's ability is more suitable for reconnaissance, and he is more familiar with Konoha. Look what you're going to do. The other party had already entered the village, and Long also thought a little and followed directly. Facing the talented young Itachi, who has a kaleidoscope and is proficient in illusion, graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, and became a Chuunin at the age of 10, Long also believes that he is not an opponent. But as long as he doesn't look into Itachi's eyes, with the enhanced avatar technique, self-protection shouldn't be a problem. Besides, this is Konoha after all, and there are Konoha ninjas everywhere, even Itachi wouldn't dare to make too much noise. Of course, even so, after all, it is the legendary Itachi god, and the dragon does not dare to be careless. With the help of radar ears, he tries not to follow too closely. But what surprised him was that Itachi didn't come to investigate, but rather like a sightseeing tour, wandering around the village, eating and drinking. This is homesickness, and you have come to visit the old place again. Long also blinked, then smiled, no longer thinking about other things, and concentrated on tracking. After about an hour, Itachi left the residential area and went to the field where there were fewer people. When he reached a lake, he suddenly stopped by the lake. The dragon also hid in the distance, monitoring with radar ears. But it has been a long time, and it has not seen any movement from Itachi. Long also frowned slightly and approached quietly, wanting to see what Itachi was doing. After getting close, the dragon couldn't help frowning again, only to see Itachi standing there motionless, like a wood plastic. Pong! Just when Long was puzzled, there was a muffled sound, and the Itachi disappeared instantly. It was a clone technique. Not good. At the same time, Long Yi's back instantly stood up, and someone sneaked up. 028 second play Xiaonan. Pong. With a muffled sound, the corpse of Long Yi, which was penetrated by the back, instantly turned into a stone. At this time, the dragon has also moved to the lake. When using the avatar technique to escape the fatal blow just now, Long didn't dare to look up at Itachi's eyes, just stared at his body, frowning in thought. From the beginning, what he followed was the clone. Or, on the way to his tracking, he was stolen and replaced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Long Yi was thinking about it, the sound of breaking the air came, and countless shuriken shot at him. This is. With kunai in hand, these shurikens can be easily dropped. At the same time, seeing the appearance of these shuriken, Long couldn't help but startled. Although the power is similar, it is not a real shuriken, but a stack of paper. Paper shuriken. The dragon also suddenly came back to his senses and looked up at the Itachi opposite. Tatata. At this time, this Itachi has rushed towards him. With the rapid movement, the hat on the opponent's head fell. Whereas Uchiha Itachi, it is clearly Xiaonan. It's really you. Seeing that it was Xiaonan, Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As a member of Xiao's organization, Xiaonan's strength is not weak. But compared to Itachi, the threat is much smaller. At the same time, Long couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't it be Itachi? How did he become Xiaonan? Clang. At this time, Xiaonan had already rushed up, with the paper stack in his hand, kunai, and stabbed Long Yi fiercely. The dragon didn't dodge either, but met directly with kunwu in his hand, making a crisp metal crash sound. The 3 generations have taught him for more than a month. Today, it is rare for Xiaonan to be a sparring coach, just in time to test shuriken skills. Quote. Compared to Long Yi's calm attitude, although Xiaonan didn't speak, looking at Long Yi's eyes, it was clearly full of murderous aura. As the members gradually recruited, the Xiao organization has begun to prepare for the action against the tail beast. Before that, the first thing to do is to gather information. 9 tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, is naturally one of the key points. I originally wanted to send the group of Itachi. After all, Itachi is familiar with the environment. But when he heard that he was coming to Konoha, Xiaonan, who had always seldom opened his mouth, took the initiative to take over the task. Although the burning pain has long since disappeared, the scars left in her heart will never be erased. Many late nights, she couldn't sleep because of shame. So this time, in addition to investigating the 9 tails, she also has to find that kid from Konoha and kill him. Coming to Konoha, Xiaonan found out that Juwei was not in the village. So, she turned to the second goal, first sending a clone to appear in front of Ryuya, and then lure him here. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of the shuriken colliding, the two kept changing positions, and soon hit the center of the lake from the shore. At this moment, Xiaonan suddenly stopped and opened up a little distance. Huh? Why did it stop? Long was also taken aback, and then he looked at the surrounding environment, and instantly understood in his heart. You are too careless. At this time, Xiaonan opened his mouth with a hint of pride. Dragon is also a substitute, but at this time above the lake, I see what substitute you use. Really careless. Long also frowned, pretending to be annoyed. To cast the avatar, an object of 1 to 100 kg is required. But on this lake, there is nothing but water. Formless water cannot be used as a substitute. Even dragons are specially made and specially weighted to reach the 1 kg standard of kunai. However, after the shot falls, it will immediately sink to the bottom of the lake, unable to stay on the surface of the lake, and it will not be able to launch a surprise attack through its displacement. Obviously, Xiaonan specially investigated Long Yi's intelligence and chose this venue in a targeted manner. How did you know my avatar ability? At the same time, Long couldn't help but ask curiously. 3 million taels. Having said that, the resentment on Xiaonan's face deepened. In order to get your information, it cost me 3 million taels. Tisk tisk, it's so dark. Long also pouted for a while, but he didn't expect his intelligence to be so valuable. In fact, after the end of the Chuunin exam, as Sandai Hokage expected, the name of Double Ryuya spread quickly throughout the world. Experience tells you that countries can become enemies at any time. Therefore, about such a new star, it immediately attracted the attention of other large and small countries. As a result, the price of information about Long Yi's abilities is getting higher and higher. Unfortunately. As for how others learned of Ryuya's information, it was obviously inferred from his performance in the Chuunin exam. Long also laughed secretly in his heart. This information is not accurate. At this time, the dragon was also only 300 meters away from the shore, and Xiaonan showed his intentions. Obviously, according to the information she got, the maximum distance of Long Yi's avatar technique is within 200 to 300 meters. The reason for this result must be that the dragon also moved more than 200 meters when he avoided Gaara's chakra. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is already abnormal. But how do they know that the real displacement distance of the dragon is 1 mile, which is 500 meters? Therefore, at this time, the dragon also seems to be trapped on the lake surface, but in fact, it can move back to the shore at any time. Long Yi secretly laughed in his heart. Xiaonan spent 3 million taels in vain. On the surface, he pretended to be calm, but in fact he looked flustered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, Xiaonan, who thought he had succeeded, began to use pieces of paper to output to the dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon also pretended not to be able to move, but kept blocking with Kuu's parry. Paper rain. After all, this is Konoha. Xiaonan must fight quickly. With a light drink, the huge wings formed by the paper behind him also shoot countless pieces of paper towards the dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ryu also tried his best to resist dodging, while raising his hand and shooting kunai in all directions. Don't think about it. Thinking that Long also wanted to escape through Kuu's stand-in, Xiaonan shouted lightly, changed his target directly, and intercepted Kuu before it flew far away. Toad bomb. At this moment, Long also shouted loudly, and a huge amount of toad oil was poured directly at Xiaonan. Whoa! More than twice the usual number of toad oil bombs, and being caught off guard, Xiaonan was splashed right. Errors and omissions can sometimes be fatal. It's done. Seeing Xiaonan who was recruited, Long also smiled. How about it? You won't be able to play origami with oil. You. Covered in sticky toad oil, Xiaonan was annoyed. In her paper dance, apart from attacks like fire escape, the most feared thing is oil. Whoosh. At this time, before Xiaonan could think about it, why did Long also know the weakness of her technique? The sound of breaking the air sounded, and seeing the kunwu shot by Long Yi towards her back, she couldn't help but think of the painless millennium kill, and Xiaonan's face changed drastically in an instant. 029 accidentally exploded Tsunade. Escaped. Looking at the empty lake, the dragon who fluttered couldn't help but pouted. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu Xiaonan used, but just now he suddenly disappeared in a cloud of smoke. But think about it, as a member of Akatsuki's organization, when executing the infiltration plan, how could there be no preparations for evacuation? I really want to thank Jiraiya. Looking at the oil remaining on the lake, Long also smiled again. As paper, Xiaonan's paper dance can't be used after it gets oiled, so it is restrained by the toad oil bomb. When Xiaonan exploded at the beginning, she didn't expect her to hold grudges so much that she even chased after Konoha. And with a woman's careful eye, it is inferred that after this miss, I am afraid that it will not stop in the future. With this toad oil bomb in hand, the dragon couldn't help but feel a lot more at ease. But speaking of it, just now, in order to ensure that he could hit, Long also sprayed out all the oil he had accumulated before. Next, I had to take some time and convert some toad oil. Although Xiaonan is a member of Xiao's organization, Long also has a good impression of her as a traveler. Now that Xiaonan has retreated, he doesn't want to pursue it anymore, and then turns to leave. Hey, that's disgusting. What did this woman do? It's oily. Get away from her. ... Long also just returned to the village, when Radar Ear suddenly heard the whispers of many passers-by. Under normal circumstances, the Radar Ear can cover a radius of 10 miles, and the directional screening can even reach 1,000 miles. But with so many voices, if he listened to all of them, Long must have gone mad long ago. Therefore, out of physical instinct, it will filter information and automatically block content that has nothing to do with itself. She hasn't left the village yet. According to the words of passers-by, it can be determined that a woman covered in grease appeared on the street. Just imagine, who else could be except Xiaonan, who was sprayed all over by him. Look where you're going. Long Yi smiled lightly and rushed over immediately. The Radar Ear monitor constantly determines Xiaonan's position. After a while, Long also came to a corner of the street and quietly hid. At this time, Xiaonan is on the street next to him. If there is no accident, he will pass here in a minute. Come on. Radar's ears had already locked on Xiaonan's footsteps, and he was about to come over soon. Long Yi smiled and his hands were already sealed. On the lake just now, Xiaonan escaped, and the 1,000-year-old kills the empty, just to make up for her. Although he is an enemy, as a transmigrator, he doesn't actually hate Xiaonan. So Long has never really killed Xiaonan, but more of a joke. This is the time. Immediately afterwards, footsteps sounded, and the target had appeared. Millennium Kill. When the back-to-back condition was met, the dragon did not hesitate to launch a surprise attack. Puff. Ah tilde. The next moment, along with a muffled sound, a scream resounded through the sky above Konoha. How about it? Feel comfortable. When he succeeded, the corner of Long also smiled, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It's been a long time since he stabbed someone. You. At this time, the person lying on the ground supported and turned his head, glaring at Long Yi with resentment on his face. Ah. When he saw the appearance of the other party, Long was also stunned for a moment. Why not Xiaonan? In fact, not only the appearance, but also the figure and clothes are completely different. But unfortunately, Long Yi was just listening to it, and didn't watch it at all. Tilde. Tsunade was about to speak when the pain struck again, making her hold back, and then she was full of anger. She had just returned to the village, and at the entrance of the village, she encountered a strange woman who was in a hurry and seemed to be running away, and she was rubbed with disgusting oil. It looked like toad oil, but it was obviously thicker, and instead of cleaning it up, she got it all over her body. She came back to serve as the 5th Hokage, but she entered the village in such an embarrassed manner, and was pointed at her along the way. Tsunade was already annoyed enough, but she never expected that, for no reason, a kid would suddenly appear, and he would explode her directly. I'm going to kill. Tsunade was so angry that he wished he could crush the kid in front of him to death. But the pain was unbearable, and there was a burst of numbness and soreness. Tsunade even suspected that the little devil's fingers wouldn't have chili noodles and poison smeared on them. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel more and more resentful towards this vicious little devil. Tsunade-sama. Grandma Tsunade. At this moment, with 2 exclamations, 2 people chased up from behind. Naruto. Long also saw that one of them was Naruto. Didn't Naruto go to Tsunade? Why did he come back? Gang. Long also widened his eyes instantly. Wasn't what Naruto and the others shouted just now Tsunade? Then he looked down and saw that the surging elder sister in front of him was Tsunade Haim. Nima. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Long Yi's head, and he actually burst Tsunade's chrysanthemum. Whoosh. The next moment, avatars. At this time, don't flash, are you waiting to be crushed to death by this strange girl Tsunade? Hey, I seem to have seen the dragon just now. At this time, Naruto, who ran over, couldn't help scratching his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After using the substitute technique one after another, he fled outside the village in one breath, and Long also dared to stop. It's over, it's over. Although he ran away, his little heart was still beating wildly, which caused a lot of trouble. After hiding outside for a day, seeing that it was getting late, Long also quietly turned back. The teacher is looking for me. As soon as I entered the village, I got news that the 3 generations of Hokage summoned. The teacher always took out the precious rest time and used it to guide him in his cultivation. Long did not dare to neglect, and hurried to Hokage's office. Teacher, look for me. The dragon also comes with you. Seeing that the dragon was also coming, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled and pointed to the person by the window. She is Chinsho Tsunade, your senior sister. Tsunade, this is what I told you, my new disciple, Takagi Ryuya. Hee, my lovely little teacher. Tsunade, who had changed into clean clothes, turned around with a smile, just in time to see Ryuya, who was about to turn away. Boom. The next moment, Tsunade suddenly exerted force under his feet, and the floor shattered instantly. At the same time, he reached the door in a flash, stretched out his arms to block the way, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Little junior brother, where are you going? I have a urgency to urinate. Then hold on for now, and senior sister will gently solve it for you. This scene surprised the 3 generations of Hokage. Have you seen it before? You don't know Sarutobi-sensei. As soon as I entered the village, my younger brother greeted me warmly. Tsunade lowered his head slightly, staring at Long Yi with a more and more terrifying smile. So from now on, I will take good care of the younger brother. 030 Sasuke's defection. With Tsunade's strange power, let alone he punched down and even the shit was punched out. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage on the side pretended not to see anything. In the face of the runaway Tsunade, the old man also persuaded. Still muttering, what did Ryu also do to make Tsunade run wild? Long Yi, who was devastated, did not dare to fight back. After all, he was the one who made the mistake first. Moreover, if Tsunade didn't let this breath out, would he still want to have a better life in the future? But in fact, even if Tsunade said this, as a woman who loves to hold grudges, Ryuya's days in Konoha can only be described with the words, distressed. However, there is one dragon who suffers, and thousands of families are happy. From now on, I will rule this village. The 5th Hokage. Standing on the roof of Hokage's office, Tsunade made a high-spirited declaration. In fact, the arrival of Tsunade and the inauguration of the new Hokage really gave the village a shot in the arm. The teenagers practiced harder in order to become stronger, and the whole village was full of vitality. Noba whirlwind. Click. With a loud shout, the tree trunk with the thickness of the basketball in front of him was kicked off by Long Yi. It's finally done. After more than 2 months of hard training, the most important thing is that he has taken Sarutobi's secret medicine twice, which seems to have played a role. Sea-level physique Konoha whirlwind, Dragon has finally mastered it. Like sword and slash, it's an attack skill. But in contrast, as a sea-level melee tactic, it is more powerful. It can also be seen from the tree that was kicked off. As an attacking skill, Konoha Whirlwind matches powerful forces at a whirlwind-like speed and possesses terrifying destructive power. Fire Escape. The art of fireball. Just learned a new skill, but the dragon did not rest, and immediately started a new practice. Call. With a muffled sound, a ball of fire with a diameter of 70 to 80 centimeters spewed out of his mouth. Although he practiced intermittently, over time, his fireball technique continued to improve. But if you want to truly master this technique, the diameter of the fireball after it is fully released must be at least 8 meters. There is still a long way to go before success. But Long was not discouraged, and practiced repeatedly with patience. Another mission. Since Konoha was attacked shortly, many places needed to be rebuilt, which required a lot of money. On the other hand, Konoha must also show the outside world as soon as possible that their strength is still there, in order to prevent some eager hearts. Therefore, after Tsunade came to power, while re-establishing an ally with Sandian village, which was also hit hard, Konoha began to receive a large number of high-level tasks. One is to obtain funds, and the other is to demonstrate strength. Although the 9th class was established not long ago, with a special Jonin and a Chuunin, the tasks cannot help but increase, and the task level has also increased a lot. I am back at last. This afternoon, after completing AB level mission again, Long Yi and the others returned to Konoha exhausted. At the same time, I couldn't help but find that there were significantly fewer ninjas in the village, and they were obviously doing tasks outside. Do you want to go together? Don't. The first thing I did when I went back to the village was to report to Hokage about the mission. Hayate asked, but Long refused. Tsunade still remembers his hatred. If we can't meet, it's best not to meet. Rather than being ravaged by Tsunade, he might as well go home and take a hot bath. Huh. But who would have guessed that as soon as I got home, before taking off my pants, the wind came and said that the 5 generations of Hokage were looking for him. This is a rhythm that can't be avoided, and Long has no choice but to bite the bullet and come to Hokage's office. What? But what I didn't expect was that Tsunade didn't want to ravage him, but had an urgent mission. Just last night, Sasuke Uchiha left the village privately. According to speculation, he was bewitched by Orochimaru and went to Yinin village. Because the Shangnin and Chuunin in the village have tasks that they cannot escape, they have no choice but to dispatch Shikamaru, who has just been promoted to Chuunin, to lead a team to pursue them. Shikamaru found Naruto, Neji, Inazukaya, and Dingji, a total of 5 people, and they have gone to chase. But so far, no news has come back. Tsunade had also sent a message to Sandian village, hoping to get their support, but he was still uneasy. Just at this time, Long also came back, so Long also served as reinforcements and went to the rescue. I see. After listening, Long also nodded, then turned around and left. Hello. Just when Ryuya was about to go out, Tsunade suddenly stopped him. But don't die, my lovely little brother. Don't worry, I haven't had enough of your abuse, perverted eldest sister. Long also smiled and waved his hand, then walked out of the door. This hateful kid, when he comes back, he must take the place of the teacher and give him a good guide on what it means to be polite. Tsunade smiled, and for some reason, when Ryu also left, the originally uneasy mood instantly relaxed a lot. It still happened. Long Yi here, after monitoring the equipment, regardless of exhaustion, without the slightest pause, immediately went to chase. In the original book, Sasuke, who was seriously injured by Itachi and almost had a nervous breakdown. Especially seeing that Naruto and other people of his age are making continuous progress, they are deeply stimulated again, and they urgently want to become stronger. At this time, Orochimaru sent him an invitation. The reason why Orochimaru found Sasuke was to cultivate him into a perfect container, and then use the technique of immortal rebirth to capture Sasuke's body, thereby obtaining Sharingan. Sasuke is not ignorant of this, but in order to become stronger, in order to avenge Itachi, he still decided to go and seek skin with the tiger. In this world, because of Ryuya's relationship, it wasn't Itachi but Xiaonan. Ryuya originally thought that Sasuke might be able to avoid the misunderstanding in the original book. But unfortunately, people's character is already doomed, and Long also underestimated Orochimaru's ability to deceive. Sasuke still left Konoha. Hurry up. According to the original story, Shikamaru and his party and the 5 people of Yinin had a fierce confrontation. In the end, there are winners and losers, but even a victory is a disastrous victory. The final result was due to the timely arrival of Sand Ninja's reinforcements and Tsunade's powerful medical ninjutsu. Although the group did not recover Sasuke, they all saved their lives. But in this world, is this still the case? If there is a slight error, Shikamaru and the others may be finished. Therefore, the dragon cannot delay, and must immediately catch up. 031 Kim Maro in full bloom. With the radar ears and the marks Shikamaru and the others left along the way, the dragon can also clearly know the pursuit route. Directly and continuously use the substitute technique to quickly catch up with the flash. Ding times. After a while, Ryu also found Choji Akishima first. At this time, Dingji had already defeated Jirofang of the 5 people of Yinin, but because of taking the Chudao family's secret medicine chili pills, he fell into a coma due to side effects and his life was at stake. Long also frowned, and instead of sending Dinky back to Konoha, he continued to pursue. In addition to Long Yi, Konoha's medical ninjas have also been dispatched, and it can be seen from the radar that they will arrive soon. Dragon doesn't know how to heal ninjutsu either, so instead of wasting time here, it's better to go after others. Ningji. After some distance, Long also found Neji again. His opponent is Kidomaru, who is the most difficult to deal with among the 5 people except Junmaru. As in the original book, Neji had already defeated Kidomaru, and he himself had been seriously injured and fell to the ground. As long as everything looks like the original, you shouldn't have to worry about it. The dragon did not delay, and continued to chase. Found it. Finally, after a while, Ryu also found Inazukaya and Shikamaru. The 2 of them were fighting with Zojin, Yujin and Tayuya respectively. But I didn't see Naruto and Sasuke, who should have entered a state of suspended animation and was hiding in a wooden barrel. What's the matter? Long also used the radar ear to search immediately, and couldn't help frowning instantly, and the plot really changed again. You 2 hold on a little longer. On Shikamaru and Inazukaya's side, they were already in a hard fight, and the situation was very critical. But the dragon did not step forward to help, but shouted, and then jumped away. Hey, you bastard! I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome now. Looking at Ryuya, who left completely regardless of their lives, Toa and Shikamaru were annoyed and had headaches. Just imagine, how could the dragon disregard the life and death of his companions? In fact, Radar had just discovered that Tamari and Konkuro, who were among the Sandian reinforcements, were not far from here. With the 2 of them to the rescue, Shikamaru and Toya will be safe. Moreover, this is another opportunity for Shikamaru and Tamari to develop feelings. As a Naruto fan, how can Dragon be so troublesome? Of course, the most important thing is that the other side needs his rescue even more. Bang bang bang. At this time, a few miles away, through the woods, above a wilderness, Xiaoli and Gaara were fighting fiercely against a pale, white-haired boy. When the 2 of them joined forces, they fell into a hard battle. Their opponent is the leader of the 5 people of Yinin, who was originally the most satisfied container of Orochimaru, Kagaya-kun Maru. After Tsunade's treatment, Xiaoli has regained his life, but after all, he has not fully recovered, so he is not part of the pursuit team. But when he heard the news, out of concern for his companions, he immediately caught up. And Gaara, as Sandian's reinforcements, Shantamari and Konkuro arrived after a while. Coincidentally, the 2 met Naruto, who was fighting against Junmaru, and rescued Naruto at a critical moment. Next, Sasuke woke up, jumped out of the barrel, and continued to flee. And Naruto, desperately, chased after him. Xiaoli and Gaara originally wanted to catch up, but what they didn't expect was that they were stopped by Junmaru alone. Damn. After another confrontation, looking at Jimalu, who was unscathed, Lee and Gaara, who were already out of breath, could not help frowning. Whether it's Xiaoli's Gangquan or Gaara's sand, they all have extremely strong destructive power. However, it can't hurt Junmaru at all. As a Kagaya clan, Junmaru has a bloodline boundary called Bone Vein. The so-called corpse vein is the terrifying ability to freely manipulate one's own bones. Bone can be used to make the sharpest spear or the strongest shield. If it weren't for the genetic disease of the Kagaya clan, Junmaru would be the best container for the reincarnation of Orochimaru, so it wouldn't be used for Sasuke's idea. Dance of wire flowers. With a loud shout, Junmaro pulled out his spine from behind, like a long whip, and threw it directly at Gaara. Snapped. With a soft sound, the spinal whip instantly wrapped around Gaara. Although there was sand blocking it, the sharp bone spurs would not hurt Gaara, but it was tightly entangled at this time and could not break free for a while. Flowers. Junmalu shouted again. The other arm, countless bones proliferated, and instantly formed a thick and sharp spear, and then sprinted towards Gaara. The strongest defense. Shield of the Crane Guard. Entangled by the spinal whip, Gaara couldn't dodge for a while. Seeing that the situation was in critical condition, he shouted loudly and used sand to form a wall in front of him. Boom. But at the next moment, Gaara's shield of Shukaku, known as the strongest defense, was directly pierced by Kunmaro's bone spear. How is this possible? Gaara's face was full of horror. He gathered minerals with higher hardness in the ground and used chakra to fuse them with sand. At this level, he couldn't resist Junmalu's bone spear. Not good. At the same time, Junmaru's bone spear was still inexhaustible, still stabbing directly at Gaara. Gaara's eyes were wide open, and if he got hit this time, he would definitely die. But at this time, no one could save him. After all, even the shield of Sho Crane can't resist. Who can stop this monster? Cut. And at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Laugh. The next moment, an invisible sword energy struck from not far away, heading straight for Junmalu. This is... Gaara was startled again. This kind of sword energy, he was too familiar with it. Scoff. The sword chi arrived in an instant, directly slashing on Junmalu's bone spear. Junmalu thought that with the strength of his bones, this sword energy could not help him at all. But obviously, he was wrong. With a light sound, the bones on his arm were cut open in an instant. Junmalu was startled, and hurriedly jumped back. Scoff. The sword chi continued to move forward, and while smashing the bone spear, the spine whip that bound Gaara was also cut off together. Tread, tread, tread. Junmalu jumped back several times in succession, temporarily pulling away, and looking at the front vigilantly. Whoosh. The next moment, a figure appeared. It was Long Yi. Dragon is also a stand-in. Looking at Long Yi, Junmalu was still expressionless and his voice was low. It's really you. Kagaya-kun Maro. Long also looked at Junmalu, but frowned. At this time, Junmalu, although his face was morbid, there was no sign that his life was about to come to an end. 032 Long Yi vs. Junmalu. In the original plot, Shaoli arrived in time to save Naruto. After Naruto chased after Sasuke, Shaoli faced off against Junmaro. After that, Gaara arrived in time to save Shaoli. And now, Shaoli and Gaara arrived almost at the same time, but none of that matters. The most important thing is Junmaro. Judging from the state of Junmalu, there is indeed a serious disease, but for some reason, the disease seems to be under control for the time being. It's not that Junmaro, whose life is coming to an end, has the strength of the heyday. This is also why, in the original plot, the shield of the crane that blocked Junmalu's bone spear could not be blocked here. Therefore, Junmalu at this time is more than twice as strong as in the anime. After thinking about this, Long couldn't help frowning. This time it was really troublesome. Come on. At this time, Junmalu opened his mouth. The bones proliferated rapidly, forming a layer of bone armor on his body, and the provocative Shanglong hooked his fingers. Come and kill me. Draw the sword. Long did not hesitate at all, and instantly drew his sword and slashed. A 3-meter-long sword chi roared and slashed towards Junmalu. Click, kaka. The sword chi clenched the bones and made a harsh sound like grinding teeth. Pong. The sword chi slashed into 1 centimeter, and finally collapsed with a muffled sound. It's really strong. Taking a look at the sword marks on the bones, Junmalu exclaimed. But alas, your bones are harder. Long Yi's brows could not help but wrinkle deeper, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although drawing a knife slashes iron like mud, the hardness of Junmalu's bones far exceeds that of steel. Under ordinary slashing, the dragon could not cut Junmalu's bones at all. As for the strike that rescued Gaara, it was naturally charged. However, when accumulating power, he needs to maintain the posture of drawing a knife and slashing. When facing the enemy, how could he be given a chance to accumulate power, especially a master of physical arts like Junmalu? No, still no. It is not enough to draw a sword, let alone kill for 1,000 years. The bones made by Junmaro can even protect chrysanthemums. Even if the dragon pokes his fingers off, he can't get in. The avatar technique can only perform displacement, and has no actual attack ability, so naturally it does not work. As for the toad oil bomb that has just been strengthened, with its super stickiness, although it can control the enemy, it cannot control Junmaro. Because he can proliferate bones indefinitely, he can completely remove a layer of bones and get rid of the oil. Besides, before playing against Chuunin, all the toad oil was sprayed out at once. It has only been a long time, and the number of those newly made by Long Yi is too small. Finger piercing. At this time, Junmalu has launched an attack. With a light drink, the phalanx at the end of the 10 fingers, like powerful bullets, shot at Long Yi. Whoosh! The dragon also used the substitute technique and immediately flashed. Dance of Tang Song. And then, after the dragon also appeared again, Junmalu had already rushed up. Sword-like bones stick out all over his body, and in close proximity, it is not only extremely dangerous, but also has a strong defense. In the previous battle, Shaoli opened the first of the 8 doors, but he was unable to damage it in the slightest. Obviously, Junmalu also has information about Long Yi. Otherwise, how could he directly call out the name, dragon also? According to the information, Junmalu speculates that the sword chi that Long also cut off his bone spear was amplified by, So, he stood still and let the dragon kill him too. I just wanted to try it out, whether Long Yi's ordinary slash could cut off his reinforced bones. In fact, Long also wants to know this question, because it will directly decide the outcome of life and death for the two of them. Regrettably, the chops kept going. In this way, the dragon can't help Junmalu, and Junmalu can attack so unscrupulously. Whoosh! There is no way to fight with Junmalu, who is full of bones, and there is no way, the dragon can only move to avoid it again. Fortunately, although he couldn't break the defense against Junmalu, Junmalu couldn't keep up with his speed, and at most no one could do anything about him. Are you going to hide forever? Junmalu, who fluttered in the air again, still had no expression on his face, then turned around, and suddenly went straight to Shaoli. Yes, he can't catch dragon, but there are 2 little bugs here, and he can kill them first. Seeing Junmalu rushing up, Shaoli's eyes widened, ready to fight. He was not Junmalu's opponent at all, and at this time, his still unrecovered body cracked again due to the force, and there were bursts of piercing pain. If Shaoli fights Junmalu recklessly, he will surely die. Whoosh! Seeing that Junmalu was about to rush to Shaoli, a figure passed by. It was Long Yi. Long Yi's expression was solemn, and he directly stood between Junmalu and Shaoli. Aren't you going to run away? Junmalu was still expressionless, but his cold eyes showed his excitement. Attacking Shaoli in order to lure the dragon to come to. The next moment, Junmalu will attack Long Yi. Nova Whirlwind. But at this moment, the dragon also shouted and kicked Junmalu directly. Boom! With a muffled sound, Junmalu, who was caught off guard, was kicked out several meters with both feet plowing the ground. You still have this trick. Junmalu, who regained his footing, had a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Although it was an accident, this move was useless to him at all. Just imagine, if this trick worked, Shaoli would have defeated Junmalu long ago. Can I just retreat? Of course Long also knew that it was useless. Just now, he just stopped Junmalu temporarily. At this time, he was already thinking that if he couldn't do it, he could only escape. He can easily retreat, but can Xiaoli and Gaara escape? Even if they escaped, what about Sasuke's Naruto who had gone after him? There are also Shikamaru and Toya who have just escaped danger, Temari and Kankuro who came to the rescue, Neji and Dingji who were seriously injured, and the Konoha medical class. Jun Malu, who is unstoppable, is bound to start killing people. At that time, these people may be in danger. But if you don't run away, what else can you do? Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host. Get an unlimited chance to strengthen. Close black lens bracket. Just as Long was in a dilemma, the system prompt suddenly sounded. This is. Long couldn't help but startled, and suddenly remembered, yes, today is just 60 days, and he once again got an opportunity to strengthen infinitely. In fact, in the morning, reinforcement can already be carried out. But Long Yi, who had just completed the task, forgot for a while. Long also did not strengthen. It was already evening, and the system took the initiative to issue a prompt. Strengthen Konoha Whirlwind. Thinking of this, Long also issued an order immediately. This infinite enhancement, target, skill, Konoha Whirlwind. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket as the host confirmed. Close black lens bracket. Okay. Without hesitation, Long couldn't help but smile. He wants to see how hard Junmalu's bones are. 033 Skill Strengthening. Unlimited enhancement begins. Target, skill, Konoha Whirlwind. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Noba Whirlwind Enhancement +1 Close black lens bracket. Noba Whirlwind Enhancement +2. Noba Whirlwind Strengthen +10, Power Increase. Close black lens bracket. Noba Whirlwind Enhancement +11. After the command was issued, the system prompts sounded one after another. When he saw the words, Strength Enhancement, the dragon couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. See how you can save him this time. At this moment, Junmalu shouted and rushed towards Xiaoli again. Junmalu was aggressive, and Long also quickly blocked the system prompt and responded with all his strength. Noba Whirlwind. In the face of Junmalu who was rushing up, Long Yi didn't move this time, but this time, he kicked it directly. Boom. There was a muffled sound, but this time, Junmaro, who was already prepared, didn't move at all. Although he easily resisted Long Yi's foot, Junmalu vaguely felt that this foot was heavier than before. Die. But he didn't think too much, then shouted loudly, stretched out a bone knife in the palm of his hand, and slashed at Long Yi. Dance of Tsubaki. Whoosh. Long also frowned and could only leave again. Tread. After being blocked by Long Yi, Xiaoli also got a breather, took the opportunity to jump back, and temporarily distanced himself from Junmalu. Burning in Hell Sands. At the same time, Gaara gave a loud shout and used the opportunity to launch ninjutsu. I saw Junmalu's feet. The ground instantly turned into quicksand, and then swallowed him. This ninjutsu trick is one of Gaara's trump cards. It can sink the enemy to 200 meters underground, and make it impossible to move with the huge pressure. Woo! After using this trick, Gaara gasped heavily and couldn't help sitting on the ground. In a series of fierce battles just now, his chakra consumption was huge, and this move has exhausted his last chakra. Win. Seeing Junmalu being sunk into the ground, Xiaoli was excited for a while. 200 meters underground, and it is impossible for a normal person to break free. I'm afraid not. At this time, Long also opened his mouth and said something, his expression still solemn. After all, in the original plot, Gaara used this trick to deal with Junmalu, but he still climbed up. What's more, Junmalu at this time is twice as strong as in the original plot. How can this be? Boom. Before Xiaoli could finish speaking, with a loud noise, the quicksand suddenly burst open, and Junmalu jumped out of the ground. 200 meters underground was actually broken free. Seeing this scene, Xiaoli was instantly stunned. What kind of monster is this? Sure is a monster. You must know that in the original work, Junmalu has become a cursed state, and he escaped by using the unique trick, Dance of the Early Fern. But at this time, the normal state of the curse mark was not activated, and it was directly drilled out of the ground. The most important thing is that Shaoli's old injury has relapsed, and I love Luo Chakra exhausted. At this time, Long Yi alone, facing the powerful Junmalu, I'm afraid that I can't protect both of them at the same time. Die! At this time, Junmalu shouted and rushed directly to Gaara. Anyone who is sunk 200 meters underground, the first thing to climb out must be revenge. Whoosh! Noba whirlwind. Gaara, who was depleted of chakra, could not resist at all, and the dragon could only move over, and then another kick. Boom! This kick hit Junmalu, but unfortunately, it failed to knock him back. Huh! Although he was not repelled, Junmalu was startled. If it wasn't obvious just now, he thought it was an illusion, but this time he clearly felt that the strength of Long Yi's foot was obviously much heavier than the first time. Junmalu raised his head and looked at Long Yi suspiciously. This person seemed to be hiding a secret with terrifying power. Whoosh! And taking advantage of this opportunity, Long also took Gaara and jumped back quickly to temporarily distance himself from Junmalu. Not enough. Taking the opportunity to take a look at the system, it strengthens once a second, and has been strengthening the power, but obviously, it is not enough to deal with Junmalu. What the dragon lacks most now is time. As long as he can delay for a while and wait for the system to strengthen that Noba whirlwind, to a certain extent, he will definitely be able to defeat Junmaru. After all, the power-based skill of Konoha whirlwind is the nemesis of the defense-oriented Junmalu. Go to hell. But unfortunately, Junmalu didn't seem to intend to give Long Yi this time, and rushed up again with a loud roar. Long couldn't help frowning. This time he probably couldn't stop it. Sighed Weasel. Seeing that the situation was critical, suddenly a light drink sounded. Call. With the whistling sound, a storm came and devoured Junmalu in an instant. I love Luo. Immediately afterwards, with an anxious cry, Tamari ran over. Excellent. When the reinforcements arrived, Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Another bug. After the storm passed, Junmalu was still standing there. His skeletal defense is too strong, and the technique of the scythe Itachi, which is wrapped in countless sharp blade-like winds, did not hurt him in the slightest. Then try this. At this moment, with the sound of the rattling gears, a puppet appeared and directly covered Junmalu. Since Tamari is here, why is Kankuro missing? The prey swallowed by my black ants will be smashed to pieces. Pong. The proud Kankuro, before he finished speaking, with a muffled sound, countless bone blades stretched out, directly tearing his puppet to pieces. Boring bug. Junmalu, who got out of trouble again, looked indifferent and was about to attack again. At this time, he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Shadow mimic success. Looking at it again at this time, the shadow of Junmalu has been fixed, and a slightly loose voice sounded, it is Shikamaru. Tamari and Kankuro, who served as reinforcements, were one step behind Gaara, but they successfully rescued Shikamaru and Kazuya. Tooth is out of combat, but Shikamaru is okay. The three were worried about the battle here, so they rushed to reinforce. Temari's Itachi, and Kankuro's black ants are actually bait, in order to give Shikamaru an opportunity to perform shadow imitation. It has to be said that although this strategy is simple, it is very successful. You guys have to hurry, I can't control this monster for too long. At this time, Shikamaru's voice sounded. He didn't have much chakra left, not to mention Junmalu's amazing strength. Understood. Long Yi smiled, holding the handle of the knife in his right hand, aiming at Junmalu in a posture of drawing the knife and slashing. Ah, 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 ah. As long as he accumulates power for a certain period of time, he can cut off Junmalu's bones and kill him. Ah. The dragon was also accumulating power, and Junmalu suddenly let out a series of roars. And in the roar, starting from his chest, Countless black linear stripes extended, instantly covering the whole body. I can't catch it. At this time, Shikamaru shouted. The whole person fell to the ground, and the shadow imitation technique was forcibly freed. The seal of the earth. Seeing Junmalu in this state, Long also frowned, and this guy turned into a hanger. 034 Break. Orochimaru is dedicated to immortality and constantly researches various taboo techniques. In order to collect materials, he recruited a large number of ninjas with various abilities. Among them, there is an immortal physique named Libra Changwu, who has a special bloodline limit. Extracting bodily fluids from Libra's body, Orochimaru developed a spell. After being injected into the ninja body, it can trigger a powerful force. As one of the 5 people of Jonin, Junmalu is also the most important subordinate of Orochimaru, and was awarded the Seal of Earth, which is second only to Sasuke's Seal of Heaven. Bound by the shadow imitation technique, Long Yi slashed and began to charge up. With life and death at stake, Junmalu finally used the power of the curse mark. Damn bugs, I'll crush you all to death. After breaking free from the shackles, Junmalu immediately dodged, avoiding the attack direction of Long Yi's sword. Then he looked at the people in front of him with murderous intent on his face. Quote. Having lost his goal, the dragon could only stop accumulating power. Looking at Junmalu in the state of the curse mark, he sighed secretly. He had no choice but to fight recklessly. Sighed Weasel. Obviously, the others understood this, and Tamari took the lead. Ka. Immediately afterwards, Kankuro manipulated the other puppets and rushed towards Junmaru as well. Shaoli was seriously injured, and Gaara and Shikamaru ran out of chakra. The 3 of them can only temporarily rest next to each other, hoping to recover some fighting power as soon as possible. Whoosh. Toad Bomb. After Tamari and Kankuro attacked in 2 waves, Ryuya moved to Junmalu's side, opened his mouth, and spit out all the toad oil in his body. Although the number is not large, it can cover the whole body of Junmalu. Small Fireball Art. Junmalu has a bone vein that can remove his bones and break free from toad oil, so the dragon did not expect to be able to control him, but then spewed out a ball of fire with a diameter of 70 to 80 centimeters. Boom. With a loud noise, the fireball exploded, instantly igniting toad oil, and the raging fire completely wrapped Junmalu. Did you succeed? Looking at Junmaru who was burned, everyone was still full of vigilance. Click. But obviously, with just some flames, Junmaru can't be killed at all. With the crisp sound, Junmalu took off a layer of bones and got rid of the still burning toad oil. Dance of Tang Song. Dance of Tsubaki. The next moment, as Junmalu shouted twice, first sharp bones grew all over his body, and then 2 bone knives stretched out from his hands, and he rushed up with murderous intent. Long Yi and the 3 looked solemn, but without any hesitation, they went up to them directly. The next moment, Ryuya, Tamari, and Kankuro fought together around Junmalu. In a 3-on-1 situation, even though Junmalu's physical skills are strong, the 3 of them can handle it with ease. But the most important thing is that they can't break those bones, and they can't hurt Junmalu at all. As a result, the 3 people actually fell into the disadvantage. Nova Whirlwind Strengthen plus 1000, Power Increase. Close Black Lens Bracket. Nova Whirlwind Enhancement plus 1001. Nova Whirlwind Enhancement plus 1002. ... While fighting with Junmalu, he glanced at the system prompt. It has been strengthened more than 1,000 times, and each strengthened item is power. It should be almost. When it is strengthened to 1,000 times, the power is transformed and greatly improved. Nova Whirlwind. Boom. This was the 4th time he used Konoha Whirlwind, and Junmalu was already familiar with it, so he raised his forearm to block. Whoa. But what Junmalu never expected was that compared to the previous 3 times, the strength this time was dozens of times stronger. Under the impact of the huge force, Junmalu moved more than 10 meters under his feet, plowing a deep trace on the ground. What have you done? Standing again, Junmalu looked at Long Yi with a solemn expression. In just a few minutes, how could the power of Long Yi have such a terrifying increase? You know, even if his Earth's curse seal only doubles his body. You don't need to know that. Looking at Junmalu, who was repelled, Long also smiled. With his current strength, although he still can't hurt Junmalu, as long as he can temporarily beat back, that's enough. The skills are still being strengthened. As long as he can limit Junmalu and buy time, the dragon will soon be able to kick his bones to pieces. The Dance of the Willows. If you can't figure it out, hit it. Junmalu gave a light drink and rushed up again. Come on. Long Yi smiled lightly and went up to meet him directly. In a purely physical competition, Dragon is not a match for Junmalu at all. But he has an enhanced version of the substitute technique, which can keep moving and dodging. As for Junmalu's shot at Xiaoli and the others, after the Konoha whirlwind has been strengthened 1,000 times, the dragon can already kick him back. In this way, the two of you come and go, and still no one can hurt the other, and the battle is at a stalemate. And this state is exactly what Long also wants to see, because he just wants to delay time. Seeing that Ryuya was entangled with Junmalu alone, Temari and Konkuro simply went to rest and fought Junmalu, which was too much chakra. You're still getting stronger. After several fights, Junmalu suddenly stopped and looked at Long Yi with cold eyes. He could feel that Long Yi's Konoha whirlwind was still growing in strength. It is very possible that Ryuya's Nova whirlwind will become stronger as the battle continues. Although it is impossible to explain the principle, but Long Yi's techniques are all inexplicable. In this way, the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for him. Ah! Thinking of this, Junmalu let out a roar, and his body changed again. The skin turned dark red, and a thick tail grew behind him, and his body was covered with sharp bone spurs. The seal of the earth, the second form. It was seen through. Seeing Junmalu, who transformed again and finally used all his strength, Ryu also sighed secretly. Although he has already tried his best to control the strength, the system is too powerful, and the degree of his control has not kept up with the degree of strengthening, and sometimes he has to use more strength. Otherwise, he might be able to delay a little longer. However, it should be enough for now. Whoosh! The next moment, the dragon moved again, and instantly appeared beside Junmalu without the slightest hesitation. Leaf whirlwind. Boom! With a loud noise like a muffled thunder, he kicked Junmalu's arm heavily. This trick of yours is completely useless to me. Junmalu sneered. He did not hesitate to overdraw his body and entered the second form of the curse of the earth. At this time, he is more than twice as strong as before. Once again strengthened bones, he is confident, no one can hurt him now. Click, click. And at this moment, with a burst of cracking sound, a crack appeared in the bones of Junmalu's arm where the dragon also kicked it. 035 The death of Junmaro. Broken. Break. Seeing this scene, Temari and the others next to them opened their eyes wide and their faces were shocked. They have all played against Junmalu, and they deeply realized how hard the bones are. What's more, at this time, Junmalu's second stage transformation has already increased his strength several times. Such a powerful Junmalu, such a hard bone, was even shattered by Long Yi's kick. The speed at which he has become stronger is beyond my comprehension. Looking at Long Yi, Gaara's expression was very serious. After the Chuunin exam, Gaara was rescued back to Sandian village, but there were two figures that lingered in his heart. One is Naruto. Naruto's strength and joy are like the sun, illuminating his darkness for more than 10 years and making him love again. And the other is the dragon. In the third round of the exam, Long Yi cut off his proud absolute defense. It was the first time he had been injured and bleeds since he was so old. If it is said that Naruto made Gaara regain his love, and Ryuya is the one who made him truly understand his fear. After the injury was healed, Gaara practiced desperately and became stronger, so that one day he could overcome that fear. How is that possible? But today, when I saw Long Yi's kick, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up from the bottom of my heart. Gaara smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would never be able to overcome this fear. At the same time, Long also let him understand again, what is despair. Is that still Konoha whirlwind? Compared to Gaara, Xiaoli doesn't have so many thoughts, only shock in his heart. Of all the people present, no one is more familiar with Konoha whirlwind than him. But at this time, the Konoha whirlwind that Long also cast was beyond his cognition. Xiaoli couldn't help thinking that when he returned to Konoha, he must ask Mr. Akai for advice. But for some unknown reason, he had doubts about Teacher Akai for the first time. Even Teacher Akai might not be able to explain the so-called Noba whirlwind. Impossible, impossible, it's impossible. At this moment, the stunned Junmalu came back to his senses and let out a hysterical roar. This skeleton is not only defense, but also his pride. Long also kicked just now, along with his pride, also kicked to pieces. Dance of the Early Fern. Junmalu, who was in madness, suddenly turned to Long Yi. His eyes were extremely cold, and then he shouted loudly. The Dance of Hyafern, Junmaru's strongest move. Laugh, chi-chi, scoff. The next moment, from the feet of Junmalu, a large number of bones proliferated, extending rapidly to the ground, and then violently pierced the ground and the sky, like spears, instantly turning a radius of 200 or 300 meters into a forest of white bones. Forest. This move not only covers a wide range, but also launches extremely quickly. Fortunately, through the rest just now, Gaara recovered some chakra, condensed the sand, and held him, Xiaoli, Shikamaru and others in the air, avoiding this indiscriminate attack in time. Tread. And Long Yi, who knew Junmalu's technique like the back of his hand, was already prepared. At the moment when the Junmalu jutsu was activated, he jumped into the air to dodge. At this time, he fell and stood firmly on a bone spear. Die. At the moment when Long Yi fell, a bone spear next to him, Junmalu suddenly appeared, a lot of bones in his arm, condensed into a thick spiral bone spear, known as the strongest spear, and stabbed at Long Yi fiercely. As the best successor of the bone vein, Junmalu can even completely attach his body to the protruding bone. Launching the Dance of the Early Fern is not just to attack, but to create a favorable battlefield that can appear at any time. Whoosh. But unfortunately, Long was already prepared, and the avatar technique moved to avoid it again. Dead. Die. 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 The next moment, Junmalu followed Long Yi's figure and kept appearing, with hysterical roars coming out of his mouth. Only by killing Long Yi can he regain his pride. But unfortunately, Long Yi's stand-in technique is too fast. Rao is in the bone forest of Junmalu's home court, and he can't catch Long Yi at all. That's it. Looking at Junmalu, who was completely mad, Long also dodged and smirked. With the scope of his avatar technique, he could actually be instantly transferred to the outside of the bone forest. Even Junmalu, it would not be so easy to create such a bone forest again. But the dragon didn't do that, and kept dodging between the bone forests. The reason why he did so naturally was delaying time. Just give him some more time, it's not just a simple kick. It has to be said that Junmalu, who has fallen into madness, has lost his ability to think and judge, and he has not even seen through such a simple intention. But then again, all of Junmalu's cards have been opened. Even if he sees through, what can he do? Run away. The pride of Junmalu, as the first container of Orochimaru, did not allow him to escape. As a result, in the pursuit of the bone forest, time passed by minute by minute. Noba whirlwind. When the time was almost up, Long also shouted loudly, and finally shot again. Boom. With a muffled sound, this kick hit Junmalu. Click. And then, there was another harsh sound. Junmaru, who was attached to the bone forest, was broken as a connected ossified waste. Wrapped in the power of thunder, Long Yi's kick actually kicked Junmalu away. Whoosh. The next moment, before Junmalu landed, the dragon flashed to his side again. Noba whirlwind. Boom. Puff. With a muffled sound, the bones covering his body shattered instantly. At the same time, Junmalu spurted out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Noba whirlwind. Noba whirlwind. Noba whirlwind. ... Next, the dragon also kept shifting and flashing, and kept kicking at Junmalu. At this time, Junmalu was like a sandbag, being kicked away by Longyi again and again in midair. And in the heavy blows again and again, not to mention the bones on the surface of the body, even the bones of the whole body have been kicked into pieces by the dragon. Who the hell is the monster? Shikamaru couldn't help but lose his mind as he watched Ryuya, who kept hitting Junmaru in midair. This guy was even more terrifying than a monster. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Longyi was only afraid of kicking hundreds of feet, and finally, with a loud noise, Junmalu was smashed to the ground by him. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was another loud noise, and the bone forest below was also collapsed under the huge wind pressure. It's over. But looking at it now, Junmalu, who was lying in a pit with a diameter of several tens of meters, has completely lost his breath. 0.36 million tons of cyclone. Long Yi's attack was indeed fierce, but Junmalu didn't die under the Konoha whirlwind, but because the state of the curse seal too exceeded the physical load and suffered backlash and died. I have to say that Orochimaru is worthy of the poison in pornography, and his things are really harmful. At the same time that Junmaru died, Naruto and Sasuke's first battle of the End Valley also came to an end. The result was the same as in the original book. Naruto was defeated and fainted. Sasuke, who was willing to do everything to become stronger, finally failed to kill Naruto and completely cut off the fetters. After that, with the arrival of Kakashi, who completed the mission, and the arrival of ninjas from the medical class, this mission to retake Sasuke officially ended. Although he killed the sound of the 5 people, but failed to retake Sasuke in the end, the mission was a failure. But fortunately, all the members who participated in the pursuit and the reinforcements were injured to varying degrees, but no one was sacrificed. Next time, I will definitely complete the task successfully. Shikamaru, who finally couldn't help crying after learning that all his friends had survived, was determined to become a truly excellent ninja. The matter came to an end, and the biggest hero of the battle, Ryuya, who defeated Junmalu almost by himself, quietly left. When I got home, I took a hot bath, put my head on the bed, and fell asleep. Just finished a B-level quest, and then took on this quest. He was too tired. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. It wasn't until the next afternoon, when the system prompt sounded, that Long also woke up. It's done. Long also yawned, sat up from the bed, and checked the system in detail. In the process of strengthening yesterday, the power of the Konoha whirlwind was enough to kick Junmalu's bones to pieces. Now after a whole day, 86,400 times of strengthening, I don't know how strong it will be. This is. When he saw the effect of the enhanced Konoha whirlwind, Long also widened his eyes and couldn't help but be stunned. Other ninjutsu, even the lowest level of the Millennium Kill, has been strengthened, and various abilities have been derived. Such as raids, such as hits, such as various negative effects. But as AC rank ninjutsu Konoha whirlwind, there is only one effect of strengthening, that is power. 86,400 enhancements. 86,400 enhancements and transformations of strength. 10,000 tons. And in the end, it was an extremely terrifying result. Konoha whirlwind strengthen plus 86400, power 10,000 tons. This is. After returning to God, Long Yi was still a little confused. What is the concept of 10,000 tons, that is, 10 million kilograms? What is the effect of a cyclone of leaves that carries a weight of 10 million kilograms? Long didn't know either, and he didn't dare to try it lightly. He was afraid that if he was not careful, his house would be gone. Inexplicably, Long couldn't help but think, compared with the strongest physique move, Yi Kai, this move, 10,000 whirlwind, which one is stronger? Unfortunately, there is no comparison, it is destined to be an unsolved case. But one thing is certain, this move will be Long Yi's strongest attack move at the moment without considering the draw and slash to charge up. A use of power. If it is simply to increase strength, it can only be regarded as inferior, and the most important thing is to control the strength. While possessing the power of 10,000 tons, the dragon can also completely control this power, such as releasing the power by concentrating a little to achieve a blasting effect. It can also kick people away with one kick without hurting them in the slightest. I have to say that it is worthy of being produced by the system, and it is worthy of a skill that has been strengthened 86,400 times. Single. Of course, there is no almighty ninjutsu, because it only strengthens the power and does not strengthen the damage range, so the attack radius has not changed, and it is still only a single damage skill. Basic level. At the same time, the dragon can't help but be inspired. As AC level ninjutsu, compared to those E level ninjutsu, although it is also strengthened 86,400 times, but because the starting point is much higher, the final result, in addition to being more powerful, does not have so many limitations. Advanced skills. Long couldn't help but think about whether his future training should be focused on advanced skills. But with his aptitude, if he wants to learn an advanced skill, 2 months is simply not enough. In this way, it will cause an embarrassment, that is, the time to strengthen is up, but the dragon has no skills to strengthen. But in order to ensure that there is skill enhancement, and blindly cultivating low-level skills, I am afraid that you will never learn advanced skills. Choose. Long also lay on the bed again, hesitating for a while as to how to choose. Forget it. Thinking of the pain in the head, Long also turned over and simply continued to sleep. Sasuke's departure is undoubtedly a great blow to some people, such as Sakura, Naruto, and Kakashi. But at the same time, it is also an incentive to motivate them to become stronger. And Konoha's other Shinin also felt powerless in this incident, and began to practice harder. Fire escape. The art of fireball. After being busy for a long time, there are not so many tasks anymore, and Long Yi's time is also relaxed. When not on assignments, he spends almost all of his time cultivating. And the focus of his current practice is the technique of the fireball. The 10,000-ton whirlwind made the dragon understand that even with the same 86,400 enhancements, advanced ninjutsu is more valuable. Dragon 2. This morning, Long also practiced hard as always, and with a shout, Naruto ran over. I have come to say goodbye to you. Farewell. Naruto nodded and said seriously. I'm going to practice with the lecherous immortal. This way. Looking at Jiraiya by the road not far away, Long also understood. In the original plot, after Sasuke defected, Naruto blamed himself for not being able to bring his friends back, and felt that he was not strong enough. So then, after his injury was healed, he followed Zillai and left the village to embark on a journey of cultivation. And this walk is 2 years. 2 years later, Naruto returned to Konoha again, already a powerful and mature ninja. Wait for your return. Thinking of this, Long also smiled and stretched out his palm. Snapped. A crisp high five sounded, and Naruto was in high spirits. When I come back, I will definitely surpass you. Not necessarily. Definitely. Naruto shouted, smiled and waved goodbye to Ryuya, then followed Jiraiya and left Konoha. It's time. Looking at Naruto on the journey, Ryu also took a deep breath and walked to the residence of the third Hokage. No matter how much low-level ninjutsu you practice, it is impossible to defeat Madara Uchiha, and it is impossible to defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki. Long has also made a decision to take the time to practice a high-level ninjutsu with all his strength. Like Naruto's spiral pill, it becomes his real powerful weapon. As for which ninjutsu to practice, Long has also thought about it. When Naruto stole the Book of Seals, Long also recorded 2 ninjutsu skills from it, one of which was just right. 0372 years later. 2 years later. Open black lens bracket Hokage Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Chuunin. Organs, ear, brain, heart. Skill. Millennium Kill Strengthen plus 86,400 E-level physical skills. Substitute Jutsu Strengthen plus 86400 E-class ninjutsu. Draw Sword and Strengthen plus 86400 E-level physical art. Toad Oil Bomb Enhancement plus 86400 C-class ninjutsu. Konoha Whirlwind Strengthen plus 86400 C-level ninjutsu. Clone Jutsu Strengthen plus 86400 E-class ninjutsu. Seal of the Four Signs Strengthening plus 86400 S-level ninjutsu. 2 years ago, Ryu also found Sarutobi Hizen, and proposed the idea of practicing a high-level ninjutsu with all his strength, which was approved by Hizen. After Tsunade came to power, Nijin had already taken a back seat. As a teacher, he expressed that he would do his best to help Longya practice. And the ninjutsu that the dragon also needs to practice is called the Seal of the Four Elephants. As a branch of ninjutsu, sealing jutsu is extremely complex and difficult to cultivate while it is self-contained. What's more, the Seal of the Four Elephants is still S rank. While amazed at Long Yi's determination, Rizhin couldn't help but wonder, Long Yi is a Chuunin, where did he get his S rank ninjutsu? There is no need to hide, Long also admitted that he memorized 2 ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. As expected, Rizan smiled and did not pursue it. With the relationship between the senior and the younger brother, Tsunade first temporarily cancelled all of Longya's tasks. Then under the guidance of Rigian, Long also began to fully cultivate the Seal of the Four Elephants. After 60 days, get another chance to strengthen. Every 6 times contains a gold enhancement, and Long Yi, who has only 1 clone skill left, chooses the gold enhancement to strengthen his brain. The brain is responsible for processing information and storing memories. Although it is only an organ, it is extremely complex. After 86,400 enhancements, all aspects of the brain's functions have been terribly increased. But how strong it is, the dragon is also not clear. Because of the function of the brain, it is really impossible to show some clear numerical values. Can only give an example, such as 178,209 times 837, the dragon can also get in an instant. In fact, not to mention simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, even if there are various complex and huge operations, dragons are no problem, it just takes a little time. For another example, a few rice balls were placed on the dining table one morning a few months ago, and the dragon could remember it clearly, just like the information stored on the computer hard drive. As for the ability of thinking and analysis, it has also improved, but it is not so intuitive. In addition, in the process of strengthening the brain, in addition to the enhancement of basic functions, it also derives an ability, which the dragon also calls, illusionary solitaire. That is, in any illusion, the dragon can also turn against the guest, dominate the illusion, and even kill the caster. Excellent. After getting this ability, Long couldn't help but be excited. With his current skill configuration, the most feared thing is illusion. That's why, when Xiaonan entered the village and mistakenly thought it was Itachi, he was so nervous. But now, with this ability, illusion will no longer be his death point. On the contrary, all those who dare to use illusion in front of him will suffer the consequences. And according to the enhanced ability of the brain, the dragon also named it, Super Brain. After strengthening the brain, another 60 days passed, and the dragon also got an infinite opportunity to strengthen again. The golden enhancement has been used, and he has no choice but to strengthen the clone technique. As an E-level clone technique, it is not a shadow clone, and even after 86,400 enhancements, it still cannot become an entity. But its realism has reached its limit. Even the white eyes of the Hyuga family can see the flow of chakra, but they can't see the clone of Longya. Secondly, the geometric increase in the number of clones is also better than the multiple shadow clone technique. The most important thing is that all the experiences of the avatar will be fed back to the main body after the avatar disappears. At this point, it is almost the same as the shadow clone. In this way, in addition to being used for investigation, Dragon can follow Naruto and divide up a large number of clones to help him cultivate the seal of the four elephants together. At the same time, the training speed has been greatly increased, and Long can't help but feel annoyed. He knew this and strengthened the clone technique from the beginning. Of course, when a large number of clones practice together, in addition to experience feedback, there is also fatigue, and hundreds of thousands of times of fatigue hit together. If it wasn't for the strong support of an idea, the dragon would never continue to use the clone technique to cultivate success. With tenacious willpower and the correction of the meridians by Sarutobi's secret medicine, the S-rank seal of the four elephants, even if some geniuses, need several years to cultivate, and the dragon only took less than 2 years. In addition, since all the time is used to cultivate the seal of the four elephants, the dragon has no other skills. Whenever it is time to strengthen, you can only give up. After giving up 4 times in this way, Long Yi finally got another chance to strengthen his gold. And this time, he chose the heart. First of all, as the root of vitality, after 86,400 times of strengthening, the vitality of the heart is almost infinitely improved. Even if it is pierced, even if it is burned clean, as long as there is one cell in the blood, it can be remodeled and regenerated. In this way, for Long Yi, the heart is no longer the door to death. Secondly, the blood supply capacity has been greatly improved. For example, if it used to be a small motor, it is now a large nuclear power plant. With the improvement of blood supply capacity, Long Yi's overall physical function has been greatly improved accordingly. The most important thing is that the manufacture of chakra comes from the cells of the body and the spirit of the soul. Now that the blood supply capacity of the heart has improved, the number of chakras derived from cells has surged directly. According to the third generation, the amount of chakra in Long Yi's body has reached an extremely terrifying level, comparable to a tailed beast. The amount of chakra is large, that is to say, the dragon will release ninjutsu in the future, so there is no need to worry about the problem of mana consumption. Based on this feature, the dragon also named it the heart of the tailed beast. After the gold enhancement was used up 3 times in a row, because there was no skill, the dragon had to give up the opportunity to strengthen. Until the 4th time, the dragon has also become the seal of the 4 elephants. The seal of 4 signs, using the 4 signs cycle theory, seals powerful enemies, even the forbidden arts of demons. At the same time, the 4-image seal is also the basis of many sealing techniques, such as the 8 trigrams seal, the Li 4-image seal, and the dead ghost seal. Seal everything. After the system was strengthened 86,400 times, the seal of the 4 elephants became stronger. Whether it is a tangible person or thing, or an invisible flame, chakra, or even air, it can be sealed. Moreover, the seal has an absolute attribute, which cannot be destroyed by any external force. In addition, the method of performing the surgery is also more varied. The first is to perform surgery with the hands. The dragon also represents yin and yang with both hands, and yin and yang are derived from the 4 images. The second is to seal with a scroll. Write the sealing technique on the scroll in advance, and directly shake the scroll when using it, and the thing wrapped by the technique in the scroll can be sealed. Finally, there is the seal of the spell. It is not limited to the scroll, and the spell is depicted anywhere and sealed. The advantage of this is that there is no limit to the size of the space. As long as the spell is large enough to cover the entire world can be sealed. But the disadvantage is that the larger the seal, the more chakra and time-consuming it will be to activate. If you really want to seal the world, in addition to covering the world with such a large spell, it will probably take Long Yi a lifetime to activate this seal. But no matter how you say it, as an S-rank ninjutsu, the 4 seals that have been strengthened 86,400 times are simply terrifying. Otsutsuki. With this technique, the dragon is also confident that even if the 4th ninja war breaks out, even if he faces Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, he can still fight against it. 038 New Chuunin Exam. Senior sister and mother-in-law, it's been so long, you still hold grudges. Don't call me mother-in-law. Okay. In Hokage's office, Long also touched the large bags stacked on his forehead, and tears of pain almost fell. It's really comfortable. In contrast, Tsunade has not been so happy to ravage Ryuya for a long time, but Tsunade is so comfortable that he is more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. He moved his shoulders and said with a smile. I called you here today for something else. What? I heard from Tsurubi-sensei, your cultivation has been completed. Then don't hurry up and contribute to the village. Tsunade slapped the table, and the roar almost shattered the glass of the office. Do you know how long you haven't been on a mission? Are you my dear senior sister or Huang Shiren? What Huang Shiren? An exploiter hated by civilians. My dear little junior brother, how can you say that about your dear senior sister? Tsunade narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. After all, you haven't given a mission for almost 2 years, so this time, I have arranged a very simple mission for you. Okay. Long also nodded. He also wanted to test the results of his cultivation, and then asked a question. What level? There is no rank. Tsunade smiled sinisterly, and then told Longya the details of the mission. It has been 2 years since the last Chuunin exam. During these 2 years, the village has been recuperating and recovering. So Tsunade decided to hold the Chuunin exam again this year. It was originally a joint examination of the 5 countries, but unfortunately, Yenian Village, Leian Village, and Wuyin Village refused to take the exam for various reasons. So in the end, only Konoha, Cheyenne, and some other small villages participated. The exam is divided into 2, the first competition, held in Konoha. The second trial of survival, due to the strong request of the new Kazekage Gaara, was held in Sandian. The task for Ryuya this time is to lead the team of Konoha candidates in Cheyenne together with the other 2 Chuunin. It's really an easy task. After listening to this, Long couldn't help but sigh. Yes, being able to go to Cheyenne Village is a mission. It's clearly a public-funded tour. Tsunade nodded vigorously, looking at Long Yi with a smile on his face. Long also secretly pouted. This old woman is very bad, I believe you a ghost. Gaara has just taken over the role of Fengyiang, and his position is not stable, and because of the identity of others, there are many opposition forces lurking below. At this time, Cheyenne Village can be described as a turbulent undercurrent. Moreover, Gaara insisted on using Sandian Village as the main arena. In fact, he took this opportunity to make his first public appearance as Fengyiang to find out the following opponents. Therefore, Sandian during the Chuunin exam is likely to break out into a big rebellion, which is simply dangerous. In addition to Long Yi, there are only 2 other Chuunin leading the team. In this case, it is necessary to protect a group of genin. The difficulty of this task is no less than A level. Can you not go? Can't. Tsunade rolled his eyes and added another sentence. And must leave now, because the others have already left. Quote. Long was also speechless, and the urging of his life did not make people gasp for breath. Who let people be Hokage? A man can bend and stretch. Immediately after leaving the Hokage office, Long also packed up and left immediately. This Chuunin exam, the first written exam, is in Konoha. The examiner is Shikamaru, who has been promoted to Chuunin, and the exam is now over. But before the candidates were happy, a new test came again. Due to Neji's drive, the number of people who passed the first round was too large, so before the second round began, 1 more batch had to be eliminated. First of all, because it is a team exam, there is no guarantee that a complete team of 3 people will be eliminated on the spot. Then, from Konoha to Sandian, in the order of arrival, the last 30 people are eliminated, and private fights are not allowed on the way. How did you get here? When the dragon also arrived at the exam venue, those shaman had already set off. Only Shikamaru and Temari were left as examiners. Looking at Ryuya who was late, Shikamaru said with a smile. However, with the strength of your feet, you should be able to reach Sandian ahead of them. Is it their exam or my exam? Long also sighed helplessly, and then asked a question. Who are the other two leading Chuunin? Steel Iron, Shenyu Izumo. They. Long also nodded. Although they were only Chuunin, they were really very reliable two people who were usually responsible for guarding the Konoha portal. As for why, it was not Akai, Asma, and Hong who were named Shangnan in the original book, but instead they were the three Chuunin who led the team, and Long was too lazy to think about it. After all, after so long, many things have already deviated from the original plot. Those little ghosts had already set off, and the dragon could not delay any longer, and immediately chased after them. But speaking of which, many of the genin who participated in this exam were from the same period as Long Yi, and there were even a third class who was a year higher than him, so it seemed inappropriate to call them brats. This guy is so much better looking. Looking at the back of Ryuya dashing away, Shikamaru said with a smile. After all, 2 years have passed, and the little ghost who just graduated from the ninja school is now a vigorous boy of 15 or 16. What did he carry? In contrast, Temari was more concerned about the huge scroll behind Ryuya. It's not like a psychic contract scroll. Could it be that in the past 2 years, he has practiced space ninjutsu similar to Tiantian, summoning ninja gear to fight? What surprises will you bring us? Thinking of this, Temari couldn't help smiling, and he couldn't help but look forward to Long Yi's next performance. What surprise? Shikamaru asked a question next to him, and then without waiting for Temari to answer, he said with a smile. Before returning to Cheyenne, would you like to try Konoha's refreshments? Okay, I'll treat you. How can you let a woman spend money, and you're a guest after all? Are you looking down on women? Don't you forget that I was chasing Yin Ren, but this woman saved your life. Okay. Catch up. While Shikamaru and Temari were enjoying the couple's set meal, Ryu also caught up with the candidates, but instead of directly overtaking them, he slowed down, concentrated, and covered everyone with radar ears. This time, the candidates were mainly from the two major villages of Cheyenne and Konoha, but there were also many other small ninja villages who were invited or asked to participate. And some of the villages made Long also pay special attention, such as Taki Ninja Village, such as Yunin Village. 0397 Tails Pillar Force. 3 days later, after running all the way, the candidates arrived at Sandian. And the last 30 people, according to the examination rules, were eliminated directly. In the evening, the restaurant has prepared dinner, which is regarded as a wind and dust. Ninjas from different villages gathered together, and as candidates, they were all opponents, and the atmosphere was tense for a while. Boom! At this moment, the door of the restaurant was suddenly pushed open, and the dragon who had just arrived at Cheyenne also walked in. I'm starving. Unexpectedly, on the road for 3 days, the dry food that I brought with me has been eaten early, and I haven't eaten all day today. Looking at the sumptuous meal, Long also smiled, took a meal and found a place to sit down. Who is he? Konoha ninja. Seeing Long Yi's forehead guard, everyone couldn't help but wonder for a while. Where did this Konoha ninja come from? Why didn't I see it during the test before? Could it be that the Chuunin test can also cut the queue? Dragon 2. At this time, Neji and the Konoha ninjas, seeing that it turned out to be Long Yi, couldn't help but look surprised, and then came over. How are you? Why can't it be me? Long also smiled and greeted everyone. In addition to Neji and the others from Class 3, Hinata from Class 8, Ino, Dingji and Sakura from Class 10 also temporarily formed a team. It's a pity that I didn't see Tomojiu and Coriander. I don't know if it was because of the lack of Longyu that they couldn't form a team, or they were eliminated in the first round of exams. Like Shikamaru, you are already a Chuunin, why are you still here? It seems that it has been a long time since Ryuya was seen. After a while of joy, Ino asked. Chuunin. The ninjas in other villages were startled. This kid who looked about the same age as them was actually a Chuunin. Don't you know that? Long also took a mouthful of rice, swallowed it, and said with a smile. I'm one of the leaders sent by the village. By the way, what about Zitai and Izumo? Didn't they come to dinner? Leader. The other village ninjas were full of surprises again. This kid is not only Chuunin, but also the leader of Konoha. Hey, the leader actually arrived later than us. It seems that Konoha is really not as good as before, and this kind of strength can also be endured. If he took this exam, he's already been eliminated. Immediately afterwards, the other ninjas talked a lot, and their tone was full of disdain. What did you say? Hearing this, Ino was instantly furious and shouted at the others. You frogs at the bottom of the well, haven't you even heard of the name, Dragon? Dragon Yi, the substitute, turned out to be a substitute. No wonder he was able to pass the exam and become a Chuunin. Ha ha. I don't know who made a joke, and then there was a burst of laughter. Damn. Unforgivable. They even openly laughed at Konoha's hero. Not only Ino, but even the calm Neji couldn't hold back their anger. Let you taste the power of Konoha ninja. At this time, with a loud shout, Fang had already rushed up, and punched the person who was teasing him just now. Who is afraid of whom? Konoha fired the first shot, and the others couldn't wait and rushed up immediately. Seeing this, it was only Neji and the others who were one step behind Ya, so there was nothing to hesitate. Immediately afterwards, the originally good dinner party instantly turned into a big melee. Quote. Seeing this scene, Long also blinked. In the original book, they did fight at the dinner party. After all, putting them together was like two male lions in a cage. It would be strange if they didn't fight. But Long also never imagined that this fight was actually because of him. Forget it. Let's fight. He doesn't bother to care, and continues to eat. Along the way, in order to snoop on the information, he was tired enough. Boom. Seeing that the fighting was getting more and more intense, and it was about to be upgraded to the stage of ninjutsu, suddenly a loud noise came, and everyone couldn't help being stunned. It was as if a wall had been broken. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was another muffled sound. A green-haired girl broke the glass from the outside and jumped in directly, shouting cheerfully after her appearance. The party has started. Guys, can you make 100 friends? Who are you? I'm Fu from Taki Ninja Village. I took the Chuunin exam this time to make 100 friends. Everyone, what are you doing after dinner? Playing poker. Playing double six. Quote. What do you want to do? Looking at Fu, who was naturally a little nervous, the people who were still angry just now, like taking a cold bath, felt dull in an instant, and then left the restaurant one after another. Hey, wait. Only Fu stood there with a blank expression on her face. Long Yi quickly finished his meal, and followed the crowd away, glanced at Wang Fu in the cold field, and couldn't help but smile. As the Nanao Renzuli, he really has a personality. According to the tracking and snooping along the way, the information is basically similar to the original plot. In this exam, apart from Cheyenne Village who practiced the breathing method for 7 days and whose physical skills did not lose to Shaoli, and Yurin Village, whose name was the exam, but was actually a spy for information, there was only Nanao Renju from Taki Ninja Village. Laifu, need extra attention. The information has been collected almost, and Long is also a little tired, so he simply went back to rest. Boom. Just as Long Yi was about to lie down, he heard a loud noise outside. It should be Dingji and the others who went outside in search of food, but they encountered a desert specialty, a huge truck-like scorpion. However, according to the plot of the original novel, Fu should have rescued them without the need for dragons, and then lay down and prepared to sleep. Boom. Let's go and see. But after a while, the sound didn't stop, and Long was still a little worried, and turned over and got up from the bed. Who is she? Such a monster was easily subdued by her. But there seems to be something wrong with my brain. When the dragon arrived, as expected in the original book, Fu had already killed the scorpion and rescued Dingji and the others. But looking at Fu who was dancing around the corpse of the giant scorpion, everyone in the audience was speechless. He's here. That Konoha's Chuunin. I'm still leading the team, it's coming so slowly. You don't understand this, it's better to come slowly. It makes sense. If it came too soon, it would be too embarrassing for his ability. It's no wonder that being able to become a Chuunin has a brain that is smarter than those of us. At this time, when I saw Long Yi who was late, and the ninjas from other villages, there was another burst of cynicism. Many people are full of jealousy towards Ryuya, who is the same age but is already a Chuunin and even the leader of the team. In order to balance his poor self-esteem, he subjectively believed that Long Yi's Chuunin actually had a false name. In this regard, the dragon did not speak. Since the problem has been resolved, go back to sleep. 040 Devil Wind. The content of this Chuunin exam is basically the same as last time. Because of Gaara's strong request, and also because of Konoha's Forest of Death, candidates are already familiar with it, so the place for the second survival trial was changed to the Devil's Desert in Sandian Village. The Devil's Desert, a dangerous area outside Sandian Village, where quicksand, ruins, monsters, and those who are in it, may die at any time. What's more, there are multiple teams from different ninja villages robbing each other for scrolls. Overall, the content of this exam is similar to last time, but more dangerous. Because the desert environment is far more cruel than the jungle. The exam begins. The next morning, the time has come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the examiner's order, each team jumped off the city wall from different directions, entered the Demon Desert, and officially began the second round of the exam. Oh, it's finally easy. The second exam was limited to 3 days. As soon as the students left, Long Yi, the team leader, was fine. Long also took out playing cards from his pocket and greeted Gang Ziti and Shenyu Izumo. Come on, fight the landlord. Is it still 102 dozen? Yes, double the bomb. Today I must win back what I lost last night. Ah, I'm full of energy. Immediately afterwards, on the city wall of Cheyenne Village, Ryuya, the team leader, and the 3 Konoha ninjas fought against the landlord in a grand manner. Seeing this scene, Sand-Hidden Ninja couldn't help shaking his head secretly. These Konoha ninjas were so lax. Especially that Takagi Ryuya. It is really unimaginable that in the Chuunin exam 2 years ago, he was able to beat their current Kazekage Gaara. Trick. It must be some kind of shameless strategy, otherwise, how could it be possible to defeat Lord Fengying just by him? Playing cards with 2 clones. If you win, I don't know if those 2 guys will admit it. Long Yi, who had a good hand in hand, couldn't help but wonder. Just this morning, the 3 of them suddenly received a message from Hokage, asking them to secretly protect Kazekage Gaara. According to the information, there is a rebellious strength within Sandian, who intends to be detrimental to Gaara. And this Chuunin exam is also because Gaara intends to dig out these people. As an ally, if Kazekage is killed, it will also have a great impact on Konoha. So Tsunade ordered the 3 of them to protect them secretly. That's the real mission. Long Yi chuckled lightly, saying that he was leading the team for the exam, but he actually helped Gaara. But what puzzled him was that since it was such an important task, why not send the shinobi, but the 3 of them? Could it be because of Ryuya that Tsunade believed in his strength so much? It's useless to think too much. In short, the task is to execute. Since it is secret protection, it must be hidden first. Therefore, Long also asked Zitai and Izumo to create clones and fight him here to confuse the rebels in Cheyenne. As for Long Yi himself, although he seems to be fighting the landlord, in fact, his radar ears have covered the entire Cheyenne village, keeping an eye out for any disturbances. Oops. Due to the need for concentration, the 4 2 belts and 2 pointers were thrown out. Looking at the rest of the bad cards, Long also thought about it. Since he was playing cards with his clone, he could repent if he lost. On the first day, everything was normal and calm. The next day, Long also took 2 clones and continued to play cards. Seeing Sha Ren again shaking his head, playing with things in despair, it really doesn't fit their ninja way. And Zetai and Azumo have once again hid in the dark, paying close attention to Gaara. If there are rebels, they will definitely calculate the guarding power of Gaara. Zetai and Azumo, who were not expected by them, could play a decisive role. Chirp tilde chirp tilde. Seeing that the sun was already in the west, a piercing siren suddenly sounded, instantly spreading throughout the entire Cheyenne village. What's the situation? Sandstorm. Long also froze slightly, and then learned through monitoring that there was a sandstorm coming. In the original book, Cheyenne's rebel, Fui, interfered with the weather forecast through the barrier, so that the village did not get the news of the sandstorm in time. Because the sandstorm was too dangerous and the time was too urgent, Gaara personally went to the Demon Desert to rescue Jonin, who was taking the exam. And this is the purpose of Fui. He has secretly contacted Fae, who can capture the power of the tailed beast, and asked him to ambush and sneak attack on Gaara in the Demon Desert. That's not right. But at this time, the detection was not disturbed, and Sandian did not delay the news. That being the case, it is necessary to organize people to rescue immediately, so why be so nervous? Iron Sand. Devil Wind. Continuing to monitor, Long Yi was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. This sandstorm is not ordinary sand, but a devil wind that contains a lot of iron. Strong winds as high as 20, wrapped iron stones the size of fists and even watermelons, whizzing along the ground. Not to mention people, even the solid city wall will be destroyed in an instant. Sandian village is located in the desert with a harsh geographical environment. But this kind of devil wind, especially this scale and intensity, is also rare in 10 years. Therefore, when the devil wind was detected, Cheyenne immediately sounded the alarm, and the whole village entered a state of emergency alert. Quick, quick, quick. Under the guidance of the ninja, all civilians immediately moved to the underground for refuge. This way. Hurry up and be seated. In addition, a large number of ninjas came to the edge of the village, facing the direction where the devil wind was coming, standing in a row with a firm expression. People can take refuge underground, but as for houses, if the devil wind is allowed to rage, Cheyenne village will be razed to the ground. Therefore, recruit a large number of ninjas, and when the devil wind arrives, join forces to cast a barrier to protect the village. What about the Jonin people outside? This time the devil wind level is too high. With our manpower, it is already very difficult to protect the village. You mean, give up the Jonin in the exam? Absolutely not. But we have no other way. Lord Fengying, please focus on the overall situation. At this time, in Fengying's office, there was a fierce quarrel between Gaara and Sandian. Even as a shadow, you can't go your own way. So in the end, Gaara was asked to sit in the village. As for the candidates outside, they can only be left to fend for themselves. Something. In the Demon Desert, candidates from various villages are doing their best to take the exam. Neji, who had white eyes, suddenly saw something strange in the distance. What is this? When he concentrated his eyesight and saw the fast-attacking devil wind, Neji's complexion changed drastically in an instant. What happened? What movement? There are also a lot of perceptual ninjas in other teams, and they also found something strange for a while. Yes, devil wind. And when the siren from Cheyenne village came, those Sharon's expressions changed drastically, and they all slumped on the ground. Hokage Unlimited enhancement every 60 days, Chapter 41-60. 041 Seal. With the power of the devil wind, even the Jonin can't resist, the only way is to hide underground. But wherever the devil wind passes, its mighty power will blow the ground off more than 10 meters. This is a desert, how can a solid cave more than 10 meters deep be made? It is precisely because of knowing this clearly that Sandren is so heartbroken. What is that? My God. The speed of the devil wind is extremely fast, and it is approaching in a blink of an eye, and even the lower end of the test has noticed it. Looking at such a huge and terrifying momentum, each one's face was pale, and in addition to horror, his heart was full of despair. Mom, I'm sorry, I may not be able to go back alive. A certain team slumped on the ground feebly. In addition to fear, they couldn't help but think of their parents, teachers, and friends. My heart is full of regret, regretting why I didn't spend more time with them before. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of them. Quote. The three stopped crying, raised their heads, and saw a figure who was not very tall, but very firm, and instantly showed surprise. Master Feng. Don't worry, you can definitely see Mom again. Looking in the direction of the devil's wind, Gaara's expression was firm. Can only save them. At the same time, Gaara frowned secretly. The speed of the devil wind was too fast, and he didn't have time to gather the candidates together for protection. In this way, he can only rescue the three people in front of him first. At this time, the devil wind was very close, and Gaara couldn't think about it, and was ready to deal with it with all his strength. Such a strong devil wind, even he is very difficult. Master Feng. At the same time, in Cheyenne village, the guard discovered that the so-called Feng was actually a sand clone. The real Gaara has long since disappeared. Oops. At the same time, Zitai and Azumo, who were in charge of secret protection, also frowned. Gaara has been freed from their protection, and if there is any danger next, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly left, and they were going to inform Long Yi. At this time, on the city wall, there were only two clones holding their cards in a daze, and the dragon had long since disappeared. It's over. I didn't expect that I would die in this way, I'm really unwilling. The devil's wind was very close, and the blackness was pressing down. Due to the rolling of countless iron blocks, there were countless muffled thunder-like noises. Seeing this seemed like the end of the world, all the candidates in the demon desert were filled with despair. Natural disasters of this level are simply not something they can contend with. When they signed up for the Chuunin exam, they were already mentally prepared to die, but it was unacceptable to die in this way. But what can they do? Whoosh. The devil wind is already in sight, just when everyone is ready to die. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in the air, in front of the devil wind. That's the girdle that was flying in the wind, and the huge scroll that was already carried behind him. Someone suddenly recognized it. It's that Konoha ninja. That Konoha's Chuunin leader. Dragon 2. For a while, in addition to being surprised, everyone wondered again, isn't he in the village? At this time, if you don't take refuge in the village, how can you appear here? Noba Whirlwind. At this moment, the dragon also shouted loudly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of kunai were instantly kicked and flew in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. And the next moment, I saw the figure of the dragon also flashing in the air. At this time, Long Yi took out a huge brush from the center of the scroll, using chakra as the ink. In mid-air, where the figure passed, traces were drawn. This is. Every time the dragon flashed, it was 300 or 400 meters, and then, a trace had been drawn between his two figures. Long Yi's stand-in technique, although teleportation, is not space ninjutsu, he has passed the actual distance. As a result, the dragon is also extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pattern covering a radius of hundreds of miles has appeared in the air. Seal. 4 elephant seals. I have never eaten pork before and I have seen a pig run. At this time, someone has recognized it. This is the seal of the 4 elephants that is famous all over the world. What is he going to do? At the same time, everyone was full of doubts, and they drew a 4-symptom sealing technique in the air. What is this Konoha ninja going to do? Shish. And at this time, the dragon was also quickly forming the seal. Si, Hai, Wei, Mao, Shu, Zi, Yu. Could he? Everyone was stunned, and then they were shocked again. Could it be that he wants to use the seal of the 4 elephants? In the eyes of other village ninjas, a Konoha Chuunin who is not worthy of the name is not even as good as them. How could it be this kind of S-rank forbidden technique that even Jonin couldn't master? Moreover, in this case, in the face of such a natural disaster that destroys everything, what is the use of sealing? Does he want to seal the devil wind? It's ridiculous. It was like a joke, but he suddenly came back to his senses. What Long Yi did at this time, wasn't it about to seal the devil wind, but how is this possible? You must know that even with the scroll, or the spell that has been written down, the range of the sealing technique is at most 100 meters. And this devil wind has a range of 200 or 300 miles, how can this be accommodated by a seal? Seal the devil wind. Compared with other ordinary Jonin, Gaara, who is Kazekage, has a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. But it was because of this that he knew how difficult it was. Even he can only use sand to make walls to resist the devil wind and protect a few people. He didn't even dare to think about directly sealing the entire devil wind. It was obviously impossible, but Ai Luo suddenly had an absurd idea. If it was Long Yi, he might be able to create a miracle. What is that? 4 elephant seals. At the same time, the Cheyenne village, which was still behind the demon desert, was already ready to open the barrier to resist the devil's wind. When he suddenly saw the huge spells appearing in the sky, all of them were full of surprise. With a technique of this scale, at this time, does anyone want to seal the devil wind? But how is this possible? Who is he? At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder who the figure in front of the technique was. Noon, see. At this time, the devil wind was already in sight, and the dragon had also completed the seal. Snapped. With a light sound, the dragon also folded his hands together, and shouted loudly in the face of the demon wind that was so close at hand. Seal. 042 Seal Ninja Ryuya Takagi. When the devil wind was close at hand, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes and waited for death to come. Seal. And at this moment, a loud shout resounded throughout the sky. Then, everything was quiet. Am I dead? Everyone in the Devil's Desert thought that the Devil's Wind had passed by, and they had turned into ashes and ascended to another world. But it feels like the body is still there. This is. It wasn't until a moment later that everyone tentatively opened their eyes. Looking at it again at this time, where is there any devil wind? There is a blue sky in front of me, and there is not even a trace of wind. What happened? For a time, everyone was in a trance again. Could it be that they were all hallucinations, and there was no devilish wind at all? No. But then shook his head. How could the experience of life and death just now be an illusion? That's. At this time, everyone suddenly saw a figure slowly falling from the air. Konoha ninja. That Chuunin. All of a sudden, everyone remembered that it was the Konoha Chuunin, who was despised by them, who suddenly stood in front of all of them and sealed all the devil winds with the shocking 4-image seal. The devil wind that engulfed hundreds of miles was completely sealed. What kind of strength is this? Thinking of this, the ninjas from other villages couldn't help shaking their heads with a wry smile. This man really shouldn't be a Chuunin. This kind of terrifying strength, I am afraid, has surpassed the Shangnin and reached the shadow level. Thinking back to the time when they were so mediocre, they even laughed at Long Yi unscrupulously. They were really ignorant and filled with shame for a while, wishing they could bury their heads in the sand. As expected of my dragon. At this time, Ino returned to his senses, shouted excitedly, and hugged Sakura tightly. Your dragon too, hee. To this nympho's best friend, Sakura could only barely smile. But thinking about it again, Ino's empathy is a good thing for her. It's still not as good as him after all. Gaara smiled wryly and shook her head as she looked at Ryuya, who had fallen back to the ground. After becoming Kazekage, I thought I could get closer to Ryuya. Now it seems that instead of getting closer, it has been left farther away. Such a gap, I am afraid that he will not be able to catch up with his life. It was sealed. On the side of Cheyenne village, the Sha ninja who was ready to support the ban, saw the sealed devil wind, and their hearts were also full of horror. At the same time, I couldn't help but become more curious, who was that figure who performed the sealing technique in the air? If it is a companion, it is undoubtedly a blessing for the entire Sandy Inn. But if it is an enemy, it will also become the entire Cheyenne, a huge disaster that is 100 times more terrifying than the devil wind. I earned it. At this time, he put away the small scroll sealed with the devil wind in his hand, and a light smile appeared on the corner of Long Yi's mouth. If it can be sealed, it can be unsealed. Once unsealed, the terrifying devil wind will instantly reappear. With the power of the devil wind, if this scroll is used properly, it will have unexpected effects. Although the trick of finally cultivating was leaked so easily in front of people, it was not a loss to get this scroll. Ryuya, who is complacent because of this scroll, he still doesn't know that after today's incident, the name of Seal Ninja Takagi Ryuya will be better than Stupid Ryuya, and it will resonate throughout the 5 kingdoms and the entire ninja boundary. The 3 major villages, Wuyin, Laiyan, and Yinyan, who shied away from taking the exam, couldn't get accurate information about Longya's sealing technique because they couldn't see this scene with their own eyes. Of course, these are all later stories. The threat of the devil wind disappeared, and next, the Chuunin exam continued. I love Luo. Ryuya somewhere in the demon desert. Radar keeps an eye on Gaara, and some other important people. Although he stopped the devil wind, Gaara also left the village and came to the devil's desert, falling into the trap of the rebels. At this time, Long also understood. No wonder the rebels did not interfere with the prediction of the sandstorm, because in the face of such a terrifying devil wind, the entire Sandy Inn had to exert all their strength, and there was no need to further shorten the time. Come on. And then, the devil wind is like an episode. What should have happened still happened. Gaara, who was careless for a while, was plotted by Fae, and the tailed beast in his body was being pulled out. With the task of protecting Kazekage, when Gaara was in danger, the dragon did not move. What a funny girl. Because he had already heard that Zulaifu, a man of 7 tails, was rushing towards Gaara. And when she arrived, as in the original book, she took the initiative to use Fae's spell to help Gaara share the pain. Seeing this scene, Long couldn't help but smile. I couldn't help but become more interested in this girl who was full of sunshine, who was a little nervous, laughing loudly, and always shouting that she wanted to make friends. Because there is one more tailed beast, Fae's burden has also greatly increased, and the speed of extracting the tailed beast is also much slower. In this way, precious time is gained. The third team arrived as a rescue, and under the leadership of Neji, finally defeated Fae and rescued Gaara and Fu. Like watching a play, during the whole process, Long didn't take any action or interfere, and then got up and left. Dragon 2. At this time, Zitai and Azumo came over. Finally found Long Yi and said anxiously. Feng Ying is gone, we are worried that he has encountered danger and must hurry. Okay. Long also smiled, stopped the shoulders of the two, and walked in the direction of Sha Yin. It's all right. Are you all right? Instead of worrying about him, let's do the math. Accounts. What accounts? Listen to me slowly. Yesterday I and your clones fought a total of 103 landlords, of which I won 97. Among these 97, 21 bombs doubled, 3 times 2 the bombs quadrupled, and 1 more time, 3 bombs. We know nothing. Hearing Long Yi's algorithm, Zitai and Azumo looked back at each other, then broke free, turned around and ran. As Chuunin, they work hard to earn how much money, and Long Yi is trying to clean up their wives. How can you do this? Don't run, everyone is from the same village, and I'll give you a discount. Why do you keep shouting and running? Looking at the two people who were running away quickly, Long also shouted and chased, with a light smile on the corner of his mouth, and finally fooled him. Speaking of which, I am ashamed. In these 2 days of fighting the landlord, Long Yi actually lost more and won less. After all, it is a super brain that has been strengthened, and it can't even fight against 2 clones. Another day later, the Chuunin exam came to a close. On Sandian's side, Gaara also took the opportunity to find the rebels and eliminated the hidden dangers. When everything was over, the 3 of them led the team and led the Konoha crowd back. When they return to the village, based on their performance in the exam, Hokage will announce who has advanced. You go first, and I'll catch up soon. After leaving the territory of the Land of Wind, Long also suddenly said something, and then ran straight in a certain direction. 043 The Immortal Duo. It's been 30 minutes, can't you? What the hell? Don't get in the way of my ritual. Can't you just omit it every time with such a vulgar prayer? I know it's troublesome, but this is a commandment, what can be done? Besides, what is omission? This is blasphemous. In the depths of a forest, a man wearing a fire cloud robe pulled out a black spear from his chest, and then climbed up from a blood-painted formation. Beside him, there was a man also wearing a Huion robe. He couldn't see his expression while wearing a mask, but he was obviously very impatient. They are none other than Akatsuki's Feijuan codenamed San, and Jiaodu codenamed North, known as the Undead Duo. On the ground not far from the two, there were still 3 people lying on the ground, but it was the 3 Jonin from Taki Ninja Village who participated in the Chuunin exam this time. 2 of the men were dead, and the only woman, Fu, was also seriously injured and lay motionless on the ground. Let's go, the next stop is the Land of Thunder. Jiaodu said a word, and then prepared to carry Fu. Scoff. At this moment, a crisp sound of breaking the air sounded, and a sword chi suddenly flew out from the depths of the woods and went straight to Jiaodu. Although it was an accident, as a character in the first Hokage period, Jiao has a wealth of combat experience, reacts extremely quickly, and avoids in time with a back jump. At the same time, he jumped away several times in succession, retreated to the side of the flying section, and looked at the front with a vigilant expression. Whoosh! The next moment, a figure flashed. It was Long Yi. Konoha's stand-in Dragon 2. After seeing Long Yi, Jiaodu's eyes fluctuated slightly, and then he said something. The head is offering a reward of 10 million taels on the black market. Kill, 10 million, so many. Just as Long was about to say hello, he suddenly opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this. He knew of the existence of the black market, many of which were not allowed by the 5 major powers in assassination missions. But I didn't expect that the head of a Konoha Chuunin would be so valuable. Kill him. As the financial director of Akatsuki's organization, Kakuto is interested in money. Looking at Long Yi coldly, he said something to Feijuan next to him. But what Jiao didn't know was that even if he killed Long, the person who offered the reward wouldn't pay him even a tael. Because Xiaonan, who also belongs to Akatsuki, does not need to pay Akatsuki's members. However, it was obvious that the dragon did not just happen to pass by, but came to save the nan-tailed Manzuli. So even if it's not for money, Jiaodu has to kill the dragon. Then kill it. Hearing Jiaodu's order, Feijuan shouted excitedly, waved the huge sickle in his hand, and rushed straight to Long Yi excitedly. As a believer of the heretic god, Feijuan's favorite thing is to kill. Compared to Jiao who kills for money, he just kills for murder. Whoosh! Just as Feijuan rushed halfway, the dragon suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he looked at the next moment, he was already at Feijuan's side. Hey hey! Seeing Long Yi rushing up, Feijuan sneered. He has the body of immortality, and what he is most afraid of is close combat. Moreover, with the curse of the Cthulhu sect, death by blood, as long as you get the blood of the opponent, you can share it through ritual damage, and then knock down or kill the opponent through self-mutilation. In fact, it was with this ability that he was able to defeat Fu of the 7 Tails. At this time, the dragon also rushed to the front, just in time for him to grab the blood. Noba whirlwind. But the next moment, before Feijuan could react, Long also gave a light drink and kicked up. Strengthened 86,400 times, the Konoha cyclone is also known as the 10,000-ton cyclone, and in the face of the immortal flying section, the dragon has no strength at all. This is what you found by yourself. In the proud flying section, I never expected that Long Yi's foot would be so heavy. The next moment, it was like being hit by an asteroid, and then it flew out. Flying section. The corners on the side were full of surprises, and couldn't help shouting, but at this time, there was still the figure of Feijuan. Zhao Du's face turned gloomy for a moment, and he turned to Long Yi again. Where did you get him? I don't know either. Long also expressed helplessness, and then said with a smile. But at least, it has to be hundreds of kilometers away. ... Hearing this, Zhao Du frowned again. Although he doesn't believe it, the dragon can kick people hundreds of kilometers with one kick. But one thing is certain, with the power of the kick just now, Feijuan must have fallen to pieces. Although Feijuan has an immortal body, after the limbs are separated, they cannot reorganize themselves, and they cannot move. In other words, Feijuan is impossible to help. Damn intelligence dealers. Zhao Du gritted his teeth and said, obviously, his information is incomplete, and this incomplete information cost him hundreds of thousands of taels. Puff, puff, PFFT. Zhao Du seems to be annoyed, but in fact he has launched an attack. The next moment, countless black lines shot out from the ground, instantly piercing the dragon. Pong. But then, with a muffled sound, Long Yi's bloody corpse turned directly into a stone. Whoosh. Then the sound of breaking the air sounded, and the dragon also appeared behind Zhao Du, and was about to launch an attack. Boom. But at this moment, Zhao Du's clothes cracked instantly, and several masks appeared from behind. With a loud noise, a mask spit out a piece of flame. It is Huodun ninjutsu, head hard. Whoosh. The dragon also seemed to be prepared, and moved away again before being hit by the flames. In just a split second, Long Yi and Zhao both confronted one after another, and their moves were dangerous and deadly, but in the end no one was hurt. ... Zhao Du looked at Long Yi, and his face became more and more solemn. He never gave him a chance to fly, just kicked him away, and then escaped his 2 raids in succession. Zhao can't help but speculate that maybe the dragons also know their abilities. I see. Seeing this, Long also smiled and said directly. Breathing against the earth, manipulating the black thread in the body, stealing the hearts of others, obtaining their chakras and ninjutsu, as well as a secret technique that saves one life. How did you know that? Long Yi really knew his abilities. Zhao Du's face became more and more gloomy, and his eyes became more and more cold when he looked at Long Yi. Once the ability is known to others, it is easy to formulate targeted tactics. In this ninja world, it is extremely dangerous. You guessed it. The corner of Long Yi's mouth chuckled lightly, and at this time his right hand was already holding the hilt of the knife. Draw the sword. Laugh. With a light sound, a sword energy instantly slashed towards Zhao Du. 044 Naneo income under his command. Similar to teleportation, sharp slashing, and terrifying physical skills, these dragons together are too tricky. And the leakage of his own abilities, coupled with the lack of cooperation in the flying section, the objective situation is also very unfavorable for the corners. Mission abandoned. As an experienced ninja, one of the first things to learn is to analyze the situation. After some thought, Zhao Du glanced at Fu on the ground, then turned and jumped into the depths of the woods, disappearing. Run away. Looking at the angle of escape, Long also smiled lightly, but did not chase. Although he knew Zhao Du's ability, he also didn't have a few whole cards. And facing Zhao Du, who has 5 lives, it is not easy to kill him. What's more, Ryuya's goal this time is not Akatsuki, but the Nantai Renzuli. Akatsuki captured Renjuli in order to extract tailed beasts, so before that, he would not kill them. Fu lay motionless on the ground, but not dead, just seriously injured. Go. In order to prevent Akatsuki from leaving and returning, Long also picked up Fu, and then jumped away. After a while, on the edge of a small stream, the dragon also put Fu down and let her sit against a rock. It has to be said that as the human pillar force that seals the tailed beast, its vitality is extremely powerful. Dragon also doesn't know how to heal ninjutsu, so he can't help Fu to heal, but with her strong resilience, she is already much better. Thank you. Fu looked at Long Yi and said with a smile with all her might. Can you be friends with me? Do you know why they want to arrest you? Long ignored it and asked directly. Fu shook her head. All she knew was that the angle was the betrayal of Taki Ninja Village. But as a character in the first generation, if it is for revenge, it is obviously unreasonable. They belong to the Shao organization, and their purpose is to capture the tailed beasts, gather all the tailed beasts, and create a super weapon. Then, with this weapon, everyone will fear them, and through intimidation and threats, they will achieve the so-called world peace. Long also said briefly, introducing Akatsuki's original purpose under Nagato's leadership. Of course, behind Akatsuki there are Obito, Madara Uchiha, and Kurohue, all of whom have deeper and more dangerous purposes. So it is. After listening, Fu nodded. Since she was capturing the tailed beast, and she was the nan-tailed person Zuri, this made sense. In fact, she also knew that apart from the tailed beast, she had nothing else to be coveted by others. Before this, the Akatsuki organization has been collecting intelligence and accumulating money. It is only recently that they have started official operations. Long also continued to introduce, and then asked another question. But do you know why I chose you in the first place? Fu shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not know. Because you were the easiest. Long also had a serious expression and said mercilessly. Except for the wild, elusive Sanwei, among the 8 people, you are not the weakest. But the Taki Ninja village you are in is the only small village with a person's Zuli, but other than the 5 hidden villages. Quote. Quote. Hearing Long Yi's words, Fu opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Even though he was seriously injured, the smile that never disappeared on his face finally disappeared completely at this time, replaced by a struggle and pain in the depths of his pupils. As Ryuya said, the reason why she became Akatsuki's first target was because Taki Shinobi was weak and she didn't have a strong enough backer. But she doesn't resent Taki Ninja Village because of this, she loves her own village and her companions. But that's why she had to leave Taki Ninja Village. Today, due to the appearance of Long Yi, although Akatsuki has temporarily retreated, he will definitely come again. At that time, if Fu continued to stay in Taki Ninja Village, it would definitely affect the village. In fact, the 2 companions who were killed today are proof. For the safety of the village, she must stay away. What are your plans for the future? Just when Fu thought about this and felt pain in her heart, Long also suddenly asked. Wandering around. Fu raised her head, the corners of her mouth turned up to reveal a bright smile, but her tears couldn't be controlled. It's like this. Long also looked at Fu, and suddenly said seriously. Follow me. What did you say? Fu couldn't help being stunned, and looked at Long Yi dazedly. I said later, you can follow me. Long also solemnly said it again, and then extended his hand to Fu. Then we. Fu regained his senses, and after a long while, he asked tentatively. Can we be friends? Yes. Excellent. Fu, who is still seriously injured, shouted happily and jumped up. He didn't hold Longya's outstretched hand, but threw himself on Longya's body and hugged him like a spoiled child. Quote. Long was also speechless for a moment, this is really an emotional guy. But fortunately, the goal has been achieved. Due to the appearance of the butterfly Long Yi, many things in this world have changed. But the only thing that doesn't change is people's hearts. So, some people are destined to do something. It can be seen from the attack of the undead duo that Xiao has completed the preliminary preparations and began to formally hunt the tailed beast. And this is also in line with the original plot in terms of time. And once the tailed beasts are gathered by Akatsuki, the fourth ninja war will be the resurrection of the 10 tails, the resurrection of Madara Uchiha, and the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. There will be an egg under the nest, and at that time, the dragon, as a member of this world, will not be able to survive alone. If that's the case, let's stop Akatsuki's plan from now on. Therefore, Long also rescued Fu, and received his subordinates, and firmly controlled Nanao in his own hands. Of course, Akatsuki will keep coming to her door, but facing Akatsuki now is much easier than facing Ban and Kagaya in the not-too-distant future. Besides, Long is not Fu, and behind him is the entire hidden village of Konoha. As for bringing trouble or even disaster to Konoha, Long also didn't feel anything wrong. After all, everything he did, although the starting point was for himself, also helped all mankind at the same time. Moreover, even if the dragon does not accept Fu, Konoha with 9 tails will be approached by Akatsuki. Can you go? Everything is in order, Long also asked Fu. It doesn't seem possible. Fu smiled awkwardly, she was too excited just now, and now the wound hurts badly. In this case, there is no other way, and the dragon has no choice but to carry Fu. After delaying for a while, Zitai and Azumo led Konoha to go far away, and Long was too lazy to chase, and it was inconvenient to have direct contact with Konoha with Fu at this time. But in any case, go back to Konoha first, and the dragon also carried Fu, and ran straight to the direction of Konoha Hidden Village. 045 advanced to Shangnan. A day later, the dragon also returned to Konoha. As a human column force, Fu's existence is extremely sensitive, and the dragon does not want Konoha to know that Fu has been put under his command. Therefore, before entering the village, Fu was temporarily placed outside the village, somewhere safe. Coincidentally, after all this was done, Zitai and Azumo brought a group of Konoha's ninja, and they just arrived. Everyone just met, entered the village together, and went to hand in the task to Hokage together. According to everyone's performance in this exam, I officially announce as Hokage. In Hokage's office, Tsunade watched Sandian's detailed introduction to each candidate's performance in the exam, and then announced it directly. Lilac, Tien, Hinata, Inuzuka Ya, Oil Girl Shino, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Autumn Road Choji, are promoted to Chuunin. Excellent. Promoted. Hearing this result, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Wait. But then, everyone suddenly found out. Why isn't Neji's name? In the information submitted by Sa Yin, Cage specifically pointed out that Hyuga Neji performed exceptionally well. Tsunade smiled and said directly. That's why I announced that Neji Hyuga will be promoted directly to Jonin. Junin. Hearing this, everyone was stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but nod their heads. That's right, with Neji's strength, it is indeed enough to be a Jonin. Besides, in fact, when he was a Genin, Neji was always used as a Chuunin. And when he heard that he was directly promoted to Jonin, Neji, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel happy. In addition, at this time, Tsunade spoke again and said with a smile. Besides Neji, there is another person who has also been promoted to Shangnan. One more person. Who else? Everyone couldn't help but stunned. The names of those who passed the second assessment had already been read, so how could there be one more person, and they were also promoted to Shangnan? He is deliberately selling out. After a pause, Tsunade announced loudly. Takagi Ryuya. Dragon 2. Me. For a time, not only other people, but even Long himself was a little dumbfounded. He didn't take the exam, how could he qualify? Actually, this time is both the Chuunin exam and the Shangnan exam. At this time, Tsunade solved the puzzle and looked at Ryuya, Ziti, and Izumo. Remember, the task I gave you. Could it be that? That's right, that mission is the content of the Shangnin exam. So it is. For a time, the dragon also fully understood. No wonder they were supposed to be dispatched on the mission of Jonin, but instead they were assigned to 3 Chuunin. It turned out that Tsunade had deliberately arranged the Jonin exam. In other countries, in the complicated situation of rebellion in their own country, the task of protecting the shadow is indeed qualified as the content of the Jonin exam. In comparison, the seemingly complicated and cruel Chuunin exam seemed a little childish. So it is. Zitai and Izumo, who also wanted to understand, were frustrated. Compared to Long Yi, who directly sealed the Devil Wind and rescued Feng Ying and all the candidates, the two of them who directly lost sight of their target, their performance was too poor, and of course they couldn't advance. Congratulations. It's been a long journey, go back and rest. After the official congratulations, Tsunade said with a smile. And when everyone was about to leave, he added another sentence. The dragon also stayed. Dear senior sister. Everyone left, only himself, and Long couldn't help but look at Tsunade with some worry. You're already a Jonin after all. Tsunade rolled his eyes, then waved his hand and said. Don't worry, I won't ravage you today, I have something to ask you. That's fine. Long also patted his chest, could not help but sighed in relief, and then said with a smile. Senior sister wants to ask, junior brother knows everything you can say. After leaving Sandian village, you were out of the team for a while. Tsunade looked at Ryuya, his expression suddenly serious. Where did you go and what did you do? I went to save a man. I didn't expect Tsunade's news to be so well informed. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't ask, Long was ready to take the initiative to say it. Immediately afterwards, the matter of saving him from Fu was explained one by one. As valuable information, and in order to avoid Asma's sacrifice, Long also emphasized the ability of the undead duo. Of course, Long did not say anything about bringing Fu under his command and bringing him back. It is only said that after he defeated Jiaodu, Fu left on his own. This way. After listening to Ryuya's report, Tsunade couldn't help but ponder. In fact, as Hokage, Tsunade already knew something about Akatsuki. After all, Jiraiya had been tracking Orochimaru before that, so he came into contact with Akatsuki. As an organization composed entirely of S-class rebels, Jiraiya is also full of worries. In addition to Jiraiya, there are other sources of information, also gathered here in Tsunade. According to this information, it can be seen that the Shao organization is brewing a big conspiracy, but what it is impossible to judge for a while. Tailed Beast. Only then did Tsunade come to a conclusion after hearing Long Yi's report, and then he couldn't help frowning. The Tailed Beast, as a powerful weapon, is also a weight to balance the strength of each village. The actions of Akatsuki's organization will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the 5 major villages, and even affect the entire ninja world. Other photographers must be notified immediately. Thinking of this, Tsunade immediately ordered people to come and summon other villages to warn them of Akatsuki's attack on Renzuli. At the same time, Tsunade frowned again, and when he reminded the other villages, Zuli, a member of their village, was not in the village at this time. Should be back soon. But counting the time, 2 years have passed, and Naruto, who followed Jiraiya to practice, should be coming back soon. Moreover, with Jiraiya by his side, even if he is not in the village, even Akatsuki should not be able to do anything to Naruto. Because of Akatsuki, Tsunade suddenly became busy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long also quickly slipped away. The woman repeats, who knows if this old woman will suddenly rise up in a while and will ravage him again. What to study? Walking on the streets of Konoha, enjoying the sun and air, the dragon couldn't help thinking. After being promoted to Shangnin, he has obtained the qualification to learn B-level ninjutsu, and now, he is also lacking skills. Go and ask the teacher. Without a good idea for a while, Long also simply walked to his and Sarutobi's residence. 046 Start the war. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Boom. As Long Yi shouted loudly, a flame shot out from his mouth, and then turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. Finally done. Looking at the fireball that disintegrated on the water surface after flying dozens of meters, Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the past 2 years, although he has been cultivating the seal of the 4 images, he occasionally does other cultivation practices. The most important thing is that after taking Sir Ufei's secret medicine for 2 years, Long Yi's meridians have been corrected to some extent, and his cultivation talent has been improved accordingly. In this way, Long Yi finally mastered the art of fireball. Open black lens bracket Hokage Ryuya close black lens bracket. Rank, Jonin. Organs, ear, brain, heart. Skill, fireball technique, C-class ninjutsu. Millennium kill strengthen plus 86,400 E-level physical skills. Substitute jutsu strengthen plus 86400 E-class ninjutsu. Draw sword and strengthen plus 86400 E-level physical art. Toad oil bomb enhancement plus 86400 C-class ninjutsu. Konoha whirlwind strengthen plus 86400 C-level ninjutsu. Clone jutsu strengthen plus 86400 E-class ninjutsu. Seal of the 4 signs strengthening plus 86400 S-level ninjutsu. At this time, look at the personal page again, and the technique of the fireball has appeared in the skill list. After how fireball was trained, Long also did not rest, and immediately started a new practice. C. Hi, Shu. 2 Done. Earth flow wall. After the seal was completed, Long also shouted loudly and slapped his hands on the ground. But unfortunately, there was no movement at all. It has to be said that even if Long Yi's meridians are corrected a little, his talent is still very low. Sarutobi's secret medicine, in addition to repairing and correcting the meridians, the main function is actually to generate chakras with other attributes. After 2 years of taking the medicine, in addition to the original fire attribute, the dragon also unearthed an additional attribute chakra. With earth attribute chakra, you can practice earth escape ninjutsu. But ninjutsu, as the foundation of a village, is strictly controlled. Unless it is the secret tradition of each family, you must rise to the corresponding level before you can learn it, and you cannot teach it privately. Therefore, even as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hidden cannot teach Ryuya villages ninjutsu at will. Of course, the seal of the 4 elephants is an exception, which was obtained by the dragon, accidentally, and with the tacit approval of the 3 generations, the others turned a blind eye. After being promoted to Jonin, he was granted permission to learn B-rank ninjutsu in the village. What to learn specifically? After consulting Sun Zan, Long Yi decided to learn the earth escape ninjutsu. After this ninjutsu is performed, a wall of earth can be quickly raised to defend against the enemy's ninjutsu attacks. As a B-rank holdback, it has a decent defense. Long Yi's current skills include displacement, attack, and control, but he lacks defense. Although the avatar technique is fast, it has scope and other limitations after all. And most importantly, avatars can only protect themselves, not teammates, and buildings. And the earth flow wall just makes up for this. 2 Done. Earth flow wall. Long is also used to his own aptitude, so even though he has not made progress, he is not discouraged, and he is still meticulous in his cultivation. After being promoted to Junin, the quest level becomes higher and the reward increases. Correspondingly, the number of tasks has also decreased. After all, there are so many advanced tasks. As for the more low-level tasks, dispatching the Shangren is overkill, and as a Shangren, I am embarrassed to grab the reward from the Chuunin and the lower. In this way, the dragon has more time to practice. 2 Done. Earth flow wall. After a few days, as Long Yi shouted loudly, although there was still no earth wall rising, the ground in front shook slightly. Long couldn't help but feel happy for a while, finally making progress. Hokage summons. Just as he was about to continue his practice, he suddenly got a message, and Long also moved his shoulders. It seemed that he had a mission. Everyone is. Immediately after he came to Hokage's office, when he saw Kakashi, Akai, Asuma, Hong and other Sharingan, Long couldn't help but startled. With so many elite Sharingan gathered together, it seems that this task is not easy. The people have already arrived. Seeing that the dragon has also arrived, Tsunade, who is Hokage, has a serious face and directly announced. This time is not an ordinary mission, but a war. War. Hearing this, not only Long Yi, but also Kakashi and the others changed their expressions instantly. The ninja world where force is supreme, from the very beginning of its establishment, there has never been less war. Not counting the war-torn Warring States period, even in the so-called peaceful period after the establishment of the 5 major villages, there have been 3 ninja wars in succession. After the Third Ninja World War, Konoha has enjoyed 20 years of peace. Of course, even so, there are some battles such as the Nine-Tailed Rampage and the Orochimaru invasion. At this time, Tsunade announced so solemnly that a war was coming, how could everyone not be surprised? In this battle, Konoha Village and Sandian Village form a coalition, and the goal is Tianjiguo Yinin Village. Ignoring the horror of the crowd, Tsunade spoke again and introduced the details directly. 2 years ago, Orochimaru and Saiyan launched the Konoha destruction opportunity, causing heavy damage to Konoha. On the other hand, Orochimaru also assassinated the leader of Saiyan village at the time, the 4th Kazekage. Therefore, it has also become the most wanted object in Saiyan village. After that battle, Konoha and Sandian, who were hit hard at the same time, had to establish an alliance again in order to deal with the threats from other great powers. After 2 years, the 2 villages have recovered and regained their strength. In addition to the previous Chuunin exam, Gaara found the rebels, and Saiyan cleared the internal hidden dangers. Therefore, now is the time to impose sanctions on Orochimaru who launched the crime back then, as well as the Yinin village under his command. Because it involves country-to-country and village-to-village battles, there is no doubt that this is a war. So that's how it is. After listening, everyone understood, and at the same time secretly relieved. Fortunately, it is only a local war against a small country, not a war between a big country that affects the entire ninja world. Moreover, this time, Konoha and Saiyan united to deal with a weak voice ninja village, it should not be a problem. Of course, war is war after all, and all those present are elite Jonin, and it will not be taken lightly. As a ninja, the most important character is vigilance. Go get ready. After speaking, Tsunade waved his hand and officially ordered. Yes. Everyone took the lead and left the Hokage office. In preparation for the battle, in addition to various ninja tools, there are also subordinates. As a Sharingan, in this war, each person will lead 3 subordinates and act in the form of a small team. 047 Long Yi Squad. The original 3rd class, the current Akai team, the Captain Matekai, the members Hyuga Neji, Lee Locke, and Tiantian. The original 8th squad, the current Red team, the leader of the Red Sunset, the members of the team Hinata, the Oil Girl Shino, and Inazukaya. The original 10th class, the current Asuma squad, the Captain Sarutobi Asuma, the members Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji. The original 7th class, the current Kakashi squad, Captain Hitaki Kakashi, members Haruno Sakura, Aiz Udon, Kakashi Mohuong. The original 9th squad, the current Ryuya squad, the Captain Takagi Ryuya, the members Miyamoto Tomohisa, Ishihara Coriander, Sarutobi Konoha Maru. Among them, the 3rd, 8th, and 10th classes have not changed their personnel. The 7th class, because Naruto and Sakura were not there, temporarily replaced 2 shamanen who just graduated from the ninja school this year. In the 9th class, because Moonlight Blast had other tasks, the captain was also replaced by Long, and a new genin was also replaced. In this way, among the 5 squads, in terms of staffing, the Akai squad with 2 Junin and 2 Chuunin is the strongest. And the dragon also has the weakest team with 1 upper ninja and 3 lower ninjas. Dragon 2. Dragon 2. After 2 years, they finally teamed up with Longya again. Tomohisa and Coriander were full of excitement and joy in their hearts. I don't want to be with him. I have to wait for Naruto to come back. On the other side, Konoha Maru pointed at the dragon and shouted, and was getting angry with the eldest young master. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Long was also expressionless, but he was thinking in his heart, are you sure this is not a joke? You know, even if the 2 villages join forces to deal with Yin Ninja, this is a war after all. Moreover, the other party is Orochimaru, who knows what tricks there will be. Under such circumstances, he even made Long Yi, a newly promoted Jonin, as the captain, and assigned him 3 subordinates. Is this a human thing? Long couldn't help but suspect that Tsunade must still remember his revenge. Compared to Long Yi, looking at the runny-nosed Udon and the cute yellow with 2 broom braids, Kakashi is also unlovable. Speaking of which, the 3 of them, Konoha Maru, who graduated this year, were originally a team, and Ebisu was in charge of Jonin. Just graduated, and I haven't even done the D-level mission, so why is it arranged in this war? Longya, the future of my Sarutobi family will be handed over to you. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen stood by the window, looked in the direction of the square, and said something silently in his heart. The reason why the newly graduated Konoha Maru and the others were arranged into this operation was at the behest of Hizen. His purpose is very simple, let Konoha Maru grow rapidly in this war. Because Konoha Maru's parents sacrificed early, Hizen was full of pity for this grandson, so much so that Konoha Maru still had a childish temper. How can such a Konoha Maru bear the responsibility of the Sarutobi clan in the future? Therefore, Hiyazaki arranged Konoha Maru for this mission. It is to let him experience the cruelty of war, and grow rapidly amid blood and death. It has to be said that the practice of hijab is cruel, but the world of ninjas is like this. Of course, Hizen is to train Konoha Maru, not to let him die. So, he handed Konoha Maru to Long Yi, his most trusted close disciple. Even the 2 companions of Konoha Maru, Hiyazaki arranged for a reliable Kakashi. Go get ready and leave tomorrow. On this side of the square, the team has been allocated. As the captain, Long also ordered. This operation is a top secret. When the mission starts, the team members will not get any news. They only need to follow the command of the captain. Yes. Juju and Coriander had no objection, and immediately went back to prepare. Humph. Konoha Maru, who was forced to be under Ryuya's hands, snorted softly, still full of dissatisfaction. In Konoha Maru's heart, besides grandfather 3 generations of Hokage, the person who admires most is Naruto. Naruto wasn't here for such an important action, and he was already very unhappy. What made him even more unhappy and even angry was that he was assigned to Naruto's number 1 enemy, Ryuya. When Orochimaru invaded, Ryuya and Naruto became the hero of Konoha. But Long was also successfully promoted to Chuunin, but Naruto did not. Later, when he rescued Sasuke, Naruto was seriously injured, but Long Yi defeated Junmalu and rescued everyone, and his prestige had already overshadowed Naruto. Until recently, in the new Chuunin exam, the dragon also shined again, and it was already a Junin. Recently, I have always heard people in the village praise Ryuya, but it seems that Naruto has been completely forgotten. As Naruto's hardcore younger brother, how could Konoha Maru not be angry? And Ryuya is taken for granted as Naruto's number 1 enemy. Seduction. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Konoha Maru clenched his fists and suddenly attacked Ryuya. And his first move was to inherit Naruto's seduction technique. The next moment, Konoha Maru turned into a falling beauty. Hey hey. Konoha Maru laughed inwardly, this ninjutsu invented by his elder brother, but defeated his grandfather and teacher, and the dragon will definitely be tricked. Long also looked at Konoha Maru's seduction technique, looked up and down, suddenly sighed, and then turned to leave. How is this possible? His seduction technique actually failed, and Konoha Maru was stunned for a moment. It's a child after all. The dragon who left also secretly regretted that his appearance was indeed beautiful, but his body had no content. Children and adults have different understandings of beauty. Strengthen the technique of flaming fireballs. 60 days have passed since the last strengthening, and the dragon has once again obtained an opportunity for infinite strengthening. There is only one skill left, and there is no choice. Infinite enhancement begins. Target. Skill, Art of Fireball. Close black lens bracket. Arrogant Fireball Technique Enhancement +1. Arrogant Fireball Technique Enhancement +2. The art of the fireball strengthened +10, the power is increased. Close black lens bracket. Arrogant Fireball Technique Enhancement +11. The art of the fireball strengthened +100, the attack distance is increased. Close black lens bracket. Arrogant Fireball Technique Enhancement +101. The art of the fireball strengthened +1000, the attack range is increased. Close black lens bracket. Arrogant Fireball Technique Enhancement +1001. The system prompts began to sound one after another, and Long watched for a while before choosing to block again. The next night was silent, and in the early morning of the next day, the teams were ready and assembled again. Go! Following an order, under the leadership of the captain, they left Konoha one after another and followed different routes. And from the moment of leaving the village, it means that the war has begun. 048 Nuclear Fireball Technique. This crusade against Yunnan village is a joint operation. In order to achieve the effect of the raid, the two hidden villages must act together. The country of Tien, where Yunnan village is located, borders the country of fire where Konoha is located, and is located in the north of the country of fire. The land of wind, where Sandian is located in the west of Konoha, separated by two small countries. Therefore, the two parties agreed that Sha Yin would first pass through the kingdom of Chuunin, enter the kingdom of fire, and then head to the northern border of the kingdom of fire. Konoha's side will start a little later, but on the same date, it will meet with Sandian at the northern border. Once the two sides complete the alliance, they will immediately enter the country of Tien and launch a surprise attack on Yinren. Follow me. In order to avoid attracting attention, the various teams of Konoha followed different routes after leaving the village. The route and travel date are known only to the captain. Understood. Facing Long Yi's orders, Tomohisa and Coriander responded immediately. Huh. Konoha Maru snorted lightly, but his face was full of dissatisfaction. This mission is dangerous. Long also glanced at Konoha Maru, thinking that it was necessary to explain some situations first. If not, how dangerous is it? Before Long also finished speaking, Konoha Maru interrupted directly and asked a question in disapproval. Will die. Long Yi's face sank, and no further explanations were made, and he said two words in a deep voice. Will. Hearing this, Konoha Maru, who was still proud just now, turned pale and panicked. After all, he was only 12 or 13 years old and had just graduated from the ninja school. In contrast, Tomohisa, and even Coriander, who has always been cowardly, showed no reaction on his face. Although it is only a shinobi, after all, he has graduated for 2 years, has done many tasks, and has faced death more than once. And most importantly, they absolutely trust the dragon, and believe that as long as the dragon is there, they will not be killed. Next, according to the established time and route, the Long Yi team continued to march. It took half a day in a flash, and everything went smoothly. Open black lens bracket. This reinforcement is over. Close black lens bracket. In the evening, the system reminded me that the technique of the fireball has been strengthened. Rest. In order to take care of the 3 Jonin in Long Yi's team, their route is the shortest and the time is the most abundant. When it was time for dinner, Long also gave an order, then stopped, and turned on the system while taking out dry food to eat. 1 kilometer in diameter. The moment he saw it, Long was also startled instantly, and a mouthful of dry food that he hadn't swallowed stuck in his throat. The choked dragon rolled his eyes and took a few sips of water before finally rushing down. Is this still a fireball? At the same time, looking at the skill introduction, Long was still full of shock. After 86,400 enhancements, the power of the fireball technique has been greatly increased. And the main performance is the size. The fireball that was originally 10 meters in diameter has now become a behemoth with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Not only that, but after the How fireball was impacted, it would explode. The surging flames and the gusts of wind will cover a radius of 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers. Of course, with such a huge power, the release distance of the How fireball has also been greatly improved, and the limit can reach a terrifying 100 kilometers. Just imagine, if there is no such release distance, a huge fireball is sprayed on the feet. It is not to deal with the enemy, but to commit suicide. It's a nuclear fireball. It wasn't until a long time ago that Long Yi came back to his senses, and the power was too terrifying. Nima. Immediately afterwards, Long Yi smiled wryly again. The system was so stubborn that he rubbed such a big fireball, and there was no miniature version. That is to say, as long as the technique of the flamboyant fireball is used, only this big guy can be released. Just imagine, would a dragon dare to throw a nuclear fireball of this power casually? In this way, the power is indeed great, but it seems to be a bit too big. Under normal circumstances, the dragon would not dare to use it at all. This is not equivalent to the arrogant fireball technique that he spent 2 or 3 years refining, and it was directly smashed. Alas! Thinking of this, Long also wanted to cry without tears, which was simply the most speechless reinforcement for him. Bang! Seeing the dragon also sitting there, he was happy and sighed for a while, especially just now. He rolled his eyes when he was choked on the dry food. Konoha Maru snorted lightly. If it weren't for the 2 saliva, Long would probably be the first Jonin in history to be choked to death by dry food, and he couldn't help but feel even more disdain in his heart. What will die? Such a cowardly captain. It is possible to perform some advanced tasks. He said he would die just now, and he must have been deliberately trying to scare him. Thinking that he was really frightened and didn't dare to say a word for half a day, Konoha Maru became more and more annoyed. I'm Konoha Maru, so I won't be scared by you. In addition to being annoyed, Konoha Maru let out a loud roar and rushed directly to Ryuya. Only with fists can he wash away his shame. Konoha Maru even took the initiative to attack Long Yi. Tomohisa and Coriander, who were quietly eating dry food next to him, snorted softly, but they were only 2 times lower. Did they forget the name of the Great Demon King, back then? As for Konoha Maru, who rushed up, Long Yi didn't lift his head, and was still researching the system there. Whoops! At this moment, with a soft sound, 2 figures suddenly sprang from the grass next to them, holding the sharp kunai in their hands, and rushing towards Konoha Maru, one from the left and the other from the right. This is... What these 2 people are wearing is clearly the forehead protection of Yin Nin. Seeing this scene, Tomohisa and Coriander's expressions changed dramatically. But Konoha Maru was too far away to rescue them with their abilities. How could? And at this time, Konoha Maru was completely frightened in the face of the 2 Yin ninjas full of murderous intent. He couldn't understand why there was Yin Ren here, and suddenly jumped out to kill him. In fact, even if Konoha Maru wasn't frightened, with his strength, he couldn't deal with the sneak attack and pincer attack of these 2 Tonin. The speed of the 2 Tonin was very fast, and the next moment was already in front of them, and they were about to stab Kuu into Konoha Maru's body. Whoosh! Just at this critical moment, with a soft sound, a figure flashed. It was Long Yi. Immediately afterwards, Long Yi's forearm slammed heavily on the 2 Yin ninjas. In the past 2 years, under the guidance of Rigian, in addition to practicing the seal of the 4 elephants, Long Yi also has ninja basics such as taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and the various uses of check cards. And while practicing the seal of the 4 elephants, Long Yi's foundation is also very solid. If not, how could he be promoted to Jonin? Boom! With 2 muffled noises, the 2 yin ren, who were hit by the dragon in the abdomen, spurted blood from their mouths and noses, and then passed out. Come out. Regardless of the frightened Konoha Maru, he threw the 2 tonin aside, and the dragon also turned to the bushes and said lightly, 049 Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Someone. After regaining their senses, Tomohisa and Coriander who ran to Longya's side, and Konohamaru who hid behind Longya, the 3 of them couldn't help but stare in the direction Longya indicated. Woohoo tilde woo tilde. The bushes swayed slightly, but no one came out, but a strange flute sound came. Flute. Tomohisa and the others were startled again, and just when they were wondering, the surrounding trees suddenly began to twist, and then turned into giant pythons, crawling towards them with blood-red letters. The 3 of them were startled and wanted to run away, but suddenly found that their bodies were not obeying orders and could not move at all. The next moment, the python had wrapped around their bodies. Under the entanglement of huge power, the 3 people who were suffocated in an instant saw in horror that their bodies were decaying and their flesh and blood were collapsing. Illusionism. At this time, Long Yi, who was in the same situation, not only did not panic at all, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whoa! The next moment, the giant python that was twisting the dragon was released instantly. What's the matter? Immediately afterwards, the figure that had been observed invisibly suddenly appeared. Just when the figure was puzzled, those giant pythons were already crawling towards her. Only then did she realize that she couldn't move. The next moment, he was entangled by the giant python, and his body quickly decayed and collapsed under the enormous power. What happened? Suddenly, Tomohisa, Coriander, and Konoha Maru came back to their senses. His back was soaked in cold sweat, and he couldn't help but shudder when he looked at the same woods as before. The illusion has failed. Duoyu also fell into his own illusion, so it was not simply cracked, but rebounded. The information is wrong. Illusion is not only his weakness, but his strength. It's him who's getting stronger again. At this time, the voice sounded, and Tomohisa and the others saw that there were 5 people standing not far in front of them. Yes, just now the dragon also said, "Come out," and sure enough, someone was in ambush. 4 males and 1 female all wore sound forehead guards. Among them, there was a horizontal flute on the woman's lips. Obviously, the strange flute sound just now was played by this woman. But if you look closely, the woman is like a clay sculpture, standing there motionless. And her dark gray eyes, without the slightest look, obviously she has lost consciousness. Dragon 2. Tomohisa and the others, who had been caught in illusion just now, fully understood. They quickly turned their heads to look at Longya next to them, and then couldn't help but startled. I saw Long also looking at the 5 yin ren in front of him with a very serious expression. It turned out to be you. After a long while, Long also spoke, with a hint of coldness in his voice. The flute sound just now did indeed contain illusion. If it was 2 years ago, Long might have explained it. But now, after strengthening his brain, he has acquired the ability of illusion only me. No matter who casts the illusion, it will be controlled by him. It was with this ability that the dragon directly countered the opponent. At the same time, seeing the appearance of the caster in the illusion, the dragon was an accident. At this time, the illusion was solved, and seeing the 5 people in front of him, he couldn't help but verify his guess. The enemy attacking is the 5 people of Yunnan led by Junmalu. The reincarnation of Dirty Earth. In the battle for Sasuke, the 5 people of Yin and Nin have all been killed, and Long is also a participant. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. At this time, when he appeared in front of him again, there was no explanation other than the technique of reincarnation from dirty soil. The appearance of the 5 people like clay sculptures, and the gray-black whites of their eyes also illustrate this point. It's an honor to be the first Hokage-sama. It looks like the plans have leaked. At the same time, Konoha's other teams also encountered interception and sneak attacks. In addition to the ordinary sound forbearance, it also includes the masters of the reincarnation of the dirty earth. Different from the 5 people of Yin Nin, these masters, including the first and second Hokage, have no will of their own, and they are just walking dead who retain almost 10% of their strength when they are alive. All the teams were attacked at the same time. Obviously, this battle plan has been known to the Sound Ninja Village. In fact, Orochimaru, who is good at bewitching people, has spies in every village and in every position. Although Yinin village is small in scale, the espionage system headed by Do is no weaker than the 5 hidden villages. A head-to-head confrontation. In the face of the joint raid of the 2 hidden villages, after getting the information, Orochimaru did not retreat and hide, but took the initiative to send someone to intercept it. This shows that Orochimaru is going to compete head-on with Saiyan and Konoha. A small village in the district dared to challenge the alliance of the 2 big hidden villages. I have to say that Orochimaru is really crazy. This is trouble. Although Orochimaru is crazy, he is not stupid. The reason why he has this confidence is because of reincarnation from dirty soil. Looking at the 5 people in front of Yin and Nin, Long also sighed secretly. Speaking of which, he actually helped Orochimaru. 2 years ago, Orochimaru invaded Konoha, and in the 4 purple flame formation, the first and second Hokage were reincarnated, and they fought against the 3rd Hokage. But at that time, Orochimaru still needed to be manipulated by the side, unable to join the siege of the 3 generations of Hokage. But now, there is no sign of Orochimaru, that is to say, the reincarnation of Orochimaru has become more mature. The reincarnated person only needs to issue an order, and the reincarnated person can execute it, and there is no need to manipulate it. This level is almost the same as in the original book, during the 4th Ninja World War. Obviously, in the past 2 years, while Long Yi, Naruto and the others have been practicing hard, Orochimaru's strength has also improved. In the original plot, Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed by 3 generations, could no longer use ninjutsu, and his strength had hardly changed after 2 years. In this world, Long Yi cut off the 4 purple flame formation with 1 sword and saved the 3 generations of Hokage, but at the same time, Orochimaru's hands were also saved. Therefore, Orochimaru can achieve today's achievements. In fact, Long also helped him. No way. It's really frustrating to have created a formidable opponent by hand. But if Long Yi was given another chance to choose, he would still do it. Because after he saved 3 generations, he also gained a lot of benefits. Retired Hokage's personal guidance, Sarutobi's secret medicine to correct the meridians. Without these, the dragon would not have the strength it is today. Back then, with Long Yi's knife, the 3rd generation, Orochimaru, and Long also benefited, so it could be regarded as a triple win. However, while Ryuya and the others won 3 times, there was one person who was miserable, and that was Sasuke. After all, Sasuke 2 years later may not be able to kill Orochimaru with healthy hands. If he can't get rid of it, he is afraid that he will become a container for Orochimaru. I am sorry, Urzuzi. Thinking of this, Long also smiled and could only apologize. Kill him. And at this moment, with a light drink from Junmalu, the 4 people on the opposite side rushed forward. 050 He is a dragon. This operation is a war to unite with Saiyan and crusade against Yinin village. At present, the action has been exposed, and it is about to fight against the 5 people of Yin Nin, who were reincarnated in the dirt. You protect yourselves. Brief and to the point, after explaining a few words quickly, the dragon also flickered, and directly greeted Junmalu and the others. War. Although Long Yi didn't say much, the content was too shocking. It was not until the dragon also fought the enemy that Tomohisa and the others came back to their senses. Although they have never experienced it, they also understand how cruel these two words are from the paragraphs of history told by the teacher. Really will die. At this time, Konoha Maru couldn't help but remember that Ryuya said, will die, at the beginning. Since it is a war, of course people will die. In fact, if it wasn't for the dragon's action just now, he would have died under the suffering of Yin-Nin. Thinking of passing by death, Konoha Maru's heart was full of panic, and he couldn't help but slumped on the ground with his legs weak. Seeing this, Tomohisa and Vanilla immediately changed their positions and protected Konoha Maru one after the other. Although they can't stand Konoha Maru's temperament, as a team, they are partners who rely on each other. Seeing Tomohisa and Coriander acting like instincts, Konoha Maru couldn't help but be moved, and then filled with shame. At the beginning, he also laughed at Tomohisa and the others, and he still had to endure after so long after graduation. He even boasted how brave he would be if he encountered an enemy. Now, he didn't even have the courage to stand up, but Tomohisa and Coriander protected him regardless of their previous suspicions. Thank you. Just as he was about to thank him, Konoha Maru suddenly realized that the two of them were not looking at him. Without blinking, he stared nervously ahead. Yes, the dragon is already fighting the enemy too. This is... Konoha Maru returned to his senses, and quickly looked over. Who knew what happened next, which shocked him instantly. I saw the dragon also flashed, appeared behind an enemy, and then quickly drew a knife and slashed, directly splitting the enemy in half. But before Konoha Maru and the others were happy, the other party's body healed in an instant. There was no injury at all, and he rushed towards Long Yi again with a ferocious face. Reincarnation of dirty earth. In addition to being horrified, what Long Yi said just now suddenly sounded. The opponents are the 5 people of Yin and Nin, who were reincarnated by dirty soil. For this S-level forbidden technique, they, as the Shinin, originally knew nothing about it. But in the defense battle 2 years ago, Orochimaru was reincarnated into the first and second Hokage, so this technique is widely known in Konoha. What to do? It was originally an enemy of 4, not to mention that the opponent was still immortal. No, I want to fight too. I couldn't help worrying about Ryuya. Konoha Maru instantly gained courage, suddenly felt that his legs were no longer soft, he stood up directly, and wanted to go up to help. The other party is 4 people, and they are also 4 people, at least they will not suffer in terms of numbers. Think of what the dragon said too. But at this moment, Tomohisa suddenly reached out to stop Konoha Maru. Long also, he said. Konoha Maru was stunned for a moment, then remembered that Ryuya's last words told them to protect themselves instead of participating in the war. But, although he understood that he had to obey the captain's order, Konoha Maru couldn't help but feel anxious. The other party was the 5 people of Yin and Nin reincarnated from the dirt, and there was only one dragon. Don't worry. At this time, Tomohisa, as a general of wisdom, showed a smile that he was in control of everything, and said something meaningful. He's a dragon too. He's a dragon. Konoha Maru was stunned for a moment, and after reminiscing about this sentence, she couldn't help but look at the field with a bit of daze. Dragon didn't pay attention to the reaction of Konoha Maru and the others, and he didn't care. To use Tomohisa's words, the other party is the 5 people of Yinin. Even Longya, even if Tayuya was abolished when he came up, facing the remaining 4, he had to concentrate and not dare to be distracted at all. Nova Whirlwind. Seizing an opportunity, Long also kicked Junmalu. Boom. But unfortunately, Junmalu had been on guard for a long time. After all, he died under Long Yi's kicking skills back then. Although Long also seized the opportunity, in the end, he only rubbed against Junmalu a little, and with a muffled sound, he directly kicked half of his body to smithereens. If it is an ordinary person, he is already dead at this time, but the other party is an immortal body reincarnated from dirty soil. Your legs are heavier. After the body reunited, Junmalu looked at Long Yi with a serious expression. But as a reincarnated filth, there was not much fear in his eyes. It's a hassle. It was a waste of effort again, and the dragon also sighed secretly. The most troublesome thing right now is not the other four, nor the other's immortality. But they, who know a lot of information about Long Yi, are extremely familiar with his abilities. Therefore, whether it is the avatar technique, the Konoha whirlwind, or the slashing with a sword, even the sealing technique that the dragon has just practiced, the sound and ninja 5 people are on guard. After several consecutive attacks, none of them were effective, and Long wished he could throw a nuclear fireball directly at it. But Tomohisa and the others are still on the side, obviously impossible. Today, I will definitely take you to the Pure Land. Like a gangrene attached to the bone, the 4 of them cling to Long Yi, and while attacking fiercely, Junmaro said something confidently. In his opinion, having mastered Long Yi's ability, coupled with their immortality, Long Yi's technique is no longer a threat to them. Although for a while, they couldn't hurt Long Yi. But as long as the stalemate continues, they will definitely win in the end. After all, as a living person, the dragon is always tired, and the chakra is always exhausted. In fact, the fight went on for a while. Junmalu was keenly aware that Long Yi's breathing became significantly heavier. On top of that, dragons also use ninjutsu less and less often. No chakra yet. The corner of Junmalu's mouth smiled. From his point of view, Long Yi's ninjutsu is indeed powerful, but because of this, it is bound to consume chakra extremely. At this time, Long Yi, chakra should be running out. The 4 exchanged glances, and then stuck to Long Yi even more fiercely. Forced into desperation, Long also performed the avatar technique twice again. But after these 2 times, the dragon only used physical art to entangle, and even did not use the sword to cut. The 4 exchanged glances again, and the time has come. Spider web bound. The first is Gatong Maru. With a loud shout, he opened a huge spider web and covered it directly to Long Yi. Long was also prepared and jumped to the side to dodge. Tulu returns. At this moment, Jirofang's attack followed. A large stone slab was broken, and countless rubble was shot at the dragon. Long also frowned and could only dodge again. But because he was too hasty, his figure swayed a little, obviously his center of gravity was unstable. This is the time. Seizing the time, Junmalu shouted loudly, one after the other, and attacked Long Yi at the same time. 051 Who can be his opponent? Puff. Although Ryuya had dodged a lot of punches, but in the end he couldn't dodge Junmaru's attack. With a muffled sound, his chest was pierced by Junmalu's bone blade. Ha. After seeing the success, Kitamaru let out an excited roar, and rushed towards Ryuya with Jirofang. I also want to taste the pleasure of punching through Longya's body. Dragon 2. Seeing this scene, Tomohisa, Coriander, and Konoha Maru all changed their faces. After an exclamation, he ignored Long Yi's explanation and rushed forward. I said, I will take you to the Pure Land. Feeling clearly that the bone blade pierced the heart of Long Yi, Junmalu took a deep breath, and his heart was full of joy. Really? At this moment, Long Yi, who should have been killed, suddenly raised his head, and a small smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not good. Junmalu's face changed drastically in an instant, and then he was about to withdraw to avoid Toad Bomb. But unfortunately, it was already too late, and the dragon shouted loudly, squirting a lot of toad oil from his mouth. Whoa! Whether it was Junmaro and Zojinujin in front of him, or Kitamaru and Jirofang who had just rushed up, they were all splashed with his toad oil in an instant. What the hell is this? Kitamaru wanted to shake off the oil, but he soon discovered that the oil was extremely viscous. Not only could he not shake it off, but instead, it stuck him firmly to the ground. Damn. Can't help but Gatong Maru, even the powerful Jirofang who can split is completely unable to break free. Click, click. Only Junmalu quickly retreated a layer of exoskeleton, like a golden cicada shedding its shell, and then jumped out. After a few more vertical jumps, he also opened a certain distance from the dragon. as expected of a corpse vein. For Junmalu's escape, Long also expected it. His target was originally just Kitamaru and the three of them. He pressed the wound on his chest with his hand, although it was a little painful, but with the strong resilience of the heart of the tailed beast, it was no longer a serious problem. It seems that your intelligence work is not enough. Looking at Junmalu, who was full of vigilance, Long also smiled and said something. The sound and forbearance of the 5 people reincarnated in the dirty earth, plus a lot of information about Long Yi, is really difficult to deal with, and Long Yi can't wait to throw a nuclear fireball directly. Looking through the list of skills, there is no skill that is understood by Yin Nin, except for the fireball. It should only be the toad oil bomb. Although this ninjutsu was mastered earlier than Konoha Whirlwind, but because of the need to store toad oil in advance, except for using it against Xiaonan once, it has never been revealed to outsiders. And Orochimaru, a traitor of Akatsuki's organization, is of course impossible to get information from Xiaonan. Therefore, the dragon also deliberately pretended that the chakra was exhausted, creating such an opportunity for Junmalu to kill him. The purpose is to reduce their vigilance and facilitate fuel injection. In fact, Longya, who has the heart of a tailed beast, has an extremely large amount of chakra, and the powerful ninjutsu he uses is actually low-level ninjutsu, and it does not consume much chakra at all. Sure enough, this move worked, and the toad oil that had been strengthened by the system was extremely viscous, and instantly bound the 3 of Kitamaru. For them who were reincarnated from the dirt, this move was much more effective than the powerful 10,000-ton whirlwind and slashing. It's your turn. In this way, 4 of the 5 members of Yinin have been abolished, and only Junmalu is left. Long also drank lightly, and rushed forward with a dodge. Master Orochimaru, I will never lose again. In the face of the menacing Long Yi, Junmalu raised his head and roared, and stretched out countless bone blades all over his body, and directly greeted him. Excellent. I knew it. At this time, Tomohisa and the others, who had not had time to rush up, couldn't help but feel excited when they saw that the dragon was fine. He's a dragon. Looking at Ryuya, who was beating Junmalu Yidong violently, Konoha Maru stood there in a daze, and couldn't help but think of the second half of Tomohisa's words just now. He is a dragon, who can be his opponent? Boom. Soon, Long also moved several times in succession, seized the neutral position, and with a muffled sound, kicked Junmalu to pieces with one kick. Ha ha, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. But then, Junmalu's body gathered again, and he raised his head and laughed smugly. No matter how powerful you are, in the face of the immortality that Lord Orochimaru gave me, you can still do. You must have lost your mind. Long Yi's face was stern, and his hands quickly formed seals. Si, Hai, Wei, Mao, Shu, Zi, Yu, Wu, Si. This is. Seeing Long Yi's seal, Junmalu's face changed drastically, revealing a hint of panic. But at this time, his body had not fully recovered, and he could not escape at all. Seal. After the seal was completed, the dragon also shouted loudly, and the yin and yang of his hands turned into 4 images, and the 4 images were sealed. Snapped. Hum. As Long Yi put his hands on Junmalu's body, countless black lines poured out from his palms, instantly covering Junmalu's body, like a black cocoon, completely wrapping Junmalu. Orochimaru big. In the panic, Junmalu let out a frantic roar. But unfortunately, before he finished speaking, his whole body was turned into a clay sculpture. This is. Seeing this scene, the 3 of Kitamaru, who were bound by toad oil, had expressions of horror on their faces. At the same time, he couldn't help but struggle harder. But the harder they tried, the more toad oil stuck, and the more immobile they became. Don't. Seeing Long Yi walking towards them, they suddenly heard a new piece of information from the pharmacist's pocket. Double Ryuya, in the Chuunin exam is now the Seal Ninja Takagi Ryuya. Seal. 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 Immediately afterwards, Long also cast the 4 image seal one after another, sealing the 3 people who were stuck on Kitamaru, as well as Tayuya, who was still in his illusion, one after another. Win. Excellent. The sound of the 5 people has been sealed by the dragon. Tomohisa and the others couldn't help cheering excitedly. How did these people deal with it? Happily, he ran to Longya's side, kicked Junmaru, who was sealed on the ground, and Tomohisa asked. If you leave it like this, if it is found by Yin-Ren, it will be troublesome to unlock the seal. But if you bring back Konoha, the 5 corpses will be a little heavy. Just leave it here. Long also stretched his waist and said something lightly. My sealing technique, no one can unlock it. Hearing this, Tomohisa and Coriander nodded, full of confidence. Seeing this scene, Konohamaru couldn't help but lose his mind. Looking at Long Yi again, his eyes could not help but be filled with awe. Next. At this time, Long also suddenly had a serious expression and said in a deep voice. The mission continues. 052 There is still a team that has not come back. Battle plan change. Long also looked serious, looking at the 3 in front of him. Infiltrate instead. Yes. Including Konohamaru, the 3 of them responded directly without any objection. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Long Yi, the 4 moved forward at the fastest speed and went straight to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Tien. What? At the same time, in Konoha Hokage's office, Tsunade suddenly stood up. I just got the news that the Asma team was attacked by Yinin and had to give up the mission and retreat back to Konoha. Then, as if a certain opening had been opened, the news that other teams had been intercepted came one after another. In less than half a day, news came from almost all of Konoha and Cheyenne's teams. Obviously, this time the plan has been leaked ahead of time. Yinin village is just a small village, and it cannot be compared with Konoha and Sandian. Under normal circumstances, Orochimaru, who got the news, should retreat immediately, but he did not. Instead, he sent a large number of troops to directly cross the border to intercept various teams in the country of fire. Orochimaru's arrogance made Tsunade extremely angry. But what is even more unexpected is that the intercepted teams have all lost to retreat. In other words, a mere village of Yinin actually stopped the coalition forces of the 2 hidden villages. Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned. The reason for this was not that her subordinates were too weak, but that the enemy was too strong. According to the information, nearly half of the Yin-Nin people who participated in the interception this time have curse marks. Transforming into a monster through the curse mark, the strength is comparable to that of Jonin. As far as Tsunade knows, although the effect of the spell seal enhancement is terrifying, it is also too domineering for ordinary people to bear. How did Orochimaru mass-produce the cursed monsters in a short period of time? After thinking about it, I am afraid that some extreme means have been used, such as overdrafting life. In addition to the cursed monsters, there are also a large number of dead people reincarnated in the filth. Since he was selected by Orochimaru, he must have been a powerful ninja during his lifetime. At this time, coupled with the body of immortality, it cannot help but become more and more difficult. As a result, the various teams of the coalition army suffered setbacks one after another. In order to avoid the sacrifice of their companions, they had to give up their tasks and withdraw Konoha. Thank you for your hard work. The next morning, Tsunade came to the office, saw the returning captains, and sighed and said something. This time, Cheyenne and Konoha's face was completely wiped out. In addition to the Konoha ninja, there are also various squads of Cheyenne. After being blocked, they also returned to Konoha. On Sandian's side, Maki, who was in charge of this mission, said something with a stern face. The combination of Konoha and Cheyenne this time can be described as inspiring the public. As a result, he was beaten back by Yin Ren before he even passed the borders of Tianjiguo. It is not difficult to predict that this matter will soon spread among countries. But by then, Konoha and Sandian will be completely reduced to laughingstock. Not only that, the failure of the ninja village as the country's military force has also disgraced the country of fire and the country of wind. The big names of the two countries will definitely be held accountable. Just come back. Tsunade also understood this, but the strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations, and there was no way to fail the mission. Fortunately, they did not sacrifice, and everyone has returned to Konoha safely. Lord Hokage. And at this moment, Mute, who was standing beside him and had been working in secret art, suddenly said something. There's another squad that hasn't come back. What? Tsunade's face changed instantly, and he hurriedly swept towards the crowd. Kakashi, Akai, Asuma, Hong, and Sandian's Jonin, then couldn't help frowning. It's a dragon. Yes. Silent nodded, and then said quite worriedly. The Long Yi team has not returned, and so far, no news has been returned. I'm afraid they've all been killed. Maki's face was solemn and he said something. As the person in charge of Sandian's side, Maki has the right to know about Konoha's personnel arrangements. When he learned of a new Jonin, he led 3 lower ninjas to form a team. Maki couldn't help snorting coldly, which idiot made such a stupid arrangement. There is no doubt that among the various Konoha squads, the Ryuya squad is the weakest. There is no news so far, and the possibility of being wiped out by Yin Nin is extremely high. After all, those cursed monsters and the deceased who were reincarnated in the dirt were not easy to deal with. There is another possibility. At this time, Tsunade spoke with a low tone. The Ryuya squad has defeated the enemy and is continuing its mission. It's impossible. Send the Ninja Eagle immediately. Without waiting for Makito to speak, Tsunade ordered directly. Yes. Take the command silently and execute it immediately. As a ninja, in addition to their own cultivation, they also use external forces. In addition to the commonly used ninja tools and various medicines, there are ninja beasts. For example, the ninja dogs domesticated by Kakashi and the Inuzuka family, and the ninja pigs and pigs of Tsunade. There is no shortage of animal taming experts in Konoha village, who have specially cultivated a group of ninja eagles. In addition to long-distance transmission of letters and information, it can also connect its vision through ninjutsu to achieve the purpose of searching. Ninja's speed was very fast, and after it was released, it immediately searched along the route of the Ryuya squad. Open. As Tsunade finished unprinting, he snorted lightly. The crystal ball on the table has been visually connected to Ninja Eagle, showing what Ninja Eagle saw. At this time, in the office, whether it was Tsunade or Maki, or the elite Junin of the two villages, they were all staring at the crystal ball nervously. What is that? About an hour later, Ninja Eagle passed through a jungle, and suddenly saw several humanoid objects deep in the jungle. Tsunade quickly performed ninjutsu and controlled the Ninja Eagle to fly close to investigate. People. When the distance got closer, it turned out to be 5 people. But they were bound by black stripes and turned into clay sculptures. And in the middle of all the stripes, there is a seal word. Seal. All the people present were Jonin, and they recognized at a glance that this was a kind of sealing technique. It looks like the seal of 4 signs, but can the seal of 4 signs be used like this? Sound forbearance. Although it was entangled with black threads, the other side's sound ninja guarding the forehead could be seen from the gap. It's the reincarnation of dirt. At this time, Tsunade confirmed. These are not ordinary Yin-Ren, they are all people reincarnated in the dirt. Could it be that? Maki's expression changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Not bad. Tsunade was shocked and said excitedly. The dragon sealed them too. Seal. Maki was stunned, then remembered that Takagi Ryu also sealed the name of the ninja. And this name came from their Cheyenne village. Could it be that the dragon did not die, but defeated his opponent? Up until this point, Maki was still a little unbelievable. After all, his subordinates had already reported to him the difficulty of Yin-Ren. At this time, ninja continued to fly along the route of the Long Yi squad. As they passed by, Gradually, the expressions on the faces of everyone present became more and more horrified. I saw that along the way, there were Jonin's corpses everywhere, as well as people who had been reincarnated from the filth that had been sealed. 053 Hope of the whole village. How is this possible? In Jonin village, Orochimaru, who got the news, had a ferocious, viper-like pupil that was extraordinarily cold. Knowing that Konoha and Sandian are united to crusade Jonin village, Orochimaru is not afraid, but full of excitement. In the past 2 years, his filthy reincarnation technique has become more and more sophisticated, so that while erasing the will of the reincarnated, he can act according to his orders without the need for him to manipulate. In addition, he has also developed a method that allows ordinary people to obtain the power of the spell. Although once the curse mark is planted, it can only live for 3 days. With these two methods, Orochimaru not only wants to protect the village of Yin Ninja, but also makes Konoha and Cheyenne completely disgraced. Originally everything had been planned, but Long Yi's strength made the situation gradually out of his control. At that time, it was also a dragon. First, he cut Gaara to make it out of control, and then cut off the 4 purple flames to rescue the 3 generations of Hokage, which made Orochimaru's carefully planned Konoha destruction plan to fall short. Knowing that Long Yi was also in this action, the excited Orochimaru prepared an extra gift for him, that is, the 5 people of Yinren, who were reincarnated from the dirty earth. But it never occurred to me that the 5 Yinren, who possessed the immortal body, were once again defeated by Long Yi and were completely sealed. In addition to being angry, Orochimaru will send out other teams that have returned from completing the mission one after another to intercept and kill Long Yi. So far, 7 teams have been dispatched, but all of them have been annihilated by the dragon. And now Long Yi is still rushing towards Jonin village. Takagi Ryuya. In addition to being angry, Orochimaru suddenly sneered at the corner of his mouth and turned to the pharmacist's pocket next to him. Have the teams responsible for interception all returned? Yes, all have returned to the village. Let them all go out and kill Takagi Ryuya. Yes. Pocket pushed his glasses, then turned to leave. Found it. At the same time, in Konoha Hokage's office, through Ninja's perspective, Ryuya and the others finally appeared in the crystal ball. Everyone was shocked, and the Long Yi team did not sacrifice, and they defeated one strong enemy after another, and they are still continuing to implement the plan. Here is. At this time, everyone suddenly discovered that Long Yi and the others had already reached the border of the Fire Country and the Tien Country, which was also the place where Konoha and Sandian would join forces. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The next moment, under the leadership of Long Yi, the team did not stagnate in the slightest, and directly crossed the border and entered the country of Tien. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. The Ryuya team is still executing orders, but the other teams have all withdrawn to Konoha. In other words, the current Ryuya team entered the enemy country alone. Don't he know? Long Yi's strength deeply shocked Maki. But it is too dangerous to enter the enemy country with only one team of them left. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder if Long didn't know that the other teams had withdrawn. No, he knows. At this time, Tsunade opened his mouth with a solemn expression. Everyone thought about it for a while, and they figured it out in an instant. Yes, the dragon knows it too. From the corpses along the way, it can be seen that the Long Yi team suffered many interception attacks. Based on the opponent's strength, he should be able to calculate that it is difficult for other teams to resist and will choose to retreat. Moreover, after arriving at the predetermined location, the Long Yi team did not stop, waiting for other teams to come to meet, but directly broke into the country of Tien. It shows that they are clear in their hearts that there will be no other teams coming to meet. Too stupid. Thinking of this, Maki snorted angrily. Could it be that Long also wants to rely on their team, or more accurately, rely on his own strength? After all, the other 3 shaman can't help at all, so they want to destroy the sound of the village. One person is the enemy of the country, how is this possible? Now, I give orders in the name of Hokage. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly spoke with a very serious expression. All teams, set off immediately and go to support the Ryuya team. Yes. Kakashi, Akai, Asuma, Red, etc., all the Konoha captains, followed the order, and then flashed out of the office in an instant, calling the team to support. Lord Hokage. Maki next to him said extremely angrily. Although we are not reconciled, we have to admit the strength of our opponents. It is very irresponsible to send out the team that finally retreated completely. Okay. Tsunade gave a cold drink and interrupted Maki directly. The current Ryuya squad is our only hope. Even if we do whatever it takes, we must help him break into Jonin village. Maki-sama. At this time, Sandian's Jonin captains couldn't help but ask. What shall we do? Do I still need to say that? Maki said with a serious face and reprimanded. In this operation, Hokage is the supreme commander. Got it. Hearing this, Zongsha couldn't help showing a happy expression and said firmly. We will carry out Hokage-sama's orders. In fact, everyone was unwilling to be beaten by Yin Ren just like that. When I saw that the Long Yi team had intercepted one after another, they had already broken into the enemy country, and everyone's blood was boiling. As Naruto said, the current Ryuya squad is the only hope for all of them, so at all costs, help them reach the Sound Ninja village. Immediately afterwards, all the leaders of the Sand Ninja Junin also immediately left the office, reconvened their subordinates, and went to aid Ryuya. Hopefully he doesn't live up to the expectations of all of us. Looking at the Long Yi team that was still advancing in the crystal ball, Maki said lightly. After all, the face of the two big hidden villages, as well as the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind, depends entirely on the dragon. Tread, Tatata. At this time, the Long Yi team, which had entered the country of Tien, began to approach Jonin village quickly with the sound of hurried footsteps. Lonely went deep, and of course Long knew their current situation. But it was because of this that he had no chance of turning back. The growth of Orochimaru has exceeded his expectations. If you don't deal heavy damage now, with the growth speed of the Sound Ninja village, it will soon become a strong enemy. At that time, Konoha Destruction Project 2.0 will definitely be launched immediately. By then, Konoha may be really dangerous. Stop. Keeping forward, he has penetrated into the country of Tien, and the dragon also gave a light drink and suddenly stopped. It has not been intercepted for most of the day, something is wrong. Long also frowned, and the radar ear power was fully turned on. 054 The Art of Multiple Shadows. This way. The dragon also gave a light drink and suddenly changed the direction of travel. The three did not hesitate and followed directly. Not only Tomohisa and Coriander, but after a series of battles along the way, even Konohamaru, who was originally hostile to dragons, is now bowing his head. Although he didn't want to believe it, Konohamaru had to admit that in terms of strength, Dragon might indeed be above Naruto. Regarding Long Yi's words, it is like an imperial decree, but this is the 5th time he has changed direction. Did something happen, or what is going to happen? This way. Half an hour later, the dragon also gave a soft drink and changed direction again. Changing directions more and more frequently, Tomohisa and the three couldn't help but feel a little worried. Looks like it's being watched. At this time, Long Yi, who was running at the same time, listened to his movements with his radar ear, and he was sure in his heart. After entering the country of Tien, there was no interception for a long time, which caused Long Yi's vigilance. He solved several sound forbearance teams one after another, and the Orochimaru who suffered one after another couldn't save Grandpa like this gourd baby, one by one. Having not encountered any interception for such a long time, it is very likely that they are gathering people. Therefore, Long also immediately launched a reconnaissance with his radar ear, which was exactly as he expected. Including a large number of cursed monsters, as well as reincarnators from the dirty earth, there are nearly 100 of them. Even if the dragon is powerful, I am afraid that it is not an opponent. Most importantly, Tomohisa and the other three. If they are besieged by nearly 100 people, it will be difficult for the dragon to take care of them. Therefore, only to avoid its edge. Relying on the radar ear to control the enemy's movements, Long also approached Jonin village and avoided interception in time. But unfortunately, the other party obviously also has a reconnaissance ninja, and I don't know what secret technique they used, and they have locked the position of Long Yi. No matter how the dragon changes its course, the other party can know it and adjust accordingly. There is no way. After nearly a day of entanglement, the sun has already set, and although the dragon also tried his best to find a gap, there were too many Yin ninjas and finally closed the encirclement. Rest. With the arrangement of the opponent, it was too late to break through. Instead of doing this, it's better to stop and take it easy. In fact, after running like this, Tomohisa and the others were severely depleted of their stamina and chakra as genin. Wait, there will be a near-famous Baiyin Nin attack. While the three were resting, Long also explained. What you have to do is to avoid fighting with him as much as possible to protect yourself. Nearly 100. Hearing this number, the expressions of the three of them changed greatly. But then he didn't say much, he nodded heavily, and recovered his stamina as quickly as possible. Although the enemy is very powerful, they believe that the dragon will definitely protect them too. 10 minutes. Long also calculated in his heart that 10 minutes should be enough. As long as they can hold on for 10 minutes, it's safe. The question now is how to hold on for 10 minutes. Whoosh whoosh. After a while, as Long Yi said, a large number of Yin Nin suddenly appeared around them, surrounding them. Quote. Tonight is the full moon. With the moonlight, I can basically see each other's face clearly. Seeing the cursed monsters one by one, as well as the reincarnators from the filth, including the first and second generations, Tomohisa and the three swallowed their saliva, unable to restrain their nervousness. Hey! Finally stopped, and with a grin, these Yin Ren will rush up. The technique of multiple shadows. At this moment, the dragon suddenly shouted loudly. Pong, 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 pong. The next moment, a large number of avatars, thousands of people, appeared in an instant. This is. Seeing this scene, Yin Ren, who was about to rush up, couldn't help but pause. It's just a shadow clone. Go. But then, they came back to their senses and continued to rush up. Even if the shadow clone is an entity, no matter how many there are, the total amount of chakra remains the same. In the final analysis, it's just a person's chakra, what's there to be afraid of? You hide in these clones and don't make contact with the enemy. Long also explained to Tomohisa and the others, and then mixed into the clone. It's not a shadow clone. It's just a normal one. A Tone ninja, easily pierced a clone, was slightly startled, and then shouted to his companions excitedly. Noba whirlwind. But at this moment, a clone beside him suddenly kicked. Boom. The next moment, before the name Yin Ren could finish his words, he was kicked out. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Seeing this scene, the other Yin Ren was startled immediately. In fact, without the sound of the ninja body reminding them, they have already seen that these are ordinary clones without entities, not shadow clones at all. The dragon shouted like that just now, but it was just a cover for bluffing. But the crux of the problem now is that among these clones, Long Yi's body is hidden, which is a huge threat. Find out his body. There are many perceptive ninjas among the sound ninjas, and they quickly began to investigate. How is this possible? But soon, they discovered that these clones were all the same as the real one. Regardless of the breath or the chakra situation, there is no flaw at all. Although they are not entities, these clones can be called perfect clones. Draw the sword. At this time, Long Yi didn't stop, and with a loud shout, he killed another Yin Ren again. Damn. Destroy all these clones. If they can't be found, they will all be destroyed. The sound ninjas swarmed up, facing these clones. It was an indiscriminate attack. Pong, pong, pong. These clones have no entity. As long as they attack a little, they will dissipate immediately. That's right. Long was also mixed in with the clones, but the corner of his mouth smiled. He didn't expect these clones to defend against the enemy, he just used these clones as a cover for the Tomohisa 3. Now, all the attention of Yin-Ren is attracted by these clones, and Tomohisa and the others are temporarily safe. Noba Whirlwind. Without any worries, the dragon also mixed in with the clones and began to attack the enemy unscrupulously. Clone technique. At the same time, the clone technique was performed again and again to maintain the number of clones at more than 500 or 600. The tree world is coming. This persisted for a few minutes, and suddenly a violent drink was heard. Saplings emerged from the ground one by one, and then quickly grew into giant trees in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the original open space has been filled with trees. In the collision of these trees, Long Yi's clone was eliminated almost instantly. Found it. It's him. After losing cover, the Ryuya squad was instantly exposed to the enemy. Yin-Ren was excited for a while, shouted and rushed up. Rachel. Lianhua. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared, and with two loud shouts, they instantly killed two Yin-Ren. It's finally here. Long also smiled, and reinforcements came. 055. Go, Dragon 2. It's Kakashi-sensei. And Teacher Akai. Facing nearly 100 ferocious Yin ninjas, Tomohisa and the three of them turned pale with fright. When I saw the figure that appeared suddenly, I was startled at first, and then my face was overjoyed. Konoha's copy ninjas and blue beasts are already reassuring. It's Konoha ninja. On the other hand, Tonin was also taken aback. Only two. But then, when he saw that there were only Kakashi and Akai, he sneered again, showing his hideous face again. There are nearly 100 of them, and only two of them are courting death. Kill them. With a loud shout, Yin-Ren rushed up again, and wanted to kill Ryuya and the others, together with Kakashi and Akai. Fire escape. Ashes are baked. Boom. At this moment, a cloud of smoke came, and with a loud shout, it exploded in an instant, blasting the 7 or 8, and the famous sound into the air. Tree-bound kill. 64 palms of gossip. Shadow imitation succeeds. Then, with a loud shout, one figure appeared one after another. Quote. Everyone is here. Konoha ninja, and Sand ninja, seeing the sudden appearance of a large number of reinforcements, the three of Tomohisa 3 were excited again, and they were finally saved. Really timely. Long's mouth smiled lightly, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. According to previous detections, it would take 10 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. But it's only been 5 or 6 minutes now, and obviously, the reinforcements have come desperately after finding out that they are in danger. Damn. Just after cleaning up those annoying clones, and before I could attack the dragon, so many reinforcements suddenly appeared. Who reacted was full of anger. Kill Takagi Ryuya. Then, with a roar, he rushed straight to Long Yi. They were ordered to kill the dragon desperately. Go. The previous account is about to settle with you. The Allied Army's order was to protect Long Yi, and he did not hesitate to meet him. The next moment, nearly 200 people, scuffled together. In terms of numbers, there is not much difference between the two sides. But in terms of overall strength, Tonin still surpasses the coalition. After all, if it weren't for this, the previous squads didn't need to retreat. There is no problem with each team taking care of each other, cooperating, and temporarily containing the enemy. Rachel. After beheading a sound ninja again, Kakashi turned around and said with a smile. Leave it to us here. Noba Whirlwind. Akai kicked a sound, and Long also gave a thumbs up. Go boy, go and complete your mission. Go, Dragon 2. Go, Takagi Ryuya. At this time, the people of the coalition army, while fighting with the sound of ninja, shouted at the dragon one after another. Everyone. Long also looked at the crowd and nodded slightly. Take care. Whoosh. The next moment, the figure disappeared directly, and through the substitute technique, he flashed out of the battlefield in an instant, and with everyone's expectations, went straight to the Sound Ninja village. Long Yi. Looking at the place where the dragon also disappeared, Tomohisa, Coriander, and Konohamaru couldn't help being a little absent-minded, and then suddenly smiled. 3 people 3 back-to-back, relying on each other, joined the battle. Strengths are too far apart. If they continue to be together, they will only drag Long Yi's hind legs. However, even if they are stubborn, they have things they can do. Example, trying their best and even their lives to stop Yin Nin here. What? Konoha and Sandian arrived, Yin Ren was dragged, and Long also rushed out of the siege, and was rapidly approaching Yin Ren village. Orochimaru, who got the news, couldn't help but be surprised, and his face was instantly gloomy. But then, the corner of his mouth sneered again. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to value this child so much, to be able to do this. Master Orochimaru, what shall we do next? Mouthen asked. In order to deal with this war, we have mobilized some personnel from the north and south strongholds, and some have not been put into the battlefield. On the other hand, Sasuke can also fight at any time. No need. Orochimaru waved his hand and said lightly. Let him come. You mean? I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face became more and more sinister. In order to let Ryuya break out of the encirclement, Tsunade actually let the other teams that had finally evacuated return to the battlefield again. Seeing that she has high hopes for Long Yi, and even expects him to destroy Yinin village with one person. Only one person wants to destroy Yinin village. 4. Orochimaru, this is simply an insult. But that's what makes things more interesting. Tsunade also had high hopes for Long. Orochimaru killed him with his own hands, shattering Tsunade's hope cruelly. At the same time, I couldn't help wondering that there was no interception on the way. As a traveler, Long also knows that the strength of Orochimaru is not only the current ones. What about him? Things are abnormal, but the dragon has also used the radar ear to detect, and there is really no enemy ambush. That being the case, I simply ignored it and continued on my way with all my strength. In less than an hour, the dragon also passed through a forest. Standing on the top of the tree and looking forward, I saw that there was a small village in the open space, which was Yinin village. At this time, it was already late at night, and the dark clouds covered the Yinin village, which had no lights at all, and was completely shrouded in darkness. In this case, Yinin village couldn't be unprepared, and the dragon didn't dare to approach it rashly, so it was better to use the radar ear to detect it first. It's finally here. At the same time, in Konoha Hokage's office, Tsunade and Maki were staring nervously at the crystal ball. The dragon has finally reached the Yinin village, but at the same time, the dragon has also reached the deepest danger. The Yinin village at this time is like a huge trap in the darkness, and like a giant beast with a bloody mouth. As long as the dragon takes a half step, he will be torn apart. Even if they are far apart, Tsunade and Maki can't help but worry about the dragon. Did you escape? At this time, Long Yi had already inspected the entire village. To his surprise, there were actually not many people in the village. But after thinking about it again, Yinin village is not very large, and not all of Orochimaru's subordinates are in the village. In order to intercept the allied forces of Konoha and Sandian, most of the people in the village were sent out. Just as Long was thinking about it, his face suddenly changed greatly. The next moment, along with the sharp wind, a little cold light shot out from the center of the village, heading straight for the dragon. Sword. As the next moment approached, the dragon also suddenly saw that it was not a hidden weapon, but a sharp sword that stretched hundreds of meters. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. 056. Poke the snake. Kusanagi sword is the sword of the sky. Orochimaru's unique move, the Kusanagi sword that can be long or short from the mouth, in addition to sharp, its huge impact is enough to fly the out-of-control tailed beast Naruto. Did you do it yourself? After evading the avatar technique, he hid in the dense bushes, looking at the direction where the Kusanagi sword stretched out. Ryuya's face was serious. In this way, one of the few voices in the village just now was Orochimaru himself. Snake step. Just when Long Yi was thinking about it, there was a sudden shout from the village, and it was Orochimaru. Immediately afterwards, I saw two giant snakes with a length of 100 meters, flying out of the village and falling into the woods. Boom, boom. Under the unbridled impact of these two giant snakes, the tree that several people hugged broke down at the waist. The dense forests that used to be in the blink of an eye turned into a mess. Whoosh. The dragon hiding in the bushes, in order to avoid being affected, can only move to avoid it again. Hee hee. And at this moment, a chilling laughter suddenly sounded from behind. Long Yi rolled his eyes, and saw a pair of snake-like pupils. It was Orochimaru. The latent shadow and many snake hands. The moment he found Ryuya, Orochimaru's attack had arrived. Dozens of ferocious poisonous snakes sprang from the cuffs of Orochimaru, intimidating, restraining, blocking, biting, each performing their duties, cooperating with each other, and rushing towards the dragon together. Cut. Facing this vicious move, Long also had a serious expression. His right hand had already held the hilt of the knife, and he instantly drew the knife and slashed. Not a straight slash, but a circle, and the light of the sword was like a full moon, spreading all around. Cut all the poisonous snakes that came up into two halves. Ha! But then, the sound of breaking the air sounded, and the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's mouth stabbed Ryuya again. Whoosh! The dragon was also prepared for a long time, and he used the avatar technique to directly move to avoid it. The next moment, the dragon also appeared again, standing in the open space more than 10 meters away from Orochimaru. Quote. Looking at Orochimaru, who was taking back the Kusanagi sword and looking at him with a grim expression, Long couldn't help frowning secretly. The surrounding of Orochimaru is very clean, without any 11 kilograms objects. Directly to his side through the substitute technique and launch a surprise attack. I don't know if this is a coincidence, or Orochimaru did it on purpose. Whoosh whoosh. In short, try it and you'll know. Long also raised his hand and shot a few kunai at Orochimaru. Hey hey. Orochimaru sneered twice and flashed sideways. Whoosh. The next moment, while Kuu flew over Orochimaru, the dragon also moved directly to Orochimaru's side through the substitute technique. Noba whirlwind. Then without any hesitation, it was kicked and shouted, but unfortunately, Orochimaru retreated abruptly, dodging the kick. Under such a surprise, even if it is fast, it is difficult to dodge. Unless it has been anticipated before. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru stepped back a dozen meters, and while standing still, he swept away his sleeves and swept away all the surrounding stones and wood, making the surrounding area a clean open space. I was seen through. In Hokage's office, Tsunade and Maki, who saw this scene, frowned. Obviously, Orochimaru has mastered detailed information on Long Yi's abilities. Long Yi's displacement is actually a substitute technique. Since it is a substitute technique, there must be a replacement object. In this way, as long as you pay attention in advance, those objects that can be replaced can predict the location of Ryuya's flash and dodge it. In fact, Orochimaru has been collecting his information since Ryuya destroyed the Konoha destruction plan. Even if there are some gaps in this operation, several waves of people have been sent to intercept them, and the gaps have been checked and filled in several battles. Multiple shadow clone technique. Long also had a serious expression, and then gave a light drink, and separated thousands of clones. Long Yi's attack mainly relies on physical techniques and requires close-up. Since the substitute technique is seen through, create harassment and look for opportunities to move. Array of 10,000 snakes. Facing the avatar who stepped forward, Orochimaru's face was as usual, and he spit out countless small snakes directly from his mouth. Puffy. The group of snakes is like a wave, instantly drowning Long Yi's clone. And these, ordinary clones, under the attack of the little snake, directly vanished one by one. Immediately afterwards, the group of snakes rushed towards Long Yi, who had exposed his body, trying to engulf him directly. Cut. Facing the ferocious group of snakes, Long also had a serious face, and slashed directly with a sword light. Under the sharp sword energy, the chopped snake flew up, and at the same time, a path was directly opened up among the snakes. Tatata. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long also hurriedly broke out. Cut. While protruding the snake formation, it was another knife, directly slashing at Orochimaru. Hey hey. Orochimaru sneered at the corner of his mouth. He had long understood about Long Yi's slashing. Although the sword slash is quick, it will take a certain amount of time for the sword energy to travel at a long distance. Before that, as long as you pay attention to the timing when the dragon also holds the handle of the knife, you can avoid it. Swish swish. Turn sideways to easily dodge this slash, and when Orochimaru was complacent, he suddenly caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye. Behind the sword light, there are actually 4 kunai. The slash just now is just a cover, and the real purpose of the dragon is to shoot the kunai. Orochimaru's expression changed in an instant, and he quickly prepared to defend the dragon according to the position of the kunai. Displacement attack. But the next moment, what surprised Orochimaru was that the kunai flew past him, and the dragon did not appear, and he did not use the stand-in technique. Together, and then the running track changes. This is... Orochimaru was startled, and suddenly there was a feeling in his heart, a bad premonition. Whoosh! At this moment, the dragon also shifted and appeared a few meters behind Orochimaru. A few meters apart, with Long Yi's art, it shouldn't be easy to attack. Assault. When Orochimaru was wondering, Long Yi's figure disappeared again. Orochimaru was startled again. There were obviously no objects around him that could be moved. PFF'd. But at the next moment, Long also rushed behind Orochimaru, and then there was a muffled sound. Orochimaru's body was instantly stiff, feeling tingling, hot, and his heart was full of anger. At the same time, he just remembered that besides Substitute, and Seal Ninja, Long Yi was the earliest and even forgotten name of the Great Demon King. At this time, the entire Hokage office was full of embarrassment when they saw this scene. In such a serious battle, to use such a method is it's really inappropriate. In particular, couldn't help but recall the pain of the year, and when the dragon returned, he must take care of him. Orochimaru, sir. Somewhere outside Yinin village, he has also been watching this battle. When he saw Orochimaru, whom he worshipped like a god, he was actually stunned for a moment. Noba whirlwind. At this moment, the dragon who succeeded also shouted violently and kicked Orochimaru. Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel. 057. Let Yin Ren feel the pain. By drawing the sword and cutting the sword energy as cover, shooting the kunai, and then using the shuriken technique. Change the path of suffering. In the end, the substitute technique, the second stage displacement of the 1,000-year kill, finally got close to Orochimaru. Bang! The next moment, with a muffled sound, Orochimaru, who had no time to respond, was directly kicked away by Long Yi. Boom! Orochimaru flew thousands of meters and hit a hill. With a loud roar, the mountain fell apart instantly. Seeing this scene, Tsunade, Maki and the others, who were still full of embarrassment just now, all changed their expressions, and their eyes were full of horror. They knew that Long Yi's legs were very heavy, but they never imagined that it would be so heavy. One kick, the landslide and the ground split. That's great. Immediately after returning to God, everyone was excited again. Under such a kick, it is impossible for anyone to be alive. This stinky boy. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Compared with Long Yi's foot, his strange strength was a pain in the sky. It was just pediatrics. If you want to ravage the dragon again in the future, I am afraid you have to think about it carefully, at least find a plausible excuse. Master Orochimaru. At the same time, when he saw Orochimaru's pocket being kicked away, his face changed greatly, and he rushed over. Boom, boom. Just when everyone thought that Orochimaru would definitely die, a broken body slowly wriggled out of the broken rocks. How is this possible? This body is Orochimaru. Tsunade and the others are horrified. The foot of the landslide, how can Orochimaru still be alive? Vomit. Immediately, I saw Orochimaru's mouth widened, covered with mucus, a perfectly intact the undamaged Orochimaru drilled out from it. What a heavy kick. Orochimaru moved the new body, glanced at the completely tattered old body on the ground, couldn't help sneering at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly rushed towards Long Yi like crazy. Substitute. As if it had been expected long ago, Long also sighed helplessly. If it is said that in this world, who is the most difficult to kill, except Kagaya, who is truly immortal, I am afraid it is Orochimaru. With a forbidden technique, he is far more difficult to deal with than Zhao, Du and Feijuan. Orochimaru avatar technique, that is, using the external body as a surrogate, after being attacked, the main body is then transferred from the mouth. It can be said that it is the most perfect and unsolved substitute technique. It's troublesome. Looking at Orochimaru rushing up, Long Yi frowned again. A tactic is difficult to work twice, but even if you can give Orochimaru a heavy blow, who knows how many substitutes he has to take a step back. Even if Orochimaru is killed, he can still be resurrected from the curse mark. This is simply a rotten snake that can't be beaten to death. If you entangle with such a big snake pill, you will definitely get punished. But at this time, Orochimaru had already rushed up, and the dragon could only temporarily meet him. In Hokage's office, looking at the crystal ball, Ryuya, Tsunade and the others all frowned. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. Killing Orochimaru is simply an impossible task. And at this time, after successfully helping Long Yi break out of the siege, the coalition forces have retreated again in order to prevent casualties. A large number of sound ninjas are quickly returning to the sound ninja village. If the entanglement continues, the dragon will also be surrounded again by the arrival of the Yinin army. Coupled with the difficult Orochimaru, I am afraid it is really dangerous. Cancel the mission. At this time, Maki opened his mouth and said something. The current situation, if you don't want the dragon to sacrifice, you can only give up the mission. Damn. He tried his best to get to this point with great difficulty, but in the end he had to give up, and Tsunade was full of anger. But she also knew that there was simply no other option. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade was going to send a message to Ryuya who was fighting through ninja. Whoosh. And at this moment, the dragon suddenly shifted, pulling away from Orochimaru. What is he going to do? Tsunade, who was about to cast the spell, couldn't help but stop, and suddenly left the battle. Could it be that the dragon already knew the situation and wanted to give up the mission voluntarily? Do you want to run? Looking at Long Yi, Orochimaru's eyes were cold. Long Yi destroys his plans one after another, and he has long hated Long Yi. The most important thing is that Long Yi's growth rate is too fast. In order to avoid future troubles, he must kill Long Yi this time. Orochimaru. But Long also didn't seem to have any intention of running away. Looking at Orochimaru, he suddenly smiled and asked. Have you ever felt pain? Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Long Yi's eyes, and instantly became extremely cold. Of course he felt the pain. His parents, partners, and Orochimaru had watched them die one by one. It was this pain, and knowing the fragility of life, that he would go on the wrong path of studying immortality. Long Yi suddenly asked him this, and inadvertently opened the deepest scar in his heart. Takagi Ryuya. The angry Orochimaru made the sound of glass rubbing in his mouth, and then he rushed up again and completely killed the dragon. Noba Whirlwind. And at this moment, Long also suddenly used his kicking technique again. But with the distance between him and Orochimaru, it is impossible to work. Moreover, Long Yi's kick was not aimed at Orochimaru, but at the sky. Swish swish. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a dozen kunai were kicked directly into the sky by the dragon. This is. Everyone, whether it was Tsunade who observed through the crystal device, or the scene, Orochimaru, Do, all had doubts on their faces. What did the dragon have to do? Swish swish. Then, the dragon also used the avatar technique one after another, constantly flashing into the air by replacing kunai. Blink of an eye, the dragon also stopped until it was tens of thousands of meters in the sky. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds dispersed. Ryuya, who flashed high into the sky, revealed a full moon behind him. Orochimaru. Just when everyone was wondering, Long also laughed wildly and let out a roar. Ha ha, feel the pain. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Fireball. Everyone's faces were full of doubts again. In this case, what is the use of a flamboyant fireball? Boom, boom, this is. But the next moment, amid a loud roar, when they saw the huge fireball that was ejected from Long Yi's mouth, its volume rapidly expanded, and instantly reached a kilometer in diameter, everyone was stunned. What is that? At this time, the group of Yin Nin, who were about to arrive at the village, suddenly heard a loud noise, followed the sound subconsciously, and then instantly widened their eyes. I saw that under the full moon, a huge fireball, like a red sun, was wrapped in thunder and fell towards Yin'an village. Boom! The next moment, as the fireball fell to the ground, with the loud roar, the earth shook violently, and the raging and spreading firelight instantly illuminated the night as bright as day. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. 058. I'm with you. The skill of the fireball is strengthened by +86. The diameter of the fireball is 1 kilometer, and the flame and impact generated after the explosion can cover a radius of 1 kilometer. As a small ninja village, Sound Ninja Village covers a total area of less than 2 kilometers. When the fireball fell to the ground and exploded, the resulting flames and strong winds engulfed the entire village in an instant. Not only that, due to the large area, Orochimaru and Do, who were outside the village, were also swallowed up by the flames. What is that? At this moment, all the people in the whole country of Tien had witnessed this huge fireball, and they couldn't help falling into a huge panic. And when the fireball exploded, Yin'an village had completely disappeared from the surface, leaving only a huge deep pit with a diameter of several kilometers. And in the extension of the giant crater, there are black burning marks several kilometers long. Did you succeed? In Hokage's office, it wasn't until a long time before everyone came back to their senses. Even if Orochimaru's vitality is tenacious, it should have been burned to ashes by this fireball. According to Ninja's observation, the reincarnation of the dirty earth has been lifted. Tsunade looked serious and said something. Great. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be excited. Since the reincarnation of the dirty earth has been lifted, it means that the caster has died. I'm afraid the fact is just the opposite. But at this moment, Tsunade spoke again, and his expression became more and more solemn. As Hokage, and the Thousand Hands clan, she understands the reincarnation of the dirty earth far better than others. Once this ninjutsu is used, it will not be released with the death of the caster. At this time, the reincarnation of the dirty earth is lifted. It must be the initiative of Orochimaru, which just shows that Orochimaru is not dead. How could this be? After listening to Tsunade's explanation, everyone was startled, and their brows could not help frowning. No, Orochimaru is dead. At this moment, Marky suddenly spoke, with a very serious expression. We must announce to the outside world that Orochimaru's death. Not bad. Immediately afterwards, the two elder advisors of Konoha also said with certainty. Orochimaru has died under the joint crusade of Konoha and Sandian. This time, Konoha and Sandian are united, and they are so mobilized. If they don't make any achievements, they will definitely become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Therefore, the two major countries that are ridiculed will also hold the village responsible. In fact, if the dragon hadn't entered alone, this ending would have been doomed. Sake of face, they must declare to the outside world that they have killed Orochimaru and eradicated Jonin village. Let's put aside the life and death of Orochimaru. From today, Jonin village has become history. This is politics, and Tsunade doesn't want to interfere too much. Then pick up the pen and cross out the Jonin village on the map. One fireball from Long Yi completely wiped out Jonin village. Is that really the noble fireball just now? At this time, I couldn't help but think of the terrifying fireball just now. Maki's face was particularly dignified, and he pondered. I suggest that this technique be listed as the technique of flaming fireballs, a forbidden technique. Tsunade smiled and asked, after all, this is only a super ninjutsu widely used by fire ninjas. There's something wrong with it. Maki thought for a while, then added. Only for Takagi Ryuya. Tsunade pondered a little, and nodded involuntarily. For Sand Ninja, this technique of Long Yi is too terrifying, and because of fear, he proposes to list it as a forbidden technique. As for Konoha, although there is no need to worry, the dragon also threw this technique to Konoha. But it also has to be considered, its huge range of destructiveness, the threat to companions and the environment. From this point of view, it is not too much to list Long Yi's flamboyant fireball technique as a forbidden technique. Where is the dragon now? Speaking of which, someone couldn't help but ask again. Just now, at the moment when the fireball exploded, due to underestimating its power range, Ninja couldn't dodge in time, and was already killed by the impact. Without the Ninja Eagle, the peeping ninjutsu was interrupted, and the crystal ball had no vision at that time. Although immediately after, Tsunade replaced him with another ninja hawk who had been monitoring the sound of ninja. But when it flew over the explosion site, there was no trace of Long Yi. In fact, except Long Yi, such as Orochimaru and Do, there is no trace of any person or creature on the ground. He should be back soon. Tsunade smiled and said, after all, the mission has been completed. Hearing this, everyone was in high spirits and full of expectations for Long Yi's return. After all, if there is no dragon this time, Konoha and Sandian will be completely reduced to laughingstock. And Ryuya, who saved the figurines of the two villages, is both a hero and their hero. Just when Konoha and Sandian were thinking about how to welcome the hero Ryuya come out, Long Yi, who was on his way back, suddenly stopped, turned to face a bush, and said something lightly. Wow! Then, with a soft sound, a woman came out of the bushes. After leaving Jonin village, Long also quickly found out that someone was following him. At first I thought it was the enemy, but later found out that the other party just followed, as if there was no intention to attack. But after all, the origin is unknown, so he can't just bring a tail back to the village, and the dragon simply forced the other party to show up. Wait, the dragon also made his move, just a word, and he came out obediently, but honestly, well, why is she, who was about to ask questions, was startled again when he saw the woman's appearance. The red hair and pupils, as well as the iconic glasses, are exactly Xianglin. In the Chuunin exams, Long also deliberately rushed before Sasuke to save her in order to plant the seeds of love for Xianglin. Later, Xianglin was eliminated, and he returned to the grass ninja village with his companions, and there was no news. But according to the original plot, she should have fallen into the hands of Orochimaru, and because of her excellent perception ability, she has become the person in charge of its southern stronghold. From the timeline, the Xianglin at this time should be in the southern stronghold. How did it arrive at the headquarters of Yunnan village? But speaking of it, the development of things today has long been separated from the original work, so there is no clear timeline. It's really you, Takagi Ryuya. At this time, seeing Long Yi's fragrance, he couldn't help but feel excited. This war, she was recruited from the southern stronghold. But because of some things, time was delayed on the way. When she arrived, she just happened to see the ninja village. At the same time of being shocked, through his keen perception ability, he discovered Long Yi's chakra and chased after him. Since the Chuunin exam that year, in the past 2 years, Long Yi's figure has continued to appear in her dreams. I finally see you again. Although the dragon has grown into a boy, his face has not changed much. After confirming that it was him, Shang Feng rushed up with a shout and hugged Long Yi. From today, I will follow you. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. 059. Subdue the incense. Takagi, just accept me, I'm very capable. Seeing Takagi's indifferent face, for fear of being rejected, Xianglin began to sell herself vigorously. My perception ability is very strong, and I also have some medical ninja abilities. If you get hurt, just bite me and you can recover. Of course, Long also knew very well about the ability of Shang Phosphorus, and he also appreciated it very much. If it wasn't like that, why would he rush to save her in front of Sasuke during the Chuunin exams and make her fall in love with him? Therefore, even if Xianglin doesn't say anything, Long will find a way to take her under his command. Is that so? But since Xiangrin worked so hard, Long also had to cooperate. Deliberately pouted slightly, a look that is not very satisfied. Of course it's not just that. Xiangrin was anxious for a while, as if she suddenly remembered, and then said quickly. Besides these, I also know an important piece of information. Intelligence. Yes. Seeing that Long was also slightly interested, Xiangrin nodded vigorously, and then asked a mysterious question. You know the tailed beast. Tailed beast. Long was also slightly startled, and couldn't help being a little surprised. Tail beast can be said to be one of the strongest forces in the world. Not many people really know the name. What was really surprising to Long was that Xiangrin actually had information about the tailed beast. The so-called tailed beast is a beast with great power. Thinking that Long didn't understand, Xiangrin seemed to be inspired, and then introduced it in detail. I have to say that Xiangrin really knows a lot. But unfortunately, it's just some basic information. Where are the 3 tails? Wait, after Xiangrin finished speaking, Long also interrupted her and asked a question directly. 3 tails. Dragon also you. Xiangrin, who was still in high spirits just now, was stunned for a moment, looking at Long Yi in disbelief. How do you know? The information I said is about the 3 tails. 9-tailed beasts belong to the 5 hidden villages and the Taki Ninja village, and the 3 tails originally belonged to the Fog Hidden village. After the death of their human Zuli, they are in a wild state. In the original plot, Orochimaru sent someone to capture Sanwei for some purpose. At this time, when Xiangrin mentioned the tailed beast, it must be related to the 3 tails. And what Long also cares about now is the specific location of the 3 tails. Although he is a traveler, he only knows that the 3 tails are lurking in a certain lake. Based on this information alone, the world is so big, where to find it? Long and you seem to know much more than I thought. Xiangrin couldn't help but re-examine Long Yi, and then she looked like a nympho. As expected of the man I like. Help me find Sanwei, and I'll accept you as my subordinate. Leave this to me. Hearing this, Xiangrin was immediately refreshed, and his face was full of joy. Immediately afterwards, the original plan was to return to Konoha. That is to divert. Under the guidance of Konan, I went to look for Isofukmyo. Orochimaru didn't know where to know about the 3 tails, and he seemed to have the power to control the 3 tails, so he was ready to send someone to capture it. As a tailed beast, Sanwei is too powerful. In order to ensure the success of the operation, Orochimaru has recruited many experts from various strongholds, including the southern stronghold that Xianglin is responsible for. It is because of this that Xiangrin obtained information on the location of the three tails. Since the preparations are so complete, why didn't Orochimaru succeed? Because they didn't go at all. Just when Orochimaru gathered Chi's troops, he suddenly got news that Konoha and Sandian were about to attack. Therefore, the three-tailed capture plan was immediately cancelled, and instead, the manpower was assembled to deal with the attack of Konoha and Sandian. So, Long also nodded slightly, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Next, the two left the country of Tien and came to a small country near the sea in the north. According to Xiangrin, she doesn't know the exact location of Sanwei, but only knows that it is located in a huge lake somewhere in this country. Don't worry about the dragon. I will definitely find it. Seeing that Long was also displeased, Xiangrin hurriedly promised. Then what are you waiting for? Long also sank and scolded. Look for it soon. Yes. Xiangrin responded and went to look for it immediately. This country is not big, but because of its proximity to the sea, there are many lakes in the country. But as long as you look everywhere, as long as the three tails are really here, with Xiangrin's perception ability, you will definitely be able to find them. Looking at Xiangrin who was leaving, Long couldn't help but smile. This woman is really well behaved. Am I being too mean to her? Dragon is really not very good at getting along with women. The heart said that if Xiangrin can really help him find Sanwei, then treat her better and count it as a reward. Separation. Immediately afterwards, Long also took a deep breath, no longer thinking about other things, and turned into thousands of clones. 2 Done. Earth flow wall. Then more than 1,000 clones started to practice together. Through the improvement of Sarutobi's secret medicine, although the qualification has improved, it is still very poor. 2 Lubi, as a level ninja, would probably take at least a few years to cultivate in a step-by-step manner. There is no way, the dragon can only use the clone to practice again. Pong, pong, pong. In the evening, Long Yi, who had been practicing for a day, released his clone. Phew, phew. The next moment, all the fatigue accumulated by the clones instantly concentrated on the main body. Even Long Yi, whose heart had been strengthened and his physique improved, couldn't help but slumped on the ground in an instant, sweating profusely, gasping for breath. Dragon 2. At this time, Xiangrin just came back. Seeing Long also in this state, she couldn't help but jumped up and rushed over. Are you hurt? No, just a little tired. That's fine. Seeing that Long was not injured, Xiangrin breathed a sigh of relief, then rolled up her sleeves, and there were a few tooth marks on her arms, and brought them to Long Yi's mouth. Bite me. Long also followed the teeth marks and bit down hard. Immediately afterwards, I only felt that the tiredness of my body was rapidly dissipating. Even the severely depleted chakra is recovering quickly. Incense has a special constitution that can gather chakra on the surface of the body to form tooth marks. As long as you bite these teeth marks, you can heal wounds, restore stamina, chakra, etc. I have to say, with this ability alone, Xiangrin is not lost to any medical ninja, he is simply a treasure. However, Long Yi's consumption was indeed huge, and he almost bit Xiangrin all over his body before he finally recovered completely. He breathed a sigh of relief and then asked. Have you found it? No. Xiangrin, who was crying in pain, was worried when she heard this, for fear that the dragon would also dislike her for being useless and thus abandon her. Continue looking for it tomorrow. But the dragon also said something, and then turned to sleep. Xiangrin couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly made up his mind that he must find Sanwei tomorrow. Even sleeping is so charming. And looking at Long Yi who fell asleep quickly, Xiangrin was full of nympho again. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read. 060. Three-tailed person Zhu Lixiong. Day, Shangrin went to search for the three tails, and the dragon also cloned himself to cultivate the earth flow wall. Evening, when Shangrin came back, the dragon also bit her to recover. It's just like this, for more than a month, after practicing self-abuse every day, Long Yi's soil wall finally made good progress. I found it. At noon that day, Long was also cultivating, and Shangrin, who had just left, suddenly came back and shouted with excitement on her face. Dragon 2, I found the three tails. Great. More than a month, Shangrin searched almost all the lakes in this small country, and finally found Sanwei. Long also released his clone immediately and gave an order. Take me there quickly. Shangrin nodded and then led the way. The distance is not very far, and after about an hour, under the guidance of Shanglin, I came to a wilderness somewhere. And just ahead, is a huge lake. The dragon also glanced at it, and it was no different from an ordinary lake. But according to what Shangrin said, she clearly felt that there was an extremely huge chakra at the bottom of the lake, which must be Sanwei. Long Yi, you want. Searching for more than a month, Shangrin finally remembered that he had no idea why Long Yi was looking for Sanwei. Looking at Long Yi, who was eager to try it this time, he suddenly realized something, and asked with a reluctant smile. You're not going to catch it, are you? Otherwise why would I look for it? How is this possible? Shangrin's face changed greatly in an instant, and she looked at Long Yi in disbelief. That was a tailed beast, a terrifying creature that could easily destroy a village. Moreover, Shannon has never seen such a large and disturbing number of chakras. Don't. Long Yi was about to fight this monster, and the frightened Shangrin hugged Long Yi's arm and cried out loudly. Please, Long Yi, don't. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to Sanwei, you will die. Looking at Shangrin, who was so worried about himself, Long couldn't help but startled. Since he came to this world, this is the first time that he has been cared about so much. Don't worry. Long Yi smiled at the corner of his mouth, gently opened Shangrin's hand, and patted her head with a hint of doting. It's just a big turtle, I'm Takagi Ryuya. But, because of Long Yi's intimacy, Shangrin lost her mind for a moment, and wanted to dissuade her, but seeing Long Yi's confident face, she didn't know how to speak for a while. Stand further away. At this time, Long Yi, who was looking at the lake, suddenly looked stunned and explained. Go 10 kilometers away from the center of the lake. Dragon's intention, but Shangrin, who has lost the ability to think, just obeys, right? Immediately afterwards, according to what Long Yi said, Shangrin ran 10 kilometers away and stood on a higher mountain wall, staring at Long Yi nervously without blinking. Swish swish swish. I saw the dragon also flew up, kicking a dozen kunai into the sky in an instant. What a strong foot. Seeing the pain blazing towards the clouds, his eyes widened instantly. Kunai is not heavy, it is absolutely impossible for a human being to be able to fly so high. Swish swish. The next moment, the dragon also flashed, and by replacing kunai, he kept leaping into the sky. Dragon is also a stand-in. Seeing Long Yi's move, Shangrin was excited again. And when the dragon also reached the highest point, it stopped abruptly, and his hands began to seal quickly. This is... Just when Shangrin was puzzled, she saw that the dragon suddenly rushed down and spewed out a fireball. Fireball, fireball. Shangrin's face was full of doubts again, but the next moment, when she saw that the flying fireball quickly grew in size and instantly became a kilometer in diameter, it fell from the sky like a meteorite, and Shangrin's complexion instantly changed drastically. Could it be? While absent-minded, I couldn't help but think of the huge fireball I saw in Yunnan village before. Shangrin's face changed drastically again. Could it be that it was Long Yi who destroyed Yunnan village with a fireball at that time? Boom! Just as Shangrin was thinking about it, the fireball had already fallen. It exploded in an instant, overturning the entire lake. Although they were more than 10 kilometers apart, the strong wind caused by the explosion of the fireball stirred up a large amount of lake water, which was like a typhoon and rain. Xiangrin groaned, gritted her teeth and stood firm, so she was not blown away. Ow! And at this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the center of the lake. Xiangrin's face changed greatly, and she quickly followed the reputation. I saw that there were still lakes, only a giant pit left, and at the bottom of the giant pit, like a tortoise, a monster with a hard shell and spikes, was lying on the bottom. He was greatly disturbed, and was roaring in anger at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, and at this moment, the dragon, who was falling rapidly from the sky, was about to land when two flashes suddenly appeared directly above the monster's head. Noba whirlwind. The next moment, I saw that the dragon was like a wheel in midair, smashing heavily on the top of the monster's head. Boom! The power of one kick is like a landslide. With a loud noise, the huge monster was directly smashed into the mud at the bottom of the lake. Seeing the motionless monster, Xiangrin was completely dumbfounded. Just one kick, such a terrifying monster, kicked Xiangrin to death and then looked at Long Yi. For a while, I couldn't help but have a question, who exactly is the monster? Of course not dead. After a while, when Xiangrin came over, Long also smiled lightly. The tailed beast is the materialization of chakra and cannot be killed. So. Xiangrin nodded, then frowned again. Then what to do now? Although the tailed beast will not be killed, it is obvious that it has been knocked out after eating the foot of Long Yi just now. The dragon also wants to capture the tailed beast, and it has been successfully captured, but how should such a behemoth be dragged away by Xiangrin? At this time, Long also suddenly looked at her with a very serious expression, and asked solemnly. Are you willing to do anything for me? This is simply a question of love. Xiangrin is immersed in happiness for a moment, speechless for a while, just nodding hard. Including turning into a monster. Long's expression became more and more serious, and asked another question. Xiangrin couldn't help but startled, then narrowed her eyes with a smile on her face, still nodding heavily. Then let me become a monster for you. From now on, you are mine. As announced, Long also solemnly said something. Si wei mao shu yu wu si. Pa. After the seal was completed, the dragon also slapped Sanwei with both hands and shouted loudly. Seal. Om. The next moment, with a buzzing sound, the huge three-tailed tail turned into pure chakra again, and was sealed into Xiangrin's body. Hokage Unlimited enhancement every 60 days, Chapter 61-80. 061. Target Karabi. Long Yi, how to control the tailed beast chakra, you teach others. She has been cultivating for a whole morning, but still no progress. I don't know if she is really annoyed, or she is deliberately acting like a spoiled child. Xiangrin holds Long Yi's arm and complains. Subduing Xiangrin was just a whim in the Chuunin exam. Unexpectedly, now that they meet again, Xiangrin actually brings news of Sanwei. Xiangrin, Santai, and Long also immediately thought of sealing the three tails into Xiangrin's body, making it a three-tailed human killer. But Xiangrin has a pure vortex bloodline, and is the best candidate for Renzuli. Therefore, after obtaining the permission of Xiangrin, the dragon also sealed the three tails directly into her body with the seal of the four elephants. Sorry, I can't help you. Long also shook his head helplessly. Even a traverser could at most give some advice. After all, he was not a human being and could not give specific guidance at all. Looks like it's time to find a teacher for you. Long also smiled and couldn't help but say something. Reason for capturing the tailed beast is to prevent Akatsuki from resurrecting the 10 tails. Conquering Fu and Xiangrin one after another, Sanwei and Nanwei, are already in Long Yi's hands. Xiao will not give up easily, and will definitely come to snatch the tailed beast. Therefore, while hindering Akatsuki, it also brought great danger to himself. To deal with danger is To strengthen one's own strength, so Long Yi asked Shangrin to learn the method of mastering the tailed beast chakra as soon as possible. Speaking of which, although Fu became a human pillar force early on, her control over the Naneo was also mediocre. In this way, finding a teacher for them is not just a casual talk by Long, but it is indeed an objective need. And the one who can act as the teacher of the human pillar is naturally the human pillar. Is it the power of the human column? Long also pondered slightly, thinking in his heart. One-tailed Morizuru, Hitozuri as Gaara of Sandian, and Gaara, as Cage, can't get away at all. Two tails travel again. Ren Zuli as Union's Yumu Ren. Yumu Ren has a high status in Union Village, and it is estimated that he will not leave the village easily. Four-tailed Sun Wukong. Ren Zuli is the old purple of Yenian, and left the village because of a quarrel with Toying, and now he is nowhere to be seen. King Mu with 5 tails. Ren Zuli is a Han of Yenian, and the situation is similar to that of Yumu with 2 and 2 tails. The 6-tailed rhinoceros. Ren Zuli is Yu Gao of Wuyin, who has now defected and disappeared, and is withdrawn and difficult to contact. The 8-tailed bull ghost. Ren Zuli is Union's Kurabi, the younger brother of Reikage, who can perfectly control the 8 tails, and is extremely playful. It seems that it is easier to coax. 9-tailed Kurama. Ren Zuli is Naruto of Konoha. Forget it, Naruto himself can't control the tailed beast. It's him. After thinking about it, only Kurabi is the most suitable. Long also pondered, not only let Kurabi teach Xianglin and Fu to control the tailed beast, but it is better to be able to fool him into the group, and then form a tailed beast with Xianglin and Fu. Squad. Just imagine, with Ryuya's strength and such a tailed beast squad, even in the face of Akatsuki's multi-person attack, you don't have to worry. Go. Thinking of this, Long also gave a light drink and got up. Where to go? Shangrin was startled, her face full of doubts. Cloudy Village. The dragon also smiled and pointed to the north. Shangrin didn't understand why he suddenly went to Union Village. But she didn't think too much, didn't ask. In short, as long as she could be with the dragon, it would be fine. Said they would leave, the two immediately set off for Union Village. Road went smoothly, and a few days later, it crossed the border and entered the Land of Thunder. A few days later, it was not far from Union Village. The time has come. This afternoon, the 60-day time limit has come since the last enhancement, and the dragon has once again obtained an opportunity for infinite enhancement. The soil flow wall has not yet been practiced, and at this time, there are no skills that can be strengthened in the personal panel. According to the rules of the system, the skills that have been strengthened cannot be strengthened again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to give up opportunities many times in the past 2 years. Golden Enhancement. But the difference this time is that it has entered a new round of strengthening, and this time you can choose Gold Strengthening. Strengthen the lungs. As for which organs to strengthen, Long Yi had already considered everything before, and then directly issued an order. This gold enhancement, target, lungs. As the host confirmed, yes. Golden enhancement starts, target, lungs. Lung enhancement +1, lung enhancement +2. Lung enhancement +10 breathing ability improvement. Lung enhancement +11. Lungs enhancement strengthen +10, breathing ability is improved again. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket lungs strengthen +10 close black lens bracket. The system prompts began to sound one after another, and the dragon also chose to block again. Then he began to think about how to fool Kurabi. The dragon did not want to capture the 8-tailed beasts, but to join Rocky Rabbi, and let him teach Xianglin and Fu to control the tailed beasts. It is necessary to do what he likes, and let Kurabi be willing to follow him. But what to do, the dragon also has no idea for a while. You are here waiting for me to come back. In a word, let's check the information first. Then Long also explained to Shangrin, and then went to Union Village alone. As a hidden village of one of the 5 major countries, Union, like Konoha, does not refuse the entry of ninjas from other countries and villages. Of course, the premise is that you can't make trouble. But Long Yi's reputation is getting more and more famous now, and it's not very good to appear in Union Village rashly. So I specially found a bamboo hat to cover my face. This is Union Village. After successfully entering the village, Long Yi turned on his radar ear and searched for Kurabi while enjoying the exotic customs. Anyway, let's find Kurabi first. Have you heard that Yumu-sama has disappeared? It's not that he disappeared, but that he was attacked by a powerful enemy. According to the situation at the scene, Lord Yumu has even turned into a tailed beast. Hopefully, Lord Yumu Ren will not encounter any unexpected events. It's really worrying. Two Yumu people. Before finding the trace of Kurabi, Long also suddenly got an important piece of information. Two two-tailed people, Zuli and two Yumu people, were attacked and disappeared. Shao. In addition to Shao organization, who else will start with the tail beast, and who else has this strength? Moreover, in the original book, Akatsuki indeed defeated Yukito and drew two tails. But in terms of time, it seems to be a lot earlier. However, because of the appearance of Long Yi, many things have long since deviated from the original track, and it is not impossible for Shao to act in advance. Go. Thinking of this, Long also left Union Village immediately. Compared to Flickering Rabbi, the most important thing right now is to recapture Yumu Man. According to the information from the Snoop, Yumu Man has just disappeared for a day, and it should be too late. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. 062. 700 million giant lungs. Blood flow. Shao organization usually works in groups of 2 and captures Ren Zuli according to the assigned tasks. After capturing, instead of returning to Yurin Village, they will find a nearby stronghold, channel the golem of the outer Tao, and directly extract the tailed beast. Due to Orochimaru's betrayal, not enough. 10 people out of 10, it would take at least 3 days to extract the tailed beast from Ren Zuli's body. So, as long as you catch up quickly, you should be able to save Yuki. This way. At this time, I have to say that Shangrin's perception ability is indeed powerful. Especially after the tailed beast is sealed in the body, he is more and more sensitive to the chakras of other tailed beasts. After a while, he sensed the direction of the 2 tailed beasts nearby. Among them, the one in Union Village is naturally 8 tails. And the other direction is 2 tails. Go. After finding it, Long also took the incense stick and immediately chased after him. Because it was a day late, and the other party was not walking slowly, it was difficult to catch up for a while. But the other party has been moving, indicating that the tailed beast has not been drawn, so there is still a chance. This strengthening is over. After chasing for nearly a day, the system prompt sounded this afternoon. While the dragon continued to chase, he turned on the system and checked the result of strengthening. The lungs, as the main respiratory organs, are responsible for the exchange of gases in the body. And this strengthening is mainly in this direction. After 864 enhancements, it has reached an alveolus, which is comparable to the entire lung of an ordinary person. There are more than 700 million alveoli in the human lung. In other words, Long Yi's lung ability has been increased by more than 700 million times. It's so strong. Seeing this number, Long couldn't help but be surprised. The specific external manifestation is the improvement of Long Yi's breathing ability. He can only breathe once a year or even years, decades. As long as he takes this breath long enough, the stored oxygen is enough for the body to consume for a long time. In addition to the huge reserves, the most important thing is that the exchange speed has also been greatly improved. The same way, the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide that was originally carried out within a year, the dragon can also complete in an instant. Of course, the premise is that he needs to inhale so much air at once. Oxygen. After reading the introduction of the system, Long Yi's mind suddenly flashed, and suddenly a 7-day call for a body technique sounded. The so-called 7-day call is a secret technique created by Sand Ninja Zaluo. The principle is, by inhaling a lot of oxygen, increase the activation of the body, so as to achieve the effect of increasing the body. In the new Chuunin exam, Ryu also saw this ninjutsu, and its effect is no less than the 8-door Dunjia that does not open the door to death. Since it is through the inhalation of oxygen, the body is activated, and the strength of Ryu's lungs is now, it should also be possible. Inhale. Better to try it than think more, and the dragon suddenly uses it. According to the original book, when using the 7-day call, Ziluo's lungs are 4 times their usual size. And the dragon with the 700 million giant lungs, has more than 4 times the lung capacity, and it can reach 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times in an instant. This is the next moment after inhaling a large amount of oxygen, the dragon couldn't help but startled, the blood in the body was rushing fast. Yes, the lungs are the main organs of breathing, but it is blood that sends the inhaled oxygen to all parts of the body. Of blood circulation is the heart. Bang bang bang. At this time, Long can almost clearly hear his own heartbeat like a rapid drumbeat. With so much oxygen inhaled, the heart has to work harder to get it to all parts of the body immediately. The heart rate has reached more than 600 beats per minute. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that the heart will burst and die. But Long Yi's heart has also been strengthened and can easily control this heart rate. Boom! With the rapid beating of the heart, oxygen is rapidly delivered to all parts of the body. A gate in the body seems to be opened, and the cells of the whole body are rushing river water. It's done. Long was also excited for a while. He did activate his body, which greatly improved his physical fitness. Feeling this change, Long couldn't help but feel excited. Comparing to the 8-door Dunjia's 7-day call method, I just practiced it. You must know that the 8-door Dunjia is a high-level forbidden technique. No. Carefully, the dragon couldn't help shaking his head secretly. The real 7-day call can be continuously advanced, from the first activity to the 7th activity. And the call of the dragon at this time, although it also activated the body, but there is no improvement in the next stage. Sure enough, as a secret technique comparable to the 8 gates of Dunjia, there is no such simple answer. Huh. The next moment, the dragon also exhaled a long breath, and the breathing rate returned to normal. According to the calculation of Ultra Brain, the amount of oxygen inhaled in the body and the amount of carbon dioxide discharged in an instant, when the circulation balance is reached, the body can be activated and the physical quality can be improved 3 times. If you want to continue to improve, so as to continuously inhale oxygen, it will hinder the excretion of carbon dioxide, but affect the body's activity 3 times. After getting this conclusion, Long couldn't help but smile. After all, it was just a preliminary attempt, and he was very satisfied with this effect. When there is time in the future, further research, and gradual improvement, will definitely be the same as the 7-day call method, and it will continue to improve and activate the body to the greatest extent. At the same time, Long was also secretly glad that he had strengthened his heart early. Otherwise, with his reckless behavior just now, his heart rate would suddenly increase a few hundred times, and he might have died of a heart burst. At this time, it has to be said that the development and research of secret techniques is accompanied by huge risks. Qi and blood. Carefully, the secret technique of Long Yi is not the same as the 8-door Dunjia that clears the limitation of chakra, and the 7-day breathing method that simply uses oxygen to enhance the body's activity. In addition to oxygen, blood also plays an important role. You know, blood has many other nutrients besides transporting oxygen. So after thinking about it, the dragon also named it Qi and blood flow. Just ahead. Just when Long Yi was thinking about it, Shangren suddenly said something. 10 miles away. Great. Long also retracted his mind, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and finally caught up. Swish swish. The next moment, the dragon also used the avatar technique. His figure flashed a few times, and he directly chased after him. Dragon 2. Seeing Long also chasing after him, Xiangren was nervous for a while, for fear that he would encounter danger, so he tried his best to catch up. Passing through a jungle, Akatsuki, who had just reached the open space, organized the two of them, frowning and could not help but stop. 063. Runaway incense. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air sounded, and a figure flashed, blocking the way of the two. It's you again. Seeing the sudden appearance of Long Yi, Zhao couldn't help frowning. Yes, we meet again. Looking at the undead duo opposite, Long also smiled. After the new Chuunin exam, the two of them captured Nanao, but were rescued by Ryuya. This time they were ordered to capture the second and second tails, but they did not expect to encounter Long Yi again. It's not as simple as the enemy's road is narrow, it's just like making it clear that they can't get along with them. But I have to say that Long Yi's strength cannot be underestimated, Zhao Du is so cautious. Kill you. In contrast, Fei Duan was much more direct, and with an angry roar, he rushed up with a ferocious face. Last time we fought, it was just a face-to-face, and he was kicked out by the dragon too. After more than 200 kilometers, the body was smashed to pieces. Post-event corner. I found them all, and after searching for more than a day, they put him back together again. But even so, there are some widgets that don't fit together and have to be filled by others. So for Long Yi, Feijuan can be described as hated to the bone. Enemy was very jealous when they met, he rushed up without thinking, and wanted to kill Long Yi. Just in time. Seeing this, the dragon not only did not dodge, but smiled in his heart. Feijuan's attack method is simple, but the ability of death by blood is really troublesome. If he accidentally took blood, it would be over. So, the strategy this time is the same as before. First kick the flying section, and then concentrate on dealing with the corner, all. Come on. Seeing that Feijuan was about to rush up, Long Yi's Konoha whirlwind was also ready. Firestorm. But at this moment, the angle shouted loudly, and suddenly started ninjutsu. I saw the corner. Du has already shown the state of earth resentment. The fire escape mask on the shoulders casts head hard. The wind escape mask uses pressure damage. The wind boosts the fire, and forms a combination of ninjutsu. Boom. The next moment, with a loud roar, a huge flame, not only the dragon, but also Feijuan who rushed up, engulfed it together. Whoosh. In addition to being surprised, the dragon also cast a substitute technique in time to avoid this wave of attacks. Hey. At this time, Feijuan walked out of the flames, with a grin on his face, and rushed towards Long Yi again. Fire escape. Head hard. And after Haiden approached Ryuya, Kokaku, both immediately performed ninjutsu and attacked both of them together. Troublesome. Double dodged again. Long couldn't help frowning. Normally, waves should be avoided when performing ninjutsu. But Feijuan has an immortal body, so there is no need to worry about it. Moreover, seeing through the dragon also gave priority to solving Feijuan's intentions, but instead used Feijuan as bait. Kokaku, it's just like attacking the dragon, it's like aiming at the flying section. Long also suspects that Zhao, it's not that he has long held grudges against Feijuan. Although Feijuan is immortal, it still hurts. But I have to say, this strategy works very well, and the dragon is very passive now. Haha, kill you. Hidan, who was attacked by ninjutsu one after another, was still fine, shouting that he rushed towards Ryuya. With Kakuto's ninjutsu support, he can attack unscrupulously. On the other hand, Long Yi couldn't get close to Fei Duan at the same time. Because of Fei Duan's entanglement, he couldn't turn to the attack angle. Fire escape. Head hard. Wind escape. Crushing. Lay done. Pseudo darkness. Water escape. Water curtain. Next, Zhao, all cooperated with the flying section that entangled Long Yi, with 444 masks on his body, and began to cover the crazy output. Boom. Boom. For a time, the whole open space was full of loud noises. Wind, fire, water, and thunder were everywhere. And you must know that the corner, although he is a person, he has 444 masks and can release 444 ninjutsu at the same time. In this way, in addition to directly attacking Longya, you can also block Longya's dodging space. Whoosh! Damn! He moved to dodge again, but was still affected by the flames. Looking at the burnt left hand, Long couldn't help frowning. If it continues like this, let alone saving Yuki, I am afraid that he himself is in danger. Open the personal panel. The only ninjutsu available at the moment are the toad oil bomb and the fireball technique. 5 people of Yin Nin, who dealt with the reincarnation of the dirty earth before, have already sprayed the toad oil almost. As for the technique of the flamboyant fireball, the scope is too large. If one hits, not only the undead duo, but even the Yuki people on the ground will be finished. Fire escape. Head hard. Just as the dragon was thinking about it, the corners had already started attacking again. At the same time, Feijuan rushed up again. Whoosh. In short, move to avoid them first, and don't make contact with them. Corner. Ninjutsu attacks are indeed intensive, but correspondingly, the consumption of chakra is also extremely high. And Long Yi's stand-in technique, as a high-level ninjutsu, has limited consumption, not to mention that with the heart of the tailed beast, he already has a large amount of chakra. Long also has a serious expression, and is ready to fight a war of attrition to see who can spend more. Dragon. And at this time, the fallen incense finally came. Seeing Long Yi, who was under the attack of Feijuan and Zhao, scurrying around in the field, and danger frequently, Shangrin's eyes widened instantly, his pupils dilated and his eyes sluggish. Ah. The next moment, with a raised head and a roar, a large number of dark red-tailed beasts' chakra surged out of Shangrin's body. It was like a piece of clothing that wrapped her whole body. This is... Looking at the sound, seeing Shangrin in this state, Long was also instantly happy. Half-tailed beast. Another one. Opposite corner. They are all frowning. Their task is to catch the tailed beast, but it is not a good thing to have a tailed beast at this time. As for Feijuan, I completely ignored it, and still, desperately chasing and killing Long Yi. You are not allowed to shoot at the dragon. Who was transformed into a half-tailed beast for the first time, had obviously lost her mind and entered a state of rampage. But even so, her concern for Long Yi did not change. With a roar, he went straight to the horns that continued to release ninjutsu to the dragon, all. Firestorm. Seeing Shangrin approaching aggressively, Zhao didn't dare to neglect, turned around immediately, and released a combination of ninjutsu on Shangrin. Boom. The next moment, I saw a sea of fire, which engulfed the incense in an instant. Kill you. But then, following a series of crazy roars, Shangrin jumped out of the sea of fire directly, still rushing towards the corner like crazy. Transformed into a half-tailed beast, her body is completely wrapped in the tailed beast's chakra coat, and normal attacks can't hurt her at all. Excellent. Seeing Shangrin successfully holding Zhao, Long Yi was overjoyed, and then looking at Feijuan who rushed up, his face turned cold again. Looking for death. Failu reminds you. 3 things to read. 064. Destroy the undead duo. Noba whirlwind. Pong. Under the terrifying force, with a muffled sound, Feijuan's head was like a rotten watermelon, and it kicked out in an instant. Puff. Then, only the rest of the body fell to the ground, motionless. Feijuan does have an immortal body, but he has no ability to heal himself and repair broken limbs. And body movements are still controlled by the brain. So when the head is cut off, the body cannot move, not to mention the head explodes directly. It's really a problem. Looking at Feijuan's motionless body and his blood-stained head, Long also suddenly had a question, whether Feijuan is now dead or alive. At this moment, with a loud noise, half the tailed beast-shaped incense was blasted out directly. I have to say, Zhao, after all, they are characters of the same era as the first generation, even if Rin, who has been transformed into a half-tailed beast, is not his opponent. What's more, Rin had already lost her mind at this time, and she had no tactics at all. Whoosh. However, it's enough to just hold on for a while, and the dragon has also completed the flying section. Immediately after a displacement, the dragon also disappeared from the spot again. Damn Manzuli. After blasting the incense sticks, Zhao Du has a gloomy face. The power of the tailed beast is too strong, and without the cooperation of the flying section, even him, it is extremely difficult to be rigid. After all, the previous defeat of Yukido 2 and 2 also relied on Haiden's spell. Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help looking in the direction of Feijuan, but only saw a headless body, and his eyes widened instantly. Blink of an eye, Feijuan, this bastard, lost so quickly. Then, Zhao Du went to look for the trace of Long Yi, but couldn't find it. Not good. Zhao, they all woke up suddenly and turned their heads quickly, but unfortunately, it was too late. Cut. Suddenly appeared in the corner. Long Yi, who was behind Du, with a light shout, slashed directly with a sword. Click, click. Then, as the sword light flashed, there were two crisp sounds in succession. Zhao, two of the 444 masks behind the duo were instantly cut off. Corner. The grudge of the capital is the ability to manipulate the black thread to steal the heart and ninjutsu of others. Each mask represents a kind of ninjutsu and a heart, which is a life. Corner. There are a total of 444 masks, and together with himself, he has 5 lives. This is why he and Haiden are called the undead duo. But just now Long Yi slashed through his 2 masks with 1 sword, which was equivalent to killing him twice. Damn. Being hit so badly, Horn, both were furious. But then, instead of attacking Long Yi madly, he turned around and fled. I have to say, compared to the impulsive flying section, Zhao is much calmer. He knew in his heart that even if he still had 3 lives, after losing Feiden's cooperation, in a one-on-one situation, he might not be Long Yi's opponent. What's more, there is a madman Zuli here. So, run away. As for revenge, it will take a long time to come to Japan. Escape with all his strength, and even fly the body of the segment, with Zhu Li, he didn't care anymore. Perhaps, Zhao, all can live to the present, it is precisely because of this cautiousness. Where to go? The dragon's side, how could he let him escape? At the same time, the angry Xianglin let out a hysterical roar, and pounced on him again. Chi, Kai, seeing being attacked from front and back, Zhao, all looked solemn. And with a light sound, the sutured part of his body suddenly collapsed quickly. Hula, hu. Immediately afterwards, 2 groups of black line monsters flew out from the angle, and each monster had a face formed by a mask. Tatata. The next moment, Zhao, all turned around and ran. Where? Boom. Just as Long was about to chase after him, a monster suddenly opened his mouth to him, that is. A large group of flames spewed out, it was Huodeng's hard work. Boom. At the same time, another monster stopped Rin, spewing lightning out of his mouth, and the thunder was dark. Long also had a solemn expression on his face, and it seemed that Zhao, all wanted to escape, even at the risk of giving up 2 more lives. Don't think about it. As a member of Akatsuki's organization, and can take the heart to increase the life of the corner, once he escapes this time, I am afraid it will not be so easy to kill him again. The dragon's face sank, and then he drank softly. Blood. Next moment, inhale hard. Boom. As a large amount of oxygen was inhaled into the lungs, the body suddenly became active, the momentum exploded, and the physical quality was instantly tripled. Whoosh. Cut. At this time, his right hand had already grasped the handle of the knife, and he directly chopped forward. Crack. Boom. While the dragon also slashed the mask, the monster also spewed out a lot of flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, 3 kunai shot out from the flames one after another, heading straight for the fleeing horn. Do. This is. Seeing the flying kunai, Zhao, both faces changed instantly. Whoosh. And at this moment, the dragon also suddenly appeared. In order to solve the monster as soon as possible, the dragon did not hesitate to be tough. Relying on the increase of chi and blood, he took ahead and worked hard. Noba Whirlwind. Although he was still seriously injured, he finally caught up with Zhao. The corner of Long Yi's mouth grinned, and he kicked it directly to the side of the Thunder Dun monster, and with a roar, he kicked it directly. Earth Spear. The corners of the eyes are wide open. He immediately shouted, and used his own Earth Escape ninjutsu. Immediately afterwards, I saw his skin harden in an instant, and his whole body turned black. Bang! And at this moment, Long Yi's kick had already kicked directly on Zhao. Boom! The next moment, with a loud noise, Zhao, all flew out. PFF'd. The corner in the air, opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Although the Earth Spear is a high-level ninjutsu and has a very strong defense, but unfortunately, how can it resist the 10,000-ton whirlwind of Long Yi? Boom! After a while, there was another loud noise, and the horns, all slammed into the ground and lost their breath. And at this moment, Shang-Rin, who turned into a half-tailed beast and lost his senses, has already thrown the last monster to the ground. Click! Under her frantic bite, with a crisp sound, the last mask finally shattered. Seeing this scene, Long also breathed a sigh of relief instantly and slumped directly on the ground. Zhao Du's 5 hearts have been destroyed, and Zhao Du has been completely killed. As for Feijuan, although he is immortal, his head has been shattered, and it is impossible to put it back together. To a certain extent even dead. In other words, the undead duo organized by Akatsuki are confirmed to be annihilated. Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel. 065. People Zuli Squad. Established. Are you better? A cat has 9 lives, so I can't I. The wooden man smiled, indicating that he was much better. Damn. Shang-Rin, who was next to him, saw that Long was also so gentle to other women, and she couldn't help but feel jealous and annoyed. Then there was Grievance. She just wanted to be bitten by the dragon. Why should she be bitten by this woman? After annihilating the undead duo, Long also used the sealing technique to subdue Shang-Rin, who was in a rampant state. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Shang-Rin's determination not to attack the dragon wouldn't be able to take it so easily when he was already injured. After the recovery of incense sticks, use the ability, and tooth marks appear on the surface of the body. After the dragon also bit him, his body was no longer in serious trouble. Yumu was seriously injured, but he was much better. Thank you for saving me. Sitting up by the wooden man is a formal thank you. In that case. Long also paused for a while, and suddenly said with a smile. Then repay us. What? Yumu was stunned for a moment. She was just out of politeness. Shouldn't the other party say, no thanks, or something like a trivial matter? This young man in front of him doesn't play cards according to the routine. Cough, you were right. The wooden man immediately came back to his senses and said with a serious face. My life-saving grace, I should really repay it. I have been working for many years and have received a total of nearly 10 million taels of compensation. But apart from the usual expenses, mainly the money for buying clothes and cosmetics, there are still more than 1 million taels, if you don't dislike it. I don't want money. Long also waved his hand, interrupted Yumu Ren's words, slightly sighed at the 9 million taels of clothes and cosmetics, and then said directly. You saw it just now, my companion is also Ren Zuli. But obviously, she can't control the power of the tailed beast yet. Well, you mean, you are her teacher and teach her how to control the tailed beast. I become a teacher. I don't want this woman to be my teacher. Nice. No matter what. The astonished Yukito ignored Shangrin, who protested loudly, and Long nodded earnestly, still talking to himself. Besides, I have a companion who also needs to be taught. You have a companion, Zuli? Yes. This surprises me so much. Receiving an affirmative answer, regardless of how absurd Long Yi's proposal was, Yumu Man couldn't help but look solemn and re-examined Long Yi. In other words, the young man in front of him is actually a famous Zuli companion. You must know that even in Union Village, including her, there are only 2 Zuli. Yumu Ren couldn't help thinking, what is the origin of this young man, and he was able to recruit 2 people, Zuli. Oh, forgot to introduce myself. Seeing Yumu Ren's doubts, Long also suddenly realized, put on the forehead guard that he had taken off before entering Union Village, pointed to the sign on it, and said with a smile. I am Konoha Ninja, my name is Takagi Ryuya. Takagi Ryuya. That, stand-in Ryuya, seal the ninja. Obviously, Yumu Ren had also heard the name of Long Yi, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. But then, recalling Ryuya's battle just now, and the sealing technique he used to subdue Shangrin, he was already convinced of Ryuya's identity. Your other partner, Zuli, is it the 9 Tails? Thinking of this, Yumu Ren asked again. Since he is a Konoha ninja, his companion should naturally be Konoha's 9 Tails. Sorry, it's not. Long also smiled and shook his head. Yukito was speechless for a moment. It turned out to be not the 9 Tails. In other words, this Takagi Ryuya does have another Zuli partner. Recently, I have heard about Takagi Ryuya's name one after another, and I just feel that he is a young genius. But until today, when I really met him, Yumu Ren knew just how terrifying the hidden strength behind this so-called genius. Wait. Thinking of this, the wooden man's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Long Yi vigilantly. I boldly speculate that Konoha doesn't know about the fact that you have 2 Zuli partners. You are a smart woman. Without the knowledge of the village, he privately recruited 2 people, Zuli. What exactly did he want to do? The most important thing was that such an important secret was told to her without hesitation. Thinking of this, Yumu Ren could not help frowning secretly. It seems that she may not be able to escape today. Let's talk about whoever caught you. 4. Yumu's vigilance. The dragon seemed to be completely unaware, or didn't care at all. You may not know yet, the name of this organization is called Shao. Immediately afterwards, regardless of Yumu's reaction, Long also spoke to himself. Basically the same as what I told Fu at the beginning, introducing Akatsuki's situation and their terrifying purpose of collecting tailed beasts and creating weapons that can destroy the world. Shao. To be said that the information that Long Yi said was too shocking, even Yumu Ren was full of shock. As for what Long also said, although she had doubts, she also believed it a little. After all, the Shao organization attacked her, and it was indeed aimed at the tailed beast. So, I rescued the Nanao Ren Zuri of Taki Ninja Village, and made him a partner. Found the 3 tails in the wild state and sealed them into my partner. At this time, the dragon also spoke again. The purpose is to stop Shao from collecting tailed beasts. So, Yukito was startled again, and couldn't help but re-examine Long Yi again. If it really is as he said, then the boy who is only 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 7, and 7 years old in front of him does not have any shocking conspiracy, but it is precisely to protect the world. He even puts himself at risk. You now have 2 choices. While the wooden man was thinking about it, the dragon also spoke again. First, return to Union Village. Fight against Akatsuki through Union Village, but at the same time, you who return to the bright place will definitely become Akatsuki's target again. Second, follow me. Hide and help me guide these 2 immature companions by the way. Looks like you've already planned it. Hearing this, Yumu man completely understood Long Yi's intentions. He couldn't help but smile. But you should know what I mean to Union Village. If you take me away, you will surely anger Raikage-sama and the entire Union Village. To be honest, my original plan was to kidnap Uncle Karabi. Yumu Ren was speechless again. It seemed that the young man in front of him was really not afraid of heaven and earth. Then he took a deep breath, smiled and extended his hand to the dragon. Anyway, I also need to recuperate, so let's walk with you. Welcome to join. Clap. Long also smiled and held Yugi's hand. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. 066. Accelerated timeline. As a good ninja, vigilance is one of the basic qualities. Yukito couldn't fully believe Ryuya who met for the first time. But there is one thing that Long is also right. If she returns to Union Village, she will definitely become the target of Xiao's organization again. The strength of the Xiao organization has been witnessed by the Wooden people, and if it strikes again, it is likely to bring huge disaster to Union Village. And the most important thing is that once she is caught, the tailed beast is drawn out of her body, and her death does not matter. The key is that terrifying tailed beast weapon, and it is one step closer to completion. So, in order to stop Xiao, Yumu has to protect himself. And the best choice right now is to follow Long Yi and hide for the time being. Takagi Ryu also. At the same time, Yu Murin also wanted to take the opportunity to investigate whether Long also had other ulterior motives. Moreover, Long also had 2 people, Zuli, beside him. In order to stop Akatsuki, she had to keep an eye on it. The 2 Yumu people. Regarding Yumu's idea, Long also roughly guessed it, but he didn't mind. Because he has a clear conscience. Do whatever you want to investigate. And as far as the dragon knows, the wooden man can also completely control the tailed beast, although the degree may not be as good as that of Karabi, but it is not far behind. In this way, it is really suitable for Yumu to teach Shangrin and Fu. Besides, it's better to keep a beautiful big sister by your side than an annoying old man who raps all day. In short, although the 2 have their own thoughts, but the purpose is the same, they can cooperate completely. It's finally done. At the same time, the Renjuli team that Long Yi previously conceived was officially full after the wooden man joined it. Coincidentally, the 3 of them are all women, and they are all women in the current Renjuli. Go. The goal was achieved, and the dragon also took the incense stick and the wooden man, and immediately returned to Konoha. The rest of the way was silent, the 3 of them were not slow, and after a few days, they returned to Konoha smoothly. You are staying here for now. Kane and Yuki, of course, can't enter the village, and the dragon also takes them to the place where Fu hides. 3 3-person pillars have converged, and Long also thought about finding a more secure and hidden stronghold. But where exactly, for a while? I haven't figured it out yet. In short, the 3 people are temporarily settled, and Long also returns to the village first. It's been a while since the attack on Yinin village, and I don't know what the current situation in the village is. Dragon 2. Unexpectedly, just as Long also walked into the entrance of the village, he encountered a familiar figure. Singer. This person is Naruto, and looking at Naruto, who has also grown into a young man, Long couldn't help but feel happy. You are back. Naruto nodded heavily and said with a smile. Finally completed the cultivation of the lecherous immortal, and came back more than a month ago. So. Long also nodded slightly, thinking in his heart, a little earlier than Harama. I have become very powerful. Speaking of cultivation, Naruto couldn't help but look proud, but then he was suddenly depressed. I heard that you defeated Da and destroyed Yinin village. Damn, I still can't catch up with you. Hee. By the way, where have you been for so long? Everyone is worried about you. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. Long also patted his head and said with a smile. I have to hurry up and report to Hokage-sama, so I won't talk to you for now. Well, I'm going to inform everyone about your return, and when you finish reporting, let's get together. Good. The dragon also waved his hand and went to see Hokage. After all, after being missing for so long, he had to give an account. Dragon 2. In Hokage's office, seeing Ryuya who suddenly appeared, Tsunade was excited and scolded with a smile. You stinky boy, where have you gone for so long? After destroying the Sound Ninja village, something went wrong on the way back. Accidental. What an accident. Meet Shao organization. Damn. Hearing the name, Tsunade instantly became furious. Shao again. Long was also startled and couldn't help asking. Is there anything else about Akatsuki? Shao organization has done something that is outrageous. Tsunade's face sank, and he said sharply. Just a month ago, they attacked Cascage. I love Luo. Tsunade nodded and went on to tell the details. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't say it, the dragon was also very clear as a transmigrator. Just didn't expect that things would develop much faster than he expected. It seems that because of his appearance, the pressure on all parties is inadvertently causing various events to take place at an accelerated pace. Fortunately, Gaara's result was the same as in the original, and was rescued by Naruto who had just returned to Konoha. The end, Granny Chiyo used a forbidden technique to reincarnate herself, and she used her own life to save Gaara, who was killed by a single tail. In this battle, one tail was taken away by Akatsuki, Chiyo's mother-in-law was sacrificed, and Akatsuki's scorpion was also killed. So, after listening to this, Long was also thoughtful. Coupled with the undead duo he killed, that is to say, the Shao organization has lost 3 people. Although one tail is lost, I have to say that this is indeed good news. What's more, now the 2, 3, and 7 tails are still in his hands. By the way, you said that you also met Shao. After talking about Gaara, Tsunade looked at Ryuya. Although he was fine now, there was still a trace of worry on his face. What exactly happened? Actually, I didn't fight them, I just followed them and got some information. The information is great. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned at first, and then his face was full of joy. Shao's organization began to capture the tailed beast, which has seriously threatened various villages. But this organization is too secretive, and their intelligence is urgently needed now. At this time, Long also brought back the information of Shao organization, which is really a great good thing. I found out that Shao's base camp is actually in Yurin village. And their leader is named Pain. Immediately afterwards, Long also introduced Pain's abilities and other members of Akatsuki in general. After not returning to the village for such a long time, Long always has to find a suitable reason. I just took this opportunity to tell some information that I know so that Konoha can be prepared. Another, as a traveler's feelings, he also wanted to save Jiraiya's life. Now that he has said this information, Jiraiya will not have to go to Yurin village to investigate, and he will not die at the hands of Pain. It was so nice. Hearing Long also finished speaking, Tsunade was happy for a while, and then suddenly smiled again. My dear junior brother, you are so capable, it seems that I have to reward you well. 067. Tsunade's special reward. Reward. Good, reward. Putting away the joke, Tsunade said solemnly with a serious expression. In the previous war against Sound Ninja Village, you single-handedly saved Konoha and Sandian's face, and you should be rewarded. Hey, how much is it? Not money. Tsunade's eyes widened. He was not a big money fan because he was young. Their 3 endures are already yellow, gambling, and poisonous, and now there is another financial fan. Could it be that this is some kind of curse from the disciples of Sarutobi teacher, cough. The business is important, put away my thoughts, Tsunade smiled and continued. It's a special reward. Special. Long also looked at Tsunade. Although senior sister Shindao has been well maintained, she is already a mother-in-law. If you want to reward him personally, whether to accept it or not, if you don't accept it, will it hurt senior sister's self-esteem and in case of a violent runaway? Then he would be miserable. What do you think? Seeing Ryuya's thoughtful expression with a hesitant and struggling expression, Tsunade asked with a frown. Oh, nothing. Long also smiled and waved his hand, thinking that he has grown up, and he has been prone to cranky thoughts lately. Then he retracted his thoughts and asked directly. I don't know what the special reward is. This reward is. Tsunade smiled, pretending to be mysterious, and said after a pause. Spirituality. Tong. Long Yi, who was full of anticipation, could not help but turn to petrification in an instant. Spiritualism is only a special reward level ninjutsu. He is already a Jonin, and he has long been qualified to learn it. Then he looked at Tsunade suspiciously. His reward will not be lost by this old woman, so randomly fool him with door level ninjutsu. What do you look like? Tsunade frowned, then smiled again, like an adult tricking a child. This psychic technique is extraordinary. Why is it unusual? Can you win every gamble? What a mess. What does psychicism have to do with gambling? I mean, I will teach you this psychic art myself. Then what? The dragon pouted in disdain, but then he suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Tsunade in disbelief. Sister, do you mean? Have you reacted, kid? Tsunade hummed softly, then said solemnly. That's right. You're going to make a contract with Wetbone Forest. Wetbone Forest. That's great. Hearing these 3 words, the dragon also burst into a psychic technique. It is indeed only a level ninjutsu, but sometimes, Wei can be comparable to the level. And the key to this depends on the strength of the creature from the psychic. Of the psychic beast depends on the number of chakras used by the caster. But there is another premise, that is, you must first contract with a powerful psychic beast. Said that the contract with the Wetbone Forest is different from the ordinary contract with a certain creature, but the contract is a region. In this way, all creatures in this area can theoretically be channeled. And the Shibone Forest is one of the 3 holy places as famous as Miaomu Mountain and Longdi Cave. Are you a slug? According to Long Yi, it is different from a group of toads in Miaomu Mountain and a nest of snakes in Longdi Cave. There is only one slug in Shibone Forest, and its size is extremely huge. It is called Slug Fairy. Part of the body. As for how much it can channel, it depends on the number of chakras used by the caster. Slugs have the ability to split, are immune to physical attacks, and can share information visually. It has a very strong corrosive acid in its body and can spit it out against the enemy. The most important thing is that slugs are extremely rare medical psychic beasts, which can heal and restore people. In short, as one of the symbols of Sanin, it is an extremely powerful psychic beast. Actually, the contract with the Shibone Forest is just a premise. While Ryuya was thinking, Tsunade spoke again. Because of this, you get the real reward. Real reward. Not bad. Tsunade nodded, his expression became more and more serious. Because only after the contract can you be qualified to go to the Shibone Forest and learn fairy magic. Magic. You may not know about Shanshu. Seeing that Long was also shocked, Tsunade smiled and began to explain in detail. But in fact, the reason why Long Yi was so surprised was because he knew too much. He didn't expect that Tsunade would actually teach him a mortal art. You know, in the original work, this is in addition to. The largest one hangs. How is it? Are you satisfied? After finishing the explanation, Tsunade smiled when he looked at Ryuya's thoughtful look. It's more than satisfaction, it's just too much. The dragon also regained his senses, and his expression became serious. Why do you want to teach me magic? Because Konoha urgently needs to improve his combat power. Tsunade got up and looked out the window, his expression also solemn. A month ago, Xiao invaded Sandian, forcefully kidnapped Fengying, and extracted the tailed beast from its body. In fact, in addition to Sandian, the tailed beasts of Yenian village have also been captured by Akatsuki. There is also Union village. A person Zuli was also attacked and disappeared, although there is no conclusion yet, but it is estimated that it was also killed by Shao. In this way, in the 5 hidden villages, except Konoha and Wuin, who has long lost the tailed beast, all have been attacked by Akatsuki. It is not difficult to predict that Konoha, who has 9 tails, will soon be attacked. Become Akatsuki's next target. In order to deal with Akatsuki's attack, Konoha must improve her strength as much as possible while strengthening her defense. After leaving the Hokage office, Long also had a serious expression, not expecting the situation to be so severe. However, there is also an opportunity hidden in the crisis, and Long is also shocked. Going to the Shibone forest to learn immortality, his strength will definitely leap. After informing Long Yi, Tsunade has already arranged the specific matters. Because the dragon just came back, he was given 10 days to rest and arrange some things. The next day, Naruto came to Long Yi early in the morning and dragged him into a barbecue restaurant. Agreed yesterday that everyone would hold a banquet for him. The same class who graduated together, and the 3rd class, Neji, Shaoli, Tian, a total of 14 people, had a carnival all day, and didn't disperse until the evening. After the banquet, Long did not go home, but quietly went out of the village to find Shongrin and the 3 of them. Konoha is about to become Akatsuki's target, so it is no longer safe outside Konoha village. I'm going to practice a practice. During this time, you guys go here. After briefly explaining the situation, Long also pointed to Tang Nin village on the map. Although Tang Ninja village is also a ninja village, it is called the village that forgets the war. Village is small, famous for its hot springs, rich in natural resources, and loves peace. Of course, this kind of village has also had an outlier, that is, Feijuan, who was solved by Long Yi. 3 people 3 are temporarily hiding there, there should be no problem. After you come back, I will definitely master the tailed beast. Although she was very reluctant, at this time, Shongrin showed her side of the big picture. I trust you. The dragon also smiled, and then took advantage of the night to quietly return to the village. The days that followed passed in a flash, and this morning, in addition to Long Yi, Naruto also came to the entrance of the village. As the 9-tailed man Zuri, he will go to Mt. Miaomu to learn celestial arts. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read. 068. Wetbone Forest Slug Fairy. That summons psychic beasts to assist in battle. But in the same way, reverse psychics can also be performed, that is, psychic beasts summon ninjas. Whether it is Shizuku Forest or Miaomu Mountain, if you walk from Konoha, the journey is long and difficult, and it may take several months and time. Therefore, reverse channeling is the most convenient. Pung, pung. With 2 soft sounds, Ryuya and Naruto, who had signed a contract, instantly disappeared from the spot. Traveling through space, but there doesn't seem to be any strange feeling, and the whole process is just a blink of an eye. When the dragon came back to his senses, he had left Konoha and came to an unfamiliar place. Is this the wet bone forest? The dragon also looked around and saw that he was in a forest. I don't know what kind of tree it is, not a single leaf is bare, and the bare branches look like ghost hands. Trunk and branches, and I reached out and wiped it, it was cold and smooth. In addition to these strange trees, what surprised the dragon the most was that he could not see the sun, so the light was extremely poor, and the whole forest became more and more gloomy. Just now in Konoha, it was obviously daytime, and the sun had already risen. How could it be night here? You must know that the 3 holy places actually exist in this world, not in other time and space. Is it a mountain? The dragon also looked around, and saw that he was surrounded by dark mountains. I'm afraid that's all. High mountains, blocking the sun. Welcome, young seeker. Just as Long Yi was in shock, a voice suddenly sounded. It was a female voice, gentle and clear, completely different from the environment here. Although the sound is not large, it seems to be coming from a very high distance, and it seems to be coming from all directions. Are you a slug fairy? The dragon also recovered and said respectfully. I am Takagi Ryuya of Konoha, and I came to ask for immortality. I know, Tsunade has already mentioned it to me. That's fine. Long also breathed a sigh of relief. Before, he was worried that others would not teach him. It seems that Tsunade has indeed arranged it. Then he looked around and frowned again. The heart said that since he was willing to teach him, where is that person? Didn't he say that the body of the slug immortal is huge, why can't he see it? Slug fairy. Thinking of this, Long also simply spoke directly. Why don't you show up to guide me face to face? Hee, haven't I always been in front of you? Before me. Long was also stunned, and then looked carefully. There was clearly nothing in front of him. Boom. And at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came. This is. The next moment, in Long Yi's horrified eyes, he saw the mountains around him suddenly twist. And as the mountain twisted, the blocked sun was exposed, and the sun instantly filled the wet bone forest. Under the sunlight, the trees covered with slime, gave off a crystalline light. The original spooky forest of wet bones has instantly become beautiful as a fairyland. I haven't been this. Just when Long Yi was shocked, the voice of the slug fairy again. And looking at it again at this time, the original mountain has turned into a big slug head, looking at Long Yi. And the sun just exposed, only on her shoulders, like a soybean. Quote. Seeing the slug fairy in front of him, the dragon was so shocked again that he was speechless. It turned out that the surrounding mountains were actually the body of the slug fairy. Entire wet bone forest was actually just a piece of the folds on her back. I only knew before that the body of the slug fairy is huge, and the slug that Tsunade channeled is only a part of the body. How big the slug fairy body is, I guess it is at most 5 or 6, a toad is too big. But until today, Long did not know how shallow his thoughts were. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because I am in this mountain. In addition to being ashamed, Long couldn't help but think of this poem. This time he was really blind to Mount High. Takagi Ryuya. Just when the dragon was laughing at himself, the voice of the slug fairy came again. Why do you want to learn magic? Why study magic? Long couldn't help but startled. This is a question, and then answered without hesitation. Of course, to get stronger. You may not understand what I mean. Why do you want to be strong? Does it need a reason to become stronger? Of course, some people are trying to prevent the war from becoming stronger, and some people are trying to protect their companions from becoming stronger. Slug Fairy seemed to recall several faces, and then turned to Long Yi again. Takagi Ryuya, tell me why you want to become stronger. There is no reason, I just want to be stronger. Quote. The Slug Fairy, who was originally looking forward to it, was instantly speechless. Okay. It wasn't until after a long while that the Slug Immortal spoke again and asked solemnly. Then you who became stronger in order to become stronger, how much are you willing to give to become stronger? Effort. Hundreds of thousands of times of hard work regardless of everything. Funny boy, all right, let me see your decision. The Slug Immortal suddenly smiled meaningfully, and then said, shaking the tentacles on the top of her head slightly. When you reach under my tentacles, I will teach you fairy magic. This is so easy. Long was also overjoyed, and his face was full of excitement. Although the Slug Immortal is as big as a mountain, it is only like that. With the strength of Long Yi's feet, he can reach the tentacles in less than a day. Ta. Immediately afterwards, the dragon was also in high spirits and ran towards the tentacles like a benchmark. But less than 2 minutes later, Long also suddenly stopped frowning slightly. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the dragon also suddenly disappeared from the spot. And look at the next moment, he has already reached under that tentacle. How is it possible? At this time, the voice of the slug fairy sounded, full of surprises. Your illusion is very powerful. Long also smiled, then changed the subject and announced proudly. But in the illusion, I am the king who controls everything. Quote. Looking at Long Yi, who was full of ambition, Slug Immortal couldn't help but be silent for a while. Immortal magic, as a powerful force, cannot be easily taught. Signing a contract is just a prerequisite. The most important thing is to pass the test. The 3 holy places of the ninja world and the 3 immortals have different ideas and concepts, and the tests given are also different. What the slug immortal wants to test is the heart of seeking the Tao. So she set up an illusion and set a goal that can never be reached, that is, I want to see how long the seeker can hold on. Tsunade, Slug Immortal liked it very much back then, but because she only persisted for 20 years, she did not teach her immortality. This kind of test, the Slug Fairy has been carried out hundreds of times, and very few have passed. The dragon was the first to break her illusion directly. Takagi Ryuya. A long while, the Slug Fairy spoke again and said with a smile. If it weren't for your ordinary eyes, I really doubt that you are of Indra's blood. But even Indra himself can't decipher my illusion. Then am I qualified? Of course. No matter what method you use, as long as you touch this tentacle, you have passed the test. The Slug Immortal's voice was unquestionable, and then said with a smile. My little dragon, then, let's start the cultivation of immortality. 069. Meridian problem, solved. Ninja uses ninjutsu. It is the energy of Jiyu chakra. Chakra is a mixture of physical and spiritual energy. In addition to this, there is a natural energy in the outside world. Absorb natural energy from the sky and the earth, and mix with physical ability and spiritual energy according to 1, to form a fairy chakra. Unleashed by Immortal Chakra, the more powerful ninjutsu is Immortal Jutsu. Not only that, in the immortal mode, the connection with nature is closer, and it will also derive a super perception ability. From the body of the slug fairy, a slug more than 2 meters long is listed, and the dragon is also face to face, officially teaching him the magic. Then let's get started. After explaining the concept of immortality in detail, the slug clone began to guide the dragon to carry out specific cultivation. First, stop thinking, let go of thinking, and enter an ethereal state. In this ethereal state, feel the ubiquitous natural energy that surrounds you. While guiding, the slug clone looked at the state of the dragon. I saw that the dragon was also sitting cross-legged, and his body did not move at all. And a lot of natural energy has begun to gather around him. Quote. Seeing this scene, the slug clone couldn't help but widen his eyes. Before that, Tsunade also specifically explained that dragons are also very poor in aptitude, and I am afraid it will be a little difficult to learn, so let the slug clone be a little more patient. But the fact is that the slug clone only explained it once, and the dragon also entered an ethereal state and began to gather chakra. If this counts as poor aptitude, then the so-called geniuses are probably not as good as pigs. After all, it took a full day for the pillars of the year to achieve this step. Remember, don't absorb too much natural energy at once. It must be one, mixed with physical ability and spiritual energy. Otherwise, well, what's going on? Slug clone continued to guide, but at this moment, she suddenly discovered that Long Yi had clearly gathered a lot of natural energy around him, but he couldn't inhale it. Woo! Just when the slug clone was puzzled, Long Ya, who couldn't help but get restless because he couldn't absorb the natural energy, suddenly withdrew from that ethereal state. What happened? Looking at the sweaty dragon, the slug clone asked a question. Failed. Long also sighed and said something lightly. Because my qualifications are too poor. No, your understanding is the best I've ever seen. Entering an ethereal state is also the fastest. The slug clone shook his head, looked at Long Yi again, and couldn't help but ponder. I'm afraid there is another reason, but what is the reason? Whoops. The next moment, the slug cloned over and climbed straight onto Long Yi's body. Don't move, relax and let me check. Good. Being wrapped around a slippery slug is always a bit resistant, but hearing this, Long also took a deep breath and relaxed. The next moment, the slug clone emits a unique energy. The water flow slowly spreads over the dragon's body, and then soaks into it. So that's what it is. After a while, the slug clone faded from Long Yi. I found the reason. Slug clone nodded, looked at the dragon and said. Do you know that the meridians in your body are congenitally deformed? I know. Long didn't hide it either, and then he looked suspicious again. But what does it have to do with cultivating the immortal mode? Of course it does. The slug clone sounded serious, and then explained it in detail. Ordinary ninjutsu is formed by the fusion of body energy and spiritual energy into chakra, and then released through meridians in a specific path. Therefore, Long Yi has a congenital meridian malformation, which does not affect his production of chakra, but only affects his release of ninjutsu. But immortality is different. Not only must it be released through the meridians in a specific path, but the condensed chakra of the immortals must first pass through the meridians to absorb natural energy from the outside world. Because of the defects of the meridians, it is difficult for the dragon to even make the immortal chakra at the beginning. So it is. Long also suddenly realized, nodded, but not depressed. The meridian problem has existed for so many years, and he has already learned to accept it. It's just that it's more difficult to cultivate, then it's the same as before, 10 times and 100 times the effort. Not the same. As if seeing through Long Yi's thoughts, the slug clone spoke again, with a very serious tone. Because making chakra and releasing ninjutsu all need to go through meridians, the difficulties you will face will be twice as high as before. Just twice as much. The most important thing is that because of the meridians, you can't control the amount of natural energy very well. If you exceed 11, this ratio, then you will be swallowed by natural energy. Hearing this, Long also frowned instantly. This is indeed different from before. As I said before, I want to become stronger and stronger, and in order to become stronger, I am willing to do my best. After pondering for a while, Long also spoke again, his tone unwavering. Even at the risk of life-threatening. You want to continue to practice. Long also said a word, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it, entered the ethereal state again, and continued to practice. Takagi Ryu also. Looking at Long Yi, who had gathered a lot of natural energy again, but couldn't absorb it into his body, his eyes were tightly closed, his forehead was dripping with sweat, his expression was extremely labored, and the slug clone could not help but lose his mind. Woo! After a while, the dragon also failed again, exiting from the ethereal state. But he was not discouraged in the slightest, and then he would practice again. Dragon also. At this time, the slug clone suddenly spoke. Actually, I can solve your meridian problem. Hearing this sentence, Long's eyes widened instantly, as if struck by lightning, he froze on the spot. You can solve my meridian problem. It wasn't until a long while ago that Long Yi suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the slug clone with excitement. Although he doesn't say it, only he knows how much this deformed meridian has caused him over the years. Today, the slug clone said, this problem can be solved, how can he not be excited? Yes. The slug clone nodded and said lightly. With my immortal body, integrate it into your body, and directly repair and correct those meridians. This is really good. The dragon was also excited again, and his tongue was even a little knotted. If you can really help me, I don't know how to thank you. This is of my own accord, and I don't need your thanks. Slug clone's tone was flat, but as she spoke, her body began to twist, and then she turned into a mature woman in her 20s. Long Yejin, please work harder for the next weekend. As she spoke, the woman who transformed into a slug's avatar went straight to Long Yi. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. 070. Fairy Mode. Through the method of Shuangshou, the own fairy body cells are directly integrated into the dragon's body, and the meridians are repaired and corrected. A month later, Long Yi's meridian defect was finally completely made up. Long Yi Jun, it's up to you to work hard. Because of the huge consumption, the slug clone that slipped from Long Yi's body, after saying a word, merged into the body of the slug fairy. Quote. Looking at the place where the slug clone disappeared, and the slug fairy as huge as the surrounding mountains, the dragon couldn't help but lose his mind. Logically speaking, all slug clones are split from the body, that is, part of the slug fairy. But the slug fairy, and the previous slug clone, gave Long Yi a completely different feeling, like 2 completely different people. The most direct point, the slug fairy called him Xiao Long Yi, and the slug clone called him Long Yejin. Could it be? Long couldn't help thinking, do all clones have their own independent consciousness? However, whether this is the case or not, it is not easy for Long to ask Slug Immortal for proof. And thinking that in the future, I don't know if I can see the previous slug clone again, and I can't help but feel a little sad. Forget it. It wasn't until a moment later that Long Yi got rid of his distracting thoughts and regained his energy. Then there was excitement on his face again. His meridian problem was finally completely resolved. From now on, he will no longer be that. Cultivation waste wood. 2 done. 2 luby. The dragon also quickly formed the seal, and clapped his hands on the ground with a loud shout. Boom! The next moment, with a roar, an earthen wall rose flat. Awesome! It's such a great feeling. Seeing the earth flow wall in front of him, the dragon was also excited again. Before he practiced hard for several months, the ground was only slightly shaking. Now that the meridian problem has been resolved, and the results of previous training have truly been revealed, this ninjutsu is a direct success. I have to say, as a person with normal cultivation talent, this feeling is really great. Takagi Ryuya level. Upper ninja organs. Ears, brain, heart, lungs skills. Earthen Wall Ninjutsu Millennium Kill Enhancement plus level 86 Taijutsu Substitute Enhancement plus level 86 Ninjutsu Drawing Sword Enhancement plus level 86 Taijutsu Toad Oil Bomb Enhancement plus level 64 Ninjutsu Konoha Whirlwind Enhancement plus level 64 Ninjutsu Clone Technique Enhancement plus level 86 Ninjutsu 4 Signs Seal Enhancement plus level 64 Ninjutsu Great Fireball Technique Enhancement plus level 86 Ninjutsu. At this time, look at the personal panel again, and the skill soil flow wall has appeared in it. Woo! After a while of excitement, Long also took a deep breath, spit it out slowly, forcibly calmed down his emotions, and continued to practice the immortal mode. The first is to let go of everything, enter an ethereal state, and then gather nature. When the natural energy around you reaches a certain level, it is absorbed into the body. The meridian problem is solved, which was originally an extremely difficult process for dragons. Now it has become very easy, almost no what an effort. Then, mix natural energy with physical and spiritual energy, and gradually increase the ratio of natural energy to reach 1:1. If the ratio of natural energy is too low, you cannot enter the fairy mode. If the ratio is too high, it will be affected by natural energy. Devoured and turned into stone. Therefore, this process needs to be extremely delicate, and the dragon did not dare to be careless at first, and can only try a little bit. Because of the traveler, the soul is strong, and because the heart and lungs are strengthened, the physical quality is far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, the dragon is also in the body energy, and the spiritual energy are extremely huge. According to what the slug fairy said, such a huge number of chakras even far exceeded the small pillars of the year. And the amount of chakra itself is huge, so it will not be inadvertent, and the natural energy will exceed the proportion, so that it will be swallowed. to be said that this is a big advantage of Long Yi. In fact, the premise of cultivating the immortal mode is, the number of chakras must be enough. Although the meridian problem has been resolved, the cultivation of immortal art is just the beginning. Next, the dragon is also in the wet bone forest, concentrating on cultivation day after day. The time has come. This afternoon, the system's 6-day time limit has passed, and the dragon has once again obtained an opportunity to strengthen infinitely. Because of the gold enhancement, it has been used last time, so the next 5 opportunities can only be ordinary enhancement. Strengthen the earth flow wall. The dragon also seemed to have no other choice, and gave the order directly. The goal of this infinite strengthening, skill soil flow wall. As the host confirmed. OK. Unlimited enhancement starts. Target, skill earth flow wall. Soil wall enhancement +1, soil wall enhancement +2. Soil wall enhancement +10, range increase. Soil wall enhancement +11. Enhanced soil flow wall +10, thickness increased. Enhanced soil flow wall +10. Next, the system prompts sounded one after another, and the dragon also directly chose to shield, and continued to concentrate on cultivating the immortal mode. Time flies so fast, and days go by in a flash. This morning, the dragon also stood at the top of a big tree, on the branches as thin as chopsticks. Clap, put your hands together, and then drank softly. Fairy mode. Then, around the eye sockets, 2 red striped eye shadows appeared, and in the middle of the forehead, a red circle with red dots appeared. This eyeshadow is exactly the same as that of the original Hokage 1000 Jujutsu, and it is exactly the feature of the perfect immortal mode of Shibone Forest. It's finally done. In addition to the change in appearance, the most important thing is that after gathering the immortal chakra in the body, whether it is perception or strength, all aspects have been greatly increased. Feeling the changes in his body, the dragon was also excited again. Woo! After a few minutes at this point, he exhaled and released the fairy mode. Although this state is powerful, it is also a lot of pressure because it requires constant concentration in the process to absorb natural energy and condense the immortal chakra. Therefore, even if you master the fairy mode, under normal circumstances, you will not maintain this state all the time. Immortal. Immediately afterwards, the dragon also sat on the ground, lost in thought. Have mastered the immortal mode, the next step is the use of immortal art. The biggest feature of the immortal mode is the power of the ascension technique. But Long Yi, who has a system by his side, has already strengthened all his skills 864 times, and his power is so strong that he doesn't need the immortal mode to increase at all. In this case, what is the use of his hard-working immortal mode? Of course it works. The actual mountain, in addition to the augmentation technique, the body function has also been greatly improved in the immortal mode. The body is the foundation of all techniques, and when this foundation is improved, the overall strength will also be greatly improved. Is it your own technique? Moreover, the dragon also had an idea at this time. With the help of the heart of the tail beast, and the chi and blood flow created by the 700 million giant lung, he also increased his body. In this case, can it be integrated with the fairy mode to develop his own art? Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel. 071. Shinra Tianzheng. In a blink of an eye, it has been more than 10 days. Drink. At noon this day, a loud shout suddenly sounded in the forest of wet bones. The slug fairy was taking a nap, and when she heard the movement, she couldn't help but glance. I saw that the dragon also entered the fairy mode again, but what was different from usual was that at this time, the blood vessels of the dragon also burst out, forming dark red lines on the surface of the body. In addition, there is a strong airflow agitation all over the body. It's interesting. It seemed that this technique was finally completed. Slug Immortal smiled and continued her afternoon nap. Woo! After a while, the dragon also returned to his normal state, and he couldn't help gasping for breath. I have to say that although the surgery has been completed, the burden on the body is too great, even if he has the heart of a tailed beast, and 700 million giant lungs, he can't bear it. Sure enough. At the same time, Long also checked the personal panel, and there was no new technique developed by him in the skill bar. This technique is a fusion of chi and blood flow in immortal mode, but whether it is chi blood or immortal mode, its essence is closer to the refinement of energy, rather than the application. Just like ninjas usually extract chakra from physical energy and spiritual energy. According to the setting of fantasy novels, this is a practice method, not an enemy martial art, so it is not listed in the skill column. Since it is not in the skill bar, it cannot be strengthened through the system. I have to say, it's a pity. It's almost there. Immortal techniques have been practiced, and new techniques have been developed. Long couldn't help thinking, it's time to go back to Konoha. After being out for so long, I don't know how Konoha is doing now. Akatsuki has already started catching tailed beasts everywhere, and they may invade Konoha at any time. Boom! Just as Long was thinking, with a loud noise, the slug immortal suddenly twisted his huge body and turned his head to look at him. Quote. Long was also slightly startled, and couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Did something happen? Little Dragon 2. The slug fairy looked at Long Yi with a serious voice. Your battle is here. Half an hour ago, outside Konoha village. 6 people wearing fire cloud robes slowly walked out of the bushes. It was Pen Lu Dao. Whoosh! Powered by Shira Dao, the beast Dao is like a cannonball and is thrown directly into the sky above Konoha village. Pung! And at the moment of landing, the animal Daoshu directly summoned the other 555 pain to the village. Forcibly invaded. Successful. There is an intruder. The target is one person, at the point. As a large hidden village, Konoha has a perfect defense system. Periphery of the village, there is actually a huge barrier open all the time, which can instantly sense the direction of the intruder. The moment the animal world touched the barrier, Konoha noticed it, and immediately dispatched ninjas to block and arrest it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this time, the 6 paths of pain have spread out in the village and started to act. Ah! Run! The Asura Road, the Hungry Ghost Road, and the Animal Road are responsible for creating riots. Wherever they go, there are huge explosions and terrifying psychic beasts. Buildings were destroyed and civilians panicked and fled everywhere. Help! Heaven, the Tao of humanity, and the Tao of hell are in charge of the search. Under the cover of the riot, they catch some civilians or ninjas, directly extract and invade the memory, and find the location of Naruto. Over here. Why so many? Konoha side responded quickly, and the enchantment class had already arrived. But when I found out that the intruder was not alone, I couldn't help but have a surprise. I knew that their strength alone could not compete with them, so I rushed to report to Hokage and seek support. Stop. In addition to Konoha's defense system, there are other ninjas who didn't have a mission, and happened to be in the village at this time. When the riots were discovered, they also came spontaneously. Kakashi, Asuma and others happened to meet Pain Tiandao and directly fought with him. Damn. In Hokage's office, he got a report from his subordinates and saw the chaos in the village. His face was full of anger. At the same time, immediately deploy combat power and go to various places to support. Is Pain. According to the situation reported by the enchantment class, combined with the information provided by Long also before, it can be basically determined that the intruder this time is the leader of the Shao organization, Pain. As the leader of the Shao organization, Pain's ability is extremely powerful. A lot of information provided by the dragon is about its abilities. With some precautions, the threat can't help being much smaller. Moreover, although Kaiban was not in the village at this time, Kakashiban and Esmaban were all there, and there were some special Jonin. With these powers, it should be enough to protect the village. Besides, Pain's target is Naruto, but Naruto is not in Konoha at this time, so there is no need to worry too much. Go and inform various famous families to see if they can deploy some combat power to jointly defend against pain. After a while, Tsunade ordered again. After the ninja who sent the order hurriedly left, Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This should be all right. What? But unfortunately, Pain's strength has far exceeded Tsunade's expectations. After more than 20 minutes of his invasion, Tsunade suddenly got a report that Kakashi was seriously injured and withdrew from the battlefield. In fact, if Asuma hadn't sold it in time, Konoha's famous copy ninja, I am afraid he has already sacrificed. Lord Hokage. Just when Tsunade was surprised, people came one after another to report. Pain's ability is too powerful, and the Konoha ninja has been severely damaged. Damn. Tsunade's face was full of anger, and then he couldn't help sighing. It seemed that he had no choice but to call the dragon back. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade used a psychic technique to channel the slug into a clone. Then, through the clone, contact the slug fairy, let her notify Longyi, and prepare for the reverse channeling. No, not enough. Truly aware of Pain's terrifying strength, Tsunade frowned again. I'm afraid it's not enough to just call back to the dragon. Immediately afterwards, he ordered someone to inform the messenger frog and let him inform Naruto of Meowmushin to return to Konoha together to fight against Pain. PFF'd. But what Tsunade didn't know was that, when the order frog was about to return to Meowmu Mountain, a knife suddenly appeared and stabbed him to death. What does he want to do? Just after Tsunade delivered the news, 555 Pain suddenly withdrew from Konoha, and only one remained, floating above Konoha. Let the world feel pain again. Who flew high in the sky, pointed his hands below, and shouted suddenly. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Not good. Whether it was Tsunade or Konoha, everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions changed instantly. Although I don't know what kind of ninjutsu Pain is going to use, the power is definitely not small. And most importantly, Pain's target was clearly the entire Konoha village. 2 Done. Earth flow wall. And at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Phyllu reminds you. 3 things to read. 072. The strongest shield. 2 Done. Earth flow wall. Wow. With a loud shout, I saw a huge earth wall with a width of several thousand meters suddenly raised on the edge of the village. When it reached a height of 100 meters, it suddenly folded in the direction of the village, just like a strangely shaped umbrella, directly supporting the sky above the village. Boom! And the next moment, the huge impact fell, just landed on the earth wall, making a loud noise like the sky and the earth cracking, and the entire Konoha village shook violently. Boom! Boom! Immediately afterwards, the aftermath of the impact blocked by the earth wall dispersed. Hit the surrounding areas of the village, the mountain collapsed, and a large forest was destroyed. Again, there was a loud roar. This. In Konoha village, the ninjas and ordinary civilians under the earthen wall looked at the earthen wall that trembled slightly above their heads and shook off some dust amid this terrifying momentum. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Gradually coming back to his senses, I think of the power of the impact just now. If there is no such earth wall, if it falls directly to the ground, I am afraid. I am afraid that the entire Konoha will cease to exist. Thinking of this, even Tsunade, who is Hokage, is also afraid of falling into the ground. Instantly his face turned pale. No wonder Pain yelled, "Let the world feel pain again." At the same time, I can't help but feel fortunate that this, earth wall, is too timely. Wait, earth flow wall. Thinking of this, I looked up at the sky again, that kilometer wide, 100 meters high, and the odd thing bent at a right angle, was Tuliubi. Blocking my Shen Luo Tianzheng. In fact, not only Tsunade and Konoha ninjas, but at this time, somewhere outside Konoha village, Pain's body and door, which were hidden by the technique of Xiaonanshan's paper maker, were also full of sluggishness. He concentrated all the chakras of Pain's 6 paths on Tiandao, and did not hesitate to consume his own life. The super ninjutsu he launched was actually blocked by a mere earth wall. For a time, everyone couldn't help it. I wondered who it was just now who shouted so irresponsibly. He is Dragon 2. Immediately afterwards, looking at the source of the shouting just now, Tsunade and the others were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were full of excitement and joy. On the roof of a high-rise building is none other than Takagi Ryuya. Great, he's back. Seeing that it was Ryuya, Tsunade was excited again. Konoha's hero finally came back. At the same time, he suddenly believed that umbrella-like weird thing was the dirt wall. After all, Ryuya's ninjutsu is always so unexpected. Woo. At the same time, Long Yi, who seemed to be standing proudly, was in fact secretly sweating and fortunately caught up. After getting the news of the slug fairy, the dragon did it immediately. But he never imagined that, just after being reverse-channeled, Pain shouted out that classic line, and then Shen Luo Tianzheng took the lead. If Pain's move fell, the whole village would definitely be the same as the original. Turned into rubble. The most important thing is that the dragon is still there. Down below, if you are lucky, you will break a few bones. So, when Pain said, "Let the world feel pain again," the dragon began to seal the spell. When Pain released Shinra Tenjin, his ninjutsu was also activated at the same time. After 864 times of strengthening, the volume of the earth-escaped earth flow wall has been greatly increased, the thickness has been greatly increased, and the hardness has been greatly improved, and it can be blocked in multiple directions. As for how strong it is, as long as it is ninjutsu, it can basically be blocked, such as the tailed beast jade, the Shen Luo Tianzheng, etc. At this time, I have to say that as a ninjutsu, the infinitely strengthened soil wall can be called the real, strongest shield. Pain. At this time, Pain's heavenly Tao had already fallen from the sky, and it was falling on the earth wall supported by the dragon. Whoosh! The dragon didn't hesitate, just moved a stand-in and jumped onto the earth wall. As far as Long also knew, the Shinra Tianzheng just now not only consumed a huge amount of chakra, but Pain Tiandao would be unable to perform ninjutsu for a period of time. Among the 6 ways of pain, the way of heaven that controls gravity and repulsion is the most difficult to deal with. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, Pain Tiandao can't perform ninjutsu at this time, it is the best time to deal with him. Whoosh swish. The next moment, the dragon did not hesitate at all, raising his hand is. A few kunai shoot. Want to use this to make a substitute displacement, approach and kill Pain Tiandao. Dang dang dang. But the next moment, with a series of soft noises, all kunai were swept away before they approached Pain's heavenly Tao. Immediately after looking at it, the other 5 pains have also appeared on the soil wall. Looking at the other 555 pain who protected heaven, Long also flashed their specific ability information in his mind, and couldn't help frowning secretly. I have to say that even if Tiandao can't use ninjutsu temporarily, the other 5 pain will be extremely difficult to deal with. In this case, the most appropriate thing was to jump into the sky and shoot a nuclear fireball at the 6 of them. Anyway, the soil flow wall is blocked, and the top of the leaves is mostly affected by small waves. But no, because the hungry ghost has the ability to absorb chakra and ninjutsu. Even Long Yi's nuclear fireball would be absorbed by him. Swish swish swish. Anyway, after hitting him first, the dragon also raised his hand and shot out a few kunai. But it wasn't a move, it was just ordinary harassment, and then it rushed straight up. Because of the hungry ghost realm, he can only use physical attacks for the time being. Lord Hokage, do you want to help out? The village below, some Konoha ninjas could not help but look anxious when they saw Ryuya, who had already fought with Penlu Dao. Don't. Tsunade's face was solemn, and she categorically refused. This is no longer a battle that ordinary people can participate in. If we go up, we will only drag the dragon down. But Hokage. Boom. Some people are not convinced and want to ask again. And at this moment, with a loud noise, I saw one. The size of a house, a psychic beast, which was directly kicked down by the dragon and flew down the earth wall, crashing into a hill outside the village. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths and said nothing. Tsunade is right, there is no room for them to intervene in this level of battle. Boom, boom, one after another, he kicked several monsters from the beast Dao, and the dragon couldn't help but have a headache when he saw that the beast Dao was still channeling out. Then he dodged, temporarily withdrew from the battle, looked at Pen Lu Dao in front of him, and frowned again. To be said that there are originally 666 individuals, and in the case of shared vision, the cooperation is almost seamless. Long Yi's physical skills are not weak, plus the 10,000-ton whirlwind, the displacement of the substitute, it is not cheap at all. And as time passed by, once Tiandao regained his ninjutsu ability, it would be even more troublesome. Blood Fairy Mode. Battle must be resolved quickly. Long also had a serious expression, and then gave a low drink. 073. Chi and Blood. Fairy Mode. Is it Fairy Mode? Pain had also seen the Fairy Mode, and when he saw the changes in Long Yi, he couldn't help but be vigilant. No. But in addition to Ice Shadow, the dragon's blood vessels burst out, and his whole body was full of energy. Little different from the normal immortal mode, and it feels sharper. Swish swish swish. At this moment, the dragon also raised his hand, and several kunai shot out. Humph. Pain sneered at the corner of his mouth. Even if he transformed, he would still restore those tricks. Tiandao hid behind, other Pain resisted, and sent countless sufferings flying. Fire escape. The art of fireball. And at this moment, with the dragon's loud shout, I saw a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, which had already whistled and flew over. In the fairy mode, the chakra in the body changes, so many techniques have also made breakthroughs. For example, the technique of how fireball, after strengthening, can only release the kind of nuclear fireball with a terrifying size. But in the fairy mode, you can control the volume freely. In the face of such a huge fireball, Pain did not dare to neglect. The hungry ghost road, who was in charge of defense, stood in front of him, and directly activated his ability to absorb it. Whoosh! When the hungry ghost Dao absorbed the fireball, the dragon also rushed up and went straight to Tiandao Pain in the back row. The hungry ghost Dao can absorb ninjutsu, and of course the dragon knew that the arrogant fireball just now was only blocking his line of sight. For the purpose of raiding. So fast. Seeing Long Yi who had already rushed over, Pain couldn't help being surprised. At this time, Long Yi's speed was several times faster than before. While surprised, he couldn't help but wonder, is this the strength of Long Yi's immortal mode? What Pain didn't know was that it wasn't just the immortal mode, but also chi and blood flow. When cultivating in the Shibone forest, the dragon also perfected the chi and blood flow, making the increase from 3 times to 5 times. After the chi and blood flow was perfected, then merge with the fairy mode to create a new technique. In addition to special abilities, the increase in the body alone has exceeded 10 times. That is to say, the speed of Long Yi at this time is 10 times faster than before. Even without the use of avatar displacement, the speed is astounding, and ordinary people can only see some afterimages. With the help of visual sharing and the powerful observation of Samsara Eye, Pain was able to capture Long Yi's movements. Get out of here. 3 Pain who rushed forward at the same time, Long also shouted loudly. Noba Whirlwind. The power of Long Yi's kicking technique is terrifying, and Pain has long been afraid of it, so when he used this move, he quickly backed away to dodge. Bang, 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 but the next moment, what Pain never expected was that he was kicked out of the way of Asura, the way of human beings, and the way of beasts. But fortunately, although this kick is extremely heavy, it is far inferior to Long Yi's original kicking skills. So, the 3 Pains were just kicked out, but not destroyed. As that gas. The Tiandao Pain in the back has been watching, through the eyes of reincarnation, when the dragon also performed the kicking technique just now, there was an air current wrapped around his legs, and it was this air current that hit the three graces. The chi and blood flow of Long Yi mainly relies on the 700 million giant lungs, the heart of the tailed beast, and the use of chi and blood. After integrating the immortal mode, the chi that originally flowed in the body can already be surrounded by the outside. The immortal chakra is mixed in the breath, just like an invisible armor and weapon. Unfortunately, the amount of chi is limited, so the scope of extension is also limited. And after all, it is an air current, which cannot reach the original terrifying power of Long Yi Konoha whirlwind. That's enough, though. In fact, the whole thing happens in an instant. Hungry Ghost Dao had just absorbed the Hao fireball, and it was difficult for him to come back for a while, and the other three pain were kicked away by Long Yi. The only one who can protect Tiandao pain is the Hell Road in the last row. Who has not recovered yet and cannot use ninjutsu, can't help but frown. Then he quickly stepped back, trying to distance himself from the dragon. At the same time, the front tune of Hell in the back row helped to temporarily resist Long Yi. Hey. Seeing this scene, Long also suddenly smiled. Whoosh. The next moment, Long Yi, who had gone straight to heaven, disappeared instantly. This is. Pain was stunned for a moment, and suddenly there was a feeling in his heart, a bad premonition. Whoosh. The next moment, the dragon also appeared again, but it was already behind the Hell Realm. Oops. Under the shared vision, Pain discovered that where the Hell Path passed just now, there was a kunai that had been left behind. Noba Whirlwind. At this time, the dragon has also shot, and the shot is ruthless. Bang. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the Hell Realm was directly smashed on the earth wall. Boom. Under the mighty force, even the solid earth wall cannot help shaking violently, shaking off countless dust. The Konoha crowd below saw this scene, and their faces were full of panic again. Great. Kill one. On the other side, Tsunade and the others, who had been paying close attention to the battle, were excited to see that Long had finally defeated a Pain. Pain's strength, they have learned something before. Looking at Long Yi's figure at this time, I couldn't help thinking, worthy of being the hero of Konoha. At the same time, looking at Long Yi who defeated the Hell Realm, Pain's face was particularly gloomy. Your goal, from the very beginning, is the realm of Hell. That's right. Long also smiled and did not hide it. As Pain said, his goal from the beginning was Hell, not Heaven. Among Pain's 6 paths, Heaven is indeed the most powerful and the most troublesome. At this time, the way of Heaven, who cannot use ninjutsu for the time being, is indeed the weakest. But Long also knew that if he didn't knock down the Hell Realm first, let alone the Heaven Realm, even if he knocked down all the other 555 Pain, it would be useless. Because Hell can summon and control the King of Hell, in addition to reconnaissance, confession, there is also a special ability, swallowing and chewing the damaged Pain. You can restore it. Therefore, as long as the Hell Realm is not defeated, the rest of the Pain can be resurrected no matter how many times they are defeated. The battle was successful. In order to give priority to solving the Hell Realm, Long also deliberately pretended that the target was the Realm of Heaven, and then took advantage of the kunai that had been deliberately spread before, seized the opportunity to move, and knocked it down in one fell swoop. I can assume that you already know all my abilities. Pain, who also wanted to understand this, looked at the dragon and said something, although it was a bit unbelievable, but the truth is probably like this. After all, if it wasn't for the ability to know the realm of hell, it wouldn't take so much trouble to solve it first. In fact, Long also knew his abilities, which Pain should have thought of long ago. Because from the very beginning, the dragon has been rushing to attack the way of heaven, which means that the dragon knows that the way of heaven is the most difficult, and he can't use ninjutsu at this time. Since the dragon also knows the ability of the way of heaven, then the other Pain's information naturally also has possibly mastered. I have to say that Long also acted very well, but Pain was really careless. You don't have a chance next time. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Thinking of this, Pain's face sank, and the next moment, Tiandao also stretched out his hand to the dragon, that is. A loud shout. After this period of time, his ninjutsu finally recovered. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. 074. You don't know enough about my abilities. Shen Luo Tianzheng belongs to the ability of Pain's Samsara Eye, and there is no need to seal it instantly. Although Long Yi's earth flow wall can block it, it is too late. You can only take a blocking stance and focus your chi in front of you at the same time. Bang! Immediately afterwards, only a dull loud noise was heard, and the dragon was shot and flew out. Step. But the next moment, when it fell to the ground, there was no injury. Besides, attack, is there any defense? Samsara can see clearly, the chi around Long Yi is like a shield, buffering his Shen Luo Tianzheng. You could call it, armed domineering. Long also smiled, the defense of chi is limited, but fortunately, the power of Tiandao just now Shen Luo Tianzheng is not too big. Armed domineering. Pain pondered a little, and couldn't help frowning. Weird name. Then what do you think of, Lu Ying? Don't make fun of me. At this time, Long also discussed the name of the move with him, and Pain was instantly furious. This was contempt for him. Spirituality. And at this moment, the animal road shouted and summoned the psychic beast again. Of the animal realm is spiritism, which is the main task in the 6 realms of Pain. Quack quack. But this time, it's not monsters like giant rhinos, crabs, 3-headed dogs, but a group of crows. Although it also has black sticks and reincarnation eyes, its size is no different from that of ordinary crows, but there are many. Just as the dragon is also surprised, how the animal way has changed its taste. Group of crows had already rushed over under her control. Quack quack. The next moment, the dragon was also engulfed by the crow in an instant. Does it block the view? These crows, although small in size, have extremely sharp beaks and claws. However, Long also mobilized his breath to protect his whole body, and he couldn't hurt him. Long also thought that the real intention of the crows should be to block his sight. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but smile. Xiao also has a lot of information about Long Yi, but they don't know that Long Yi also has a hidden ability, that is, the radar ear. This trick covers the line of sight and may be effective for others, but Long also can easily control it by listening to the sound. Pain's movement. Come on. At this time, he clearly heard that Pain had surrounded him. Just right. Long was not worried, but secretly proud. Shen Luo Tianzheng. And at this moment, there was a light drink, and then, a huge force slammed into Long Yi. The dragon didn't dodge either, but was still buffered by the airflow, and was knocked out just like that. Clap. The next moment, with a soft sound, I was directly locked by the hungry ghost waiting behind. Quack. The battle was successful, the next moment, the crow. Huh. Seeing Long Yi being caught, Pain snorted softly. Dragon also knows what his abilities are, and there are some methods that he cannot overcome. For example, in the way of hungry ghosts, in addition to absorbing ninjutsu, you can also absorb other people's chakras by touching. The dragon has been firmly locked. Yi's hungry ghost realm is rapidly absorbing Long Yi's chakra at this time. As long as the chakra is exhausted, the dragon is also finished. Kacha. Just when Pain was complacent, what he never expected was that hungry ghost Dao's body suddenly turned to petrification. The next moment, it has completely turned into a stone statue. You already know, I know your abilities. But unfortunately, you don't know enough about my abilities. Long Yi's mouth smirked, and with a little force, he broke the arm of hungry ghost Dao Shihua and broke free from the lock. Absorbing ninjutsu and chakra, it is not easy to attack from a distance and close combat, and the hungry ghost is mainly responsible for defense, and the physical skills are not weak, which is really tricky. But there is one thing, he can't adjust the natural energy without being immortal mode. Therefore, when the hungry ghosts absorb his chakra, a large amount of natural energy is sent into his body, so that it is swallowed by the natural energy and turned into stone. This is, in the original book, Naruto's tactics against hungry ghosts. I have to say, it's really useful. You will pay for your arrogance. Seeing another one being beaten down, especially when he heard the dragon's self-righteous argument, Pain, who claimed to be a god, became more and more angry. Then he extended his hand to the dragon. Vientian Tianyan. This is. The next moment, a huge gravitational force came, which directly pulled Long Yi's body and flew out. Tiandao Pain's ability is to manipulate gravity and repulsion, so in addition to the Shenluo Tianzheng that repels everything, there is also the Vientian Tianyan that attracts everything. At this time, you can only be slaughtered. Seeing Long Yi being dragged into the air, Pain sneered. Even if the dragon is powerful, what can he do when he has nowhere to burrow in midair? PFF'd. At the same time, Shira Road was already approaching, and a wide iron sawtooth flew out from his back, instantly penetrating Long Yi's chest. Paths of Asura and Pain, he who also served as the main attack mission, was actually a transformed puppet with various weapons in his body. You're done. Penetrating Long Yi with a saw blade, Pain hummed indifferently. Really? And at this moment, Long also raised his head suddenly, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. You. Seeing this scene, Pain's face changed instantly. This kind of fatal injury, no matter how Long seems to have nothing to do, is he, like Feijuan, immortal, but how is it possible? I said. At this time, the dragon also jumped up, facing the Asura Dao in front of him. With a heavy kick. You don't know enough about my abilities. Boom. The next moment, under the cyclone of 10,000 tons, the Asura Road was instantly scrapped. Boom. At this time, I pulled out the broken saw blade from my body and threw it on the ground. The Chi and Blood Immortal mode, in addition to manipulating Chi, there is also blood. In this mode, the dragon can also transport the huge vitality of the heart of the tail beast to all parts of the body through blood. It was also the reason why his blood vessels burst out. Therefore, no matter what kind of injury he suffers, as long as the blood passes through, he can quickly heal himself. In this way, although it is not a real immortal body, it is not too much. It is similar to Tsunade's 100 strokes. But it still hurts. Where it was penetrated just now. With the rapid flow of blood, it has basically healed. Knock another one down. Defeat 2 in a row. Have knocked down 3 threes. At the same time, everyone in Konoha, who had been closely watching the battle, couldn't help but feel excited again. 666 Pain, half of them have been killed, and now there are only 3 3s left. As for the dragon that was penetrated through the body just now, why did not die, everyone seems to automatically ignore it. After all, there is nothing impossible for a monster like Ryuya. Damn. Who was in high spirits, Pain was completely angry, and then roared, and the remaining 3 rushed up together. Hey hey. Long also smiled and greeted him directly. 075. Beat Pain 6 paths. Ooh. After a round of intense close combat, the two sides separated. The animal Dao once again summoned a large number of huge psychic beasts, let out a fierce roar, and rushed straight to Long Yi. Fire escape. Huge fire. The dragon also quickly formed the seal, and then shouted loudly. More than a dozen huge fireballs with a diameter of over 100 meters flew towards Pain randomly, and those psychic beasts. Huo Luanzhuan is also the development and deformation of the Huo Huajuo technique by Long Ye in the immortal mode. Boom, boom, boom. Then, in the midst of a loud roar, those psychic beasts were instantly blown away. Quote. In Konoha village, listening to the deafening loud roar, and watching the battle on the Tuliu wall, everyone was stunned. At this moment, I couldn't help but remember what Tsunade said at the beginning, this is no longer a battle they can intervene in. Whoosh! Under the cover of the firelight, the dragon moved again, and this time, it went directly to the side of the animal realm. When he was dodging just now, although Pain deliberately paid attention to the kunai on the ground, to prevent the dragon from moving close. But it is precisely because he pays too much attention to these kunais that he ignores other things, such as the corpses of the 3 Pain who were knocked down. Longyi's substitute technique is not just for kunai and stones. As long as the weight is 11 kilograms, there is no subjective conscious objects can be replaced. Just now, in order to avoid Longyi's arrogant fire, the animal path just happened to be next to the scattered parts of the Shira path. Noba whirlwind. Boom. As the dragon shouted loudly, followed by a loud roar, the animal path was also kicked directly on the earth wall. In fact, Longyi knocked down the other 3 Pain before. Instead of kicking them away, he deliberately stayed on the Tuliu wall, in order to act as a substitute for his displacement. Pong pong pong. After the animal Dao was defeated, the psychic beasts he summoned disappeared instantly. It's finally quiet. When the scene was cleared in an instant, the dragon couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Then he looked at the only remaining heavenly Dao and human Dao, and smiled again. Heaven is powerful, but it is not invulnerable. In the human world, in addition to good physical skills, there are only techniques to detect memory and extract souls, which can be said to be purely auxiliary abilities for investigation. At this time, Longyi believed that he had the chance to win. Tatata. And at this moment, the human Dao did not hesitate at all, and rushed directly to Longyi. Have you given up on yourself? The dragon also smiled lightly, and directly greeted him. Bang bang bang. The next moment, the two of them fought together. To be said that the physique of the human world is wrong. But unfortunately, in the face of Longyi in Chi and Blood Immortal mode, he is not an opponent at all. Boom. After a while, with a loud noise, the dragon didn't even use the Konoha whirlwind, and punched him directly to the ground. 5th. In this way, there is only the last heaven's way left in the 6 paths of pain. Although the god of heavens Shen Luo Tianzheng has both offensive and defensive capabilities, this technique also has a fatal disadvantage, that is, it takes 5 seconds to cool down after each use. 5 seconds, the time is not long, but as long as you grasp it properly, it is enough to win. The dragon is also full of energy, and is ready to rush to heaven. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, a huge gravitational force suddenly came from overhead. Even the impregnable earth wall was shaking violently. Whoa, whoa. At the same time, other Pain's corpses were instantly sucked into the sky. That is Wanxiang Tianian, of Tiandao again. Long also raised his head subconsciously, only to see a small black ball floating in the sky above his head, and his face changed greatly. What is that? At the same time, the people in Konoha also saw the little black balls, and they were all terrified. This small black ball is like a black hole with a huge gravitational force. Although it can't suck up the soil flow wall, it sucks up a lot of stones and trees from the bottom of the soil flow wall and other places around it, and quickly gathers to the small black ball. Run! Buildings in the village were attracted, roofs collapsed, walls cracked, and a large number of civilians panicked. Did the earth explode the stars? Long also frowned, looking at Tiandao who had retreated into the distance, and couldn't help frowning. It turns out that human Dao rushed towards him just now, not because of self-abandonment, but to create a chance for Tien Dao to unleash the star. Long also sighed secretly, knocked down 444 Pain in succession, and he also swelled. At this time, the suction of the little black ball is getting stronger and stronger, and the dragon can no longer support it. Humph. Immediately afterwards, Long also hummed softly, and simply stopped resisting, instead jumping hard, following the suction force, and rushing directly to the little black ball. He's going to. Seeing Long Yi who suddenly took the initiative to rush towards the little black ball, Tien Dao couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then his face changed greatly. Noba whirlwind. The next moment, when he was next to the little black ball, Long also shouted violently, that is. Kicked it up. 10,000 tons of strength, concentrated in a single explosion. Boom! Under the huge impact, the small black ball exploded and shattered in an instant with a loud noise like the sky and the earth cracking. Boom! 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 And after the small black ball was destroyed, the gravity disappeared, and all the things that were sucked into the air fell back to the ground. The earth-blasting star is really powerful, but like the little black ball of a black hole, it is its destiny. As long as it is broken, the gravitational force will disappear naturally. Of course, this point is not seen by the dragon, but analyzed by Itachi in the original work. Damn! Even the earth blast star was cracked. Tian Dao snorted coldly, turned around and fled. In fact, the 6 paths of pain are all Nagato's puppets. Even if they are all knocked down and destroyed, it doesn't matter to Nagato. If he finds another 6 corpses, he can make a new 6 paths of pain. But only the way of heaven is different for Nagato. Of Tiandao was made by Yahiko and his close friend Yahiko. Therefore, other pens can be destroyed, but this heavenly Dao cannot. HMPH. Looking at the direction of Tiandao's escape, Long also snorted, but did not chase. For Nagato, the way of heaven has a special meaning. But to Long Yi, it was just a corpse puppet. PFF'd. Falling to the ground again, Long also picked up the little black stick on Pain's body and inserted it directly into his palm. This little black stick is exactly the chakra receiver that Nagato controls Pen's 6 paths. Found it. Through the immortal mode, Ryuya's perception ability is greatly improved, and through this method, you can find the Nagato who secretly performed magic in reverse. After confirming Nagato's hiding place, Long did not hesitate at all, and immediately ran. Instead of chasing a puppet, it's better to kill Pain's body directly. Philo reminds you. Book 3 Things to Read. 076. Transformation, complete. Found it. Outside Konoha village, in a dense forest, looking at a big tree not far ahead, the dragon couldn't help but smile. According to the perception just now, Pain's body, Nagato, is hiding inside this big tree. Fire escape. Courageous fire. Approached, he quickly formed the seal, thinking that he would throw a nuclear fireball at him first. Whoa! And at this moment, the big tree suddenly turned white. It turned out to be a stack of sheets of white paper. The papers flew away quickly, and Nagato and Konan, who were hiding inside, also appeared in front of Long Yi. Not good. But in addition to the two of them, there is one other person, wearing a threaded monocular mask, which is Obito who incarnates Madara Uchiha. At this time, Obito has already exerted his power, which is unique to his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye ability. As the space distorted, he, Nagato, and Konan were sucked in 3 and disappeared directly from the place. Before leaving, Xiaonan stared at Long Yi, his eyes full of resentment. Damn. Seeing that Obito took the lead and rescued Nagato, Long was also annoyed. Nagato's immortality is a hidden danger after all. But speaking of it, Nagato has successively used the super large-scale Shen Luo Tianzheng, and the Earth Blast Star. Considering his weak body, there should be no more any action in a short period of time. Never mind. It's really a pity that Nagato was not completely eradicated. But fortunately, Konoha was preserved, and it was lucky. Nagato had already retreated, and the dragon sighed in relief, turning his head to return to Konoha. Pung! At this moment, with a muffled sound, 3 huge toads suddenly appeared on the earth flow wall. On the head of Toad Wentai, a young man stood on his hips. It was Naruto Uzumaki who had entered the fairy mode with a huge scroll on his back. Kakashi was seriously injured before. Konoha Ninja was severely injured by pain. Tsunade immediately ordered to recall cultivation of Dragon and Naruto. But the messenger frog, who was in charge of communicating Naruto, was killed by Danzo hiding in the dark when he set off. As a character in the same period as Sandai Hokage, Sandai is a leaf bathing in the sun, and Danzo is a root buried deep in the ground. He would do anything for Konoha. Because the messenger frog was killed, Naruto didn't get the news in time. But in the same way, because the messenger frog was killed and the name was reported from the scroll, Meowmushin was worried that there was something wrong with Konoha. So after some deliberation, I decided to send Naruto back. I thought it was expected by many people, and Naruto deliberately put on a handsome appearance. But at this time, a gust of wind blew, and there was no one there. Konoha does show signs of being attacked, but it seems to have subsided. I'm late. Naruto was startled. Was he late? Looking at the empty village, I can't help but wonder again, where is, hero of Konoha? Takagi Ryuya. But at this moment, suddenly heard the face, thunderous cheers. Naruto looked up and saw that everyone in the village had gathered outside the village, and a figure was thrown high into the air. Dragon. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and when he saw it clearly, his face was instantly annoyed. Damn it, I lost to him again. But no matter. What, this Konoha crisis has been completely resolved. Next, everything will return to calm. Transformation. This morning, by the riverside of Konoha, the dragon was also practicing. Pung. With a light sound, it directly turned into the appearance of Hinata. Well, not bad. I took a picture of the river, and it was exactly the same. But speaking of it, Hinata is only 16 years old, so she is very well nourished, and she deserves to be the eldest lady of the Hinata clan. During the practice in the wet bone forest, the dragon not only learned the immortal mode, but also developed new techniques. The most important point is that he has completely solved the problem of meridians. In order to test his current talent, he is also a bit obsessive, so he chose the only transformation technique taught by the ninja school. I didn't expect to try it only once, and it would be perfect. I have to say that Long Yi's aptitude has indeed improved. Of course, the most important thing is that this is super ninjutsu after all. After learning all kinds of high-difficulty ninjutsu, it is naturally much easier to go back and learn this low-level ninjutsu. Not bad. Pung. There was another muffled sound, and it changed back to its original appearance again, and the dragon couldn't help nodding secretly. Reason why I deliberately turned around and practiced the transformation technique, in addition to the obsessive-compulsive disorder of getting together the three-body technique, there is also a fundamental reason. The transformation technique is really practical. Although it is a ninjutsu, it can be selected by the ninja school, teaching all students. It shows its value. Moreover, the changing appearance is not only sneaking into the reconnaissance, but also specifying various more flexible tactics in actual combat. Naruto, for example, does this very well. Of course, dragons don't just refer to seduction. Next step. Transformation technique can only be regarded as a warm-up. After practicing, Long also sat down and thought about his next practice. Suits you as the best, and the ninjutsu developed by yourself is undoubtedly the most suitable. So Long is also prepared to continue to develop chi and blood in depth. But what exactly should he do next? He has not thought about it for a while. Since I don't have a good idea, I might as well learn from other ninjutsu, as the so-called stone of the mountain can attack jade. 8-door Dunjia. The first thing that Long Yi thought of was the 8-door Dunjia formation, which can also improve physical attributes and also be used in taijutsu. Not good. But thinking about it again, Long couldn't help shaking his head again. Baman Dunjia is indeed powerful, but it is a little bit different from his chi and blood flow. Insist on putting the two together, it may be counterproductive. Magic. After a while, Long also thought of another ninjutsu, and his spirit was shocked. Magical power is a ninjutsu that concentrates a little chakra and releases it instantly to achieve huge destructive power. It is said to be ninjutsu, but it does not require seals. The situation is similar to taijutsu. To be precise, it should be called ninjutsu. Long Yi's chi and blood flow. The next development direction should be the mobilization of chi. Of chakra is worth learning from. If you can learn the magic, and integrate its skills into the blood flow. Long also believes that there will be another breakthrough. Go. The magic power is only a ninjutsu of the level but not the public ninjutsu of the village. Therefore, even if you are already a jonin, if you want to learn, you must be taught by the owner. And as the ability of the Thousand Hands clan, the current holder is Tsunade. Ryu also got up and went directly to the Hokage office. 077. Five Shadows Conference. You came just in time, and I was about to send someone to find you. Find me. Long Yi, who had just entered the door, couldn't help being stunned. First of all, I have a message for you. Tsunade suddenly became serious and said in a deep voice. Sasuke Uchiha, killed Itachi Uchiha. ... Long also widened his eyes instantly, and then frowned again. When is the matter? Just a few days before Pain attacked Konoha. ... Long was also silent for a while, thinking that it was no wonder. Itachi, as Konoha's ninja, was charged with killing the Uchiha family. In fact, it was because Uchiha wanted to rebel and start a civil war. Slaughtered his family in order to protect the village. By the way, it's a real wolf. Even if he betrayed the name of defecting because of this, and was hated by his favorite younger brother, Itachi still guarded the village with all his heart. Before Pain attacked, Long was also surprised. How could Itachi, who was also in Akatsuki's organization, let this happen? It turned out that he was killed by Sasuke a few days ago. Although the butterfly effect is terrible, some things are destined to happen, such as Itachi's final death in the assistant. As soon as Itachi died, Pain attacked Konoha. I have to say, it was really impatient. After Uchiha Sasuke killed Uchiha Itachi, he joined the Akatsuki organization instead. At this time, Tsunade said again. ... The dragon didn't speak either, just sighed secretly. It seems that, like the original, Obito has already told Sasuke everything about Itachi. And Sasuke, who knows the truth, will inevitably pass on the hatred of the extermination of the family and the grievances of Itachi to Konoha. It is not difficult to predict that in the near future, Sasuke may harm Konoha. Sasuke's first mission after joining Akatsuki's organization is to capture the eight-tailed person Zuli of Union Village. Is that so? This is also the original plot, which is not surprising. And if there is no accident, what Sasuke catches is probably just an octopus foot. The real Eight Tails, and his man, Rabbi Jiraiya, have already taken the opportunity to slip away. Wait. After thinking for a moment, Long Yi suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Why are you telling me this? You may not know that the eight-tailed Manchuri is Raikage's younger brother. Without answering Ryuya, Tsunade continued. Before this, Yunyun's two-tailed man Zuli disappeared, and his whereabouts are still unknown. It should have been poisoned by the Shao organization. ... Long also pouted, and the second and second tails were actually abducted by him, and then asked again. And then. So Raikage is very angry. Tsunade, who was taken for granted, suddenly looked solemn. So, Rain has notified the other 4 hidden villages and called for the Five Shadows Conference. Five Shadows Conference. Long also widened his eyes. In this world, all 5 people who have the title of Shadow meet in a meeting to discuss matters. I have to say, this is a big event in the ninja world. You know, when the shadows of various villages meet, always pay attention to the pomp. At this time, Tsunade suddenly smiled strangely again. Furthermore, there may be hostile forces that intercept and kill on the road. As a medical ninja, I have no fighting power, and I am afraid that I will be killed if I am not careful. ... Long also pouted for a while, thinking that if you have 100 skills, you can't die if you cut your body in 2, and no ordinary person can kill you. In fact, about Tsunade's purpose, Long had already guessed it, but he still pretended to be stupid and asked. And then? Then I need strong guards. Join me in this Five Shadows Conference. Oh. According to the regulations, each shadow can bring 2 guards. Oh. Oh shit. Looking at Ryuya, who was still pretending to be stupid, Tsunade instantly lost his patience. You go with me to the 5 Shadows conference as one of my guards. Long also pondered a little, and then said. Let me protect you, but on one condition. This is the order I gave you as Hokage, and you have no right to refuse. Otherwise, my stomach hurts that day and I can't go out. You. Tsunade froze for a moment, and heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, what conditions? Don't go too far. Not too much at all. Long was also instantly overjoyed, and said with a smile on his face. Senior sister, please teach me, weird power. Weird power. Tsunade couldn't help but startled and looked at Long Yi suspiciously. You have already learned Shanjutsu, and what are you doing with this ninjutsu? It's useful anyway. Long did not explain, and said directly. Anyway, I'll accompany you to the 5 Shadows conference, and you just happen to guide me on the way. It's a word. Tsunade smiled and nodded immediately. This request is indeed not excessive. In fact, there is no need to wait until departure. Tsunade can teach Ryuya now. As a high-level ninjutsu, it is not that complicated, and the dragon's enhanced, super brain, has amazing memory and comprehension abilities. Tsunade just said it once, and he already fully understood. As Hokage, Tsunade has no time to guide for the time being, so Long also went back to practice on his own. Move chakra, focus on one point. In the next 3 days, the dragon was also practicing strange power. On the 4th day, it was already the day to leave for the 5 Shadows convention. This morning, Ryuya and Yuhika, as the guards of the trip, left Konoha with Tsunade. The reason why he chose Yuhika is because Tsunade believes that dragons also have powerful physical and ninjutsu skills, but they lack illusion, and Yuhika, who is good at illusion, makes up for it. But how did she know that if someone dared to perform illusions on the dragon, it would simply be a dead end? Yuhi Hong. Looking at Hong, who is not as sexy as Tsunade, Long was also a little confused. According to the plot of the original novel, at this time Hong Yuhi, shouldn't she be pregnant with Asma's child? Because of the arrival of Ryuya, Asma did not sacrifice. However, probably because of his butterfly, the children who originally belonged to them were gone. And it seems that, up to now, Asma has not pursued Yuhika, and it seems that Sarutobi has no future at all. It really wasn't my intention. Long also admitted that, as a transmigrator, he was cheap, and he was greedy for Yuri Hong's body, but he really didn't want to dismantle this pair. But that's it. Senior sister, I still don't quite understand how to collect chakra's luck. Don't think about it for the time being. While rushing on the road, Long also asked Tsunade for advice on some problems in his cultivation in the past few days. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. 078. Terumi Mei, listen to me, this is a misunderstanding. As a high-level ninjutsu, strange is not difficult to understand, and with Tsunade's guidance, the dragon quickly has no doubts, and then there is only repeated practice. While on the road, keep trying the fine control of chakra. Of course, while cultivating, Long did not forget his duty to protect Hokage. As a hidden village of a big country, even if it yearns for the light, there are countless grudges. So along the way, ambushes, interceptions, traps, and all kinds of assassinations come one after another. Long couldn't help but suspect that it was some bastard in the village who leaked their information to the enemy. I'm afraid it's only the old bastard Danzo. After all, he's the only one who thinks that Hokage will die soon. In fact, if it wasn't for the dragon who appeared in time to defeat Pain and save Konoha, Tsunade would have fallen into a coma at this time, and Danzo had already taken the position as he wished and happily attended the 5 Shadows conference. Sasuke. At the same time, recalling the original plot of the 5 Shadows conference, Long couldn't help frowning slightly. If nothing else, Sasuke, who learned the truth about Itachi, has already decided to take revenge on Konoha. And under Obito's instigation, his first stop was Five Shadows Conference, assassinating Hokage. In the original book, Danzo jumped out on his own initiative and became a scapegoat. But now, it was Tsunade who went to the Five Shadows Conference. Therefore, even if Tsunade didn't say it, in order to prevent Sasuke from attacking, the dragon would also take the initiative to act as a bodyguard. It's so early. You wait here for a while, I'll go down the road ahead. This morning, when I woke up, I heard movement in front of me. Ryuya, who was about to wash up, explained to Tsunade and Hong, and then he touched it. Is there another enemy? Hong frowned, then nervously guarded Tsunade's side. Although every time, the dragon can solve the danger in advance. But as a bodyguard, she would not take it lightly. Take it easy and leave it to the dragon to handle it. Tsunade smiled and washed his face refreshed. Couldn't help thinking that this time the deadlift dragon also acted as an escort. It was really wise, and the journey went very smoothly. 3-3. At this time, the dragon has also touched the front, and under the monitoring of the radar ear, the positions of the three enemies are also clear. One of them, the distance is relatively close, should be the front station. The other two are a little further away, and I am afraid they are doing an ambush. In that case, Long Yi's mouth smiled, and he went directly behind the man in front, thinking that he should solve one first, and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Immediately afterwards, a huge fireball dozens of meters in diameter smashed into the bushes where the man was hiding. Boom! The fireball landed, and then exploded, engulfing 100 meters in an instant. Water escape. Water dragon ball technique. And at this moment, high above the head, there was a sudden light drink, followed by a huge water dragon, roaring and crashing into the dragon. Jonin. Long Yi sneered at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he met a master this time. Not only did he escape his sneak attack, but he was also able to strike back so quickly and sharply. While thinking, the dragon also quickly retreated to dodge. Boom! The next moment, the empty water dragon knocked the dragon out of a big pit where he was just now. Yo, still a handsome man. At this time, a voice sounded from the opposite side. Female. Long also looked up and saw that she was indeed, and she was a beautiful woman. How could the beauty of Qingben be a thief? She couldn't help smiling and said. You are such a beautiful woman. If you don't find someone to marry, what kind of assassin will you be? Marry. Did you just say marry? Hearing this, the female ninja who had been teasing just now had a ferocious face in an instant, and then rushed up. Long was also at a loss. Did he say something that shouldn't be said? And then he didn't think much about it, and went straight to meet him. The next moment, the two of them started a battle of physical arts among the trees. Here. While fighting the ninja, Ryu listened to her other two companions. Too much movement just now, and they have already rushed here. Not moving. But after arriving, the two did not shoot immediately, but hid behind the grass. Long Yi sneered at the corner of his mouth, as if he was looking for a chance to sneak attack. But unfortunately, their every move is under Long Yi's control, so they won't be given this chance. So strong. At the same time, Long couldn't help but find that the female ninja on the other side had quite strong physical skills, and I'm afraid it would not lose to Konoha's General Jonin. A small ninja village, or some mercenaries. But judging from the tricks of this female ninja, it doesn't seem like it came from a small place. Long couldn't help but wonder if she was a rebellious ninja from a large hidden village who didn't wear a forehead guard, which was hard to judge. However, judging from the murderous aura of the opponent, it was undoubtedly an assassin. At this time, I couldn't find a chance to get out. The two companions of the female ninja were already moving their positions quietly, trying to form a flanking attack on the dragon. It seems that it can't be dragged on, and the battle must be resolved as soon as possible. It's a pity. Although he was an assassin, it was a pity to kill him like that. Or very few female ninjas, not to mention such super beautiful women. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but smile. Dissolving. The magic of dissolving monsters. At this time, the female ninja shouted loudly, spewing a large amount of glued liquid from her mouth, and poured it directly on Long Yi. Ninja thought, it would be a pity to kill such a handsome assassin, but who asked him to mention marriage to her? Whoosh. And at the next moment, what surprised the ninja was that the other party flickered and turned instantly escape from her large-scale acid attack. Female ninja frowned. Could it be a time-space ninjutsu similar to Flying Thunder God? At the same time, be vigilant immediately. Not good. The next moment, the dragon also appeared behind her. Female ninja's face changed greatly in an instant, and she secretly said, "I'm careless, and then I have to prepare for defense." But unfortunately, the dragon has already formed yin-yin with both hands and launched a surprise attack directly. PFF'd. Ah! The next moment, a muffled sound was followed by a scream, resounding throughout the jungle. The female ninja lay on the ground in pain, scolding in her heart, "What the hell is this move?" Long Ya's face was full of relief. It's been a long time since he was so happy. Heart Road, such a beautiful female ninja, it is a pity to kill, just punish her. Shuiying-sama. But at this moment, with two exclamations, the female ninja's companions jumped out without caring about hiding. Not going to attack. Well, they said just now. Shuiying. Long Yi, who was complacent, was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at the two who jumped out. They were clearly wearing fog-hidden forehead guards. Could she be? Looking at the female ninja lying on the ground again, Long was also stunned for a moment, and at this time, the two mist ninjas rushed up with murderous intent. Nima. This time Oolong was hit, and Long also used a substitute technique and ran away immediately. Tsunade and the others directly. Is it resolved? Tsunade was getting ready to eat when he saw the dragon coming back. Let's eat together. Eating a hare, Long also grabbed the two and ran away desperately. The two were confused, and then they couldn't help but wonder again, and looked at each other suspiciously. What kind of opponent was this time? And even frightened Long into such a, "Damn boy. I must kill." Ah! At this moment, there was a hysterical roar from the depths of the woods, followed by another painful groan. 079. Size Rui. This Five Shadows Conference, for the sake of fairness, is not in the Five Kingdoms, but in a neutral country, the Iron Country known as the Kingdom of Samurai. It's over, it's over. Having entered the territory of the Iron Country, and getting closer and closer to the meeting place, Long couldn't help frowning. The hatred of the chrysanthemums is never shared, and this is evident from Tsunade. If Terumi saw Ryuya, he would not be able to swallow him alive. But speaking of which, I can't blame the dragon. A good-looking water shadow, why is it sneaking around, making him mistakenly think it's an assassin? And there is no forehead guard, no fog-hidden sign. The two guards wearing forehead guards were not around, making it like an ambush. And unfortunately, Ryu didn't wear a Konoha forehead because he was just about to take a shower. But in fact, I can't blame Terumi. If she wants to take it easy, she has to hide it. And which shadow? There is the exclusive logo of the shadow wearing a forehead hat, so big and heavy, who usually wears it. As for why the guards are so far away, they are all men, Terumi said, they must not be far away. In short, everything is a misunderstanding. However, if Long Yi said to Mei Ming, this was a misunderstanding, could it be possible? Just imagine that when anyone was taking a piss, suddenly a big fireball was thrown, blowing up the toilet, and he would not be in a good mood. What's more, Long also exploded her later. It's dead, it's dead. Thinking of this, Long was already mourning for himself. No. But as a ninja, how can you wait to die so easily? Long Yi frowned and began to think about countermeasures. When he arrives at the venue, as Hokage's guard, he will definitely meet Terumi. Then don't go, run away, I'm afraid it won't work to turn around and go back to Konoha now. After all, the work of guarding is not a child's play. And it is very likely that Sasuke will attack Tsunade at the Five Shadows Convention. Since you can't slip, you can only change your face. At Terumime's level, no matter how the dragon is wrapped and made up, he can probably be recognized just by looking at his eyes. The most direct method is transformation. But the problem is that Terumime's Guardao, who hides a white eye taken from Konoha under the blindfold, can see through the transformation. Moreover, while performing transformation as a ninjutsu, it cannot perform other ninjutsu. Once you encounter a critical situation, you have to cancel transformation system. Frowning for a while, Long also glanced at the system. There are less than 2 days before the next infinite enhancement. Strengthen. Long Yi looked at the transformation technique in the skill bar again, gritted his teeth to make a decision, whether or not he could save his life. This time it all depended on the system. 2 days later, the time is up. Enhanced transformation. The goal of infinite strengthening is skill transformation. As the host confirmed. In fact, after this way of training, the dragon at this time has also learned strange powers. If you strengthen the strange power, it will definitely help his chi and blood flow greatly. Okay. But the situation is special right now. Between becoming stronger, Long also chooses his life. Unlimited enhancement starts. Target, skill transformation. Transformation enhancement +1, transformation enhancement +2. Transformation enhancement +10, appearance similarity increased. Transformation enhancement +11. Transformation enhancement +10, appearance similarity 100. Transformation enhancement +10. Transformation enhancement +20, temperament similarity increased. Transformation strengthen +20 close black lens bracket. The system prompts sound one after another, and the ability that the dragon wants has not appeared for the time being. But don't be in a hurry, shield the system prompt. Long also took a deep breath, and then let it be fate. As a small country, the Iron Country is not very large. Continuing on the road and walking for another day, it is estimated that tomorrow morning, we will be able to arrive at the meeting place. Open black lens bracket. This enhancement is over. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, and the transformation of the transformation has ended. Finally strengthened. Long couldn't help clenching his fists. Even with the enhanced seal of the 4 elephants, he wasn't as nervous as he is now. After all, the result of this strengthening is related to his life. Took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. After firming up his beliefs, he opened the system to check. Success. After a while, Long was also excited, and the system strengthened the effect he wanted. The reason why he strengthened the transformation technique was to avoid being recognized by Terumime. First of all, he had to hide the white eye down next to her. At this time, I have to say, it is indeed a system. After strengthening 864 times, the transformation effect reaches a perfect transformation. Ordinary transformation, although it looks the same, there are actually small differences, and the similarity is at most 95. And the perfect transformation, the similarity is 100. Not only that, in addition to the external appearance, even the inner breath, as well as the chakra attributes, quantity and other conditions are the same. Really from the inside out, perfect transformation. This is enough to hide from the eyes. Of course, the essence of the transformation technique just looks exactly the same, and the real strength will not change. In addition, when performing transformation, other ninjutsu cannot be used in general. After strengthening, this restriction is broken. Therefore, even in emergencies, the dragon has to use ninjutsu, and there is no need to worry about the transformation of the art. Excellent. Seeing these introductions, Long also let out a long sigh of relief, finally being able to hide it. Body type. At the same time, the transformation technique also strengthens an effect called size Rui, which makes the dragon also very concerned about it. Ordinary transformation, although theoretically it can be transformed into anything, but in practice, it is limited by the size. As a human being, it is impossible to become something much smaller, such as an ant. It can't be too big, like a mountain. Transformation Enhancement plus 86 has the effect of size re. Although it can't become an ant, it's okay to become a walnut, which greatly improves the concealment. Moreover, he can really become as big as a mountain. Of course, it is still the same sentence. The essence of the transformation technique is only to change the appearance, but his own strength remains unchanged. Even if it becomes the size of a mountain, it still retains its original strength and chakra count. No. But just imagine, the same Konoha whirlwind, the dragon also uses the normal human body shape, and the giant body shape, although the same as 10,000 tons of power, but the strike range is very different. Therefore, this ability has practical value. You know, in the later battles of the original work, there are always all kinds of huge monsters. At this time, dragons can also become giants. If they are developed and utilized properly, there will be unexpected effects. Great profit. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but feel excited. Originally, I just wanted to save my life, but I didn't expect such a harvest. This wave of transformation is strengthened, and blood is earned. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. 080, Uchiha's wife. Why did you become Sakura? Of course to keep a low profile. Low-key. Yes, Seal Ninja, Double Dragon, my name is too loud now. If you don't hide it, then countless fanatical fans of the Iron Country will rush over, and the scene will be chaotic, which is not conducive to the work of guards. Are you still awake? Hee hee. Early morning of the next day, facing Tsunade and Hong's questions, Long also smiled and talked nonsense. It was a temporary mess. Transforming, of course, is to prevent Terumi-Mei from being recognized. As for why he transformed into Sakura, in fact, Long also wanted to become Hinata, and it was fine for Ino, but Hinata's white eyes and Ino's heart-turned secret technique they can't be imitated, and they are easy to reveal, so they turned into ordinary Sakura. Moreover, he has already cultivated a strange power, which is also in line with Sakura's ability. On the other hand, the dragon also has a bit of a narrow mind. During the meeting, Sasuke is likely to appear, and Sasuke still has feelings for Sakura. Let him taste the iron fist of love from Sakura while he is not careful. Please show your ID. After speaking, everyone has arrived at the venue. For this conference, the Kingdom of Iron provided the venue and was also responsible for the security work, so the 5 shadows had to be cautious. So outside the venue, a large number of samurai were arranged. The reason why the Iron Country has become a neutral country and has been recognized by the major powers is that the most important point is they don't have ninjas. Correspondingly, there is an armed force called samurai. These samurai are equipped with at least 2 katana swords, and the chakra can be concentrated on the sword when fighting. Although the ability is not as diverse as the ninja, but the strength is not weak. Welcome Your Excellency Hokage. After confirming their identity, the samurai respectfully saluted and released. At this moment, one of them suddenly asked a question. I wonder if the ninja Ryuya Takagi from your village can go with you. Dragon also. Tsunade glanced at Ryuya who had transformed into Sakura, then turned to the samurai. I don't know if you are looking for Long Yi, what is the matter? I've heard for a long time that Takagi Ryuya in the hidden village of Konoha, eyes slashes as fast as lightning, and the samurai I want to see the style. Although he spoke politely, and he couldn't see his face with the mask on, his eyes and tone, the eagerness to win, couldn't hide it at all. The so-called IHE slash is a slash with a drawn sword. Is that so? Tsunade glanced at Ryuya again, and when he saw that Ryuya was deliberately looking away, he couldn't help laughing, and then walked inside. Not coming. It's really a pity. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't say it, the samurai guessed it. After all, according to the data, Takagi Ryu is also a man, and Konoha and his party of 3 are all women. But at this time, getting an accurate answer is still full of disappointment. Please come this way. But after all, the work is important, and I can't care about regrets, so I start to lead the way. How? Following Tsunade's side, Long also said in a low voice with a proud face. I said I have a lot in the country of iron. Well, this is fulfilled. Can't you hear it? People are not convinced by you. Black powder is also powder. Or if I tell you who you are, you can communicate well with your fans. Cough cough, business is important, Hokage-sama, please walk carefully, and be careful when your feet slip. Little devil. Tsunade smiled, and couldn't help but wondered why Ryu also transformed, but since Ryu didn't want to say anything, she didn't ask any more. Next, under the guidance of the samurai, a group of people came to the venue and were arranged to rest in a room for a while. After about half an hour, someone came to inform that the 5 shadows have arrived and can start. Everyone got up and went to the conference room. The conference room is divided into 2 floors. Below is the place where the 5 shadows and the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, hold meetings. The second floor is where the guards stay. Sakura, Tamari, Kankuro. When I went upstairs, I met Feng Ying's guards. Everyone was old acquaintances, and greeted them with a smile. It turned out to be Sakura-chan. I thought it would be Takagi Ryuya. Yeah, what about Long Yi? Why didn't he come? Well, he just happened to have something. Facing Sha Yin's 2 Tai hands, Long also smiled reluctantly, thinking that all of you Sha Yin are chatting like this. Fortunately he is Long and not Xiao Ying, otherwise he must have gone mad. As Shadow's bodyguard, I am not just here to chat. After a brief greeting, everyone found a position to stand, closely guarding their respective shadows. Long also glanced at it. Nima, that day he exploded really was Mizukage Terumi Mei. Shadows have been seated, and under the auspices of Mifune, the meeting officially begins. And the theme of this meeting is Xiao, formed, Xiao. And according to my investigation, some of you have transactions with Xiao. This meeting was initiated by Lei Ying, but in fact, he did not want to discuss with other villages how to deal with Xiao, but to question and rebuke. Speaking of which, there is indeed no Renyan from Union Village in Xiao's organization. Both Sandian and Yenian once hired Akatsuki, and Wuin is suspected to be Akatsuki's birthplace. I don't trust you. I'm not even in the mood to talk to you. I called you here to ask if you have any real morality. Boom. As he spoke, the angry Reikage raised his hand and smashed the conference table in front of him. Swish swish. At the same time, the guards of each village and the 2 guards of Mifune instantly guarded in front of their respective shadows, watching Reikage vigilantly. Konoha. Hot-tempered and arrogant Reikage didn't take these guards seriously at all, and then turned directly to Tsunade. Sasuke Uchiha, the traitor of your village, took my younger brother by. Now I ask you to issue an order to kill Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha did leave the village privately, but he has not been officially designated as a traitor. Whether he has captured your people still needs to be verified. Tsunade's temper was not good either, so he said unceremoniously to Reikage. And Konoha doesn't need Union Village to dictate what decision Konoha makes. Tsunade, you want to. This is. Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel, Long couldn't help but speak. Perhaps Mr. Chirabi is not in danger. It is quite possible that he escaped by himself, only for a while. Lei Ying was slightly startled, looked at Long Yi, and couldn't help asking. Why do you make such an assertion? Hee, I actually guessed it too. Long also smiled. He couldn't say he was a transmigrator, he continued. As far as I know Sasuke, his strength is probably not enough to catch Mr. Kurabi who perfectly controls the tailed beast. What you know about Sasuke? Reikage looked at Long Yi up and down, his expression suspicious. What's your relationship with Uchiha Kid? Classmate. I don't think it's just a simple classmate. At this time, Tying's guard, Hey too, said with a teasing smile. Moreover, I looked at Long Yi with an expression that everyone is a woman and I understand. Ah. Long also looked embarrassed. He is now Sakura. He is really not an ordinary classmate. Damn. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Reikage was instantly furious, and rushed towards Long Yi with a loud shout. I'll take care of you Uchiha's mistress first.